Chapter 1. Ding ding, it's time for you to save the world. Xuanmu had just exited the corner store when he unexpectedly collided with a stroke of fortune. The reprimand that had risen to his lips was instantly silenced as he slumped into a deep slumber. In the primordial wilderness, atop an unnamed peak, Xuanmu gradually stirred awake, his eyes wide with a hint of panic as he surveyed his surroundings. The clouds and mist wove around him like delicate veils, while the trees nearby flourished in vibrant greenery, resembling an ocean of emerald. Behind him lay a vast pond, reflecting the landscape like a colossal mirror, its surface occasionally rippling, inducing a sense of tranquility. Thank goodness, it was merely a dream. Where on earth am I? Have I really traversed time? Or is this just an illusion? Xuanmu felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him. Whoever cares, it is what it is. He had merely succumbed to his cravings and ventured out for a pack of cigarettes. Who could have anticipated that he would stumble into such an extraordinary turn of events? And not just that, but to find himself in this desolate mountain wilderness. What is this, a survival show? Though the scenery was stunning, the beauty of nature often signified the presence of lurking predators and venomous creatures. Ding! Detection indicates the host's unstable mindset, invincible system binding in progress. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in Xuanmu's mind. In an instant, the once lethargic Xuanmu sprang to his feet like a fish leaping out of water. He instinctively touched the back of his head, only to realize something was amiss. What the heck? Where's my body? Did I not just die momentarily? Why do I appear in this ghastly state? Indeed, at that moment, Xuanmu found himself floating just above the ground, his entire being in a semi-transparent state. System, help. Realizing the gravity of his situation, Xuanmu recalled the system's voice in his mind. Since it was called the Invincible system, it must be quite formidable, he thought. Ding! System binding successful host detected in soul form. Beginner's gift package has been issued. System. Open the beginner's gift package. Ding! Beginner's gift package opened. Congratulations. Host has acquired the Invincible domain. Congratulations. Host has obtained body reshaping liquid X1. Congratulations. Host has received an abandoned cabin X1. As the system's notifications rang out, Xuanmu immediately sensed a shift within himself. What exactly had changed he could not pinpoint, but it felt as though he were the sovereign of this realm. With a mere thought, he could drain the air from within 100 square meters around him. He also comprehended the function of the so-called invincible domain. In simpler terms, invincibility. Wait, I thought you were just clickbaiting, but you're serious? Xuanmu found himself momentarily stunned by this revelation. Initially, he had braced himself for yet another demise, but with the invincible domain bestowed upon him, even if he wished to die, it seemed impossible. Though he was still unaware of the nature of this world, the concept of invincibility was already a profound one. Be it tigers, leopards, dragons, or serpents, I am invincible. Even faced with myriad foes, I remain invincible. Even in the face of world obliteration, I am invincible. Yet, outside a 100-meter radius, I would meet my demise. While it was true that he was currently limited to 100 square meters, it was more than sufficient. Unless he deliberately acted foolishly and ventured outside, he could frolic within the invincible domain without fear of death. With this thought, Xuanmu could not help but feel a surge of excitement. His gaze then shifted to the next item, body reshaping liquid. Upon use, it allows the host to reshape their physical form, granting them the essence of a top-tier chaos demon god. System, I am already invincible with a mere thought. I can reshape my body. What use is this? Since I am invincible, why can I not sculpt a physique superior to that of a chaos demon god? Xuanmu questioned, perplexed. Ding! Within the invincible domain, the host can reshape their body, but outside the domain, they remain in soul form. The host's soul can only be preserved within the invincible domain. Once outside, the host will face disintegration. After the system's explanation, Xuanmu finally grasped the situation. In other words, even if he utilized the concept of invincibility to shape his form, it would merely be a half-finished product rendered useless outside the domain. However, the body granted by the system was not only top-tier, but also permanent. Though he had no intention of leaving the domain, one could never predict when a whim might strike. Having understood this, Xuanmu ceased further inquiries and applied the body reshaping liquid. As a mist enveloped him, Xuanmu clenched his fists, feeling a familiar sensation return. A gust of wind suddenly swept by, and Xuanmu felt as though something had been triggered within him. Ah, I see. I'm not wearing any clothes. No wonder I felt a sense of familiarity. Looking down, he noted that his physique had grown rather impressive. He then waved his hand, transforming a nearby stone into a set of clothing. With another thought, the garments magically donned themselves upon him. Not bad, is this the essence of invincibility? Reflecting on his recent actions, Xuanmu found himself somewhat perplexed. How should he put it? Xuanmu simply believed that he required clothing, and thus the stone should manifest as an outfit. It was as if he merely thought the clothes should adorn him, and so they did. It felt akin to a power of manifestation. Yet Xuanmu sensed that this was likely not the full extent of the invincible domain's capabilities. With a flicker of thought, a mirror materialized from the void. Xuanmu examined his newly reshaped form. Not bad, he resembled a character from a primordial epic, exuding an aura reminiscent of a reader's beloved protagonist. Next, he turned his attention to the final item. Upon gazing at it, a description appeared before him. Abandoned cabin, an unremarkable dwelling. Xuanmu placed the cabin not far from the edge of the pond. In an instant, a wisp of mist enveloped the area, revealing a dilapidated wooden cabin, its dimensions even smaller than the restroom of his previous home. Seriously, you call this a house? My grandmother's outhouse is larger than this. Xuanmu's excitement dwindled significantly. He had anticipated that the system's description of the unremarkable cabin was a form of modest understatement. To his dismay, the system was utterly straightforward. What it said was precisely what it meant, so unremarkable that he felt no inclination to even glance at it. Well, having something is better than nothing. Xuanmu quickly regained his composure. After all, he had already acquired the invincible domain. What more could he possibly desire? However, system, do you possess any additional functions? And what are the requirements for expanding this domain? Xuanmu voiced his inquiries. Ding. This system's only function is signing in, which can be categorized into daily sign-ins, monthly sign-ins, centennial sign-ins, epic sign-ins, and calamity sign-ins, among others. The longer the sign-in duration, the more substantial the rewards these include, but are not limited to, techniques, rare materials, spiritual roots, and chaos treasures. As for expanding the invincible domain, the host domain will automatically increase by 1 square meter every century. Xuanmu fell into deep contemplation. So, this seems rather slow-paced. Is there truly no other method? Don't think I haven't read novels. Don't other systems exchange monster defeats for essence points or experience? Relying on natural growth, it could take millions of years before I even manage to expand the domain beyond these mountains. Ding. Please explore on your own. Great. I knew from the start that you were an artificial idiot. Sign in. At this juncture, Xuanmu could only take each step as it came. After all, within the domain, he was invincible. Even time avoided him. He had no fear of aging or other issues. He could simply wait out. Host sign-in, successful. This sign-in is a calamity. Sign-in, fierce beast calamity. Congratulations. Host has received Pangus Essence X1 and the Chaos Treasure. Creation Jade Disc X1. What on earth is this? Xuanmu was incredulous, not because of the items themselves, but due to the phrase fierce beast calamity. Though he had just pieced together from the system's fragmented words that he might be in the primordial era, he had not anticipated the timeline would be this early. In his previous life, as a weary worker, he often indulged in reading novels during moments of respite. He was somewhat familiar with the numerous calamities of the primordial era. To delineate the calamities of the primordial age, they can be categorized as follows. Heaven Opening Calamity, Fierce Beast Calamity, Dragon Han Calamity, Doubt Demon Calamity, Witch Demon Calamity, Human Emperor Calamity, Feng Shan Calamity, Journey to the West Calamity, and Wuqian Calamity. Among these, the Fierce Beast Calamity occurred shortly after Pangu opened the heavens and the earth. Thus, many literary works classify it under the Heaven Opening Calamity. The Tao Demon Calamity, occurring in the later stages of the Dragon Han Calamity, is also considered part of the same calamity. The human emperor calamity represents the rise of humanity as the main protagonists of the heavens following the conclusion of the witch-demon calamity, thus also qualifying as a calamity. The concept of the boundless catastrophe is situated in the latter stages of the journey to the West calamity, and it can be regarded as a catastrophe that solely pertains to the Buddhist sect. However, it is undeniable that if the Buddhist sect mishandles matters, it could easily transform into a calamity that affects the entire cosmos. The distinguishing factor of these calamities lies in their varying degrees of impact on the world. To return to the main point, Xuanmu was merely momentarily astonished before achieving a sense of tranquility. In any case, I possess an invincible domain. What do I care for calamities, be they great or small? He mused, but is the blood of Pangu for real? He inquired further, does every system require a vial? Having expressed his grievances regarding the system, Xuanmu produced the blood of Pangu. His initial impression of it was one of utter mediocrity. System. Have you made an error? This is less impressive than my own nasal blood. You dare to call this Pangus blood? Ding. Due to the host being within the invincible domain yet. Even without the system's clarification, Xuanmu grasped the reality. Since he had already attained invincibility, it was only natural that the once mighty Pangu, who split heaven and earth, seemed rather trivial to him, now especially in the case of merely a drop of blood. However, should he venture outside of this domain, it was conceivable that his utterly unremarkable physical form could be overwhelmed by the energy emitted by the blood of Pangu. It appears that my understanding of invincibility still requires some adjustment. Xuanmu pondered, suddenly realizing, wait a moment, system, does that mean I cannot cultivate within the invincible domain? Ding. Affirmative. Then what use is this chaos demon god's legacy to me? Xuanmu exclaimed. Look, Xuanmu, I can only grant your operation an 85 out of 10, as I have a slight grievance. Xuanmu promptly decided not to engage in an intellectual contest with this absurd system. He took out the creation jade disc for meticulous examination. Legend has it that Pangu possessed 3 major accompanying treasures: the 36 varieties of chaos green lotus, the creation jade disc, and the heaven-splitting axe. The accompanying treasure of Onjun was the righteous chi whisk, while the fragments of the creation jade disc were collected later on after Pangu opened the heavens. The heaven-splitting axe transformed into the chaos bell, the Pangu banner, and the Taiji diagram. 3 remarkable treasures: the 36 varieties of chaos green lotus transformed into the 12 varieties of lotus platform. The 5 lotus leaves morphed into the primordial 5 directional flags. The lotus roots, flowers, and pods each became the Taiji whisk, the 3 treasures jade rui, and the Qingping sword, respectively. Furthermore, numerous lotus seeds transformed into various other magical artifacts. Most of the renowned immortals and deities of later generations achieved their fame through treasures derived from a single chaos green lotus. Underscoring the formidable nature of these chaos treasures, as for the creation jade disc, it shattered into countless fragments after the opening of the heavens, with the largest piece fortuitously discovered by Hong Jun amidst the chaos. At this moment, however, the creation jade disc in Xuanmu's hands was evidently whole. Observing this jade disc, one could not help but feel its extraordinary nature. The white jade shimmered under the sunlight, resembling a multitude of twinkling stars. Intricate designs of the 5 elements and 8 trigrams adorned its center, while the base transformed into a yin-yang taiji diagram, evoking an involuntary sense of enlightenment upon a mere glance. Yet, all of this seemed irrelevant to Xuanmu. Indeed, this disc should serve well for serving dishes. Xuanmu found himself entranced. It was nothing short of a dreamlike platter. In his previous life, he had longed to indulge in such extravagance. A jade-crafted dish for serving food, golden bowls for rice, golden chopsticks for picking delicacies, and antique-grade teapots for brewing tea. Never expected that fortune would enable him to realize all of this. The creation jade disc for serving dishes, was it not far superior to the antiques he had previously admired? Although Xuanmu was aware of the jade disc's significance, he lamented that as long as he remained within the invincible domain, he could not enhance his own strength. Originally, one was already at the pinnacle. Where else could one ascend? As for cultivating beyond the realm, that was unnecessary. Within my domain, I am invincible. What purpose would there be in venturing outside? What if, by some unfortunate mishap, I were to meet my demise? This is the primordial chaos, and it is currently embroiled in a calamity. Even the slightest ripple from a battle could obliterate a mere mortal like me. I must endure. I must endure. I cannot venture forth. Upon contemplating this, Xuanmu involuntarily shivered, as if envisioning the moment he stepped 1 foot out of his invincible domain, only to be reduced to ashes. After placing all his rewards aside, Xuanmu began to circle around his invincible realm. At the very least, he managed to clarify the general bounds of the area encompassed by his domain. The domain formed a square of 10 meters by 10 meters, surrounded by golden thread visible only to him. Surrounding him was an expanse of open land, with a pond to the north, the domain not yet extending over the water, merely approaching the shoreline. To the east and west, lush trees stood tall, while to the south lay a rugged path, resembling one trampled by wild beasts. Within the domain, there were only some weeds, pebbles, and the wooden cabin he had just placed. Furthermore, Xuanmu sensed that the domain did not exist solely on a single plane. Rather, it extended vertically, reaching both the heavens above and the depths below. This meant that even if he were to ascend to heights of 10,000 meters or delve into the Earth's core, as long as he remained within the bounds of that golden thread, the effects of his invincible domain would continue to manifest. Discovering this, Xuanmu was naturally overjoyed. He had not anticipated that this system possessed such merit. However, after a mere incense stick's worth of time, he felt a pang of disappointment that he realized that the mountains of the primordial chaos were far from ordinary. At least from his observations within the domain. The mountain he currently occupied was broader than any mountain he had encountered in his previous life. Moreover, it had been previously mentioned that he was situated amidst a range of mountains. This made matters all the more awkward. Relying solely on a century of natural growth, he would have to wait around 6 to 7 million years to completely envelop this mountain peak within his domain, let alone cover the entire mountain range surrounding him. Which mountain is this, anyway? I have never heard of such colossal mountains in the primordial chaos. Xuanmu felt perplexed. He had little knowledge of the mountains in the primordial chaos, only aware of names like Buzhou Mountain, Kunlun Mountain, Ling Mountain, Huag Mountain, and Flame Mountain. Of course, even if he wished to learn more, he found it impossible. After all, this was no longer his past life, where one could simply consult the internet for answers. As for the system, it was of a weighty nature, suggesting that the hosts should undertake their own exploration. However, pondering these matters was now futile. As the sky had gradually darkened, Xuanmu needed to address his living situation. He had not anticipated that he would truly need to survive in the wilderness. Fortunately, it was quicker than chopping down trees that I believe there should be a house within the domain. As soon as Xuanmu voiced this thought, the modest wooden cabin he had previously placed suddenly expanded, perfectly occupying the entire domain, and stepping outside brought him beyond its confines. Xuanmu stood at the entrance, gazing down the path ahead, his mood lifting. This could be considered his home within the primordial chaos. However, what Xuanmu failed to notice was that at the moment he expanded his dwelling, 3 shimmering golden spirit orbs within the mountains were left in a state of astonishment. The following day, Xuanmu awoke, stretching lazily, and began the day sign-in. System, sign-in. Ding. This sign-in is a daily sign-in. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 36 transformations of the Celestial General X1. Is this what a daily sign-in entails? It seems the calamity sign-in refers to the first sign-in during the calamity. Xuanmu felt a wave of disappointment, having expected to acquire a few chaotic treasures, only to find it was merely a technique. Moreover, he could not cultivate it, rendering it of little utility as for venturing out to comprehend. Xuanmu firmly declared it impossible. He would never step outside in this lifetime. A bug. There's a bug. Exiting would compromise safety. Yet ensuring safety would hinder cultivation. Was this survival system truly deceiving me? Xuanmu inwardly cursed. If he had not possessed the invincible domain, it would have been one thing, but now that he did, stepping outside and facing potential death felt like losing a fortune. The famous Go player Ku Jia once remarked, "If you possess nothing, you fear not death." Yet with 11 souls and 4-star ashes, to die would shatter his heart's resolve. In that moment, Xuanmu felt precisely this turmoil. Had he not possessed the invincible domain, it would have been easier to accept, but now he feared that stepping outside to cultivate could result in a fatal battle's aftermath. After all, cultivation could take hundreds or thousands of years that higher realms. A single retreat could span several epochs. Who could guarantee that in all those years, he would not encounter some unforeseen event? Why did he transmigrate, enjoying hot pot while singing, only to be suddenly struck down by a massive truck? The odds of that happening were slimmer than winning the lottery. What would become of his invincible domain if he perished? Would he end up sewing garments for others? Become a bull-headed man? After much contemplation, Xuanmu ultimately resolved to embrace the life of a recluse. He would patiently await the expansion of his domain. After all, he would not die, and if he had to wait longer, so be it. Time is inconsequential in the primordial chaos. Xuanmu had long lost track of how much time had passed. He only knew that he seemed to have signed in for 3 epic cycles. At this moment, Xuanmu wore a blank expression, a fishing rod in hand, staring vacantly at the lake waters. System, I am on the brink of dying from boredom, Xuanmu suddenly exclaimed, only to quiet down shortly thereafter. Alas, is this the loneliness of invincibility? Indeed, it seems that being at the summit brings its own chill. Invincibility is a marvel to behold. Should one gaze from afar, they would discover a striking young man clad in a Taoist robe, standing by the lake like a banished celestial, rod in hand, uttering nonsensical musings. This behavior is, in truth, quite understandable. After all, humans are inherently social creatures. Prolonged solitude inevitably leads to some form of psychological distress. Furthermore, there are scant entertainment facilities available. At this moment, Xuanmu finds himself in such a predicament that it is not that he relishes conversing with himself. Rather, it is through this that he feels a semblance of existence. Still a being among others that in contrast, the great powers of the primordial era, who engaged in cultivation for several eons, seemed unfazed by such solitude. Yet, Xuanmu is unable to cultivate. Others can at least derive insights during their seclusion, experiencing the exhilaration that accompanies the enhancement of their strength. However, Xuanmu remains stagnant. He exists within the realm of invincibility, characterized by unparalleled physical prowess, unmatched cultivation, and even invulnerable abilities. There is no room for improvement. Even in seclusion, his efforts amount to mere mimicry. Therefore, during these past 3 eons, aside from his daily routines of eating, sleeping, and marking his attendance, Xuanmu has merely passed the time, occasionally sleeping for over a dozen hours at a stretch. During this period, his realm of invincibility has expanded to over 4,000 square meters, nearly the size of half a football field. This expansion is the reason he can now fish by the lake. With the growth of his domain, he has enlarged the original small wooden cabin, erecting a fence around it. His residence has thus transformed from a modest cabin into a delightful estate. The front yard now features a pond, intended to house the few fish Xuanmu has caught over the years. Adjacent to the pond lies a vegetable garden, cultivated with spiritual roots and herbs obtained through his attendance. The original cabin has been renovated to include a kitchen, living room, bedroom, and even a library, stocked with the techniques and powers acquired through his attendance. As for other spiritual treasures obtained, Xuanmu has excavated a basement for their storage. The backyard consists solely of a narrow path leading to the lake where he currently stands. The wooden cabin now exudes the charm of a summer retreat, reminiscent of lodgings that would cost at least 800 in his past life. Just as Xuanmu indulges in his fishing and whimsical thoughts, a commotion arises in the mountain's depths. 3 luminous orbs are radiating a brilliant light, evidently on the verge of taking form. In the next moment, the previously clear sky darkens, thunder rumbling ominously. This is the heavenly tribulation accompanying the manifestation of living beings. Yet, these 3 orbs are clearly extraordinary. The impending tribulation has transformed into a formidable 9-9 heavenly calamity. The lightning shifts to a purplish hue, instilling an unparalleled sense of pressure. Then, an unusual scene unfolds. Is it thundering and raining? This is outrageous. My fishing endeavors are thwarted. Xuanmu, feeling vexed, waves his hand dismissively. Last month, he had endured nearly a month without success, after much effort utilizing spiritual herbs and materials. He had finally developed the Mu's fishing bait 96.0, poised to redeem his previous failures. Just as he prepared for a catch, the ominous clouds began to gather. Should it rain, would the fish not flee? As soon as Xuanmu's words fell, the 99 heavenly calamity in the sky abruptly dissipated, returning to the previous clear skies at that moment. The 3 luminous orbs in the mountain's depths shimmered with golden light. As Xuanmu casually dispelled the manifestation of the heavenly tribulation, allowing the 3 orbs to take form with ease, in mere moments, the orb adorned with a small tower successfully transformed, with a flash of brilliance. An elderly Taoist with a serene expression emerged, holding a golden tower. In the next instant, the orb on the left radiated with dazzling light, revealing a middle-aged figure with an imposing demeanor and piercing gaze. Finally, the last orb morphed into a young man with sword-like brows and starry eyes, exuding an air of grandeur. These 3 individuals are none other than the illustrious Ta Ching, Yu Qing, and Shang Qing. The revered saints of later generations. Ta Ching, known as Laozi, addressed Yuanshi and Tong Tian. Congratulations on your successful manifestation. Second brother, third brother. Yuanshi returned the gesture. Eldest brother, third brother, congratulations to you both. Tong Tian followed suit, mimicking Yuanshi's salute. Laozi then remarked, Dear brothers, let us set aside our celebrations for a moment. Are you aware of what just transpired with the heavenly calamity? As Laozi's words echoed, Yuanshi and Tong Tian reflected on the recent events, deducing that it must have been the mysterious expert residing on the mountaintop who intervened. Yuanshi pondered, indeed, aside from that esteemed elder, who else possesses such abilities? Tong Tian concurred, acknowledging the need to express gratitude towards this individual. This prompted Laozi to recall Xuanmu, the inhabitant of the mountaintop. You are right. Had it not been for his assistance, my second brother and I might have faced dire consequences. Tong Tian, recalling the prior scene, felt a shiver of apprehension. Indeed, elder brother possesses the heavenly yellow tower to withstand the heavenly calamity. My second brother, and I can only rely on the merits left by our father to endure this 99 heavenly tribulation. Yuanshi added, They are all manifestations of Pangu's primordial spirit. Yet only Ta Ching Laozi possesses the protective heavenly yellow tower, allowing him to face the tribulation without relying on the merits of creation. However, he and Tong Tian must rely on the remnants of Pangu's creation to withstand calamity. This is a shared trial. It is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Moreover, merit is a finite resource, and the merits from the creation of the heavens are particularly scarce. Even in their remnants, they could create no less than 3 treasures of merit. This realization dawned upon them. A sense of gratitude towards Xuanmu emerged, intertwined with a thread of reverence. After all, they had just faced a formidable 99 heavenly calamity. Could the individual on the mountaintop have so effortlessly dispelled such a threat? Though the means remain unknown, the power demonstrated is undeniably formidable. They are now all at the great Luo Jingxian level, yet still powerless against the heavenly calamity, forced to endure. What realm does the individual on the mountaintop inhabit? This thought sent a chill down their spines. Perhaps we should refrain from approaching? We are unaware of the elder's temperament. What if? Tong Tian cautiously voiced his concerns. After all, the 3 of them had just manifested and encountered a powerful figure. What if that figure held ill intentions towards them? That cannot be. He has done us a great favor, and we must repay this debt of gratitude. Yuanshi interjected. You make a valid point. We should bring some treasures as offerings to avoid appearing too humble. Laozi concurred. Furthermore, did we not observe him with our divine senses previously? That esteemed elder does not seem to be the type to indiscriminately harm others. Besides, we are merely going to express our gratitude. Surely he cannot force us to stay. Laozi, with reason and logic, proposed a plan. Elder brother speaks wisely. Let us proceed as you suggest. Yuanshi and Tong Tian echoed in unison. Indeed, we are merely visiting to express our thanks. There is no need for trepidation. Moreover, given the time that has elapsed, we may as well consider ourselves neighbors. What harm is there in visiting a neighbor? With this resolution, the 3 of them fortified their cultivation before making their way down the mountain. Meanwhile, atop the peak, Xuanmu remained transfixed by the sight of a catfish. I cannot endure this any longer. It eludes me. Why won't it bite? Curse it! Just moments ago, Xuanmu reeled in his line. Gazing at the desolate hook with a sense of bewilderment, he could not fathom how the fish managed to consume the bait without disturbing the hook. That moment, a catfish surfaced, releasing a bubble while casting a disdainful glance at Xuanmu. The man and the fish exchanged glances for quite some time. Ultimately, Xuanmu could no longer contain himself and was about to teach the fish a lesson when he suddenly sensed the presence of others encroaching upon his domain. Oh, finally, someone has arrived? 3 of them, no less. Xuanmu promptly set aside thoughts of the plump catfish and made his way toward the front yard. Having spent such an extended period in this primordial realm, he had nearly forgotten the sensation of conversing with others. Were it not for his daily soliloquies, he might have almost forgotten how to speak. Outside his modest courtyard, Laozi, Xuanmu, and Tong Tian stood at the entrance, whispering among themselves. Jiuanyan? The name struck Tong Tian as peculiar as he observed the plaque hanging at the door. This is clearly Yunjianju. Third brother, are you illiterate? Xuanmu retorted with a hint of annoyance. Ah, is it read from left to right? Huh. It seems the wise ones have their own unique style. Tong Tian chuckled. Nodding in sudden enlightenment, he resolved to adopt such unconventional calligraphy for himself. Those who misread would label him illiterate, but he would declare himself as distinctively original. All right, third brother, what treasures did you find on your descent? Just as Tong Tian pondered this in his heart, Laozi, observing the playful banter between the two, interjected. Hee, a snake demon from the great Luo golden immortal realm. This is quite a boon. Tong Tian grinned broadly, reaching behind him to produce the lifeless body of the snake demon. You this, Laozi sighed, resigning himself to the situation. After all, he and Xuanmu had at least discovered several nefarious demons and obtained a few exquisite treasures from their lairs before returning. Tong Tian, however, had brought back a mere demon corpse. Just as Laozi prepared to turn and knock on the door for a visit, it swung open from within. With a creak, the 3 of them simultaneously turned to face Xuanmu. There stood Xuanmu, exuding an impressive aura, draped in flowing white robes reminiscent of drifting clouds, akin to a celestial being gracing the mortal realm, radiating an extraordinary and ethereal charm that left onlookers utterly captivated. To put it plainly, he was handsome, exceptionally so. They scrutinized Xuanmu while he assessed them in return, a wizened elder, a rugged man, and a youthful pretty boy. Quite the eclectic trio, representing all age groups. How had these 3 formed such an unlikely camaraderie? Greetings, Venerable One, the Taoist, Laozi. Introduce himself. I am Taiching Laozi, and this is my second brother, Xuanmu, and third brother, Tong Tian. We are the manifestations of Pangu's primordial spirit, having recently succeeded in taking form, and we have come to pay our respects. This visit is to express our gratitude for your timely assistance. Laozi was the first to recover, explaining to Xuanmu, who was clad in white robes. One must commend Laozi's sharp intellect. He began with Venerable One, immediately elevating Xuanmu's stature. Furthermore, by proclaiming themselves as the manifestations of Pangu's spirit, they signified their powerful backing and the merits of their cosmic creation. If one harbored ill intentions toward them, they ought to consider whether they could withstand the repercussions. Xuanmu, however, paid little mind to the implications woven into Laozi's words. What was this? 3 pure ones. Was this Kunlun Mountain? He had speculated how such a vast mountain range could exist in the primordial realm. Assistance just now? What had he done? Hadn't he merely been fishing? With Laozi's elucidation, Xuanmu began to connect the dots. Realizing that he indeed found himself on Kunlun Mountain, the lake where he had fished must be called Qishui Pool or Qishui Lake. Thoughts swirled in his mind, yet his expression remained unchanged as he waved his hand dismissively. I am Xuanmu, residing here in seclusion. What I did just now was but a trifling effort. There's no need to dwell upon it as cultivators. We ought to harbor benevolence. Xuanmu first clarified his reasons for dwelling on Kunlun Mountain. He then recalled that by not reeling in the line and allowing the catfish to escape, he had indeed acted with kindness. Venerable One, you truly possess a noble spirit. Upon hearing Xuanmu's words, Laozi felt a tremor in his heart, his gaze toward Xuanmu illuminating with newfound clarity. Indeed, his discerning eye had not failed him. he had not misjudged the person before him. Look at that, such humility from a venerable one. It seemed that those of profound attainment, whether in cultivation or state of mind, were indeed remarkable. Just like him, if he were as enlightened, he would likely not concern himself with the tribulations of others. What significance did the lives of mere ants hold? At most, they were a source of amusement. He would certainly not intervene. Beside them, Xuanmu and Tongtian were equally moved at awe. It's not as exaggerated as you make it sound. It was merely a trifling effort. Come in and sit. Standing at the door is quite impolite. Xuanmu felt a sense of comfort. Who wouldn't appreciate a bit of flattery? Especially coming from Laozi, the foremost figure of the primordial realm. Although he was unaware of the specifics of his earlier assistance, the sentiment was delightful. After all, who knew if that fish was some formidable being? It was certainly not an ordinary fish to be acquainted with the three pure ones. At that moment, Xuanmu had yet to recall the incident of dispersing the thunder tribulation with a mere wave of his hand. The recent experience of fishing had left him quite irritable. His mind consumed by thoughts of that insufferable fish, temporarily overshadowing his recollection of the earlier events. As he walked, his thoughts continued to swirl. Meanwhile, the trio of Tongtian trailed behind him, nearly rendered speechless. Was that a primordial spirit 5 pine? And those were top-tier primordial spirit herbs, Han Yuan grass. Had he cultivated an entire garden of such herbs? No, the water in that pond was imbued with the essence of the 3 luminaries' divine water. Wait, there was also the aura of primordial rainwater. The further they ventured, the more astonished Laozi and Xuanmu became, silently placing the storage bags they had just retrieved back at their waists. As for Tongtian, he still bore the lifeless body of the great Luo golden immortal snake demon upon his back. Observing the actions of his 2 elder brothers, Tongtian felt a sense of helplessness. He too wished to stow it away. While the great Luo golden immortal snake demon was a treasure, it paled in comparison to those spirit herbs. However, having already produced it, how could he possibly return it in front of Xuanmu? If he did not, Xuanmu might not even notice, but if he did, it would surely draw attention. The 4 of them traversed the front yard and arrived at the wooden abode where Xuanmu resided. Please, make yourselves comfortable. I shall brew you some tea. Xuanmu, pleased that the 3 were not in a hurry to leave, extended a warm invitation. Tea had been quite some time since he had encountered living beings. Today was an opportunity for an enriching conversation. After all, the 3 pure ones would certainly make for intriguing company. No need for your kindness, venerable one. We have only come to express our gratitude. Laozi quickly waved his hand in refusal. According to custom, they should have simply offered their respects, exchanged pleasantries, and departed. Yet their earlier gifts were not something they could present. Laozi had not anticipated Xuanmu's generosity. What nonsense! A guest is a guest. Just sit down if this is unfamiliar to you. Feel free to wander the courtyard. You can't leave without having a cup of tea. Are you disregarding my hospitality? What shall others say about me if word gets out? Upon hearing this, Xuanmu feigned indignation, promptly interrupting. What a jest! It was not every day that he encountered 3 individuals capable of engaging in conversation. If he let them slip away, he would have nowhere to lament his loss. I must apologize for my oversight. Given your generous hospitality, I shall graciously accept. Laozi felt a sense of shame. It was indeed the first time he had encountered such hospitality. Reflecting on the calculations hidden within his previous words, he couldn't shake the feeling of being judged with the narrow-mindedness of a petty person, as if his noble intentions were being measured by the standards of the small-minded. Xuanmu couldn't help but smile knowingly. He turned and brewed a pot of tea, returning to sit down and engage in pleasantries with the 3, preparing to inquire about the state of the outside world. Before long, the group had become quite familiar with one another. Tongtian spoke candidly and directly, but before long he was kicked out of the group chat, relegated to silently sipping his tea on the side. As soon as the tea touched his lips, Tongtian exclaimed in astonishment, "What kind of tea is this? I feel like I'm breaking through." "What do you mean by breaking through?" Laozi Xuanmu was still engaged in conversation with Xuanmu and had yet to take a sip himself. He was suddenly interrupted by Tongtian's exclamation and looked at him quizzically. "That I mean my cultivation is breaking through," Tongtian clarified. After hearing this, Laozi Xuanmu also took a moment to sense the atmosphere around him. Tong Tian's aura had evidently reached the mid-stage of de Luo Jin Xian. Moreover, his own realm showed no signs of instability whatsoever. What is this? The two turned their heads toward Xuanmu. Oh, I thought you meant something else. My homemade Longjing tea is gone, so I'll just make do with this breakthrough tea, Xuanmu said. After chatting for a while, he too felt a bit parched and took a sip of the tea. However, after just a small mouthful, he disdainfully set it down. Initially, he had intended to brew his own handcrafted Longjing tea. That tea was what he usually drank. It had no other effects, but it was simply delightful. In his previous life, he had spent a fortune on premium Longjing tea several times, and he longed for that taste. But then he thought, this is the primordial chaos. Perhaps it's fine for enlightenment. Tea tasting? Who truly understands tea here? Wouldn't tea giving it to them be a waste? Thus, he swapped it out for a package of tea leaves he had obtained through the system sign-in. To his surprise, he ended up with the most bitter and unpleasant breakthrough tea, which left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. The tea obtained from the system had been sampled by him a few times, and none compared to the flavor of his previous life. Moreover, most of them had a bitter aftertaste, akin to cold dust steeped in water, so they had remained untouched, gathering dust, were it not for Laozi and the others visiting today. He might never have touched those tea leaves again in this lifetime. While Xuanmu was tasting tea for the sake of tasting, Tong Tian and the others were not. Laozi and Yuanshi were quite astonished by Xuanmu's words. Breakthrough tea, the two cautiously lifted their teacups to take a sip. Instantly, they felt the spiritual energy within them converge at their dantian, a wave of excitement surging through them. They then began to push against their own bottlenecks. And with a pop, both successfully broke through. After carefully sensing the changes within their bodies, they discovered their cultivation was still stable, with no trace of instability, having experienced the effects of this tea. Both were filled with awe for Xuanmu's abilities that a tea that could elevate one's cultivation to the level of de Luo Jin Xian, such a thing they had never even heard of. While there were alchemical methods like breakthrough pills that could assist one in breaking through to the de Luo realm, the materials required were exceedingly rare. They had never encountered anything that merely required steeping in water and sipping to achieve such a breakthrough. This was truly a breakthrough as easy as drinking water. Moreover, they had all witnessed Xuanmu's earlier disdainful expression. The implications of his casual remark about merely making do with that tea hinted at the extraordinary heights his own Longjing could elevate one to. Senior, your great kindness leaves us with no means to repay. The three stood and bowed in unison, at the same time. Laozi exchanged a knowing glance with Tong Tian. Tong Tian immediately understood. Senior, I just hunted a snake demon on the way down the mountain. Would you care for a taste? He quickly produced the corpse of the snake demon from behind him. Xuanmu's eyes brightened at the sight. Earlier, he had observed Tong Tian carrying a snake demon on his back and had found it puzzling. Thinking Tong Tian was engaging in some sort of performance it turned out he was merely carrying ingredients for a meal at all times. Quite clever indeed that I've heard that snake whip soaked in liquor becomes increasingly delightful. I must taste it, Xuanmu said. Very well. I shall not be polite. With a thought, the snake demon's corpse vanished, replaced by a jar of ginseng snake whip liquor steeping in the kitchen. All the other snake meat was piled neatly on the cutting board. Xuanmu's display left Tong Tian and the others utterly dumbfounded. They hadn't even seen how he had done it. Not a single ripple of magical energy had manifested. Within, Yuanshi felt a surge of astonishment. It seemed he had underestimated Xuanmu's strength. Thankfully, he had not shown any disrespect, or they might not have known how they would meet their end. Please, sit. I will prepare the snake meat, Xuanmu said as he turned to head into the kitchen. He preferred to handle cooking himself. It was one of the few ways he found to pass the time. Before Tong Tian and the others could recover from the earlier spectacle, they heard Xuanmu's voice. Elder brother, this. Mind your words. Mind your words. Laozi waved his hand, signaling Tong Tian to refrain from speaking further. Although he too was astonished by Xuanmu's prowess, he still needed to maintain his authority as the elder brother. Indeed, Senior is truly inscrutable. Had it not been for earlier events, I might have believed the Senior possessed no cultivation at all, Yuanshi remarked, finally coming to himself and expressing his sentiments. Indeed, this must be the highest realm of cultivation. Returning to simplicity, he continued. The The senior didn't even exhibit a hint of magical energy when he acted that I can hardly imagine how we would defend ourselves if the senior intended to attack us. Tong Tian was still lost in thought, his eyes filled with admiration. If only I could master such a technique. To strike without any display of magical energy, the opponent would likely only realize something was amiss once it was too late. Elder brother, second brother, why don't we take this opportunity to tour the senior's domain? Tong Tian suggested once more. Third brother, that is not advisable. While the senior is gentle towards others, we must not neglect the necessary courtesies. Laozi admonished earnestly. What's the harm? Didn't the senior just say we could explore freely? I'll just ask again if needed. Tong Tian dismissed. Turning towards the kitchen, he had observed Xuanmu's demeanor when handing over the snake demon's corpse and deduced that Xuanmu likely shared a similar disposition, one that did not take offense easily. Moreover, if he were one to take offense, he wouldn't have been so amicable in conversation with the three of them. Just a simple tour should not be an issue. Laozi and Yuanshi attempted to dissuade him, but Tong Tian had already stepped into the kitchen. The two merely made a token effort to stop him. In truth, both were equally curious about taking a look. Yet they feared incurring Xuanmu's displeasure. Since Tong Tian had brought it up, they thought it best to let him take the lead in asking. After all, they were not as carefree as Tong Tian, who had his own ulterior motives. Having come this far, how could they not see if there was something they could obtain for free? Xuanmu, of course, had listened to the entire conversation. After all, they were in a realm of invincibility, and any movement or sound could not escape his notice. Listening to their exchange, it seemed they were merely contemplating their desires. Was it truly to express gratitude towards him? Xuanmu mused to himself while slicing the snake meat. What was that catfish all about? How could it know the three pure ones? If such an extraordinary catfish exists, how could the later aquatic races still be so inferior? It should not be a catfish. Could it be the thunderclouds of midday? It couldn't possibly be a transformation from the thunder tribulation, could it? Seeing Tong Tian approach, Xuanmu shook off his wandering thoughts. Senior, may we three brothers have the honor of touring your domain? Tong Tian asked politely. There's no need for formality. Consider it your own home. Just don't sneak off. Xuanmu replied that I've finished cutting the snake meat. If you leave, I won't be able to finish it all myself. Xuanmu was naturally aware of Tong Tian's intentions. With a casual wave of his hand, he dismissed any concerns he feared that the trio might leave at the slightest disagreement. Having finally found a conversational companion, he could not allow them to slip away. What? Why not use some means to compel them to stay? Wouldn't that amount to house arrest? To confine three elderly men would be quite perverse, wouldn't it? Upon hearing this, Tong Tian couldn't help but feel elated, quickly affirming, Rest assured, esteemed senior, your generous hospitality is greatly appreciated. As for Xuanmu's subsequent remarks, Tong Tian paid them no mind. Sneaking away? After just sipping tea and breaking through to a minor realm. Why would he want to escape? Such a powerful entity would surely yield a fortune with even the slightest favor. It is important to note that at present, Tong Tian and his companions had only just transformed. They possessed no treasures, let alone anything else. Their understanding of the primordial world was limited to the vicinity of Kunlun Mountain. This was precisely why the three brothers were able to find the lairs of those formidable demons so quickly after descending the mountain. Although they could not move before their transformation, they had been traversing Kunlun with their divine consciousness. However, their divine sense was limited and could not stray too far from their physical forms. Tong Tian, filled with enthusiasm, rushed out to inform Lao Zu and Yuanshi. Upon witnessing this scene, Xuanmu was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that Lao Zu mentioned they had just transformed around noon today? Was the calamity of the dragon and phoenix about to commence? Soon, there would be another opportunity for a calamity sign. Xuanmu was overjoyed at last. He had awaited yet another calamity sign, that he still remembered the reward from the last one, a treasure of chaos level, along with Pangu's essence blood. What marvelous items might this time bring? He hoped for something of practical use to him. However, if nothing else, it should at least be something of chaos treasure level, which would still be worthwhile. Xuanmu recalled that he had not yet signed in for the day. He promptly opened the system to complete his daily check-in. System, check-in, ding. This check-in is a monthly check-in. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, the Xuanmu sword, another mid-grade innate spiritual treasure. Albeit this sword is quite impressive. Xuanmu examined the Xuanmu sword in his hand, shook his head in bemusement, and tossed it into the basement. Has another month already passed? Indeed, time is the most invaluable of commodities. Xuanmu shook his head, preparing to close the system interface and resume his tasks. What the? Xuanmu casually glanced at the system panel and immediately lost his composure. To his astonishment, he noticed that the area of his domain had increased. Host, Xuanmu. Spiritual treasures. Chaos Jade Dish, Chaos Treasure. Chaos Bell, Celestial Celebration Cloud. 7 treasures Marvelous Tree. 4 Swords of Extermination. Primordial Golden Dipper. Coiling Dragon Shoulder Pole. Flying Swan Halberd. Dividing Treasure Cliff. Chaos Iron Rod. Spiritual Roots and Materials. Innate 5-Pin Pine. Innate Rainwater Peach. Heaven and Earth Xian Huang Fruit. Huangzhong Li, Bitter Bamboo. Innate Fusong Wood. Invincible Domain Area. 5,511 square meters. Previously, he distinctly recalled it being only 4011. Now, an additional 1,500 square meters had magically appeared. This doesn't make sense. Isn't this just a monthly check-in? He had checked in before that if there were anything amiss, it could only be attributed to the 3 purities. Could it be? If someone is within the domain, would my check-in increase the area? But that doesn't seem right. If that were the case, it shouldn't increase by such a significant amount. Xuanmu's thoughts raced as he contemplated conducting an experiment, formulating an immature hypothesis in his mind. Time rewound to the moment when Xuanmu had just completed his check dash, and this moment, Tong Tian had just emerged from the kitchen. Eldest brother, second brother, I told you, the esteemed senior is not as petty as you think. As soon as Tong Tian exited, he eagerly proclaimed to the two, did the esteemed senior truly say that? Then we shall obey with utmost respect. Laozu and Yuanshi both clasped their fists in salute towards the kitchen, preparing to head towards the backyard. Seeing his brothers act in such a manner, Tong Tian decided to follow suit. Suddenly, a flash of white light darted from the kitchen. This white light was imbued with a fierce sword chi, zipping past Tong Tian and swiftly reaching Laozu and Yuanshi. The two were taken aback, preparing to unleash their powers in defense, only to find that the white light had already zipped past their ears. The intense gale caused their skin to prickle slightly. The white light vanished in the blink of an eye. Laozu and Yuanshi stood there, stunned, unable to process what had just transpired. Yuanshi, after a long moment, could not articulate a coherent sentence, his heart racing with trepidation. Esteemed senior, we were indeed harboring ill intentions. We are grateful for your mercy. Laozu also broke into a cold sweat, feeling his robe dampen slightly at the back. He contemplated silently, realizing that the esteemed senior had seen through their thoughts. This was a subtle reminder from the senior. Eldest brother? Second brother? What are you doing? Tong Tian had just turned his head to see Laozu and Yuanshi respectfully bowing towards the kitchen, leaving him quite puzzled. Isn't it just a visit to the dojo? Must it entail such elaborate bows? Are you two going to exchange bows next? How to follow suit? If I don't, will the esteemed senior think me lacking in manners? Tong Tian mused internally, mimicking his brother's gestures with a bow. He had been a distance away when the incident occurred, and, as he turned, the light had just passed him by. When he turned back, the scene before him had changed. Thus, Tong Tian had not witnessed the earlier event at that moment. He only felt a fleeting chill but thought little of it. Most importantly, the white light had not targeted any of the 3 of them. The sword chi emanating from it was merely a trace, escaping from the mid-grade, innate spiritual treasure itself. Furthermore, the 3 of them were only mid-stage Deluo golden immortals, still lacking in strength. The speed was so rapid that Laozu and Yuanshi barely discerned it was a magical artifact before it vanished. Hearing Tong Tian's words only further solidified Laozu and Yuanshi's conviction. The esteemed senior is indeed cautioning us. They immediately suppressed any further thoughts. Third brother, it is nothing. We are merely expressing our admiration for the esteemed senior. Were we not to visit the esteemed senior's dojo? Let us go. Today, we brothers are indeed fortunate. Indeed, indeed. Laozu and Yuanshi harmonized, not mentioning the earlier incident at all. Tong Tian remained somewhat perplexed but did not dwell on it. His eldest and second brothers were admirable, yet they had a penchant for the extravagant. This is the study, isn't it? truly imbued with artistry. Indeed, the senior is impressive that I can hardly fathom how delightful it would be to read in this study. Tong Tian followed behind his brothers, somewhat speechless, from the living room to the study. There was a corridor with only a bedroom in between. His two brothers dragged him along for half an hour of flattery. They began by praising the potted plants in the corridor, a primordial spiritual root. They praised it for 4 to 5 minutes. No worries, he had never seen one before. Then, they extolled a painting on the wall that, a supreme innate spiritual treasure, such luxury. Praise away. He also found it extravagant. But then, things became odd. They began to praise the beams, then the floor, the layout of the house, and the bedroom door. Of course, they did not enter the bedroom as guests. They understood the boundaries of what could and could not be visited. Even when Xuanmu said it was like home, they did not shamelessly venture into Xuanmu's bedroom. And thus, after all that, they finally reached the study. Upon entering the study, Tong Tian felt no particular sensation, while Yuanshi and Laozu commenced their praises anew. Tong Tian found himself at a loss for words. This how one conducts a visit. 3 days and nights seemed never-ending that I suggested. Perhaps we should return to the living room. Unable to restrain myself from speaking. It felt somewhat embarrassing to be out here with my two brothers. Was it necessary to be so obsequious? Unbeknownst to me, however, after the recent events, my two companions had already transformed into the form of Xuanmu. They dared not show the slightest disrespect and were frantically trying to curry favor with Xuanmu. Although he was not physically present, could that formidable being's consciousness truly be unnoticed by them? After what had just transpired, they were even more convinced of this notion. The previous occurrence was merely a warning. What might happen next? Was this the 9 turns Xiangong? At that moment, a startled exclamation from Laozi interrupted Tong Tian's words. Tong Tian turned to look and saw Laozi and Yuanshi staring intently at the bookshelf, their expressions filled with astonishment. The bookshelf displayed a plethora of techniques and divine abilities. Tong Tian was momentarily dumbfounded. Who would openly display such profound manuals? Among them, one particular stack stood out prominently that it was immediately evident that it contained the 9 turns Xiangong, 9 turns Yuangong, 9 heavens thunder method, and the subduing demon divine art, among a series of other powerful techniques. There were also some whose depths were beyond their comprehension. The 3 of them stared blankly at the stack of techniques, exchanging not a word. Though their hearts were ablaze with excitement, these were ultimately Xuanmu's possessions. Any covetous thoughts would lead to an untimely demise. Simultaneously, they were all struck with profound astonishment. Their prior understanding of Xuanmu was limited to knowing he was immensely powerful. Yet they had no idea of the extent of his strength. However, upon witnessing these techniques, their hearts were filled with an unbelievable thought took root in their minds. Could it be that the elder was even mightier than the Father God? Both the 9 turns Xiangong and 9 turns Yuangong originated from Pangu's divine arts. It had been previously mentioned that the Sanqing were manifestations of Pangu's primordial spirit. The 9 turns Yuangong was their innate technique, while the other half, the 9 turns Xiangong, was derived from the innate techniques of the 12 ancestors of sorcery. The combination of both resulted in the legendary 9 turns divine art once cultivated by Pangu himself. However, the ancestors of sorcery and the Sanqing had always regarded each other with disdain, each believing themselves to be the true heirs of Pangu. The 12 ancestors of sorcery, guided by the heavenly Tao, were born with malevolent energy that tempered their bodies, causing their primordial spirits to dissipate, further complicating the revival of the 9 turns divine art. Coupled with Hongjuan's machinations, neither the Sanqing nor the ancestors of sorcery managed to cultivate the legendary 9 turns divine art until the calamity of the sorcerers and demons had passed. Could it all be the Elder's creations? Tong Tian murmured. It must be so. Otherwise, how could one explain it? Yuanshi agreed. The profundity of the Elder is indeed unfathomable. Even the Father God's 9 turns Yuangong and 9 turns Xiangong have been touched upon. Laozi spoke with both shock and reverence that it is known that in the primordial chaos, before Hongjun imparted his teachings, techniques and divine abilities were exceedingly rare. Yet here, in Xuanmu's study, there exists such an abundance of techniques and arts. How could one not be astonished? What are you murmuring about? At that moment, Xuanmu's voice suddenly echoed, startling the three of them. "Elder, how did you arrive?" Tong Tian turned to see Xuanmu, leaning against the doorframe. "I thought you were in the backyard. I had prepared a meal, yet you haven't ventured out. Come out and eat. You are fortunate to taste the dishes I have personally crafted," Xuanmu boasted. "Elder, I have a question that may or may not be appropriate to ask." Laozi ventured. Observing Laozi's cautious demeanor, Xuanmu was intrigued. He nodded slightly, encouraging Laozi to continue. That we three brothers inadvertently glimpsed the techniques authored by the elder. "Why do they contain the methods of the great deity Pangu?" "Of course, I too am curious, and I harbor no intention of being disrespectful towards the elder," Laozi added, his survival instincts heightened. This statement left both Xuanmu and Tong Tian somewhat startled. They too wished to know. Yet they had not anticipated their elder brother's audacity. In truth, the three of them held a unique sentiment towards Pangu. After all, without Pangu, they would not exist in their current forms, in a certain sense. Pangu is their father. The term father encompasses so much. Among the three, Laozi's feelings towards Pangu run the deepest, as evidenced by the teachings of the later humanistic doctrine, governing through non-action, conforming to nature. But is it truly non-action? Laozi's original thought was to avoid excessive interference in the world created by the Father God. This is evident from the events surrounding the canonization of gods. Initially, Laozi refrained from involvement. However, as the chaotic forces within the sect grew increasingly uncontrollable, he ultimately allied with Xuanmu and the Western teachings to scheme against Tong Tian. According to Laozi's perspective, was he wrong? Yes, but it cannot be denied that his intentions were noble. The teachings of the preach inclusivity, providing a glimmer of hope for all beings. Yet it is precisely because of this that many disciples from the outer sect merely bore the title of Tong Tian's disciples without any genuine master-disciple relationship. Aside from a few direct disciples and select prominent outer sect members, many disciples merely exploited the name of the to wreak havoc across the primordial chaos. Tong Tian, with his carefree personality, paid little heed to those with poor aptitude, leading to the eventual infiltration of the figures such as Lu, the four generals of the demon family, and the long-eared, dinging immortal come to mind. Lu, during the canonization of gods, disregarded human life, using a single technique to plague an entire city. The four generals of the demon family were, in fact, spies arranged by the Buddhist sect. Do you not see how they feasted lavishly behind Li Jing after the canonization? As for the long-eared, dinging immortal, he was a heavyweight in this regard. Ultimately, this led to excessive entanglement with karma, and calamity spread, leaving me in a dire state. Although Laozi recognized this as a scheme of Hongjun by the end of the canonization, allowing the treasure to transform into a Buddhist figure, he managed to preserve a flicker of hope for the. Yet, in the end, it was a miscalculation that resulted in the enmeshment of Jin and Juni. This further solidified the division between the Sanqing. Thus, it is evident that Laozi's principle of governing through non-action and aligning with nature is contingent upon the tranquility of the primordial chaos. In times of peace, I follow nature. In times of strife, I naturally intervene. This could be seen as an alternative interpretation of following nature. Ultimately, although Laozi uncovered the schemes of Hongjun and the heavenly Tao, he had already consumed the fallen saint pill, rendering his efforts futile. Therefore, Laozi's feelings towards Pangu are, in fact, the most profound among the three brothers. For now, let us set these thoughts aside this moment. Upon hearing the words, Xuanmu had already formed a decision in his heart. He had been contemplating how to persuade the three to stay a little longer, and unexpectedly, this question arose with this in mind. Xuanmu's initially immature idea began to take shape. "Alas, since you have discovered it, I shall no longer conceal it." Xuanmu, with one hand behind his back, shook his head slightly, adopting an air of mystery. In truth, I'm the Father God. Before Xuanmu's words could fully settle, Tong Tian took a step forward, then two, and with a thud, he hurled himself at Xuanmu, clutching his legs and refusing to let go. The three brothers were momentarily stunned. Let go! Let go!" Xuanmu, regaining his composure, shook his leg, but could not dislodge him. However, within the realm of invincibility, a thought was enough for Tong Tian to be sent flying. "I am not your Father God." Once Tong Tian calmed down, Xuanmu finally began to explain. Upon hearing this, a flicker of disappointment crossed the eyes of Xuanmu, Laozi and Tongten, in truth, they all understood. If Pangu were still alive, how could they have come into existence? However, while the three were still immersed in their disappointment, Xuanmu continued. That little rascal Pangu was fortunate enough to receive my guidance at one point. Xuanmu's words were remarkably bland, his expression devoid of any change. Delivering his statements with utmost seriousness. Even in his gaze, one could discern a hint of nostalgia. In a previous life, such performance would have certainly earned him a small golden trophy. Yet, the trio of Laozi, Yuanshi, and Tongtian, upon hearing these words, exhibited not a shred of doubt. This was hardly surprising. Suddenly, Yuanshi experienced a moment of epiphany, exclaiming in astonishment. Although Xuanmu was oblivious to the thoughts swirling in his mind, at least the situation was evolving favorably. His persona remained unchallenged, which was excellent. Now, he needed to contemplate how to weave a tale. Xuanmu maintained his stoic demeanor, while myriad thoughts raced through his mind. Indeed, it was the senior who had imparted the 9 transformations' divine art to the Father God. Just as Xuanmu pondered his next move, Laozi interjected with a loud exclamation. The Xuanmu's expression momentarily froze. But he quickly suppressed it. Really? Are you all so adept at fabricating narratives? The 9 transformations' divine art? I'm not even acquainted with it. How could I possibly pass it on? Just because I possess the 9 transformations' primordial art and the 9 transformations' mysterious art. Very well then, since you insist, I shall no longer feel troubled. Ahem, given the situation, let us first partake in a meal. Xuanmu steadied his thoughts and gestured for the trio to follow him. Upon returning to the living room, although the aroma of snake meat wafted enticingly, Laozi and the others showed no inclination to touch their chopsticks. They stared intently at Xuanmu, eagerly awaiting his words. Actually, I am not from the Hongwang. Xuanmu began. As the three remained motionless, he took the initiative to pick up a piece of snake meat and, feigning nonchalance, continued. Senior, could it be that there exists a world even vaster than Hongwang within the chaos? Laozi gasped in astonishment upon hearing this, unable to suppress his curiosity. Yet he did not harbor excessive skepticism that, in his view, it would indeed be peculiar if a being capable of effortlessly dispersing the 99 thunder tribulations were to be from Hongwang. The chaos is boundless. I, too, have traversed its expanse and chanced upon Pangu to that time. I imparted the 9 transformations' divine art to him and instructed him on a method of proving the Tao through strength. I taught him for several yuan hui, yet Pangu's comprehension was lacking. He had not yet broken through to the realm of the great Tao. I had intended to guide him gradually, but upon achieving a breakthrough in my own cultivation, I sought a place to enter seclusion. By the time I emerged once more, he had already opened up Hongwang, and he had perished, his Tao extinguished. Xuanmu's words carried a tinge of regret. However, he inwardly questioned whether such a narrative might be too far-fetched. But what of it? After all, this was what they believed, so he would indulge their expectations, as long as the tale was well spun. There was no corner too secure to breach. That moment, Laozi and the others exhibited none of the skepticism Xuanmu had anticipated. Instead, their eyes glistened with unshed tears. They had already conjured images of Pangu as a child trailing behind Xuanmu. Filled with joy as he received teachings, and the regret of his demise before fulfilling his destiny, that a grand epic had been unwittingly fabricated. Grandfather, suddenly, Tongtian interjected without warning, causing Xuanmu to nearly choke on his words, splattering Yuanshi with his meal. Get lost, Xuanmu retorted, exasperated. How could you entertain such thoughts? Since you have imparted teachings to the Father God, does that not make you the Father Goddess Master? Thus, referring to you as grandfather is entirely reasonable. Tongtian protested, rubbing his face as he scampered back over, muttering incessantly. Xuanmu's lips twitched involuntarily. He never expected his offhand remarks would genuinely deceive such a clever individual. Surely, they were not doubting him at all? Unbeknownst to Xuanmu, during his initial casual remarks, Laozi and Yuanshi had already concocted a grand narrative. If even these two astute schemers could be so easily swayed, one could only imagine Tongtian's gullibility. Indeed, this was also related to the earlier incident where Xuanmu had casually dispelled the thunder tribulation. That was the 99 thunder tribulation, birthed by the heavenly Tao. To have dispersed it was, in their view, utterly unreasonable. They believed only a being above the heavenly Tao could accomplish such a feat, and what lay beyond the heavenly Tao? Was it not the realm of the great Tao? Moreover, what had Xuanmu claimed? That Pangu had poor comprehension, that he had not yet broken through to the great Tao. It was evident how formidable a being the senior must be. Given such immense power, there was no reason for him to deceive them. Xuanmu's earlier tale had even led Tongtian and the others to feel it was entirely justified. If a denizen of Hongwang could disperse the heavenly Tao's thunder tribulation, then surely it was all too plausible. If Xuanmu were to assert that he was a native of Hongwang, would Tongtian and the others believe him? What nonsense about being a grandfather. By that logic, he should be their ancestral master. But no, that was not the crux of the matter. As Xuanmu spoke, he found himself utterly bewildered by Tongtian's reasoning. Senior, what is the focal point here? Laozi could no longer contain his curiosity, feeling a flicker of anticipation. The crux lies in the fact that you are manifestations of Pangu's primordial spirit. Following the bond one once shared with Pangu, I bestow upon you the opportunity to take me as your master. Upon uttering these words, Xuanmu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Nevertheless, with 2.5 years of acting experience under his belt, he managed to conceal any hint of his discomfort. Master, please accept your disciple's bow. Once again, it was Tongtian who acted most swiftly, kneeling before him. This was no idle visit. He had observed the myriad supreme techniques and treasures, as well as those potent spiritual roots. This was the mightiest leg to cling to in Hongwang, if not now. Then when Tongtian mused, my brother claims I am naive, yet I am not naive at all. I merely possess the wisdom of a fool. Laozi and Yuanshi exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with uncertainty. Senior, this cannot be. Such hierarchical confusion would be utterly chaotic. Yuanshi hesitated after Tongtian. Observing Yuanshi's words, Xuanmu was convinced that he too harbored intentions of apprenticeship, though he was grappling with his pride. After all, it was common knowledge that Yuanshi was quite vain. What is there to ponder? If Tongtian can comprehend it, why can you not? Should you be unwilling? Then so be it, Xuanmu replied, unhurried. According to his knowledge from his previous life, Yuanshi not only valued appearances, but also enjoyed competing with Tongtian. The mere utterance of his first sentence was enough to sway Yuanshi. After all, Tongtian had just clarified that Xuanmu had merely engaged in a master-disciple relationship with Pangu and had only imparted a technique, without officially accepting him as a disciple. The implication was clear. Their father god remained their father god, and the hierarchy remained intact. The second sentence served as a reminder to Yuanshi that this opportunity was singular. Should he fail to seize it, he could not hold Xuanmu accountable. This was also Xuanmu's strategy to solidify his own standing. As anticipated, upon Xuanmu's words, Yuanshi declared, Master, please accept your disciple's bow. He too respectfully bowed to Xuanmu. Xuanmu glanced at Laozi, considering him the most difficult to persuade. Yet before he could strategize his next move, Laozi also knelt, exclaiming, Master, please accept your disciple's bow. This was unexpected. It was all too easy. Although Xuanmu felt bewildered, his doubts quickly dissipated. What did it matter? They had already bowed. Could he truly dismiss them? In truth, Laozi had already begun to suspect the implications. After all, in his eyes, a being of Xuanmu's caliber would undoubtedly have a purpose for sharing such tales. However, Laozi had not anticipated that Xuanmu intended to take them as disciples, and it seemed they were benefiting from their connection to the Father God. This stirred profound emotions within Laozi. Who would have thought that the senior, so deeply sentimental, would not forget to care for the Father God even after all this time? It was truly heartwarming. Given how benevolent the senior has been to us, how could we possibly refuse to take him as our master? The recent turmoil was not born of reluctance, but rather a momentary lapse of reason. Overwhelmed by by the time he regained his senses, Yuanshi and Tongtian had already taken the lead. Naturally, Xuanmu was oblivious to these developments. However, upon witnessing the three of them formally take their vows as disciples, he was filled with unrestrained delight. Excellent. Since you three have demonstrated such sincerity, I shall not withhold my generosity. Turning to Tongtian, He continued, "Here, take the four swords of Zuzhen and the Zuzhen formation diagram. If wielded wisely, they will render you invincible among your peers." With a flick of his wrist, for exquisite swords soared from the bedroom, accompanied by a diagram of the sword formation. The four swords of Zuzhen were the Zuzhen sword, the Luxian sword, the Xian sword, and the Juetian sword. The Zuzhen formation diagram was designed to complement the four swords. Together, they could unleash an unparalleled might within the same realm. After all, the combination of the four swords of Zuzhen and the Zuzhen formation diagram was said to be impervious to anything less than the four saints. These treasures had originally been bestowed upon him during a previous gathering, yet to Xuanmu, they held little utility. However, presenting them now as rewards was most fitting. Tong Tian received the four swords of Zuzhen and the formation diagram. His face alight with ecstasy, he felt an inexplicable affinity for these artifacts, almost as if they were his own possessions. "Thank you, Master, for bestowing these treasures." Tong Tian stood and bowed respectfully, observing from the side. Laozi and Yuanshi felt a surge of excitement. Truly, the Master was remarkable. With just a flick of his hand, he had presented four supreme, innate spiritual treasures, and they were a matched set. The value of such gifts was far beyond mere arithmetic. This gesture shattered the awkwardness of their recent lack of treasures. Simultaneously, both men felt a flicker of anticipation. If Tong Tian had received four precious artifacts, surely they would not fare poorly in comparison. Meanwhile, Xuanmu watched Tong Tian's enamored grip on the four swords of Zuzhen, a smile unconsciously forming on his lips. But he couldn't help but wonder how Luo who would react upon seeing these swords. The four swords of Zuzhen were indeed Luo whose companion artifacts, granted to Tong Tian by Hong Jun after Luo whose defeat. Xuanmu shook his head, dismissing the thought, and turned his gaze to Yuanshi. "Yuanshi, the celebration clouds of all heavens and the Panga banner are yours." The celebration clouds, when donned, could withstand all assaults, serving as an unparalleled defensive artifact. The Panga banner, an innate treasure, possessed the might to rend chaos asunder. It also embodied the principles of boundless creation and mastery over myriad laws, even granting the ability to forge new realms. That I trust you will wield these wisely, and not let the reputation of the Pango banner diminish. As Xuanmu's words fell, two more treasures appeared before Yuanshi. This combination of offense and defense was more than sufficient for Yuanshi to navigate the wilderness of the Honghuang realm with ease. "Thank you, Master, for your generous gifts. I shall uphold the honor of the Panga banner." Yuanshi, too, bowed respectfully, though the delight in his eyes was hard to conceal. An innate treasure, and the Panga banner at that. It was clearly a relic of the Father God. The Master bestowing this artifact upon him signified that he was held in the Master's esteem, akin to the Father God himself. "Haha, I, Yuanshi, have risen." Xuanmu, however, remained unaware of the fervor within Yuanshi's heart. He merely allocated appropriate treasures based on memories from his past life. His gaze then slowly shifted to Laozi, who was eagerly watching him. Laozi, just as Xuanmu began, he felt a twinge of oddity and promptly changed his address. "Ahem, disciple, I perceive great potential in your alchemical and artifact forging skills. Thus I bestow upon you the Qinkuan Ding and the Taiji diagram." The Qinkuan Ding can not only refine elixirs and artifacts, but, when summoned, serves as a formidable defensive treasure. Utilizing it for refining can even transform acquired treasures into innate ones. The Taiji diagram, in addition to possessing the power to stabilize the elements of earth, fire, water, and wind, also embodies the capability to create myriad phenomena that can neutralize all attacks, disregarding any defenses. Paired with your earthly and heavenly Xianwang pagoda, it will suffice to suppress all adversaries within the Honghuang realm. Two beams of white light flashed as the Taiji diagram and Qinkuan Ding landed before Laozi. However, Laozi was momentarily taken aback before he accepted them and bowed. "Thank you, Master, for your generous gifts." Xuanmu, of course, noticed Laozi's reaction and inquired, "What is it? Are you not satisfied with these treasures?" No. Master's generosity is beyond measure. How could I be dissatisfied? I merely feel that the treasures bestowed are exceedingly precious." Laozi began to explain. "What does it matter? You are my disciples. These trifling treasures are of no consequence. Xuanmu interjected, his expression brightening slightly. No, Master, you misunderstand my intention. Laozi attempted to clarify. What is there to misunderstand? Just use them and be done with it. You are all my disciples. Would I ever shortchange you? Xuanmu replied, No, Master, that's not the point. Laozi insisted, Oh dear, must you persist? I've already bestowed these upon you. Can I take them back? What I mean is, these treasures are heavily restricted. Our cultivation is insufficient. Laozi's face turned somewhat awkward. Meanwhile, Yuanshi and Tongtian exchanged glances, quickly catching on to the situation. Xuanmu found himself momentarily at a loss. He had been so focused on bestowing treasures that he had overlooked this aspect. According to the original timeline, the three pure ones had only received these artifacts after attaining the status of quasi-saints. Even if they could not fully harness the treasure's might, they could still refine some of the restrictions. But now, they were merely mid-stage Deluo Jinxian. Not only could they not use them, but even refining a single restriction would take them dozens of yuan meetings. And that was a conservative estimate. However, Xuanmu quickly composed himself, realizing that he must maintain his dignity. He cast a calm gaze over the three of them, pausing on Yuanshi, shaking his head as he began to explain. Do I not know this? You must not be overly ambitious. The treasures I bestow upon you are laden with deeper significance. With that, Xuanmu waved his sleeve and headed toward the backyard, just as Laozi and the others were left in a daze. The earth began to tremble violently in the midst of the chaos. The three heard Xuanmu's voice resonate. I shall construct a dwelling for the three of you in the backyard. You shall cultivate here. And on the morrow, I will deliver a discourse. Tongtian, upon hearing this, excitedly tugged at Yuanshi's sleeve. Elder brother, does this mean the master will be teaching us tomorrow? Yuanshi calmly shook off Tongtian's hand. It seems so. I heard it as well. Perhaps the master believes our cultivation is too low. I understand now, Laozi exclaimed in sudden realization, interrupting Yuanshi. Elder brother, Tongtian looked at Laozi as if he were foolish. I have grasped the master's profound intentions. Laozi disregarded Tongtian's gaze, speaking with fervor. What intentions? Yuanshi and Tongtian asked in unison. Their curiosity piqued. The master is fully aware of our insufficient cultivation, yet he still bestowed upon us these innate treasures. Do you comprehend what this signifies? Laozi spoke with a knowing demeanor. Tongtian's eyes darted as he pondered. Does this mean the master does not regard us as mere mortals? The moment the words left his lips, he was met with incredulous looks from Laozi and Yuanshi. Laozi's mouth twitched slightly. No worries, we're brothers. I'm used to it. Yuanshi urged, Elder brother, stop being cryptic and tell us what the master truly intends. Indeed, Elder brother, you know I'm not the brightest. Why tease me? Tongtian chimed in, anxious and scratching his head. Consider this. How do our talents compare to that of the Father God? Laozi guided them sagely. Certainly inferior, Yuanshi replied, shaking his head. Tongtian pondered for a moment and added, Right, Elder brother, have you become confused? How can we be compared to the Father God? Upon hearing these words, Laozi's lips twitched slightly. Brothers by blood. I can endure. Ignoring Tongtian's disdain, I continued, this is precisely the intention of our master. Although the three of us possess exceptional talents, potentially unparalleled in the primordial chaos, we still pale in comparison to the Father God. Yet, do you recall what Master mentioned previously? Tongtian pondered for a moment. Uncertainty clouding his expression, Master said the Father God's comprehension was lacking. Indeed, that is the very phrase, I replied, casting a glance at Tongtian. Relieved that my third brother's intellect still had merit, with Master's discernment. If he deemed even the Father God's comprehension unworthy, how could he possibly regard our talents with favor? I continued to provoke thought. But wait, elder brother, does this imply that we have become worthless? If we are indeed worthless, what purpose could Master have had in accepting us as disciples? Yuanshi momentarily struggled to grasp my intent and countered. I sighed. My second and third brothers seem to have lost their way. Without further ado, I shook my head, suppressing the urge to chastise them, and continued, Do you not remember what Master said when he took us as disciples? He mentioned that it was out of fondness for the bond shared with the Father God that he accepted us. This clearly indicates that Master once held the Father God in high regard. In my view, Master possesses a sharp tongue, but a tender heart. Hearing this, Yuan Shi and Tong Tian appeared enlightened, as if a barrier had been lifted from their minds. However, they still furrowed their brows, for they had yet to grasp the crux of the matter. Suddenly, Yuan Shi's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed, "Elder brother, I understand. It follows that Master must have already devised a strategy, but how precisely do we enhance our talents?" Observing Yuan Shi's excitement, I felt a wave of assurance. I could see my second brother's comprehension was second only to mine. As for the third brother, well, never mind those sorrowful thoughts. You are only half correct, I replied, shaking my head as I elaborated. When Master departed, he cautioned us against aspiring too high to that moment. He must have anticipated that you would think this way, which is why he directed that statement at you. I failed to comprehend why Master responded to my question with words meant for you. Now it appears that everything was foreseen by Master. I spoke with a sense of nostalgia, my gaze drifting toward the direction of Xuanmu's departure. How extraordinary it was! Had Master truly discerned my thoughts back then? Yuan Shi, too, was taken aback, as if struck by a lightning bolt illuminating his mind. As Master's intention was, he turned to me, confusion flickering in his eyes. Exactly. Master must possess a method for swiftly refining restrictions, yet he left hints for us to fathom on our OWN truth. He is assessing our comprehension to see if we can arrive at this conclusion. The pivotal moment lies in tomorrow's discourse. If we can grasp Master's underlying intent and present it during the lecture, then Master will undoubtedly feign helplessness, imparting such methods to us. However, should we fail to grasp the essential point, given Master's character, he would still teach us, but we would be left with the impression of having poor comprehension in his eyes. That I spoke earnestly, laying out my thoughts in one breath. That I see. So, Master's intention is to test our comprehension. Yuan Shi mused, coming to a realization. Indeed, for a being of Master's caliber, every word and action carries profound significance. That I nodded, neither affirming nor denying. Then, elder brother, how did you discern this? Tong Tian interjected, his curiosity piqued. Alas, I feel somewhat ashamed. It was only through Master's final hint that I was able to grasp the key. That I shook my head, expressing my helplessness. That's precisely it. Master had even placed the hints in plain sight. Yet I failed to realize it. Yuan Shi lamented, striving to recall the details with regret. Truly, elder brother, your insight is unparalleled. I am not worthy to compare. Yuan Shi exclaimed from the depths of his heart. I smirked slightly, clearly pleased by his compliment. Though my demeanor remained unchanged, you suppose Master might have overlooked that detail, preoccupied with bestowing treasures, Tong Tian mused, scratching his head in contemplation. Third brother, such a notion is misguided. Even we are aware of the restrictions. How could Master possibly be oblivious? As soon as Tong Tian voiced his thoughts, Yuan Shi and I promptly countered, though Tong Tian's heart still held some doubt. What if Master had simply forgotten? He refrained from voicing this thought. In his mind, he agreed with my assertions. However, witnessing the two of us speculate about Master's intentions, he felt compelled to speak up lest he acknowledge his own inferior comprehension. Tong Tian shall not be outdone. At that moment, by the riverbank, Xuanmu held his fishing rod, his expression twitching. Wait, did that little rascal Tong Tian actually hit the nail on the head? Xuanmu, exasperated, tossed his fishing rod aside. What was that? We were having a perfectly good conversation. And Tong Tian, why are you bringing this up? In truth, after his departure, he had seemingly resumed fishing by the bank, yet he had been attentively listening to the trio's discourse. Initially intrigued by Laozi's musings, he was eager to hear what this so-called astute Laozi could articulate. However, as the conversation progressed, he found it increasingly unsettling. His mindset shifted. What? Did I merely add a few remarks? Could it be that Yuan Shi is on to something? Surely I won't be exposed. Laozi, splendid work. The topic has circled back. No, I still harbor that intention. Yes, that is indeed what I mean, but how could I possess a method to swiftly refine restrictions? Surely, Laozi cannot have guessed that I am eavesdropping on their conversation. This cannot be thought of. I have allowed myself to be influenced. Xuanmu shook his head, dismissing the thought with a sense of dread. He inwardly lamented, the power of imagination is indeed formidable. With a wave of his hand, he conjured a pavilion by the riverbank. He decided not to return home this evening, preferring to hide away here. He feared encountering Laozi and the others, especially Tongtian. That little rascal was too perceptive. He could see through my true intentions at a glance. System. Do you have any solutions? Xuanmu pondered for a moment before tossing the dilemma to the system. Ding! Please explore on your own. Host. Xuanmu responded with a sigh. Well, that was a futile question that he frowned, feeling rather irritable. This system of mine increasingly resembled an AI. Aside from announcing daily sign-in rewards, it offered nothing but the same few phrases for every inquiry. Whenever it came to matters requiring thought, it simply urged the host to explore independently, not if I could figure it out myself. What I need to ask you. He grumbled inwardly. You claim to be an invincible system. Yet you know nothing. Wait a moment. Suddenly, a flash of clarity swept through Xuanmu's mind. I understand now. The invincible system. The realm of invincibility. Ha ha! At this moment, Xuanmu burst into a raucous laughter, his joy echoing across the water. Even the three pure ones, who had just returned to their abode, heard Xuanmu's exuberant laughter. Elder brother, what joyous occasion has Master encountered? Yuan Shi inquired, looking curiously toward the pavilion by the lake. I cannot fathom what could bring such delight to Master, I replied, equally puzzled. Laozi shook his head, signifying his ignorance. What is there to ponder? Tongtian gazed at the two with an expression of bewilderment. Oh, could it be that you, third brother, are aware? Both Laozi and Yuan Shi simultaneously turned their attention towards Tongtian. TSK, think carefully. Tongtian imitated Laozi's previous demeanor, speaking with an air of nonchalance. What are you pretending for? Speak up. Laozi, with a hint of irritation, gave Tongtian a light slap on the back of his head. If you don't know, just admit it. Why hit me? Look again, where is our master? Tongtian, feeling aggrieved, rubbed his head. Expressing his dissatisfaction, by the lakeside. What of it? Laozi and Yuan Shi answered in unison. Tongtian. And then? The two. What do you mean, and then? Seeing Tongtian still playing coy, Laozi immediately withdrew his hand, preparing to strike again. Big brother, no. What I meant was look at what Master is doing. Tongtian quickly waved his hand to stop them, retreating a few steps. Fishing? Who did you learn that from? Speak plainly. What else with all this nonsense? Yuan Shi, too, spoke with growing impatience. Well, that settles it. Our master is laughing so joyfully. He must have caught a fish. A big one. Tongtian clapped his hands, confidently explaining. Yet inwardly he mused, if Big Brother can speak like that, why can't I? It seems love is truly lost. Upon hearing this, Laozi and Yuan Shi's mouths twitched slightly, clearly at a loss for words. Wait, we're not unaware that he has fishing, are we? You say it. And a big fish at that. Does Master truly lack sophistication? Is he just like you, Tongtian? The two exchanged glances and immediately rolled up their sleeves, advancing towards Tongtian. Naturally, Tongtian noticed their movement, but it was evidently too late. Big brother? Second brother? No. Let us talk this out. Master, help. Save me. They're plotting against their own brother. I won't pretend anymore. I can't keep it up. We still don't know what Tongtian experienced that day. Let us not dwell on the chaotic brawl between Laozi and Yuanzai at the lakeside pavilion. Xuanmu suddenly grasped the key to it all that I knew it. I have yet to fully explore the usage of the invincible domain. Xuanmu had only just come to this realization. The name invincible domain itself suggests much. Invincible does not imply invincibility in just one aspect. For instance, initially, Xuanmu had only developed a form of power he referred to as I seek. Later, he discovered that within the domain, he could also be considered invincible in terms of cultivation. Furthermore, not only was his cultivation invincible, but his physical form was as well. Just now, Xuanmu had come to another understanding. In truth, within the domain, he could be deemed omnipotent. Only with such omnipotence could one truly claim to be invincible. He had also just realized that when the system mentioned exploring on one's own, it was not mere lip service that IT indicated that one could genuinely uncover things within the invincible domain. As long as Xuanmu believed he could achieve something, he would be able to do so within the realm. For instance, Xuanmu had just been contemplating. Since this is an invincible domain, can I also be invincible in the way of the master? To his astonishment, he found that the experiences of teaching disciples appeared vividly in his mind, with not a hint of incongruity, as if they were experiences he had always possessed. Overjoyed by this discovery, Xuanmu could not help but burst into laughter. This system, urging me to explore on my own, truly has hidden treasures. I knew it. Nothing worthy of the title Invincible could ever be disappointing. Regaining his composure, Xuanmu pulled his thoughts back together. If that is the case, then within the invincible domain, whatever I do will be akin to being invincible, right? Xuanmu's playful spirit ignited, baiting the hook, casting the line, all in one fluid motion. There was no hesitation as before. The moment the hook touched the water, within the blink of an eye, the float began to stir. With a secret surge of strength, a plum carp was swiftly reeled in. TSK, too bad it's not that pesky fish. Indeed, if one does not explore, the system treats it as non-existent. Very well, this is how one should properly utilize the system. Is it? However, this is quite satisfactory. I can finally shed the identity of the king of empty air. Ha! Xuanmu placed the carp back in the bucket, unable to contain his laughter once more. Today I have finally unlocked the true purpose of the invincible system. What a great return! Meanwhile, Tong Tian, who was being pressed against the window, caught sight of this scene. Big brother, look over there! Our master's truly catching fish and laughing. Tong Tian, battered and bruised, mumbled through his words. Yuan, sure. What are you babbling about? What fish? Lousy. Nonsense. I must have gone too easy on you. Yuan, sure. Big brother. Continue. Lousy. Hit him harder. How dare he mimic us without the brains for it? Lousy and Yuan sure sang in unison, entirely disregarding Tong Tian's words. Tong Tian. Oh, I speak only the truth. Look, you can see for yourselves. Why don't you believe me? Oh, the next day. Morning, Xuanmu ultimately returned to his chamber to rest. After all, he had devised a strategy and was no longer afraid of the inquiries from Lousy and the others. Bright and early, Xuanmu eagerly prepared to experiment. System. Sign in. Lying in bed, he focused intently on the system panel. Ding. Host sign-in successful. This sign-in is for the day. Congratulations, host. You have received a superior quality post-heaven spiritual treasure, the 8-edged purple gold helmet. A helmet of post-heaven spiritual treasure quality? I'm fishing, not wearing a helmet. What do I need this for? Xuanmu shook his head, tossing the helmet aside. In truth, what Xuanmu truly cared about was whether it could expand the area of the domain. This speculation was crucial to whether he could soon dominate the wilderness. Thus, it could not be taken lightly. With this in mind, Xuanmu immediately glanced at the area of the domain section. Host, Xuanmu Invincible Domain, 5,511 square meters, an O increase. How is that possible? Did my disciples come for nothing? After reading this, Xuanmu felt somewhat disappointed, inwardly complaining he had initially thought that as long as someone was within the domain, signing in would increase the area. That he even concocted a tale to compel the 3 pure ones to stay. Who would have thought it was not the case at all? Truly, this system could not provide a user manual. Frustrated, Xuanmu scratched his head. Simultaneously, he recalled his experiences from the previous day. Fishing? No. Dining? Neither. Drinking tea? No. Wait, drinking tea? Xuanmu, suddenly enlightened. That's it. Boundary-breaking tea. The purpose of boundary-breaking tea is to facilitate breakthroughs. This must be it, as long as someone breaks through within the domain. The area can increase. So, in this case, my disciples were not taken for nothing. I can legitimately enhance their cultivation. With this thought, Xuanmu immediately rose, ready to head towards Tong Tian and the others' rooms. However, he still needed to make some preparations. Xuanmu suddenly recalled that the breaking mirror tea seemed to have lost its efficacy. Glancing at the system description, he read, Breaking mirror tea, crafted from 49 superior innate spiritual herbs, enables a Deluo golden immortal to transcend to a Hunyuan golden immortal without side effects. The optimal time for consumption is during the late stages of Deluo golden immortal cultivation that IT naturally facilitates the breakthrough to Hunyuan golden immortal, also known as a quasi-saint. However, Xuanmu had never paid heed to this matter, and having made a mistake yesterday, it was too late to rectify it. Sighing, he considered that continuing to consume tea would also prove futile. Perhaps he could concoct a breaking realm pill in the realm of invincibility. Was it not reasonable to assert his supremacy in alchemy? Xuanmu pondered internally, as expected. In the next moment, A plethora of alchemical knowledge and experience flooded his mind. Nevertheless, he decided it best to wait until they reached the late stages of the Luo before providing the breaking realm pill. Ultimately, he refrained from forcing the pill upon them. After yesterday's epiphany, within the realm of invincibility, as long as he desired it, a mere thought could elevate the cultivation of the three to yet, he believed this ability was merely a half-finished product. Once the three ventured beyond the confines of the invincible realm, the buffs he had conferred would dissipate, for he could only influence this limited territory. Should the three step outside the invincible domain, they would undoubtedly harbor suspicions that in the end, revealing his trump card would yield more losses than gains. Since he had taken the three as disciples, he felt compelled to fulfill the responsibilities of a master. Xuanmu was not like Hongjun, who was cunning and calculating. In his view, he still considered himself a person. Unlike Hongjun, who could scheme against his own disciples, Xuanmu thought, I won't force medicine upon my disciples. That is not the mark of a good teacher. Moreover, considering yesterday's breaking mirror tea, they had already consumed pills for 2 consecutive days. Regardless, their realms would inevitably feel unsteady, since external forces were unfeasible. They must rely on their innate comprehension. Wait, am I not a prophet? Xuanmu mused, slightly bemused, wondering why his every imagined scenario seemed to come true. Hold on, why do I say every time? He scoffed at yesterday's navet while gradually analyzing today's situation. Xuanmu opened his wardrobe and retrieved a Taoist robe, supreme innate treasure, the indeterminate enlightenment robe. From its name, it was evident that this robe served 2 purposes. One, it was resistant to dirt and damage. The other, it facilitated enlightenment. However, its scope of enlightenment did not pertain to oneself, but rather to others. Initially, Xuanmu thought the robe's only benefit was its aesthetic appeal, yet he never anticipated that one day he would actually find it useful. After donning the robe, Xuanmu fetched 3 enlightenment cushions from the basement, placing them in the hall's open space. But that was not the end. He also retrieved a jar of enlightenment tea from the kitchen. Brewing it before placing it atop the 3 cushions, he had meticulously arranged everything to bestow enlightenment buffs upon this area, without utilizing the realm of invincibility. Once this was accomplished, Xuanmu transmitted a message to Tong Tian and the others. After a cup of tea, I shall impart teachings to the 3 of you in the hall. Prepare swiftly. For those who practiced the Tao, sleep was no longer a necessity. Thus, as soon as Xuanmu sent the message, he observed that Laozi and the others had already arrived at the door. The first to enter was, as expected, Tongtian. Upon entering, he promptly paid his respects to Xuanmu. Tongtian, what has happened to your eyes? Xuanmu inquired, suppressing a smile as he observed the various bruises on Tongtian's face. Hearing this, Tongtian could not help but cast a glance at Laozi and Yuan Shi. Upon meeting his gaze, the 2 swiftly averted their eyes, feigning an intense interest in the floor. So this is how it is. Last night, I secretly healed your injuries with my power, and you 2 beat him up again, now pretending to be mute. Do you truly think I, Tongtian, am made of clay? Remember, you 2 are the older brothers. But that does not make me the younger brother. Do you think I want to report you to Master? With this thought, Tongtian immediately looked up at Xuanmu and said, Master, I acquired a treasure yesterday and was overwhelmed with joy, causing my mind to wander during cultivation. This led to my eyes swelling. I've shamed myself before you. Please punish me. Upon hearing Tongtian's words, even Laozi and Yuan Shi behind him were slightly taken aback. Is this really my younger brother? Suddenly so understanding, they mused. Well, he truly is a brother. They reflected on how they had treated him, feeling a pang of guilt. Xuanmu also bore a smile, finding it hard to contain his amusement. He was aware of the cause of Tongtian's injuries, and his earlier remark was merely meant to tease him. However, he had not expected Tongtian to be so sensitive. After all, the sounds of their playful scuffles had long reached his ears. Anyone not deaf could hear them. Yesterday, as soon as Xuanmu's consciousness entered, he saw that Laozi and Yuan Shi were indeed fighting Tongtian. Yet he had not anticipated that Tongtian would concoct such a clumsy lie without betraying his older brothers. It appeared that their bond ran quite deep. Ultimately, yesterday's scuffle could merely be regarded as a bit of brotherly playfulness, something none of them took to heart. However, Had Xuanmu decided to intervene on Tong Tian's behalf and punish Laozi in Yuanshu, it would have escalated a minor dispute into a conflict among his disciples. In a sense, Tong Tian's actions could be seen as a display of wisdom masked in foolishness. Enough, there is no need for punishment. Please take a seat. Xuanmu gestured for the three to sit, shaking his head as he advised Tong Tian, "Do not mistake me for someone who cannot discern right from wrong." His words conveyed a message to Tong Tian, to stow away those trivial thoughts. As he was not so easily angered by such minor matters, Tong Tian, upon hearing this, offered an awkward smile. Noticing Xuanmu's lack of reaction, he cautiously seated himself upon the cushion. The moment he sat down, Tong Tian felt his mind clear. All the previous cultivation issues were effortlessly resolved, and he marveled at the extraordinary quality of the cushion. Once the three were seated, Xuanmu signaled, "Now, drink the tea before you. It will aid you in achieving enlightenment." Upon hearing this, Tong Tian and the others each consumed the tea before them. The combination of the two enlightenment buffs caused them to subtly exhibit signs of wanting to enter the state of enlightenment. However, they all refrained, for they understood that this was merely an appetizer. The teachings from their master were the crux of the matter, and they could clearly differentiate between primary and secondary importance. Indeed, in the next moment, they heard Xuanmu eloquently state, "Before we begin, I wish to ask you, what is the Tao?" The three contemplated deeply, reflecting on their own principles. Yet before they could respond, Xuanmu continued, "Is the Tao the source of all things? Formless and shapeless? Or is it the myriad of worldly entities? In my humble opinion, all three perspectives hold truth, yet none are entirely correct. The Tao is omnipresent. Whether man, deity, ghost, or immortal, every living being possesses within their hearts their unique Tao. The Tao is spontaneity." Accompanied by Xuanmu's flowing discourse, Laozi and the others found themselves enlightened. Occasionally, they grasped a profound insight. Even Laozi gradually entered a meditative state, evidently on the verge of a breakthrough, yet still unsuccessful. Meanwhile, Xuanmu felt increasingly intangible. Why are they not comprehending the Tao? I am nearing the conclusion of the novel from my past life. What is happening? These enlightenment cushions, enlightenment tea, and enlightenment robe, are they all mere illusions? Xuanmu inwardly cursed the system, deeming it a counterfeit that caused no small amount of harm. However, unbeknownst to him, Laozi and the other two had collectively suppressed their desires for a breakthrough, intent on fully absorbing Xuanmu's teachings. The essence of enlightenment lies in one's perspective, state of mind, and understanding of the Tao, while cultivation is of secondary importance. For instance, a cultivator at the golden immortal stage may possess an understanding of the Tao that has already reached the great Luo realm. Though they may be in the form of a golden immortal, a mere opportunity could facilitate their natural ascension to great Luo. Conversely, some golden immortals, despite their profound cultivation, may harbor a shallow comprehension of the Tao, and thus, throughout their lives, remain confined to the golden immortal stage. The three, at present, were engaged in grasping and attempting to comprehend the Tao expounded by Xuanmu. Once the teaching concluded, they would utilize their understanding of the Tao, coupled with the insights gained from the discourse, to delineate their future paths. The choice between a fleeting breakthrough and laying a solid foundation for their future was one that any individual could discern. Yet, Xuanmu remained oblivious to this reality. Observing that the trio exhibited no signs of enlightenment or breakthrough, he reluctantly continued to delay. Suddenly, an idea struck Xuanmu. He began his lecture by detailing the stages of cultivation, starting from refining essence into qi, transforming qi into spirit, refining spirit back to emptiness, and merging emptiness with the Tao, before progressing through the realms of human immortals, earth immortals, heavenly immortals, true immortals, mysterious immortals, golden immortals, supreme golden immortals, great Luo golden immortals, and finally, the primordial golden immortals. This discourse stretched on for nearly 5,000 years. Ultimately, Laozi could no longer contain himself, entering a state of enlightenment and commencing his breakthrough. Xuanmu was immediately filled with joy. At last. Has the breakthrough truly occurred? A few more thousand years, and the novels he read in his past life would nearly be exhausted. His reserves were running low. Witnessing Laozi's breakthrough, Xuanmu promptly ceased his teachings. Even if Laozi had not broken through, he yearned for a convenient excuse to conclude his lecture. It was exhausting. The act of teaching was hardly a task for mortals. Xuanmu resolved never to lecture again. Just as he halted his teachings, Yuanshi and Tong Tian also began their breakthroughs. What? Did the three of you conspire? I lecture and you refrain from breaking through, but the moment I pause, you all ascend? Had I known this, I would have concluded sooner. Xuanmu's heart brimmed with indignation at the sight. He had foolishly lectured for so long. Had he known that the trio was suppressing their breakthroughs, would he have exhausted himself so? After all, the three often furrowed their brows during his discourse. He had assumed it was due to his teaching, only to realize they were struggling to contain their realms. Good grief, Xuanmu felt like crying without tears, yet maintained a facade of calm. He nodded occasionally, feigning an air of being a teachable disciple. After a while, Xuanmu swiftly departed. He feared that if he lingered any longer, he would succumb to his own defenses. System, check the panel. Xuanmu returned to his small pavilion, examining the system panel. Host, Xuanmu. Invincible domain, 5,560 square meters. Due to the duration of the teachings, Xuanmu had also signed in, thus increasing it by 49 m. Whether he would succeed depended on this tremor. Xuanmu stared intently at the invincible domain section. He awaited the breakthroughs of Laozi and the others, hoping for a successful increment. Then, 3 incense sticks later. Host, Xuanmu. Invincible domain, 8,560 square meters. Yes, it worked. Xuanmu stood up in excitement. At this moment, he finally affirmed his inner thoughts, overwhelmed with joy. The second method of expanding the domain was indeed through the breakthroughs of individuals within its area. Yet, soon after, another question arose in Xuanmu's mind. System, there must be other ways to increase the domain, right? Ding! Please allow the host to explore on their own. Steady, steady. If this is the case, it implies there are indeed other means of expanding the domain, which I have yet to discover. Meanwhile, while Xuanmu pondered the system, on another side, Laozi and the other two gradually emerged from their states of enlightenment. They each sensed one another's auras, which are all at the peak of the great Luo golden immortal level. Just a step away from the primordial realm. As for why they had not broken through to the primordial golden immortal stage, it was due to their insufficient comprehension of the laws. Nevertheless, this was already quite rapid. 5,000 years to break through 2 minor realms, especially within the great Luo golden immortal realm, was unprecedented in the Hongwang era. 1 need only recall the function period, where disciples of the 3 pure ones struggled for several epochs without achieving breakthroughs. Of course, Yang Jian's exceptional talents were an exception, but even with his advantages, they paled in comparison to the current attainments of the 3 pure ones. Big brother, our master is simply extraordinary, breaking through 2 realms in 5,000 years. Such news would terrify anyone. Tong Tian remarked exuberantly. No. What our master meant was that the path of extraordinary progress can be achieved in a day, which should not be the case here. However, this is likely the reason why our father could rise above the 3,000 demon gods. Yuanshi shared his insights. Indeed, I even feel that as long as we remain under our master's guidance, given time, we too shall reach the level of our father, or perhaps even surpass him. The teachings of our master were remarkably clear and accessible. The Tao is indeed omnipresent, astonishingly enlightening. Upon reflection, Laozi added, his eyes filled with admiration for Xuanmu. Moreover, our master understood that the 3 of us, upon transformation, embody the great Luo. Lacking prior cultivation insights, he began from refining essence in a qi, thus granting us our own realizations. This, I fear, is the profound intention of our master, Laozi ventured. Yuanshi and Tong Tian nodded in agreement, having also recognized this. Initially, it seemed their master intended to expound upon the great Luo Tao, but for reasons unknown, he abruptly commenced with refining essence in a qi first. The 3 did not perceive anything amiss. Even Tong Tian thought their master was not teaching earnestly. However, as they listened, they became increasingly captivated, for Xuanmu's teachings were straightforward and comprehensible. Understanding the foundational stages of the Great Luo was immensely beneficial for solidifying their own foundations. Xuanmu, however, had no other choice. He merely intertwined the insights he had gleaned from the web novels of his past life, articulating them all at once. Those authors, in their efforts to ensure readers grasped their messages, wrote in plain language, rendering their works easily digestible. Hence, when Xuanmu spoke, it could not be said he recited the original text. Rather, it was devoid of any artistic embellishment. The three pure ones had never encountered such a manner of teaching in the Honghuang era. Lectures were filled with profound, cryptic sayings that required personal interpretation, often leaving one bewildered. Xuanmu's teachings, on the other hand, were fundamentally about articulating principles. For example, to become a primordial golden immortal, one must unify the three aspects of oneself, goodness, evil, and self, into a complete and flawless whole. Subsequently, as long as one grasps a hint of the law's power, one can barely wield it and thus achieve the primordial state. The further heights involve perfecting the laws one comprehends, allowing them to be wielded effortlessly like an extension of oneself, thereby attaining the Great Luo primordial golden immortal state. The highest realms entail shaping the laws to conform to one's own essence, allowing for a natural step forward. It is all quite clear. Who would not understand? The meal is served right at one's lips, awaiting consumption at tea times. Xuanmu himself was uncertain of what he was articulating. Yet to the three pure ones, it was a revelation. What? The Tao is truly like this? What? One can shape the laws to fit oneself. What? This is how one achieves the primordial golden immortal. This is simply too easy to comprehend. One might say that every utterance of Xuanmu subverts their understanding of the Tao. Yet, curiously, after conducting their experiments, they find this indeed to be the case. Once the principles are comprehended, their cultivation can proceed in a methodical manner. In other words, they are now fully aware of how to elevate their own realms. This is, of course, incomparable to their previous explorations. Why is it that those who have a mentor in the primordial chaos cultivate more swiftly, whereas those who are solitary practitioners seldom achieve higher realms? Is it not because solitary practitioners must navigate the river by feeling their way across the stones? By the time they discover the path, their lifespan may well be nearing its end. As for how to comprehend the laws, Xuanmu asserts, the Panga Banner, the laws of slaughter, the four swords of extermination, the sword Tao principles, the Taiji diagram, the yin-yang laws, all the tools have been provided. Within lies the law for you to comprehend. What? Is that insufficient? The creation J-dish is in the kitchen. Feel free to use it. Xuanmu. Apologies. Those who cheat are, of course, free to do as they please. But wait, big brother. Did you not say that the master would teach us a method for swiftly refining restrictions? Yet the master has not imparted this knowledge. Has he? Yuan suddenly reacted, unable to contain himself. Laozi furrowed his brow slightly. The master must have deeper intentions. Examine it closely. Big brother, do not examine it too closely. What is this Mu Clan Refinement Encyclopedia 1.0? At this moment, Tong Tian stood up from his seat, questioning with confusion, and Yu Clan Refinement Encyclopedia 1.0. Laozi was somewhat at a loss, taking the book handed over by Tong Tian, his expression contemplative. Where did you find this? Yuan could not help but wonder aloud. Right on the cushion where the master sat. Did you not see it? I thought it was some secret manual. Tong Tian waved his hand dismissively, speaking nonchalantly that I understand. Suddenly, Laozi exclaimed with excitement. Yuan and Tong Tian turned their heads in unison. Big brother. What have you understood? Look closely at this third chapter. Laozi pointed to the title inscribed in the book. How are restrictions formed? Yuan read the title aloud, unable to restrain himself, although this book appears disorganized. If you flip through it, the previous text can indeed be pieced together. In my view, this must be a method left behind by the master. The three of us deduced the master's intention. Hence he left this method behind. Laozi shook his head, sheepishly explaining. Upon hearing this, Yuan could not help but glance at Tong Tian. Tong Tian rubbed his nose, displaying embarrassment. Second brother, you know me. I generally only read the first chapter. Well then, since the master has already left this method, we should refine the treasures at the earliest opportunity. Laozi said eagerly. Big Brother's words hold merit. It is fortuitous that we have just broken through, allowing us to further solidify our own realms. Yuan Shi concurred, deeply impressed by Laozi's wisdom. Unexpectedly, Big Brother truly guessed correctly. Had Big Brother not comprehended the master's words earlier, it is likely this method would not have been left behind. In truth, this time, it was not merely Laozi's imagination. This book was indeed left by Xuanmu. Yet, it is of little practical use. Although it contains records of methods for refining restrictions, it does not enable a Deluo golden immortal to wield innate treasures with ease. At most, it hastens the process slightly compared to forcibly refining them with spiritual power. By the lakeside. In the pavilion. Well, this time, the grand task has been accomplished. Xuanmu sat within the pavilion, withdrawing his consciousness. He had just employed his thoughts to subtly alter the treasures he bestowed upon the three. Essentially, he had weakened the restrictions on the treasures using his invincible domain. This was exceedingly simple for him. This was also a bug that Xuanmu had discovered. Within the invincible domain, enhancing another's cultivation realm would be rendered ineffective upon exiting. However, restrictions were merely weakened aids, not forcibly bound. The refining of treasures required personal operation. Even if the restrictions were restored upon leaving the invincible domain, they would have already been successfully refined, binding the treasures to oneself. Whether they enhanced or not would be inconsequential. It is akin to acquiring a driver's license. Once you possess it, the driving school's new regulations are of no concern to you. Leaving behind that book of methods was merely a cover for Xuanmu. He could not be seen to have been sluggish during the refinement of the three pure ones yesterday, and then suddenly leap ahead today. Could he? Having completed all this, Xuanmu stretched languidly. Though it required little effort, he still felt he had exerted himself. Truly, I am a commendable master in the primordial chaos, thinking so much for my disciples. Xuanmu continually praised himself. System. Let us proceed with today's sign-in. Once he regained his focus, Xuanmu remembered that he had yet to sign in for today. Moreover, he had not even checked the rewards obtained from previous sign-ins. Ding! Sign-in successful. Today's sign-in rewards are for the calamity sign, dragon and phoenix calamity. Congratulations to the host for receiving. System Puppet Refinement Method 1.0, Chaos Green Lotus Seed X 1. What? Has the calamity begun? Xuanmu pondered with some confusion, recalling that it indeed seemed to be time. After all, in his memory, the dragon and phoenix calamity began shortly after the three pure ones transformed. However, at that time, the three pure ones did not possess the cultivation level they currently hold. It was not until the conclusion of the dragon and phoenix calamity that the three pure ones broke through to the early stage of quasi-saint. After which Hong Jun preached, the three pure ones transitioned to the three corpse path, and the narrative gradually fell into place. Now, the three pure ones have undoubtedly elevated their cultivation to an unfathomable extent. They could likely engage Hong Jun and Luo, who in battle during the latter stages of the dragon and phoenix calamity. Xuanmu did not dwell further on this, turning his attention to the rewards he had just received. A mere glance caused him to lose his composure, and he exclaimed in a low voice, "System, I accuse you of infringement. Your naming method is a blatant act of plagiarism. Who claims this system is foolish? This system is magnificent." Just now, Xuanmu had not paid close attention, but now he realized. The naming method, while not identical, is certainly a copy-paste job. Xuanmu retrieved the System Puppet Refinement Method 1.0. His lips twitched. Well, not only is the name plagiarized, but even the cover of this book is too. Xuanmu found himself at a loss for words, flipping open the method. After only a few glances, he became exhilarated. For this method was, astonishingly, a means for him to exit the invincible domain. The entire text detailed how to utilize heavenly materials and earthly treasures as aids, with innate spiritual treasures as the core, and then to refine them into puppets using formidable spiritual power by dividing a strand of divine consciousness. One could bind it to the puppet, the better the heavenly materials and earthly treasures used. The stronger the puppet's physical form would be, due to the invincible domain that the puppet refinement method also originated from the system. Could it be that this system harbors ulterior motives? That seems unlikely. If there were ulterior motives, it would not make sense to undertake all this. Yet, why does all of this feel vaguely familiar? Xuanmu committed the method to memory, his mind continually pondering. As his time in the primordial chaos extended, the thoughts he entertained multiplied. For instance, he had previously attempted numerous methods to exit the invincible domain. The methods of puppetry, the technique of splitting one's essence. Even the out-of-body experience, he had tried them all. Yet, none proved effective. Because he himself lacked power. All his strength derived from the invincible domain. How could one use the power of the domain to leave the domain? This was inherently a paradox. However, today's reward from the system seemed to realize this possibility. Xuanmu could only conclude that both the invincible domain and the reward originated from the system, as for his speculations about the system. He currently had no clues. Alas, before acquiring this method, he had dreamt daily of obtaining a means to exit the domain as a sign-in reward. Yet upon receiving it, he felt a twinge of emptiness. Could it be that he was entering a midlife crisis? No. Xuanmu cast aside the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind and planted the second reward, the chaos blue lotus seeds, just outside the pavilion. He casually arranged a defensive formation, as it was indeed a treasure of chaos grade, deserving of some respect. Returning to his chamber, Xuanmu retrieved several exquisite innate spiritual treasures, along with various heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Before long, he fashioned a puppet with dark skin and distorted features. TSK. It was his first attempt, and there were some missteps, quite normal. Comforting himself, Xuanmu endeavored once more. After expending dozens of innate spiritual treasures, he finally created a puppet that bore a resemblance to himself, by splitting off a fragment of his consciousness. The puppet before Xuanmu sprang to life. After familiarizing himself with it, Xuanmu maneuvered the puppet to the edge of his domain. Excitedly rubbing his hands together, he proclaimed, "A small step for me today, a giant leap for the primordial world." With that, he commanded the puppet to take a step forward, once beyond the confines of the domain. Xuanmu could distinctly sense a slight weakening of his control over the puppet. However, it was not a significant issue in no time. He had adapted. After a careful analysis, Xuanmu discovered that the puppet's aura was roughly at the golden immortal level. Could it harness the power of the invincible domain? After pondering for a moment, he decided to conduct an experiment. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the puppet began to creak ominously. Xuanmu quickly dismissed the idea. An upper-grade innate spiritual treasure had produced a golden immortal puppet, yet could not utilize domain abilities. Xuanmu etched this experience into his memory, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Nevertheless, it made sense. Once outside the domain, it was impossible to retain that bug in a flash. He returned to the pavilion, quietly fishing with his rod. Meanwhile, the fragment of consciousness he had allocated was leading the puppet down the mountain. The sensation of simultaneously controlling two bodies was truly astonishing for Xuanmu. It felt akin to playing a game, where one operates two characters on separate screens. Though both were under his command, they remained entirely independent. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Xuanmu finally grasped the operational principle of the puppet. Thus, the power of this puppet was, in essence, derived from the treasure itself. He clenched his fist with the puppet, deep in contemplation. Just moments prior, he sensed that his fragment of consciousness could manipulate a different kind of power within the puppet, that it was a force distinct from that of the invincible domain. After a meticulous examination, Xuanmu realized that it stemmed from the powers of the heavenly materials and earthly treasures. In other words, the method provided by the system for creating puppets essentially utilized heavenly materials and earthly treasures for cultivation and innate spiritual treasures for the physical form. The majority of the treasure's power was employed to stabilize his consciousness. This also elucidated why innate spiritual treasures could only exert strength at the golden immortal level. The system's methods were indeed exquisite. Although Xuanmu had unraveled the principle, he remained in awe. This technique for creating puppets was vastly different from those in the primordial world. Typically, methods for refining puppets require the practitioner to expend their mental energy to stabilize and enhance the puppet. However, this technique functioned in reverse, utilizing the puppet's inherent power to stabilize and strengthen the mind. This enabled even those like him, who became powerless outside their domain, to control the puppet with their consciousness. Xuanmu, lost in thought, continued his journey, swiftly exiting the Kunlun mountain range at like the tea that moment. He realized just how vast this mountain range truly was. "Goodness," he exclaimed. "How long will it take to cover this area with my domain?" Xuanmu leapt into the clouds, gazing down at the endless expanse of mountains, his heart heavy with despair. Initially, he had envisioned this mountain range as immense, but only upon stepping outside his domain did he realize the vast discrepancy between his expectations and reality. As far as the eye could see, it was already half the size of his previous world, Blue Star, if one were to calculate, with the domain naturally expanding at a rate of 1 m every 100 years. It would take 60 trillion years for Xuanmu to encompass the entire Kunlun range within his domain. 60 trillion years. He could live from the primordial era to the end of time with that figure. Fortunately, he had discovered another method to expand his domain. Yet, even with that, it was insufficient. It seemed he would need to seek additional means to augment his domain. Xuanmu patted his chest, a sense of unease lingering in his thoughts. His gaze drifted into the distance as he involuntarily marveled. Is this the primordial world? The Kunlun mountain range could rival half of Blue Star from my past life. Countless powerful beings, myriad tales, a dreamlike world. Soon after, Xuanmu silently outlined the objectives for his journey. First, to witness the tribulations of the primordial world with his own eyes. Second, to explore the possibility of a third or even fourth method for expanding the area of his domain. Third, to see if he could recruit a few more disciples under his banner. After all, now that he knew individuals could break through within the domain to enlarge its area, how could Xuanmu refrain from gathering more disciples? It wouldn't do to simply pull someone in and hand them treasures without reason. Accepting disciples allowed him to bestow gifts and impart teachings legitimately. Although he had set his goals, this marked Xuanmu's true first venture into the outside world. It wasn't long before he lost his way. Standing atop the clouds, he contemplated his next course of action. Never mind, I'll head straight south. I can explore other areas next time, as long as I don't circle back to where I started. Xuanmu glanced back at the distant Kunlun mountains before continuing his journey southward. Time in the primordial world was unmeasured. As he walked, Xuanmu strolled leisurely, occasionally hunting for wild game. The vastness of the primordial realm made it difficult for him to ascertain his location. One day, as Xuanmu ambled along at a leisurely pace, he suddenly encountered two cultivators ahead, one slender and one stout, one tall and one short. The shorter, stockier cultivator stepped forward, blocking Xuanmu's path, and declared, "Robbery. This tree is mine to plant. This road is mine to pave. Be sensible and hand over all your treasures." The taller, leaner man standing beside him couldn't help but interject, "Brother, you're mistaken. It should be, this road is mine to pave. This tree is mine to plant." The stout cultivator turned, puzzled, his eyes filled with confusion. "Is that how it goes? Damn it, who cares about trees or roads? Let's just rob him." Xuanmu stood there, amused, watching the two perform their little skit. Both cultivators were at the human immortal level, and their cultivation was inferior to that of his puppet. They clearly hailed from no major sect. In fact, this was Xuanmu's first encounter with other cultivators since descending the mountain. While Xuanmu observed the duo, they were likewise scrutinizing him. "Brother, he seems to be a fool. Should we still rob him? Oh dear, how much treasure could a fool possibly have? This is clearly a loss." The two exchanged glances, communicating with their consciousness. "Why put ourselves in a difficult position?" Xuanmu shook his head, uttering a phrase that left them utterly baffled. The two resolved in their hearts, "A fool. No way out." Just as they thought this, Xuanmu discreetly formed a hand seal to cast a spell in an instant. The two could no longer sense their own powers. Panic surging within them that moment, Xuanmu released a fragment of his pressure, causing both to kneel smoothly before him. "Robbery. Hand over all your treasures." Xuanmu looked at them with a mocking expression, mimicking their earlier words. Yet inwardly, he thought, "Thankfully, I remember all the techniques and spells given by the system. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to suppress them so easily." Upon witnessing this scene, the two realized they had encountered a formidable opponent. "Brother, spare us, please." The emaciated man immediately pleaded for mercy, saying, "Brother, we two brothers came out this time without any magical artifacts. However, I know where to find a low-grade postnatal spiritual treasure. If you let us go, we can take you to retrieve it." The stout man hastily chimed in. Listening to their back and forth, Xuanmu felt an unusual stir within. It is worth noting that when he was on Kunlun Mountain, even the finest innate spiritual treasures were treated as trifles at a low-grade postnatal spiritual treasure. He wouldn't even spare a glance. Yet upon descending the mountain and witnessing these wandering cultivators risking their lives for a single postnatal treasure, a flicker of understanding regarding the myriad of beings in the primordial world arose within him, subtly shifting his state of mind. "Enough. Now, tell me your names. Are you male or female? Where is your home? Why have you come here?" Xuanmu interrupted their chatter with a barrage of inquiries. "Senior, my name is Xuanmu, and this is my brother Xiaxi. We are both transformed from lobsters, residing in the South Sea, where we have managed to carve out a modest existence. However, one day, the ancestor dragon forcefully conscripted our water tribe. In order to escape the draft, we sneaked out and resorted to banditry to survive." The tall, thin man explained, trembling with fear. "Senior, we are men of integrity. We truly have no intention of causing harm for wealth. Please grant us a chance to live." Xiaxi, the stout cultivator, pleaded earnestly. "Silence," Xuanmu snapped, feeling increasingly irritated by their incessant chatter. Xiaxi promptly closed his mouth. "Transformed from lobsters? South Sea?" Xuanmu furrowed his brow, deep in thought, his surprise, having encountered so few living souls along the journey. He realized he had traveled quite a distance. Fixing his gaze on Xuanmu, he voiced his curiosity. "Does this mean that the Dragon Clan is on the verge of war with the Qilin and Phoenix clans?" Xuanmu answered candidly, "Indeed, senior. The three clans have already clashed before, suffering heavy casualties. Seeing this, the ancestor dragon allied with the Turtle Clan to unify the aquatic tribes, coercing them into submission. In truth, they merely wish for us water tribes to serve as pawns on the battlefield." Upon hearing this, Xuanmu nodded inwardly, recognizing the unfolding events. The Dragon Clan's unification of the seas was indeed expanding their power, ultimately leading the Phoenix and Qilin clans to unite against them. Just as the primordial situation began to stabilize, Luo, who discovered that only amidst chaos could his chances of achieving the path of slaughter increase. Thus, he secretly dispatched the Demon Clan to sow discord and frame others. The Dragon Prince and the Phoenix Princess fell victim to Luo, whose schemes, reigniting conflict among the three clans. Eventually, under Hong Jun's leadership, they unraveled Luo, whose treachery and decisively eradicated him, causing the three clans to officially withdraw from the primordial stage. In Xuanmu's view, the calamity of the Dragon and Phoenix clans was merely a game played by the 3,000 demon gods who had narrowly escaped destruction, with Hong Jun ultimately proving to be the superior player. "Did you not claim to have escaped long ago? How is it that you are so well informed about the current state of the three clans?" Xuanmu suddenly inquired, curious about the veracity of Xuanmu's information. "Senior, to be honest, Xiaxi is not my elder brother. We have another brother named Xia." As Xuanmu spoke, tears began to well up at his eyes. He participated in that battle and witnessed the brutality of the battlefield. He discerned the ancestor dragon's plot and warned us not to engage in the conflict. Unfortunately, Xiaowu's voice trailed off as he began to sob quietly. Xuanmu was taken aback. Is this some sort of joke? Xia-san, Xia-si, Xiaowu, Zhang-san, Li Si-Wang-Wu. It seems Zhang-san truly is ubiquitous. He dismissed the thought, realizing that if this were his past life, he might have questioned it further. However, in the primordial realm, few understood such references, and he could only regard it as mere coincidence. "Enough, you may leave, but do not let me find out that you have been wantonly killing the innocent." Xuanmu waved his hand, warning them. He signaled for them to depart. To be honest, he found these two rather endearing. After all, in the primordial world, achieving such restraint was no small feat. It is said that one cannot claim to be a cultivator without having taken a few lives. Yet these two managed to do so, and Xuanmu noticed not only a lack of karmic burden upon them, but even a hint of merit. "Thank you for your mercy, senior." Seeing this, Xiaowu quickly pulled Xiaxi along, and they vanished in an instant. On Kunlun Mountain, Xuanmu sat by the lakeside pavilion, rod in hand, half closing his eyes. Master, why do I feel that I have fully cultivated my principles yet cannot break through to the level of Hunyuan? Laozi, sitting beside him, inquired with confusion. From where do you deduce that your understanding of the principles is profound? Xuanmu countered, leaving Laozi at a loss for words. Master, he began, then bowed respectfully, speaking sincerely. I beseech you to enlighten me. Xuanmu set down his fishing rod, gazing at Laozi while contemplating inwardly. It is time for these three disciples to venture beyond Kunlun Mountain. Solely cultivating in isolation is ultimately a poor strategy. The game of the Dragon of Phoenix Calamity is one I can also engage in at worst. I can defend my stronghold. Whoever comes will meet their end. Xuanmu mused to himself. Relying solely on my puppet proves insufficient. It would be ideal for the three purities to also step out and observe. They should keep an eye out for any promising talents and coax them back. The three, endowed with the merits of creation, are unafraid of Hongjun and Luo, whose schemes as for me. There is no need for concern. The external puppets can be discarded if necessary. Within my domain, even if the heavenly Tao were to descend, I could simply declare, I do not consume beef. With this thought, Xuanmu softly explained the state of mind. Indeed, while your backgrounds can be compared to the chaotic demon gods, you have only recently transformed. Rapid growth in power without a corresponding evolution in state of mind can sometimes lead to unfavorable outcomes. Laozi, upon hearing this, displayed a thoughtful expression. Master speaks wisely. Laozi felt he was on the verge of grasping something significant, yet could not quite pinpoint it. And he asked with intrigue, instruct Yuan Shi and Tong Tian to descend the mountain and explore for a period of 10,000 years. I end this time of the Dragon and Phoenix Calamity. You may choose a faction to support. However, your role is not to slay enemies on the battlefield, but to traverse the primordial realm in such a capacity that it is imperative that you deeply comprehend the impact of the war among the three clans. As for how to proceed, that is for you three to determine. Xuanmu instructed Laozi. Under normal circumstances, the three purities would remain holed up on Kunlun Mountain, lacking the strength to venture forth. Yet now, they had reached the pinnacle of Deluo, and even on a battlefield, they could be considered top-tier combatants as for having the three purities assist the three clans. Xuanmu had his own reasoning. Firstly, the current primordial realm is dominated by the three clans, and the best candidates are within them. Why sending the three purities to the clans? They can facilitate their endeavors. Secondly, who says a calamity cannot be exploited? A calamity not only brings karma, but can also yield merits if used wisely. Just look at the calamity of the journey to the west. Everyone wants to get involved, as the saying goes. Fortune and misfortune coexist. With Xuanmu's insights, a little guidance is all that is needed. Once the calamity concludes, the three purities may even gain some benefits from it. As for whether the three clans would accept the three purities, it is but a jest, the manifestation of Pangu's primordial spirit, adorned with the merits of creation, possessing the pinnacle of Deluo cultivation. With such a myriad of titles revealed, can one refuse to acknowledge them? Furthermore, with allies arriving to assist you, how could you cast aside this formidable power? Not to mention the potential for resentment. Simply attributing it to the opposing faction would be no less than inviting trouble. Among the leaders of the three tribes, which one is not a shrewd individual? Would they willingly bestow their strength upon the enemy? Master, should not the calamity be evaded and one remain hidden? Why then must the three of us actively confront it? Hearing this, Laozi, felt a deep perplexity and inquired. Before his transformation, he had already experienced the calamity of ferocious beasts and was well aware of its nature. Yet, should not one stay far from such calamities? Why does the master urge us three to confront it? This cannot be a true master. What influence could he possibly bring to the primordial chaos? Surely, it would be detrimental. In all things, yin and yang coexist. What you perceive is merely one facet. The path you cultivate is that of the yin-yang principle. One must not merely glimpse of the shadows. When will you achieve enlightenment? Then may your principles be deemed fully realized. Xuanmu could not directly suggest that they deceive the junior brothers and merely appease Laozi with a few words. Thus, he entered the main topic. Moreover, I observe that all beings in this world are ensnared in cages. You three, being my disciples and manifestations of Pangu's primordial spirit, should endeavor to alleviate the plight of this primordial chaos. Should there be capable individuals, I permit you to accept disciples on my behalf. Xuanmu's words held a moral high ground. My acceptance of disciples is not for personal gain, but to preserve the living forces of the primordial chaos, to aid in breaking their shackles. Upon hearing Xuanmu's initial statements, Laozi's eyes brimmed with admiration. Listen, the master, though not of the primordial chaos, labors tirelessly for its welfare, fretting daily over its fate. Pangu, Father God, do you see? The master has done so much for you even now. He is concerned for your primordial chaos. What defines a good master? This is the essence of a good master. Ultimately, I placed all of this upon Xuanmu's heartfelt sentiment. Were it not for this, how could Xuanmu reside in Kunlun Mountain? Why would he worry for the primordial chaos? Knowing the calamity's repercussions on the primordial chaos, he would send us three down to save mortals? To rescue all beings? No, no, no. It is the Master's unwillingness to see the primordial chaos suffer. How shameful it is that I, a manifestation of the Father God, did not contemplate the well-being of the primordial chaos. Merely seeking to evade the calamity for my own preservation, I truly deserve to be chastised. With this thought, Laozi immediately struck himself on the cheek and declared, Master, I shall not fail your trust. Xuanmu rubbed his forehead and, after a moment of stupor, replied, Good, good, good. With such resolve, this descent shall surely lead to a breakthrough in understanding. Yet within, he mused, is it merely to have you deceive a few junior brothers? Must there be such a grand reaction? I anticipated you would utter a line, that in times of hardship, you would seek me, and I would surely assist. Without delving into Xuanmu's thoughts, once Laozi emerged from the lakeside pavilion, he hurriedly returned to his residence, calling out, Second brother, third brother, come quickly. We have matters to discuss. Xuanmu, engaged in cultivation within, emerged upon hearing Laozi's summons. Eldest brother, what is it? Did you not go to seek enlightenment from the master? Xuanmu inquired, puzzled by Laozi's urgency. The matter is thus. Laozi promptly recounted the events. So, the master intends for us to assist the tribe in achieving victory. Tong Tian asked uncertainly after listening. Xuanmu looked at Tong Tian with a mixture of disappointment and determination. Do you still not comprehend? The master clearly wishes for us three to intervene and halt the ongoing strife among the three tribes. The aim is to prevent the calamity and save the primordial chaos. Upon hearing these words, Laozi immediately retorted, Second brother, cease your nonsense. The master's intention is for us to gain insight amidst the conflict of the three tribes. Simultaneously, we must act as the situation demands, doing what we can. The calamity is unavoidable. Do you wish to invite its energy into your being? Xuanmu countered. Eldest brother, the master's intention is clearly for us to take it upon ourselves to save all beings. Laozi replied, Yet the master did not instruct us to prevent the calamity. His meaning is simply for us to do our utmost, is it not? I have heard the master's own words. How could I misinterpret his intent? The two engaged in a spirited debate, neither reaching a consensus that, in truth, Xuanmu's original intention was for the three to identify promising talents within the three tribes. However, at this moment, all three overlooked Xuanmu's final suggestion of accepting disciples on his behalf. In their eyes, the master, possessing such formidable power, would undoubtedly have high standards for accepting disciples. Even they, relying on the legacy of the Father God, would find it challenging to gain entry into the master's teachings. Though Xuanmu had mentioned the possibility of accepting disciples on his behalf, who would dare to act upon such an offer? As Tong Tian observed his two brothers bickering, he could not help but murmur, Surely, the master's intention is merely to have us descend and gain experience. In my view, it would be better for each of us to select a faction to assist. There is no need for this quarrel. Upon hearing this, Laozi and Xuanmu immediately fell silent, turning in unison to gaze at Tong Tian, as if the very air had stilled. Tong Tian, under their scrutiny, felt bewildered and asked, Why are you both looking at me like that? Laozi and Xuanmu exchanged glances and spoke in unison. Who are you? What are our names? Tong Tian, taken aback by the question. responded in confusion. Wait, eldest brother, second brother, have you both lost your wits? Are you not yourselves? How can you utter such sensible words? Laozi and Yuan Shi, perplexed, scrutinized Tong Tian, but of course, Tong Tian had overheard their mutterings and could not help but exclaim, "My dear brothers, our immediate concern should be to descend swiftly and not linger in complaints. Should the master see us dawdling, what would that reflect on us?" Yuan Shi nodded. Third brother speaks wisely. Time is of the essence. We should descend and discuss matters further. Very well. We shall each select a faction that if we encounter difficulties requiring support, we may use this talisman to communicate. Laozi produced 2 jade tokens from his pocket and handed them to Yuan Shi and Tong Tian. After all, they were brothers by blood. In another sense, this descent could merely be considered a temporary job. How could they truly dedicate themselves to a master? They would gain experience and then return to Kunlun Mountain, continuing their lives as before. Ultimately, the 3 chose their respective factions as they descended. Laozi went to the Dragon Tribe, Tong Tian to the Qilin Tribe, and Yuan Shi to the Phoenix Tribe. In the Dragon Palace of the Eastern Sea, within the Grand Hall, a man clad in black robes, adorned with 2 prominent horns, exuded an air of authority, seated upon the dragon throne, listening to the reports of his subordinates. This man was none other than the progenitor of the Dragon Tribe, Ancestor Long. Reporting, my lord, an elderly man seeks an audience outside, claiming to be Laozi of the 3 purities, here to pay a visit. At this moment, a shrimp soldier hurried in, kneeling before the hall with utmost respect. Ancestor Long, upon hearing this, maintained a calm demeanor, pondering the implications. 3 purities Laozi. I have not heard of such a name. He was about to reprimand the shrimp soldier for allowing any Tom, Dick, or Harry to seek an audience when the soldier continued. He claims to hail from Kunlun Mountain. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of caution flickered in Ancestor Long's eyes as he realized the significance of the visitor. After all, Kunlun Mountain was known solely for its 3 spiritual entities. To refer to oneself as the 3 purities was a clear indication. Those of their caliber were well aware of the existence of 3 spiritual entities atop Kunlun Mountain. While others might not comprehend their nature, they understood all too well. Those spiritual entities were the primordial spirits of Pangu. Moreover, during the time of their transformation, the 99 heavenly calamity was witnessed by the entire primordial chaos. The threefold 99 heavenly calamity combined, its might was palpable to any practitioner. Furthermore, those at their level could discern that the heavenly tribulations were not merely dissipating naturally. They were the result of intervention. This indicates that there must still be a great terror lurking in the Kunlun Mountains. The Ancestor Dragon refrained from investigating Kunlun at that time due to the need to engage in a game of strategy with the Qilin and Phoenix clans. As for other powerful beings, they were either preoccupied with plotting against the 3 clans or chose to seclude themselves to evade the impending calamity. This resulted in a peculiar situation where, despite the widespread knowledge of Pangu's primordial spirit having taken form, no one ventured to pay their respects. Meanwhile, the 3 pure ones remained deeply ensconced in Kunlun, with no one in the vast wilderness having made their acquaintance, leaving their true depths unknown. Consequently, the Ancestor Dragon felt a twinge of apprehension. Simultaneously, he pondered the intentions of Laozi. After some contemplation, the Ancestor Dragon decided to invite Laozi for a discussion. After a brief moment, the Ancestor Dragon beheld an elderly man clad in a Taoist robe, his demeanor kind and welcoming, entering the room. Although he bore a smile, the Ancestor Dragon could discern the confidence radiating from him. I am the Taoist of Kunlun Mountain, residing among the clouds, known as the 3 Pure Ones, and I have come to meet my fellow Taoist, the Ancestor Dragon. Laozi offered a slight bow in greeting. Your kindness is appreciated, but may I inquire about the purpose of your visit today? The Ancestor Dragon asked politely. The adage that one should not strike a smiling face holds true in any context. At the very least, the Ancestor Dragon's earlier apprehension had dissipated. Had it not? I have descended from Kunlun, following the wishes of my master, specifically to assist my fellow Taoist, the Ancestor Dragon, Laozi stated. Upon hearing this, the Ancestor Dragon was taken aback. What? You speak of calamity, my friend. Others are fleeing in fear. worried about becoming ensnared in karmic entanglements. Yet your sect has come specifically to enter the fray. The ancestor dragon blinked in disbelief, unable to fathom the notion. Seeing Laozi's demeanor, which seemed genuine, he finally spoke. Surely, you jest in the vast wilderness. Who does not know that the three clans are now enveloped in calamity, as the progenitor of the dragon clan? Entering this calamity is an inevitable trend. You, a manifestation of Pangu's primordial spirit, adorned with the merits of creation, how could you possibly be involved in this? Though the ancestor dragon's words were earnest, Laozi could detect a hint of disdain beneath them. In essence, it was a dismissal of Laozi's audacity to traverse the wilderness without restraint, relying solely on his accumulated merits. If he possessed such a lineage and background, why would he be subject to the calamity? Why assist? Go back to where you came from. In the grand conflict among the three clans, a pique de luo could influence the lower tiers of battle. Yet the ultimate victory still hinged on the combat of those quasi-saints. Noticing the ancestor dragon's skepticism, Laozi replied with a calm demeanor, "What if I were to say that I could secure a glimmer of hope for the dragon clan?" Indeed, upon hearing this, the ancestor dragon's previously stoic expression faltered for a moment. However, a flicker of anger quickly manifested in his eyes as he threatened, "Do not speak recklessly. With another strike, I shall make this table resonate. Otherwise, even if I cannot end your life today, I shall ensure you leave behind something." Laozi remained unfazed, seemingly oblivious to the ancestor dragon's current demeanor, and continued, "To speak candidly, my brother has already journeyed to the Qilin and Phoenix clans. The purpose of this is something that I believe my fellow Taoist, the ancestor dragon, should understand. The great conflict among the three clans is an inevitable trend, yet how it unfolds is still determined by the three clans themselves. Is it not?" Observing Laozi's confident demeanor, the ancestor dragon calmed himself, though uncertainty still lingered. "You may leave now." The ancestor dragon dismissed those around him, fixing his gaze upon Laozi. "If that is the case, my friend from Taqing, what insights do you possess?" "Insights may be too grand a term. I am merely a leisurely individual," Laozi replied. Sensing the ancestor dragon's burgeoning curiosity, he feigned ignorance, shaking his head. Witnessing this scene, the ancestor dragon felt an impulse to strike Laozi in frustration. Yet he held back, aware that further entanglement in karmic debt could lead to dire repercussions for the dragon clan. Thus, the ancestor dragon forced a smile. "You jest, my friend. Surely, the esteemed Taqing is not merely a casual visitor to my dragon clan." Sensing his goal had been achieved, Laozi ceased to be enigmatic and said, "It is merely a matter of luck in having found a good master. I had the fortune to overhear some insights regarding the calamity in the wilderness while my master was fishing." Upon hearing Laozi mention his master, the ancestor dragon's curiosity was piqued. Who could this individual be? A disciple of the three pure ones? Did he not fear the karmic repercussions from Pangu? What kind of power did he possess? A saint? Yet no saint had emerged in the wilderness thus far. Otherwise, why would the three clans be engaged in such fierce conflict? Although intrigued, the ancestor dragon understood the urgency of the moment and refrained from interrupting Laozi's discourse. He listened intently as Laozi continued. "Do you know why the great Tao comprises 50? The heavens manifest 4 nines, and one must escape from one of them?" The ancestor dragon unconsciously shook his head. "Why is that?" "My master once said that everything must possess a thread of hope. That which is escaped is precisely that thread of hope." Upon hearing this, the ancestor dragon was profoundly shaken. After all, during this period, Hong Jun had yet to merge with the Tao, nor had he opened a platform to teach doctrines. The beings of the wilderness had scant understanding of the heavenly principles, merely grasping that 4 nines must yield 1, that yet they remained unaware of where that which was escaped had truly gone. That Laozi's words had already instilled a measure of belief in the ancestor dragon's heart. He vaguely sensed he was on the cusp of uncovering some extraordinary secret. Eager to learn more, he yearned to hear what other revelations Laozi might disclose. Simultaneously, he felt a twinge of curiosity regarding Laozi's master. Who could this person be, and how could he comprehend the hidden truths of the heavenly Tao? Due to the incompleteness of the heavenly Tao, calamity emerged in the wilderness. Yet because there existed that which had escaped, calamity also bore a thread of hope. The ancestor dragon, compelled by Laozi's words, could not help but inquire, "Then where, pray tell, does this thread of hope reside?" Laozi regarded the ancestor dragon with an expression as if you're looking at a fool. Pointing at himself, the ancestor dragon blinked in disbelief, his expression seemingly questioning. "You?" Laozi, exasperated, was about to leave in a huff. "Oh, my dear fellow Taoist, do not be angry. What I meant to convey is, how can one grasp this thread of hope? I did not intend to belittle your worth." The ancestor dragon offered an awkward smile, grasping Laozi's arm in a hurry to clarify. "Humph." Laozi huffed in irritation. Upon noticing a teapot on the table beside him, he unceremoniously poured himself a cup. The ancestor dragon, perceptive as ever, recognized what he required at this moment and chose to overlook Laozi's behavior, adopting an attitude of attentive listening that a faint premonition began to form within him, suggesting that what Laozi was about to convey would be of monumental significance to both himself and the Dragon Clan. Perhaps there lay a method to ensure the survival of the Dragon Clan amidst the impending calamity. After all, individuals of his caliber often possessed remarkably accurate instincts. Tea that moment. Laozi sipped his tea lightly, speaking at a measured pace. The great conflict among the three clans is an inexorable trend. It cannot be altered. What? Are you jesting with me? You spoke so confidently of a glimmer of hope previously, yet now you say it cannot be altered. The ancestor dragon, poised to express his ire, was interrupted as Laozi continued. However, while the grand trend remains unchangeable, the smaller trends are not so certain. What do you mean by this? The ancestor dragon sensed a pivotal point emerging, but remained slightly puzzled. I presume, my fellow Taoist, that prior to the calamity, you attempted to divine the heavenly secrets, did you not? What did the divination reveal? As soon as Laozi posed this question, the ancestor dragon recalled the moment when the calamity first began to loom. The divination he had conducted indicated that conflict among the three clans was inevitable. Subsequently, as calamity began to rise, the heavenly secrets became chaotic and indecipherable. In the ancestor dragon's view, the only way to conclude the calamity was through a battle among the three clans, emerging victorious from the strife. After all, one clan had already established dominance. How could calamity persist? However, with Laozi's prompt, the ancestor dragon suddenly realized, you mean to say that rather than a large-scale conflict, the three clans could contend in a different manner. Is that feasible? Though he had grasped the crux of the matter, Xuanmu could not help but feel a twinge of disbelief. This was clearly a mere play on words with the heavenly Tao. Upon hearing this, Laozi nodded, maintaining his usual demeanor of possessing profound wisdom. However, deep within, he felt a sense of unease. The key point was that no one had ever attempted such a thing before. Who could say whether the calamity could truly be altered in this manner? Were it not for Xuanmu's backing, Laozi would never have dared to voice such thoughts. Simultaneously, Laozi mused to himself, regardless of whether it is feasible or not. The task is yours to undertake. I merely offer a suggestion, which should not bring any repercussions, right? May my master and my father grant me protection. I'm only considering the greater good of the Hong Huang. Heavenly Tao, please do not come seeking retribution against me. Direct your queries towards my master, who is reasonable. Thus, Laozi silently prayed that in truth, this strategy had been devised collaboratively by the three brothers when they descended the mountain. Previously, they had sought out Xuanmu to uncover certain secrets of the Hong Huang. According to Xuanmu, while the grand calamity was difficult to reverse, smaller forces could still be altered. Hence, this plan emerged that IT took into account Yuanshi's intention to prevent the calamity while also fulfilling his desire for self-preservation. Ensuring his own safety, he simultaneously sought to influence the Hong Huang as much as possible. Subsequently, Laozi and Xuanmu began to delve into discussions regarding the alteration of minor forces, the undying volcano. Within the ancestral land of the Phoenix clan, Yuanshi had just concluded his conversation with Yuanfeng that he employed the same terminology as Laozi. After persuading Yuanfeng, she arranged accommodations for him outside the undying volcano. Upon returning to his dwelling, Yuanshi activated a jade talisman to convey, "Elder brother, third brother, how fare you? I have managed to convince Yuanfeng to remain calm. Now, we await your preparations, and the grand undertaking shall come to fruition." As Xuanmu's words faded, Laozi's voice resonated from the Jade Talisman. I have also persuaded Zulong. The Dragon Clan poses no obstacle. We are merely awaiting news from the third brother. Upon reaching this juncture, both men called out to Tongtian. Moments later, Tongtian joined the conversation. As soon as he entered the fray, a cacophony of noise ensued. Third brother, what commotion is taking place on your end? Why is it so raucous? Have you yet persuaded the Qilin clan? Xuanmu frowned and could not help but shout. There was no choice. Without raising his voice, Tongtian might not hear clearly. After all, are you convinced or not? Call for elder brother. Not convinced. I shall give you a good thrashing. From Tongtian's end, vague utterances of such words could be discerned. What? It's second brother. Almost done persuading, Tongtian's words, accompanied by the howling of wind, arrived like thunder from the heavens. What? Were you not instructed to employ courtesy before force? How did a fight break out? The Qilin possesses quasi-saint strength. Can you truly take him on? Should we come to your aid? Laozi inquired with concern upon hearing this. No, I haven't fought with Qilin. I have subdued his second son, Qilin. The Earth Qilin is still resistant, but will soon yield, once I convince both of his sons. The Qilin clan will bend to my will. All right, I'm in the midst of it. The signal is poor, so I shall disconnect. Tongtian's voice echoed once more from the Jade Talisman, and after saying this, he hastily ended the transmission. Both Laozi and Xuanmu were left speechless. How to put it? This behavior was quintessentially Tongtian. They had considered that Tongtian might lack eloquence, and that some of his intentions could be poorly articulated. However, they had never anticipated that he would engage in a brawl with the Qilin clan upon his arrival, and instead of confronting Qilin, he would choose to bully the opponent's sons. What sort of matter is this? Is he attempting to leverage the prince to command the emperor? After all, Qilin had 3 sons and was renowned in Honghuang for his excessive favoritism towards them, were it not for the fact that the Sifong was still young. Tongtian might have attempted a 1-on-3. Given their understanding of Tongtian and the Qilin clan, it was not out of the question that Tongtian could indeed succeed. After all, the Qilin clan was known for their single-mindedness. Who could say that Tongtian and they would not resonate on the same frequency? The two brothers merely harbored slight concerns, but soon dismissed them. After all, 2 of the 3 most powerful clans had already been persuaded. And even if Tongtian did not succeed with the Qilin clan, the impact would not be significant. They merely needed to inform Qilin of the intentions of the 2 clans, believing that he would understand the pros and cons of the situation. In the west, on Xuanmu Mountain, the entire mountain was shrouded in demonic energy, creating an atmosphere of extreme oppression. Should a cultivator set foot here, a mere glance would allow the demonic energy to invade their body, leading them to madness. This moment, a figure clad in black stood atop the mountain, diligently refining the overwhelming killing intent provoked by the conflict among the 3 clans. This individual was none other than the master of Xuanmu Mountain, the demon ancestor, Luo Ho, just a hair's breadth away. Why have the 3 clans ceased their struggle? Luo Ho's expression was far from tranquil. He was somewhat vexed. After all, he was at a critical juncture in his cultivation, and the killing intent was insufficient. What difference does it make if you 2 possess it, now that I have just emerged? This leaves Luo Ho in a quandary. Urgently, summon me. Luo Ho transmitted his voice down the mountain. Moments later, a demonic cultivator exuding a palpable killing intent rushed up from below. Demon ancestor. The figure bowed respectfully, his gaze fervent as he looked at Luo Ho. What momentous event has transpired in the Honghuang? Luo Ho paid no heed to the fervent gaze of the cultivator. It was to be expected that his subordinates would revere him. The cultivator replied, according to the reports from the spies embedded within the 3 clans, it appears that the Sanqing on Kunlun Mountain has acted as a mediator. It is unclear what conditions have been offered to the 3 clans, but it seems that aside from the Qilin clan, the other 2 have ceased hostilities, seemingly awaiting some opportunity. Furthermore, due to the cessation of hostilities by the 2 clans, the Qilin clan has also been compelled to withdraw their forces. Upon hearing this, Luo Ho's brows furrowed deeply. The Sanqing of Kunlun. Why has Pangu's primordial spirit become involved, and can this situation truly be manipulated? Yet, after a brief moment of contemplation, he relaxed his brow. Why was this matter not reported to me sooner? Luo Ho inquired, his imposing presence subtly radiating, causing the cultivator to break into a cold sweat. My lord, years ago, did you not declare your intent to enter seclusion, entrusting all matters to your subordinates? The cultivator hastily explained. Upon hearing this, Luo Ho pondered for a moment, seemingly recalling having made such a statement. However, would the demon ancestor ever admit fault to his subordinates? Thus he continued in a solemn tone. Oh, if that is the case, then tell me. I command you to incite the 3 clans into warfare. How have you conducted yourself? The cultivator felt the weight of pressure descending upon him. My lord, it is not that I have failed in my duties. Initially, all plans were proceeding smoothly. However, once the Sanqing entered the clans, they withdrew all personnel back to their territories. Our previously embedded demonic soldiers could no longer instigate trouble within the clans. It is trivial to lose 1 or 2 demonic soldiers, but if the 3 clans were to suspect that it was our demonic tribe instigating conflict, thereby disrupting your plans, I would be unable to escape condemnation, even at the cost of my life. Having long served Luoho, the cultivator was well versed in the art of flattery. First, he shifted all blame onto the Sanqing, and then he elaborated on how he had considered the grand scheme. This approach was generally foolproof, as expected. In the next moment, Luoho declared, "Waste, you shall go and receive punishment. Everything must be handled by my own hand," although Luoho's tone still bore traces of dissatisfaction. The earlier anger had dissipated. The cultivator, realizing he had successfully smoothed things over, hurriedly descended the mountain to accept his punishment. After perceiving this news, Luoho decided to personally investigate and discern the true intentions of the Sanqing. In the east, see Dragon Palace on the outskirts of the Dragon Clan's ancestral land. A crab general brandishing a spear surveyed his surroundings. The depth of the Dragon Clan's heritage is astonishing. The decorations here are extravagantly luxurious. This crab general, without a doubt, is Xuanmu's puppet. Previously, after he commanded the 3 pure ones to descend the mountain, he manipulated the puppet to arrive at the East Sea. Delayed by travel for several days, he finally employed a transformation technique to infiltrate the Dragon Palace of the East Sea. The purpose, of course, was to conduct a surprise inspection to see how the 3 pure ones were fulfilling the tasks he had assigned. Additionally, he sought to probe the depths of the 3 clans, for accepting disciples would undoubtedly depend on one's character. He certainly did not wish for the outcome to mirror that of the Jiejiao, where a single rotten apple spoiled the whole barrel. Thus, Xuanmu's puppet openly observed the periphery of the Dragon Palace, not in a hurry to seek out Laozi. This was not due to a lack of concern for the puppet. Rather, he had bestowed upon himself over 40 layers of concealment buffs. Xuanmu asserted that having read thousands of books grants one such audacity. Unless a great Luo golden immortal were to arrive, no one would discern his disguise. And outside, how many great Luo could there possibly be? Just as Xuanmu was musing thus, he passed by a lavishly adorned palace and encountered a dignified, elderly member of the Dragon Clan. Was it not rather awkward? Standing at attention, Xuanmu feigned the demeanor of a guard on duty. The dragon, on the opposite side, approached the puppet directly. Xuanmu thought to himself, "Indeed, a great Luo. Fortunately, he did not see through my transformation technique. Otherwise, this covert visit would have ended before it even began." Xuanmu reveled in his internal triumph. The dragon addressed him. "You, come here, take me to the residence of the supreme guest official. I have matters to discuss with him." Xuanmu, bewildered, pointed at himself. "Me?" "Yes, you," the dragon replied impatiently. "This esteemed sir, you are unaware I have just begun my duties, and my patrol range is limited to this outer area. I am not familiar with the location of the supreme guest official's residence." Xuanmu observed that the dragon seemed to have recently returned to the palace and was unfamiliar with Laozi's abode. So he fabricated a few lines. Although he possessed means to ascertain Laozi's whereabouts, he had only just entered the Dragon Palace and had not yet had the chance to explore it properly. How could he possibly escort this burden? Simultaneously, he thought to himself, "Heaven is favoring me. This old dragon clearly just returned from the battlefield and does not know where Laozi resides. However, what could he want with Laozi?" The dragon scrutinized Xuanmu's puppet for a moment, discerning no signs of deception, and inwardly lamented. What has become of the dragon clan, accepting all sorts of riffraff? It seems I must take the risk of entering the ancestral grounds of the dragon clan alone. Indeed, this dragon held a significant status. He was none other than Luo Ho, who had just arrived. The owner of this palace was also a spy placed by Luo Ho. Upon his arrival, he had assumed the identity of the demon clan spy and sent the latter back to Mount Shumi. Taking over all affairs concerning the dragon clan, he had intended to go directly to Lao Zi's residence to probe for information, but unexpectedly encountered this crab general stealthily standing at the entrance. Fearing that the dragon clan had discovered his identity and dispatched someone to shadow him, Luo Ho was relieved to conclude that this was not the case after the recent test. Patrol diligently. Do not be sly. After scolding a few times, Luo Ho prepared to leave quickly. Yes, my lord, the puppet Xuanmu replied, standing straight and responding loudly. Once the figure was no longer visible in his line of sight. Both sighed in relief. Phew! Fortune smiled upon us. We have managed not to reveal ourselves. Xuanmu swiftly departed from the palace. An hour later, Xuanmu had completed his perimeter patrol and was about to venture inward. However, he realized that his concealment technique was still inadequate. The puppet's cultivation level was too low, and if he entered the inner sanctum directly, he might be discovered. Thus, the puppet Xuanmu promptly employed a fleeing technique, making his way toward Kunlun Mountain. Meanwhile, Xuanmu's true form was in the basement, searching for useful treasures. This ring is excellent. Let me wear it. This belt is also good. I shall take it. And these boots. Let me put them on. After equipping the puppet with various treasures and fully arming him, the puppet Xuanmu finally made his way to the Dragon Palace of the East Sea, stepping into the inner sanctum of the Dragon Clan. After this round of armament, combined with the previous 40 layers of concealment buffs, the puppet Xuanmu now exuded no discernible aura. Even if he actively dispelled the concealment state, one could not discern the true cultivation level of the puppet Xuanmu. Unless a quasi-saint were to arrive, they would only be able to perceive the puppet's form, but not its cultivation aura. Xuanmu declared, with an abundance of treasures, one can do as one pleases. As soon as he stepped into the inner sanctum, the puppet Xuanmu had barely taken a few steps when he spotted the dragon he had seen earlier. The dragon also noticed the puppet Xuanmu. For a moment, they locked eyes, the atmosphere frozen in place. Fortunately, Xuanmu reacted swiftly, once again standing still and adopting the posture of a diligent guard. This display, however, appeared somewhat comical in Luo Ho's eyes. How could he see me? Are there really this many great Luo among the Dragon Clan? No, he must be a spy sent by the Dragon Clan to monitor me. Both inwardly criticized each other, seeing that the puppet Xuanmu made no further movements. Luo Ho feigned calmness as he walked past the puppet Xuanmu, noticing that the other offered no words or obstruction. Once they had distanced themselves, both secretly marveled. Phew, I reacted quickly. It seems that old dragon is face-blind. Phew, I reacted quickly. It appears the Dragon Clan is merely monitoring. Luo Ho, visiting the ancestral grounds of the Dragon Clan for the first time, took an hour to uncover the path to the Supreme Official S residence. Just as he had infiltrated the inner sanctum, he encountered the puppet Xuanmu. If one were to say that this was merely an ordinary crab general, Luo Ho would never believe it. Surely, the Dragon Clan must have sensed something unusual about his identity, thus sending personnel to surveil him. If he were not careful and revealed a hint of his secret, preserving this identity would prove difficult. As Luo Ho pondered whether he had exposed himself. The puppet Xuanmu was also secretly contemplating Luo Ho's identity, a quasi-saint. Besides the ancestral dragon, is there another Xian turtle among the Dragon Clan? Could it be that the Dragon Clan hides so deeply? No wonder the three clans are led by the Dragon Clan in terms of strength. It is better to seek out my good disciple. This is too awkward. Ultimately, Xuanmu resolved to find Lao Zi first. The covert visit was no longer viable. After observing for so long, he had not spotted any promising candidates and had instead been discovered twice, both times confidently setting up a flag only to be immediately slapped in the face. How presumptuous! Thus, Xuanmu advanced toward Lao Zi's residence. Due to Luo Ho still contemplating the puppet Xuanmu's identity, while Xuanmu headed straight for Laozi's abode. The two inadvertently delayed one another. This led to an even more uncomfortable situation. Just as Xuanmu rounded a corner and arrived at Laozi's residence, he once again encountered Luo Ho. They exchanged glances, each pretending not to notice. Their expressions seemed to convey, "You're here?" "Yes, I am here." The awkwardness had Xuanmu's toes nearly curling into a tight fist. Finally, he managed to stammer out a question. "Shall you go in first, or shall I?" Luo Ho nodded, entering first. Xuanmu exhaled in relief from behind. Yet simultaneously, a sliver of doubt crept in. What status does this old dragon hold? This was the third encounter. The second time, he could deceive himself into thinking the old dragon was face-blind. But the third time, it was clear he recognized him. Why was there still no indication? To speak honestly, if he were a high-ranking member of the dragon clan and encountered a peculiar individual, seemingly covertly following him from the water tribe, he would certainly ponder the implications, questioning whether there might be an insider among them. Yet, this dragon, his demeanor clearly suggested an indifference towards his own predicament. In fact, there was even a hint of a desire to distance himself from his own presence. This leads to one inevitable conclusion. The old dragon himself harbors some form of issue. A misstep, perhaps. The dragon clan has likely been monitoring him all along, thus rendering them unfazed by such occurrences. Who would have thought that fortune would smile upon me so? Xuanmu arrived at his final deduction. However, he was evidently light years away from the truth. After all, it is not something a normal person would contemplate, an insider lurking within the ancestral grounds of the dragon clan. Moreover, this was Xuanmu's first visit to the Dragon Palace, and he was not particularly acquainted with the personnel arrangements. Therefore, it took him a while to consider that layer of complexity. As for Luo Ho, his mind was racing. Is that so? Surely it must be. I have certainly attracted attention. They are no longer attempting to conceal their surveillance. It would be wise to return to Xuanmu Mountain first, to replace the insider before seizing the right moment to investigate further. With this realization, Luo Ho merely took a quick tour around Laozi's residence, exchanged a brief greeting, and hastily departed. The more one does, the more mistakes one makes. Excessive words lead to inevitable blunders. After all, his visit was rather abrupt, and he was not entirely familiar with the identity, habits, and body language of the original owner. At this point, he had resolved to abandon his attempts at gathering intelligence, solely wishing to ensure that this layer of identity remained secure. Infiltrating high ranks with an insider is an endeavor that demands substantial mental and foundational resources. At this moment, his cultivation was merely a hair's breadth short, and he needed to conserve his resources for a breakthrough. The more he could save, the greater his chances of success. Additionally, he lacked the energy to cultivate a new insider from scratch. After Luo Ho's departure, Xuanmu's puppet immediately entered Laozi's residence. The moment he crossed the threshold, Laozi sensed something amiss. "Master." Laozi felt a vague sense of familiarity and inquired in a deep voice towards the door. However, since Xuanmu had not yet dispelled his concealment, and Laozi was merely at the pinnacle of the great Luo realm, he could not perceive the form of the puppet Xuanmu. Nevertheless, Xuanmu felt somewhat perplexed. Is this not so? This concealment technique, along with this artifact, must be a charade, right? How could a mere individual sense even the faintest trace? Xuanmu was left speechless internally. Simultaneously, he dispelled the concealment, revealing his form before Laozi. It was one thing for that quasi-saint to see through it. Given his higher realm, it was unavoidable. But how could Laozi also sense it? Have I been fitted with a GPS? Despite his profound dissatisfaction, Xuanmu maintained his composure and offered a commendation. "Remarkable! You managed to discern the concealment technique of my puppet. It appears you have not been negligent in your cultivation since descending the mountain." Laozi was overjoyed upon hearing this. Who would have known? Just moments ago, he felt a wave of trepidation. After attempting to call out a couple of times, the esteemed one appeared. If I were to claim I hadn't noticed and relied solely on intuition, will my master not strike me down? The thought sent a shiver down Laozi's spine, causing him to refrain from any negligence. He immediately praised, "It is all due to the excellent teachings of my master. Even as I descend the mountain, I dare not forget your earnest admonitions." He was perpetually contemplating, yearning for the day he could reunite with his master. Stop! Stop! Xuanmu interjected, bewildered by Laozi's peculiar behavior. Curiously, when the three purities first ascended the mountain, they seemed quite normal. Even Tong Tian was merely a bit blunt in speech. How is it that after spending some time under my tutelage, they have grown increasingly eccentric? Laozi is fawning. Yuanshi is all fire and brimstone. And Tong Tian is even more peculiar. Could this be a characteristic of the sect? Is it my influence? No, that cannot be. I am perfectly normal. It appears I'm the only sane one in Kunlun Mountain. Sigh, traversing the vast expanse of Honghuang is indeed a weighty endeavor. Xuanmu mused, indulging in a moment of self-praise. Well then, I came primarily to see how the task I assigned you has progressed. Xuanmu curtailed his wandering thoughts, turning to Laozi to enter the crux of the matter. Master, the task has been successfully completed. Upon hearing this, Laozi's expression transformed into one of profound confidence. Oh, pray tell, how was it completed so successfully? Xuanmu's interest was piqued, his curiosity ignited. He wished to see how many commendable disciples Laozi had garnered on his behalf. Master, to be frank, the three of us have successfully persuaded the three clans to cease hostilities. Although there was a slight delay on Tongtian's end, it poses no significant issue. If we proceed as planned, there shall be no threat to Honghuang. Upon finishing, Laozi noticed that Xuanmu was still staring intently at him. And then, Xuanmu's lips curled into a smile. Yet at this critical moment, why had Laozi stopped speaking? What about the disciples? What do you mean? And then, Laozi scratched his head in confusion. Where are my disciples? Xuanmu, noticing Laozi's reluctance to address the crux, pointedly remarked, What disciples? Master, have you taken on other disciples? When did this happen? Laozi inquired with great curiosity, stepping closer. In the future, Xuanmu replied, exasperated, giving Laozi a light tap on the back of his head. Laozi was momentarily stunned by the gesture. Unsure of what misstep he had committed, he began to reflect deeply, contemplating which aspects had yet to reach perfection that I understand. A sudden flash of insight illuminated Laozi's mind. You comprehend? As soon as Xuanmu withdrew his hand, he noticed Laozi's face brimming with excitement as he gazed at him. Master, your disciple is rather dull-witted. It was only now that I grasped your intention. Almost delaying your important matters. Laozi bowed deeply in respect, his head lowered in humility, appearing almost too ashamed to meet Xuanmu's gaze. Well, it is good that you understand. It is not too late to comprehend now. Go forth and act. Xuanmu beamed with delight upon witnessing Laozi's epiphany, encouraging him with a pat on the shoulder. Meanwhile, Xuanmu silently shed tears of relief. It had not been an easy journey. But they were finally in sync. It is truly a challenge to issue directives that require endless reminders. After exchanging a few more words, Xuanmu took his leave from Laozi's abode. After all, he had come merely to ascertain whether Laozi was diligently engaged in his duties. If Laozi had not recruited a single disciple, what was the point of him lingering in this sorrowful place? Relying on others is inferior to relying on oneself. It would be better to continue traversing the vast realms of Honghuang in search of those destined to cross paths with him. After Xuanmu's departure, Laozi immediately summoned Yuanshi and Tong Tian through the Jade Talisman. Second brother, third brother, Master has just come to seek me. Laozi relayed this news to Yuanshi and Tong Tian. What instructions does Master have? Yuanshi promptly inquired through the Jade Talisman. Master has indeed offered me some guidance. We have been diligently striving to mediate the conflicts among the three clans. However, there exists a critical aspect we have never considered. Laozi then reiterated Xuanmu's words verbatim to the two. So, what is Master's intention? Yuanshi pondered, only partially grasping the concept. Master must have discerned the oversight in our plan. Hence, he dispatched a puppet to remind us. The phrase in the future had struck him with clarity. Upon reflection, had they truly contemplated the future of the three clans and the entirety of Honghuang? Laozi articulated his thoughts, posing the question to the two. Tong Tian continued to feign indifference, while Yuanshi, after a moment of contemplation, remarked, So, Master came to refine our plan? Precisely at that moment, I interjected, recalling the words of my revered master. Disciple, where is my disciple? he was subtly reminding us. Thus, what are the various methods of taking on disciples? With a solemn expression, I confidently posed the question to the two individuals present at IT, was then that Tong Tian, finally encountering a topic within his realm of expertise. Eagerly exclaimed, I can answer this. Taking on disciples is simply a matter of recognizing a connection with an individual and accepting them. You may step back. Yuanshi could no longer restrain himself and interrupted, adding that if he were present, he would have given Tong Tian a piece of his mind. The essence of taking on disciples involves identifying exceptional talents, individuals with remarkable potential, or those linked to former acquaintances through competition. Yuanshi articulated his perspective on the criteria for accepting disciples. Indeed, you have hit the nail on the head, my second brother. It is precisely through competition that one takes on disciples. I stroke my beard, maintaining a composed demeanor. I understand now the concept of accepting disciples through competition. Yuanshi muttered a few words, suddenly enlightened, and excitedly declared, Master is using the notion of accepting disciples through competition as a metaphor for our current situation. Aiming to refine our plans, we could host a grand competition in the wilderness, inviting formidable beings to determine the strongest among us. The three clans could also participate, vying for supremacy in the wilderness. This was indeed a form of conflict. What a brilliant strategy from our master. Yuanshi burst into laughter, his eyes filled with admiration for Xuanmu. Certainly, this encapsulates the master's intention. My second brother, it seems you have learned quite a bit during your time at the foot of the mountain. I expressed my delight. Witnessing my younger brother's progress brought me immense joy as an elder brother. As for Tong Tian, he had been enjoying himself since descending from the mountain, so there was no need for undue concern. Not at all, elder brother. You flatter me, Tong Tian replied, though his tone betrayed his delight. Elder brother has already placed the answer before me. If I failed to comprehend it further, it would tarnish the name of the three purities. Yuanshi offered compliments in kind, his tone barely concealing his elation. Tong Tian mused, It seems my second brother just insulted me, didn't he? But it shouldn't matter. Their conversation has no bearing on me. Having clarified their subsequent objectives, the three of them concluded their communication and hurried towards the ancestors of the three clans. Their purpose was to discuss a timeline for the great competition in the wilderness. Meanwhile, Tong Tian sought out Emo Qilin. Following their previous encounter, Tong Tian had established a rapport with Emo Qilin, who now regarded him as elder brother with every utterance. Tong Tian was reveling in his time within the Qilin clan. The prior plans were communicated by Tong Tian to Emo Qilin, who then relayed them to Shi Qilin. In the Qilin clan, Tong Tian had truly achieved the status of one beneath the heavens. For the upcoming plans, he intended to proceed in a similar fashion. Esteemed younger brother, such joyous news, Tong Tian exclaimed as he rushed through the door. Elder brother, what is it? Are you going to arrange a marriage for me? Emo Qilin emerged, somewhat bewildered and questioning. How dare you? Tong Tian playfully slapped Emo Qilin, feigning annoyance. I have come to share a momentous piece of news with the Qilin clan. What is this news? Emo Qilin asked, covering his head in feigned grievance. Did I not mention that there exists a method to resolve the fate of conflict among the three clans? Well, the solution has arrived. My two elder brothers just devised it. Of course, the primary credit goes to my master. They merely interpreted the idea. IT has nothing to do with them. If I hadn't pointed it out, they would likely have been unable to decipher it. Tong Tian rambled on, leaving Emo Qilin astonished. Finally, unable to contain his curiosity, Emo Qilin interjected. So, elder brother, what exactly is this method? Prompted by Emo Qilin's inquiry, Tong Tian recalled his primary purpose for visiting. This is no jest. You must convey this message exactly as I deliver it to your father. It concerns the Qilin clan and the wilderness. Elder brother, please hurry and tell me. Don't let me forget again. Emo Qilin pleaded, though his tone remained gentle. Right. My master intends to hold a competition to determine the leading forces in the wilderness. Of course, the title of the strongest will also be at stake, and all three clans may participate. This could potentially resolve the great calamity looming, Tong Tian asserted confidently. However, if someone were to scrutinize closely, they would notice Tong Tian's furrowed brow. Nevertheless, Emo Qilin was too preoccupied with the impending competition to pay attention to such details to him. Any method that could alleviate the Qilin clan's fate was sufficient. Regardless of whether it was good or bad. Elder brother, this matter is of utmost importance. I shall report to father first. You can sit for a while, Emo Qilin declared before swiftly vanishing. Once Emo Qilin departed, Tong Tian let out a sigh of relief. It seems my elder brother's mentioned this is the master's intention, right? Therefore, can it be considered an event hosted by the master? Clearly, Tong Tian felt a bit uncertain at that moment. While transmitting the message earlier, he had only grasped a portion of the conversation. His elder brothers had spoken in such a convoluted manner that he struggled to catch the essence of their words. All he understood was that the master had proposed the idea, and they were there to implement it. Thus, Tong Tian found himself in a state of uncertainty. Meanwhile, as Tong Tian transmitted the news, Laozi and Yuanshi had already engaged in discussions and refined their plans. They had even finalized certain details regarding the competition with the leaders of the other two clans. Not long after, a message began to circulate throughout the wilderness. Have you heard? The three purities seem to be organizing some grand competition in the wilderness. A cultivator whispered to another. What are the three purities? Are they well known? The second cultivator inquired, evidently having just emerged from seclusion and unaware of the recent happenings in the wilderness. You don't know the three purities? You are quite out of touch, my friend. According to legend, the three purities are the manifestations of Pangu's primordial spirit, having broken through 2 realms in 5,000 years, and their cultivation is at the pinnacle of Deluo. Moreover, upon returning from the mountains, they single-handedly halted the conflicts among the 3 clans. Now, everyone in the wilderness is grateful to the 3 purities, the first cultivator explained. Though the 3 purities possess remarkable potential and have undertaken beneficial deeds for the wilderness, they are still only at the pinnacle of Deluo. Can they truly represent the wilderness? The second cultivator expressed skepticism. This is precisely why I say you are out of touch. The first cultivator, adopting a mysterious demeanor, glanced around to ensure no one was eavesdropping before leaning closer to the second cultivator's ear. Let me share a secret with you. You must not reveal it to anyone else. Do you know why the 3 purities were able to break through 2 realms in just 5,000 years? The second cultivator shook his head, his expression one of confusion. In truth, there is a master above the 3 purities, who is said to have been Pangu's teacher. After Pangu's demise, this formidable being, out of nostalgia, settled in the wilderness, the first cultivator said reverently, pointing towards the heavens and whispering, is that really true? The second cultivator appeared incredulous, though a hint of astonishment began to show on his face. Do you think I could deceive you? My great-aunt's husband's cousin's grandmother's granddaughter married an elder from the Qilin clan, and this was his own account. Furthermore, the previous 9 heavenly tribulations were dispersed by that great being with a mere breath. The first cultivator cited an example. How terrifying indeed. The Taoist, he has evidently been persuaded and is gradually coming to accept this reality. After all, the calamity of the 99 days was visible to all. Even in seclusion, one could still sense that oppressive aura. If that is the case, could it be that this grand contest in the primordial chaos is orchestrated by that individual? Taoist, he has also grasped the crux of the matter and inquired with curiosity. Hush, speak carefully. You and I both understand this well. Taoist, he said with a serious expression, waving his hand to signal his companion to refrain from further words. Indeed, I have said nothing. I have matters to attend to in my cave dwelling, so I shall take my leave. Taoist, he remarked before departing from the scene. After exiting, he hurriedly made his way to the residence of his closest friend. Old friend, a significant event in the primordial chaos. I shall confide in you alone. It must not be carelessly spread. My friend, you must not speak of this recklessly. Such events are occurring throughout the primordial chaos. In just a few days, cultivators within the primordial realm have heard of the 3 Pure Ones' plan to hold a grand contest. Moreover, the tales have become increasingly exaggerated, with rumors suggesting a sequence of events beginning with Xuanmu, followed by chaos. However, all of this remains a matter of public gossip and has yet to reach the ears of the 3 races. Even if the leaders of the 3 races were to hear of it, they would take little notice, for the protagonists of this contest are not loose cultivators. Yet, should this information reach the 3 Pure Ones, it would be an entirely different matter. Xuanmu, Luo Ho had just returned from the Dragon Palace when a subordinate rushed in with news. The Primordial Contest and powerful beings from the time of the Primordial Chaos. Is it said to involve Master Pangu? Upon hearing his subordinate's report, Luo Ho's expression turned troubled. What? I spent a few days at the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. And now the Primordial Chaos has changed. Is this still Mount Suru? Luo Ho found himself unable to ascertain the truth of the information. During the period of calamity, the heavenly secrets are in disarray. Even with his peak quasi-sane cultivation, he cannot discern the veracity of the news, as for rumors among the populace. Those who understand, understand. Master Pangu? What a timely choice. Well, since the invitation is extended to all in the primordial chaos, I too shall attend. Luo Ho muttered a curse under his breath, but soon exuded a confidence that radiated from within in the primordial chaos. At a cliff not far from Mount Sumeru, 4 individuals were engaged in conversation. Hong Jun, how long has it been? Are you certain that Luo Ho is the hidden mastermind? Why are we yet to see any further actions? An elder clad in black and white Taoist robes. His face solemn, spoke to another. His demeanor was stern, with a trace of anger barely concealed upon his countenance. This individual is none other than the Yin-Yang Taoist. Not be hasty, my friend, as far as I know. Luo Ho is a man of profound thought. Without absolute certainty, he would never place himself in the spotlight. The 5 elements Taoist, witnessing the situation, slowly defended Hong Jun's position. Indeed, we have come this far. A little more waiting won't hurt, if what you say is true, then the primordial chaos is on the brink of a significant crisis. Under a collapsed nest, how can eggs remain intact? The time Taoist also spoke solemnly in council. Yet, their true thoughts remained a mystery. We are all at the level of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal, and the destruction of the primordial chaos has no bearing on us. The Yin-Yang Taoist dismissed the words of the two, his face still showing impatience. Recognizing the discontent in Yin-Yang's heart, Hong Jun, aware of the subtle mockery directed at himself, responded, Yin-Yang, your words are misguided. If Luo Ho were to find an opportunity to break through, would we have any hope of survival? You must understand, practitioners of the demonic path are unpredictable and their natures are difficult to gauge that we, as cultivators, are inherently at odds with the demonic path. Hong Jun laid bare the shared predicament of the group, subsequently positioning himself on the moral high ground, condemning Luo Ho as an irredeemable fiend. After all, Luo Ho's reputation in the primordial chaos was already as such. Oh, has someone finally spoken the truth? I thought someone was truly righteous. The Yin-Yang Taoist remarked ambiguously that if you believe so, then let it be. Hong Jun did not engage in further debate with the Yin-Yang Taoist, maintaining a calm demeanor as he replied softly. Just as Yin-Yang was about to say more, a figure suddenly appeared before the 4 Yang Mei. Why are you so delayed today? As soon as this figure materialized, the time Taoist expressed his curiosity. Typically, during their small gatherings, Yang Mei, as a spatial deity, would be the first to arrive. Yet this time, he waited until all 4 had assembled before making his entrance. What happened? What could have made Yang Mei disregard his status as a spatial deity? Upon hearing this, Hong Jun and the others turned their questioning gazes toward Yang Mei. However, that fleeting glance rendered everyone pale with shock. They saw that Yang Mei's complexion was ashen, with traces of blood at the corners of his lips. There was a wound on his face, resembling that inflicted by a whip, deep enough to reach the bone. My friend, could it be that this injury was caused by Luo Ho's ambush? The 5 elements Taoist, witnessing this scene, quickly inquired. The expressions of the other 3 varied. Yet, Yang Mei could sense their doubts regarding the severity of his injuries. Thus, he refrained from concealing anything further, taking a moment to recuperate and, after regaining some energy, spoke in a grave tone. No, Luo Ho does not possess such capabilities. What I am about to say is entirely true. You must not treat it as mere jest. Yang Mei's words piqued the interest of the others, who eagerly awaited further revelations. The situation is as follows. After leaving the Taoist temple, I arrived here. However, my evasion techniques are the finest in the primordial chaos. As you all know, upon hearing Yang Mei's statement, the 4 exchanged glances, their expressions darkening, each thinking, all right, we get it. You still want to boast about your prowess. Therefore, upon my arrival, none of you had come, and I wandered about at the foot of the mountain, where I overheard a secret of the primordial chaos. What secret? Before Xuanmu could finish, the yin-yang Taoist, intrigued, interjected. I heard that the so-called three pure ones are to hold some contest in the primordial chaos. Initially, I thought it was mere jest, but there are whispers claiming that the three pure ones are even more formidable than Master Pangu, suggesting they are akin to Master Pangu himself. Xuanmu's words drew frowns from the others. What do you mean by witnessing firsthand? That is an experience we have all lived through. This matter is too astonishing. The name Pangu has already cast a shadow over us chaotic demonic beings, and now another being even stronger than Pangu has emerged. None dared to imagine the extent of such power. Before they could ponder further, Hongjun discerned a blind spot and questioned, "So, you went to Kunlun Mountain?" Yangmei's expression visibly flickered, and he sighed, saying, "Yes, I cannot abide such attention-seeking individuals. Thus, I thought to investigate Kunlun Mountain. With my speed, it would take but a few breaths. If it is indeed a powerful being, it would be worthwhile to meet and see if there are any opportunities. However, if they are merely seeking to draw attention." At this point, Yangmei paused. The others, well aware of Yangmei's temperament, ceased to press further. Yet the yin-yang Taoist remained puzzled, persistently probing for details. "Then why are you so severely injured?" The esteemed elder is either lacking in compassion, or perhaps it is you who fails to recognize the greatness before you, thus unwittingly offending and angering him. Yet regardless of the relentless inquiries from Yin and Yang, Yangmei remained silent, ultimately uttering only, "That elder is benevolent and has not held my transgressions against me," which sparked boundless speculation among the onlookers. Suddenly, the conversation shifted from denouncing Luo Ho to deliberating whether to participate in a martial arts competition. After all, a top-tier powerhouse was spearheading the event. Securing the first position would not only yield rewards, but also the opportunity for invaluable guidance from a formidable being. Would that not be more advantageous than their arduous struggle against Luo Ho? For what purpose did they engage in battle against Luo Ho? If not because he had discovered a breakthrough opportunity while they had not, should they also ascend in cultivation, then Luo Ho would cease to hold such significance, as they would all be on equal footing. Time rewound to several hours prior, at Kunlun Mountain. Xuanmu languidly sat by the shore, one hand grasping a fishing rod and the other propping up his chin. However, this was merely a fade. Alas, there are none here. Xuanmu sighed, shaking his head in resignation. I could see this moment. He was wholly focused on maneuvering a puppet through a clan of demons, marking the fourth group he had explored since departing from the Dragon Palace in the Eastern Sea. Yet he had yet to discover even a single being with innate roots. This was hardly surprising, as in this era of the Primordial, only the top-tier powers that could be considered exceptional, such as Zhen Yuanzi, Xuanmu, and the 12 ancestors of witchcraft. Naturally, Xuanmu sought to find these individuals. However, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that he was merely controlling a golden immortal puppet. Those innate beings, upon their birth, possessed cultivation levels surpassing that of his puppet. What persuasive power could he possibly wield? Taking disciples, the puppet would likely fall apart. During the time of the three pure ones, he was in an invincible domain, and they could not discern his depth that a few casual words had sufficed to convince them. Subsequently, he had revealed his true foundation, which had facilitated his success. Alas, indeed, upon leaving the invincible domain, one feels the disarray of affairs. Xuanmu rubbed his temples, his once flowing long hair now appearing rather disheveled. As he pondered how to recruit disciples through his puppet, he remained oblivious to the subtle ripples emanating from space beyond the invincible domain. At that moment, Yangmei was concealed within. Humph, truly a show-off. Yangmei had been observing for quite some time. From the very beginning, this individual had been lamenting and displaying a countenance of distress. This incited Yangmei's ire. Initially, upon witnessing Xuanmu's lack of cultivation, he concluded that he had been deceived. Yet a flicker of hope lingered in his heart, yearning for Xuanmu to be an extraordinary figure. After all, this pertained to whether he could shamelessly seize opportunities. Thus, he patiently watched for a while longer. However, upon seeing Xuanmu, disheveled and distressed, his hopes were dashed, for in Yangmei's eyes, if Xuanmu truly possessed the strength as rumored, He would not fail to perceive Yang Mei nor display such a woeful demeanor. What troubles could he possibly have? A single slap would suffice to resolve them. In Blue Star, money could alleviate 99% of woes. In the Primordial, cultivation could resolve 99% of predicaments. Xuanmu's demeanor merely indicated a lack of cultivation, rendering him incapable of addressing his own difficulties, did it not? Was this not mere pretentiousness? Was this not a bid for attention? Was this not a waste of emotional investment? With these thoughts, Yang Mei could no longer contain his frustration, but he stepped forward, launching an attack on Xuanmu. Wasting my time like this has afforded me quite the spectacle. You shall die without regret. In an instant, Yang Mei's figure, accompanied by a solemn declaration, appeared before Xuanmu. Huh! What in the world? As Xuanmu contemplated, a shadow suddenly shouted about this lord and charged towards him, startling him greatly. Without a moment's thought, driven by instinct, he swung the fishing rod he held in his other hand, striking Yang Mei's face. The rod sliced through the air with a piercing sound, shattering the surrounding space. In the blink of an eye, Yang Mei, who had just approached, was sent flying. From a distance, he appeared akin to a cannonball. Hurtling away from the peak of Kunlun Mountain at this point, Xuanmu regained his senses, realizing what had just transpired. What the heck? How dare someone sneak attack me, an old comrade? Thankfully, my reflexes were swift. This strike contained 2.5 years of cultivation that I can only say you still have much training to do. Xuanmu shook his head, watching the figure of Yang Mei retreating, mocking him while simultaneously indulging in self-praise. Yet soon he pondered, wait, I'm not a renowned figure. Why would someone attempt to assassinate me? I've been cooped up at home, and there's still someone seeking trouble. Is the Primordial truly this perilous? Xuanmu contemplated for quite some time, yet remained perplexed. Subsequently, he feigned calculation that in truth, he was leveraging the power of the Invincible domain to deduce the identity of the recent intruder. Within the Invincible domain, even the heavenly Tao must bow its head. Anyone who enters this realm leaves behind a record that as for the time of calamity, the heavenly secrets become indistinguishable. Xuanmu mused. Heavenly secrets? What do they have to do with the Invincible domain? Therefore, he exerted little effort to deduce the cause and effect. Yang Mei, Space Demon God. The Primordial Martial Arts Competition. I'm leading it. No. How was I not aware of this? Xuanmu stood dumbfounded, for the volume of information contained was simply overwhelming. What? Who is spreading rumors? Are we in the same Primordial? Xuanmu felt utterly exasperated. Based on his deductions, it seemed that most inhabitants of the Primordial were already aware of this news. Yet he, who controlled puppets wandering the Primordial daily, had heard not a whisper. This led him to question whether the Primordial he inhabited was indeed the same as the one known to others. This was not to mention that Xuanmu's puppet was undetectable by Tai and invisible to the Luo. Even if someone wished to gossip with him, they would first need to see him. Moreover, Xuanmu's excursions were purposeful, focused entirely on who birthed a prodigy or which genius broke through. He paid no heed to the gossip of the Primordial. After all, having perused countless Primordial web novels, whose gossip was unknown to him, was it necessary to inquire about such trivial matters? Could it be that my 3 good disciples are up to mischief again? Xuanmu pondered for a moment, ultimately suspecting the 3 pure ones. After all, since his arrival in the Primordial, only those 3 good disciples were aware of his true identity. Xuanmu immediately began to calculate again. The 3 pure ones had resided in his domain for several millennia. Deducing this was even less taxing than the calculations regarding Yang Mei. In no time at all, Xuanmu unraveled the events that had transpired and no. Did you truly understand? I should have harbored no hope. I made my intentions so clear, yet you still failed to comprehend. Must I explicitly state it to you, to recruit a few disciples for me? Upon grasping the situation, Xuanmu was filled with righteous indignation. He had genuinely not anticipated that he could be so misunderstood despite his clear intentions. How convoluted must my thought process be? Xuanmu, in exasperation, directed his puppet to transmit a message to the 3 unruly disciples. Return to the mountain at once. At this moment, Tong Tian, under the hospitality of Mo Qilin, had completely lost himself in indulgence. Moments later, he heard this voice transmission, nearly expelling the spirit fruit he had just ingested. "Brother, do not stop. Continue to enjoy. O'Chelan hurriedly urged as he noticed Tong Tian's dazed expression. No, elder brother still has matters to attend to. You and Xiao too can continue eating," with a wave of his hand. Tong Tian hastily left behind a few words before departing in a rush. That on his way, he produced a jade talisman, eager to gauge the sentiments of his two elder brothers. Upon hearing that lousy Yuanshi had also been summoned back to the mountain by their master, he felt a profound sense of relief. With someone of stature to bear the burden, there was no cause for alarm. Since lousy Yuanshi had been called back, it seemed that he was not the one to blame. The three brothers hastened to the foot of Kunlun Mountain, where they finally converged. Soon as they met, Tong Tian could hardly contain his curiosity and inquired, "Elder brother, second brother, what have you done to provoke Master's ire?" Both brothers rolled their eyes in unison, their expressions clearly conveying, "You ask us? Who do we turn to for answers? You've managed to extricate yourself so neatly." Meanwhile, they were silently pondering what could have transpired to necessitate their master summoning all three of them back to the mountain. Especially given the evident anger in his tone that in all their time as disciples, they had never witnessed their master in such a furious state. "It is best we ascend the mountain. Once we see master, all will become clear," Laozi mused after a moment of contemplation, unaware of the underlying reasons. Yuanshi nodded in agreement, and thus the trio began their ascent. Upon reaching the summit, they encountered Xuanmu, only to be met with further confusion. Xuanmu's face radiated joy, in stark contrast to the anger he had conveyed earlier. My beloved disciples, you have finally returned. I am already aware of your exploits in the primordial chaos, and you have performed admirably. Now, what rewards do you desire?" Before the three could ponder their response, Xuanmu continued, "I have decided not to hold any grudges in my name. You shall organize a martial competition in the primordial chaos." At these words, both Laozi and Yuanshi exchanged bewildered glances before turning their gazes towards Tong Tian. That moment, Tong Tian was drenched in cold sweat, hastily averting his gaze as if he had not noticed the scrutinizing eyes of his elder brothers. "Master, it is my brother's fault for failing to clarify matters to the third brother. It is because of this that we find ourselves in this predicament. Please punish us accordingly." Laozi and Yuanshi, aware of the situation, understood that Tong Tian must have stirred up trouble once again. However, Xuanmu shook his head lightly, his expression grave. "Punishment. My name has already spread throughout the primordial chaos. All beings are aware of it. I shall host this martial competition. Will punishing you quell the rumors?" Hearing this, Laozi's face fell, and he bowed his head in silence, while even Tong Tian showed signs of regret. Recognizing the moment was ripe, Xuanmu shifted his tone. "Enough, you are my disciples. Such awkwardness is unbecoming. I shall assist you three once more. Hurry down the mountain and spread this news. 5,000 years hence, at the peak of Kunlun Mountain, the grand competition shall commence. Once you have delivered the message, return to the mountain to prepare for the event." With a flourish of his sleeve, Xuanmu sent the three disciples outside. Once they departed, he could no longer contain his excitement and burst into laughter. Truly splendid disciples of the primordial chaos. I had previously fallen into a misunderstanding. What need is there to recruit disciples? Once they enter Kunlun Mountain and step into my realm of invincibility, the decision lies with me. Why exert so much effort? Xuanmu had realized that to enhance their strength, he must facilitate breakthroughs within his domain. Thus, recruiting disciples was indeed justified, but this competition could serve a purpose as well. As long as the venue remained within his invincible domain, he need not concern himself with the rest. Consequently, Xuanmu decided to embrace the mistake and successfully shifted the venue to Kunlun Mountain. As for why he chose to wait 5,000 years, it was partly to allow the news to spread more widely and attract more formidable beings from the primordial chaos. Additionally, this time frame would allow him to prepare some prizes. Although he possessed many spiritual treasures and elixirs, he did not intend for them to serve as the primary rewards. Why should he spend his resources to provide such lavish prizes for the champion? In Xuanmu's mind, a comprehensive plan was already taking shape. After the three pure ones descended the mountain, Laozi could no longer restrain himself and questioned Tian. "Third brother, how could you be so foolish? Indeed, Master has always preferred tranquility. How can he attain peace now?" Tian, hearing this, was at a loss for words and could only respond, "Elder brothers, I truly did not mean any harm. It was merely a passing remark. I never anticipated that such news would spread throughout the primordial chaos. Moreover, was it not you who said that this was all Master's intention?" At this, Laozi and Xuanmu began to prepare for action. Tian, sensing the tension, quickly interjected, "Elder brothers, please do not be angry. Let us first fulfill Master's instructions. I am well aware of my mistakes. We cannot afford any more delays." Upon hearing this, Laozi relented. If not for Tian's plea, he might have delivered a sound scolding. "Third brother, this matter is settled, but you must never act so recklessly again." As he spoke, Laozi approached and patted Tian on the shoulder, continuing, "Master cannot always indulge you. You must remember this lesson." After imparting his solemn admonition, Laozi took to the clouds and departed. Xuanmu shook his head with a soft sigh before also leaving. The two brothers exchanged barbs. Tian felt a pang of guilt and secretly vowed to exercise greater caution in the future. Once the three pure ones arrived at the respective clans they were to assist, they conveyed Xuanmu's intentions to the clan leaders. Given their previous collaborations, there were no unexpected developments this time. The three clans took it upon themselves to traverse the primordial chaos, aiming to inform all beings of the date and location of the grand competition. The cooperation of the clan leaders stemmed from a desire to impress Xuanmu. Previously, they may have harbored doubts about Xuanmu's identity, wondering if he was merely a fictitious character created by the three pure ones. However, with the time and location clearly stated, what further doubts could remain? The scale of the announcement was monumental, drawing the attention of not only the beings of the primordial chaos, but also other powerful entities. If, 5,000 years hence, they arrived at Kunlun Mountain only to find no significant figures present as they had imagined, it would not take the clans to condemn the three pure ones. The very beings of the primordial chaos could drown them in their spittle. The three pure ones would not engage in such thankless endeavors, with the combined efforts of the three clans. The news of the grand competition had reached the ears of the primordial chaos inhabitants. Although there had been whispers prior, they lacked official endorsement. Moreover, without a specified time and location, many remained uncertain about the authenticity of the information. Now, with the three clans united in disseminating the news, it marked a first in the primordial chaos. Previously, encounters between the clans had often ended in conflict or mutual insults. To see them unite for a common cause only served to bolster the credibility of the announcement. Some astute individuals began to ponder the implications that if the three clans could set aside their grievances for this competition, it hinted at the magnitude of the forces backing the three pure ones. Did this not suggest that at least half of the previous rumors were indeed true? While some were astonished, others dreamed of showcasing their talents at the grand competition in the hopes of being noticed by the top powers of Kunlun Mountain, thereby leaping to greatness. The entirety of the primordial chaos seemed to be swept up in a fervor. 5,000 years later, at Kunlun Mountain, the countdown to the martial competition was now just a week away. Xuanmu emerged from seclusion, beaming with joy. Over the past 5 millennia, he had crafted numerous spiritual roots and elixirs into pills, ranging from the Hunyuan breaking mirror pill to the golden immortal chi replenishing pill. Every pill that could enhance cultivation had been prepared, all in the hopes of increasing the number of breakthroughs during the competition. Now, he merely needed to find an opportunity to distribute the pills and other rewards. Xuanmu rose, brushing off the dust from his garments, and slowly made his way towards the pavilion's exit. As soon as he stepped outside, he beheld Laozi, Xuanmu, and Tian gathered together, engrossed in discussion. "Master, you have emerged from your seclusion?" Laozi inquired as he approached Xuanmu. What matters are you three deliberating?" Xuanmu asked, his brow furrowed in curiosity. "Master, we three are naturally here to alleviate your concerns. Currently, we are devising the procedures and regulations for the upcoming grand competition." Xuanmu explained. Upon hearing this, Xuanmu felt invigorated. He had been so absorbed in alchemy that he had nearly forgotten the passage of time. With only 7 days remaining, Those who were swift would likely have already arrived. And he had yet to set up the venue. If word of this got out, what would become of his reputation? He promptly instructed the three pure ones, "You shall determine the procedures. It is imperative to extend the duration as much as possible. For this concerns the fates of all beings in the primordial world. A brief time frame would lead to an inadequate spectacle, and too few participants would fail to represent the vastness of the primordial realm." Xuanmu's explanation was essentially a plea for more time. After all, how could the cultivators break through in such a short span? He had already begun to form an idea in his mind, similar to the Olympic village of his previous life. He intended to replicate that model. Those attending would be provided with accommodations, while competitors would only engage in a few matches each day, allowing for a gradual unfolding of events. Once the competition concluded, both the spectators and participants would continuously provide him with domain space. The thought of this made a glimmer of wild joy appear on Xuanmu's face. Subsequently, disregarding the gazes of the three pure ones, he slowly ascended into the air, one finger, like a mountain, extended forth, his gaze as cold as frost. With solemnity, he declared, "Mountains and rivers, heed my command, arise." As Xuanmu's voice resonated like a thunderclap, the entirety of Kunlun Mountain trembled violently under the auspices of the invincible domain. In an instant, countless flowers, grasses, trees, and torrents of earth and stones seemed to be imbued with life, gradually rising from the ground. They coalesced in mid-air, as if performing a mysterious dance. The soil and rocks from the earth's core ascended in an orderly fashion, akin to disciplined soldiers before long. A towering edifice, composed of rock as its skeleton and trees as its flesh, stood proudly erect. Above it, a plaque inscribed with the words, "Cloud Hotel." This should suffice, Xuanmu mused, slowly descending and contemplating the tall structure for a moment. There was no alternative. With insufficient domain space for outward expansion, he could only extend upwards and downwards. This building reached the heavens above and the earth below. Surely ample enough for the spectators of the competition, as for the participants. After some consideration, he decided to construct the competition grounds as well. Those who lost would stay at the hotel, while the winners could prepare for the next match backstage. After all, as cultivators, they could forego sleep. The purpose of the hotel was merely to prevent them from wandering off, ensuring they remained within the invincible domain. This way, he could maximize his benefits. Soon after, Xuanmu retrieved the creation jade plate from the kitchen, stepping steadily onto the hotel rooftop. This moment, the Cloud Hotel soared into the clouds, reaching towards the ninth heaven. From the outside, it resembled a colossal pillar of support standing upon Kunlun Mountain. Piercing the heavens, standing atop the rooftop, Xuanmu felt as if he were surveying the minor peaks from a great height. He then produced the creation jade plate, using the primordial treasure as an aid to construct the competition arena. With a graceful lift of his arm, the plate was summoned, gradually expanding in the air. Subsequently, as he channeled his power, a continuous stream of yin and yang energies surged forth from the creation jade plate. The dual energies, one yin and one yang, entwined slowly in the air. Before long, they materialized into a platform constructed of pure yin and yang energies above the rooftop. The foundation of this platform was none other than the creation jade plate itself. Xuanmu then divided the dense yin and yang energies, creating 8 smaller platforms surrounding the grand one. In total, there were 9 battlefields. The 9 arenas resembled 9 colossal yin and yang dragons coiled together, embodying the essence of yin and yang. From a distance, the entire setup appeared akin to a mysterious 8 trigrams formation, suspended amidst the vast sky. The central arena served as the convergence of the yin and yang poles, while the surrounding 8 smaller platforms corresponded to the Bagua diagram. In Xuanmu's conception, this grand competition would encompass all cultivators from the realm of the Golden Immortal and above. The 9 battlefields were perfectly suited for categorizing participants by rank. The 8 smaller platforms represented the realms of Tai and below, while the central and largest platform catered to those of Deluo and quasi-saint status. After all, the majority of cultivators in the primordial realm were of lower cultivation. As for the specific procedures, Xuanmu deemed it unnecessary to concern himself. He would focus solely on the venue and rewards, leaving the remainder to the 3 pure ones he was content to play the role of a hands-off manager. With everything now prepared, if the three Pure Ones still found fault, he would seriously contemplate whether his apprentice was fit for purpose. That master's prowess remains as astounding as ever. Just as Xuanmu departed, three sneaky figures climbed up. Observing the seemingly ethereal creation, Laozi was inwardly astonished. Yuanshi nodded in agreement, clearly impressed. Just as the two were still in a state of shock, Tong Tian, wielding the four swords of extermination, unleashed an attack upon the platform. This spectacle left Laozi and Yuanshi aghast. "Third brother, what are you doing?" "Apologies, I couldn't hold back. I was merely testing the quality of the platform for master." Tong Tian replied sheepishly, scratching his head, sincerity evident in his tone. "Oh, you dare to test master's methods?" Yuanshi retorted, unable to contain his scorn. Tong Tian chuckled awkwardly, glancing at the unperturbed platform. "I simply acted on impulse and only realized afterward that I had unleashed an attack. Nevertheless, this platform constructed by master is indeed sturdy." Laozi, witnessing Tong Tian's demeanor, felt disinclined to argue further. He was left with a singular thought. Could this third brother still be of use? Enough of this nonsense. "We still have matters entrusted by master to attend to," Laozi interjected, steering the conversation back on track. "Elder brother is right. We must consider the primary procedures for this grand competition. Master has entrusted us with such a significant responsibility. We cannot afford to be half-hearted," Yuanshi stated, casting a glance at Tong Tian. In response, Tong Tian defended himself. "Second brother, don't look at me. I have reformed and am no longer reckless." Laozi and Yuanshi rolled their eyes in unison. The implication clear. Thus, the two disregarded Tong Tian and commenced deliberations concerning the detailed procedures for the grand competition. Tong Tian quietly listened from the side, occasionally nodding in acknowledgement. As the day of the grand competition swiftly approached, numerous cultivators began to arrive at Kunlun Mountain. However, most of them remained at the foot of the mountain, refraining from ascending hastily. After all, in this era of the primordial world, scattered cultivators comprised the majority. Such unanchored cultivators typically acted with caution, fearful of inadvertently provoking the mighty immortal. Just as the scattered cultivators found themselves growing restless at the base of the mountain, a sudden flash of fiery red light illuminated the sky. Akin to the blazing sun, phoenixes descended from the heavens like crimson meteors. However, the intense heat they generated was quite unbearable for the scattered cultivators. The Phoenix clan always revels in such flamboyant displays. Just as the scattered cultivators were about to succumb to the oppressive heat, a solemn voice echoed from afar. And no sooner had the words left his lips than a tempest roared, and dark clouds gathered ominously. A dragon's head, exuding a terrifying aura, emerged from the clouds, followed by its sinuous body, trailed by hundreds of dragons. Clearly, these were the elite of the dragon clan, before the scattered cultivators could fully appreciate the profound depths of the two clans' heritage. The sky erupted in thunder and lightning, and distant purple clouds drifted closer. Within those clouds, formidable figures could be discerned, each exuding a remarkable presence. As the clouds drew near, the onlookers finally recognized that these figures belonged to the legendary Qilin clan. Their colossal forms, adorned with scales that shimmered with an enigmatic luminescence, sent tremors through the ground with each step they took. The arrival of the Qilin clan transformed the already vibrant scene into an even grander spectacle. The three clans gathered. The scattered cultivators, having never witnessed such a sight, stood in awe, mouths agape. "Esteemed friends, we are beneath Kunlun Mountain. It would be wise for you both to temper your presence." The prime Qilin stepped forward, attempting to mediate, and upon seeing this, Yuan Feng and Zhu Long fell silent. Yuan Feng let out a cold snort, her expression stern as she led the Phoenix clan up the mountain, observing the situation. Zhu Long also guided the Dragon clan closely behind. The prime Qilin, unwilling to be outdone, subtly revealed a competitive spirit as the three clans convened. The remaining scattered cultivators, encouraged by the presence of the three clans, promptly followed suit, ascending the mountain at a leisurely pace. It is noteworthy that even the three clans did not take to the clouds. Rather, they relied on their own strength to scale the heights. This clearly illustrates that the respect for the strong is deeply ingrained in the hearts of the beings of the primordial wilderness. Upon reaching the mountain, they beheld Laozi, Xuanmu, and Tongtian, already welcoming the three clans into their lodgings. The scattered cultivators, trailing behind the clans, gradually began to comprehend the significance of the towering pillars. Once the three clans were settled, the scattered cultivators approached the reception to arrange their accommodations. One such cultivator, after settling in, remarked with a deep voice, "Truly, the magnificent handiwork of the great immortal. The chambers arranged for us are of such high caliber, a rarity in the primordial wilderness. Not only do we incur no fees for our lodgings, but there are also spiritual gathering arrays available for our cultivation. I came merely to observe the grand competition and have unexpectedly gained such an opportunity. The benevolence of our predecessors is indeed commendable." In that moment, the scattered cultivators were all profoundly moved. After all, the majority of them had simply come to partake in the festivities, fully aware of their own limitations. Prior to their arrival, they had only hoped to witness the epic confrontations of the formidable beings of the primordial wilderness, and they were already content. Little did they expect that upon their first ascent to Kunlun, they would encounter such a fortuitous opportunity. To cultivate within the spiritual gathering arrays allows one to make extraordinary progress. Moreover, such an opportunity is akin to a windfall. Some cultivators, harboring good intentions, felt grateful for Xuanmu's kindness and thus returned to the foot of the mountain to voluntarily assume the responsibility of welcoming newcomers. Meanwhile, the majority of the scattered cultivators, upon settling in, turned their attention to their own cultivation, patiently awaiting the commencement of the grand competition. Xuanmu stood silently in the pavilion, his thoughts as deep as an abyss, quietly observing all that transpired. Excellent, with so many scattered cultivators present. Even if the Deluo golden immortals do not break through, their domain should experience significant expansion. Xuanmu was delighted to see that all beings had taken residence in his cloud hotel. At this moment, he had yet to witness anyone seeking lodgings outside the invincible domain. They all resided in the places he had arranged. Consequently, with the enhancement of the spiritual gathering arrays, he merely needed to delay slightly during the competition period. His domain would undoubtedly expand rapidly. With this thought in mind, Xuanmu sent a message to Laozi, summoning him. Laozi, who was currently attending to the reception, suddenly received Xuanmu's communication. He promptly passed his duties to Tongtian, who stood momentarily dazed, on the verge of tears. There was no choice. The manpower at Kunlun Mountain was insufficient, with only 4 individuals, including Xuanmu. Could they really afford to have Xuanmu handle this task? The 3 of them would surely be expelled from the sect. "Master, your disciple has come to pay respects." Laozi entered the pavilion, speaking reverently. "Indeed, the 3 of you have managed this reception quite well, and should be commended." Xuanmu nodded, acknowledging their efforts before Laozi could utter any flattery. Xuanmu continued, "Now, convey the details of this competition to me. I wish to hear." Laozi, upon hearing this, respectfully began, "For this grand competition, the 3 of us have deliberated that it should focus on the contest of cultivation levels, excluding those below Deluo Golden Immortal. This approach would save time and allow the 3 clans elites to shine." Before Laozi could finish, Xuanmu erupted in anger, striking Laozi on the back of the head with the palm, exclaiming, "Spare me the time-saving nonsense. Change it. Follow my instructions." Laozi was momentarily perplexed. Did not the master prefer tranquility? After all their discussions had led to the shortest duration for the competition, now it was being altered. However, seeing Xuanmu's furious demeanor, Laozi wisely shook his head and refrained from speaking further. "Did I say? Remember this. For this competition, you shall serve as the host, Xuanmu will be the judge, and Tongtian will handle the logistics." Xuanmu contemplated for a moment before assigning Tongtian a fitting role. "Master, your disciple is dull. Does the host imply upholding justice? What then is the role of the judge?" Laozi inquired, puzzled after hearing Xuanmu's explanation. "Ah, I forgot, you are not a youth of the 21st century. The host is..." Xuanmu took the time to clarify these meanings to Laozi. There was no alternative. He had begun to fear Laozi's imaginative prowess. This was a critical phase concerning whether his domain would expand. That a bit of fatigue was a small price to pay. Once everything was clarified, Xuanmu spoke again, since you three have already publicized this as a grand competition of the primordial wilderness. We cannot impose any conditions. Everyone in the primordial wilderness must have the opportunity to participate. Do not concern yourselves with time. Even if we must hold dozens of rounds, it is worth it. In this world, one must uphold integrity. Upon hearing this, Laozi was deeply moved. His master, in order to support their plans, was willing to go to such lengths. Truly impressive. This was the vision of a master. Laozi pondered, his gaze toward Xuanmu shifting. However, Xuanmu remained oblivious, continuing to elaborate on his insights and the structure of the competition. After much deliberation, Xuanmu finally elucidated the concepts of preliminary rounds, point systems, elimination rounds, and resurrection rounds. With this comprehensive array of competition rules established, the inaugural grand competition of the primordial wilderness had become clear. Xuanmu felt as though he had transformed into the client, overseeing the arrangements. The primary issue was that the competition structure proposed by Laozi and the others was too simplistic, unable to prolong the event for long. The following day, Laozi stood outside bright and early, wielding a wooden staff, announcing to the crowd, "Dear friends, welcome to the inaugural grand martial arts competition of the primordial wilderness. I'm the host, Taishang Laozi." As people began to inquire when the competition would commence, Laozi continued, "Allow me to introduce our esteemed guest mentor for this event. Known affectionately as the little white dragon of the waves, beloved by all, flourishing like flowers in spring, invincible across the realm." Just as Laozi was about to continue, Xuanmu could no longer contain himself. "If you continue, I shall withdraw from the stage. You may bear the mantle of mentor yourself." Upon hearing this, Laozi immediately ceased his flattery, clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment, and solemnly stated, "It is none other than my esteemed master, the mighty Xuanmu." As Laozi's words echoed, the crowd's interest peaked. Why had they come to Kunlun Mountain? Was it not to witness the legendary Pangu, the formidable being who existed even before the chaos was unraveled? Although Xuanmu was aware that this was merely a myth, the crowd remained oblivious. They eagerly turned their gazes toward the stage. Xuanmu approached, clad in flowing azure robes that danced with the wind, resembling an immortal descending to the mortal realm. The gentle breeze caressed him, and his aura was so subdued that no trace of his cultivation could be felt. Merely a glance was enough to convey that this individual was extraordinary. Xuanmu addressed the assembly with calm composure. "Welcome, everyone. For this grand competition, I assure you that any individual from the primordial wilderness is welcome to participate. As for the rules and rewards, I shall leave those details to my disciple." Xuanmu merely made an appearance, relinquishing the stage back to Laozi. After all, it had been made clear that Laozi was the host, and managing the proceedings was not his concern. Just then, a sudden attack surged from afar. Before anyone could react, it had already reached Xuanmu's side, eliciting gasps of shock from the crowd. "Humph," Xuanmu merely scoffed. And at that moment, everyone felt as if a great weight had descended upon their chests, rendering them breathless. Even the clan leaders of the three clans broke into a cold sweat. It felt as if an invisible hand was grasping their very lives. For the first time, Zhu Long and the others felt the chilling proximity of death. Boom! Amidst the expanse of Xuanmu, a deafening crack reverberated through the crowd. Before the onlookers could fully comprehend the situation, Xuanmu had already retracted his overwhelming aura. "Pardon my display, esteemed guests. The malevolent have been dealt with." He then issued a final admonition. "During this competition upon Kunlun Mountain, I implore you all to refrain from personal conflicts before the contest commences." With that, Xuanmu vanished in an instant. Could this truly be the prowess of an ancient sage? That fleeting pressure, though not directed at us, still enveloped me in a palpable sense of mortality. Did you feel it too? Indeed, even the ancestors of the three clans dared not stir under such formidable pressure. I too bore witness to that moment. The crowd murmured amongst themselves, their astonishment at Xuanmu's intervention palpable. Even the ancient ancestors were not exempt from this awe. They exchanged glances, each reflecting profound trepidation and reverence. When one stands before an equal, there exists a sense of caution. Yet, When one encounters a being of unfathomable superiority, only reverence remains. Such was the sentiment of the three clan ancestors at that moment. In that brief instant, they had reached a consensus. Resistance was futile. Even if they united their strengths, the outcome would remain unchanged. Following Xuanmu's display, those with ulterior motives abandoned their schemes. Even the newly arrived formidable beings bore witness to this spectacle. Xuanmu, within the pavilion, retracted his puppet and observed the unfolding scene quietly. Indeed, with this display, these individuals should harbor no further aspirations, he murmured softly. Verily, his previous display was a carefully orchestrated performance, intended to instill a sense of awe among the crowd. Why was it that even the clan leaders had failed to react in time? His strike left no remnants, as he had utilized one of his lesser puppets during its creation. That earlier assault was executed by this puppet, which possessed a fraction of his domain's power, approximating the pinnacle of quasi-saintly prowess. Sufficient to obscure the source of the attack, it obliterated any evidence of its origin. Who could have anticipated that such a forceful strike, akin to that of a quasi-saint, could emanate from a golden immortal puppet? As for the possibility of suspicion arising, in the vast and enigmatic wilderness, it is entirely plausible for there to be a quasi-saint concealed from their knowledge. However, even if they discovered the truth, what harm would it bring? I remain unperturbed, Xuanmu thought, redirecting his focus to the grand competition. Esteemed guests, direct your attention to the screen. With the utterance of Laozi, a treasure radiating with golden brilliance slowly emerged from his sleeve. The onlookers beheld as the artifact transformed into a screen, inscribed with numerous runes, which read, Hunyuan Group, Duo Group, Tai Group, Golden Immortal Group, Profound Immortal Group, True Immortal Group, Celestial Immortal Group. Did they ask for further divisions? They ceased to exist. Although Xuanmu had proclaimed that all beings of the wilderness should participate, the harsh reality remained that those beneath the celestial immortal realm could not ascend Kunlun Mountain, at best reaching its foot. Moreover, beneath these divisions, the rewards distribution was outlined. Hunyuan Group first place. 1 innate supreme treasure, 3 top-tier innate spiritual treasures, 1 rule pill, 1 random drop of demon god's blood. Second place. Duo Group first place. 1 mirror-breaking pill. 3 top-tier innate spiritual treasures, 3 purple vein peaches, 1 exceptional technique. Second place. The more they read, the more their expressions dulled in astonishment. These rewards were undeniably lavish, someone exclaimed, igniting a wave of fervent discussion. Entirely forgetting the earlier events, that it was no wonder they were astonished. The rewards Xuanmu had presented were truly rare within the wilderness, from demon god blood to innate supreme treasures and various pills and heavenly materials. It encompassed all. Moreover, all who ranked within the top 100 would be eligible, though the prizes were not as rare as those bestowed upon the top 3. For instance, in the Duo Group, the top 50 would receive techniques and treasures, albeit varying in quality. However, the latter 50 would only be eligible for the mirror-breaking pill and purple vein peaches. The rewards across other realms followed a similar pattern, with only the top 50 receiving additional prizes, while the latter 50 could only enhance their cultivation. Yet, even so, this was enough to ignite fervor among the masses. For ordinary individuals, advancing their cultivation typically required the passage of time, alongside factors such as foundation and comprehension. But now, as long as one secured a rank within the top 100, they could transcend their current limitations. How could this not elate the crowd? Senior Taishang, how should we participate? An excited voice resonated from the crowd. Laozi's brow lifted in delight. Finally, someone had broached the pertinent question. It was time for me to take charge. Ahem. This esteemed friend poses an excellent query. Shortly, my brothers and I will open the registration channel. You shall input your names, the addresses of your Taoist sanctuaries, and other basic information, after which you may partake in the preliminary selection. At that moment, another individual inquired. Senior Taishang, what is the meaning of this preliminary selection? Laozi donned a look of feigned exasperation, his tone extraordinarily calm as he continued. Alas, I did not anticipate that there would still be those unaware of the preliminary selection's purpose. Nevertheless, as the host, it is my duty to elucidate the fundamental rules of the great competition of the wilderness. As Laozi's words fell, The crowd fell silent, attentively listening to his subsequent discourse. After all, this pertained to the critical matters of the contest, and carelessness would not suffice. First and foremost, registration is required. The registration channel shall remain open for 100 days, striving for the participation of all beings in the wilderness. Upon the conclusion of the registration phase, we shall enter the preliminary selection stage, where participants will be allocated to different platforms based on their cultivation levels, such as the Daluo platform, Tai platform, and so forth. Each platform will determine the 3,000 victors of that realm. These 3,000 victors will then proceed to the next stage, the elimination round, which will adopt a points-based system. Participants may challenge any opponent of their choosing. Victory grants 1 point, while defeat results in a deduction. At the start of the elimination round, participants may submit the names of their desired opponents, with each person required to submit at least 100 names. Upon completion of challenges against all listed opponents, the elimination round will conclude. Consequently, the bottom 1,500 contestants will be eliminated. As Laozi reached this point, a voice from the crowd interjected. If that is the case, what of those whose strength is formidable, yet are perpetually pitted against stronger adversaries, leading to their elimination? Indeed, does this not hinge upon one's fortune? The moment this question was posed, the atmosphere erupted into a cacophony of discourse. Laozi cleared his throat, swiftly interjecting, "Ahem, silence. There is no need for alarm regarding elimination. To counter such situations, we have deliberately established a revival round. This revival round will consist of only 500 revival slots. The 1,500 eliminated contestants will engage in another points competition, with the top 500 securing their advancement. Eventually, the 2,000 contestants who progress will formally commence a new round of selection. They will compete in a one-on-one format based on a drawing system, ultimately determining the top 1,000, the top 100, the top 10, and finally, the ultimate victor. Upon concluding, Laozi observed the crowd as they resumed their discussions. Wouldn't this lead to some contestants being left without opponents? The fourth round might very well witness such a scenario. At that moment, a cultivator skilled in calculations queried with uncertainty. This esteemed friend poses a keen question. We have certainly taken this scenario into account. Laozi replied with a calm demeanor, adding, once there remain 125 contestants in the arena, the final revival round shall commence. The point system will persist, with the top 3 scoring contestants successfully reviving and participating in the ultimate competition. With Laozi's elaboration complete, the cultivator's eyes sparkled with understanding, and he clapped his hands in approval. This way, it not only averts the misfortune of encountering a slightly stronger opponent leading to elimination, but also sidesteps the awkward predicament of having one participant left without an opponent. Marvelous! After the monk's insightful guidance, everyone gradually recognized the fairness of this competition format. They enthusiastically proclaimed, indeed, this system of competition is the most equitable and just contest I have ever witnessed. The knockout rounds, revival matches, and point systems are truly pioneering innovations. I have never encountered anything like them before. Henceforth, all competitions in this realm should be conducted in such a manner. Yes. Speaking of which, the registration channel should have already been opened. Fellow cultivators, my master has a disciple at the Tai realm who will take the lead. Wait for me, fellow cultivators. I too shall descend the mountain. As the crowd expressed their sentiments, a clever individual realized that there were no restrictions on the number of participants for this martial arts registration. Furthermore, the various realms have been allocated to different battlefields, ensuring that all competitors would start from the same starting line, without the oppressive advantage of superior cultivation levels. Thus, many hurried down the mountain to invite friends, brothers, disciples, and mounts, all in pursuit of additional opportunities that if they failed to achieve a ranking in the Daluo battlefield, could their disciples not secure a good position in the Celestial Immortal or Golden Immortal battlefields. Regardless of cultivation level, each additional participant represented another chance to obtain rewards. Consequently, on Kunlun Mountain, one could witness such a scene. A cultivator who had just painstakingly ascended to the mountain peak hastily descended once more, eager to recruit others to participate in the competition. Even the top forces within the primordial realm shared this sentiment. For instance, the 3 clans, who had initially intended to bring only their clan's prodigies for a mere experience, upon hearing of such a competition format, immediately began transmitting messages within their clan. After all, who could resist the allure of those rewards? Had it not been for Xuanmu's earlier intervention, they might have even resorted to reckless measures to seize the prizes. Likewise, Luo Ho, who had just arrived, had also discerned the loopholes in the competition format. He promptly communicated with the Demon Clan, aiming to secure a greater share of rewards AS for the Hunyuan battlefield. Luo Ho declared he would not hold back. The innate treasures were sufficient to entice the Hunyuan Golden Immortal cultivators to compete. Moreover, there were the blood of demon gods and the law elixirs. Although Luo Ho had never heard of such elixirs, their inclusion as prizes, especially crafted by Xuanmu, suggested they must enhance one's comprehension of the laws. Collectively, these rewards could undoubtedly empower Luo Ho to break through to a higher realm. What had he gone to such lengths to instigate the three clans' conflict for, if not to seek an opportunity for advancement? Now that this chance lay before him, would he still hide his talents and refrain from revealing them? That would indeed be foolish. Not far away, 5 unremarkable cultivators divided their attention towards Luo Ho. Hongjun, it appears Luo Ho is determined to participate in this grand competition that, if the Demon Clan were to secure a ranking, it would likely lead to trouble. What can be done? Who told you not to have a sect? One of the 5, disguised and participating in the competition with a hidden identity, remarked disdainfully to T this moment. Hongjun's brow furrowed slightly. He had not anticipated that this event would escalate to such proportions. The rewards were unexpectedly generous, causing even him to feel covetous. Initially, he had thought that attracting 10,000 participants would be a remarkable feat. And indeed, it was. Aside from the spectators, the participants were nearly the same individuals. However, with the introduction of this competition format, people were urging each other to join, and cultivators were arriving in droves. Should this trend continue, it would be exceedingly disadvantageous for them, the loose cultivators. If the Demon Clan were truly seize the opportunity, their plans would undoubtedly become significantly more challenging to execute. Moreover, this was not the most critical issue. The real concern was that if Luo Ho were to obtain rewards in the Hunyuan battlefield and inadvertently achieve a breakthrough, they would have to bear the brunt of his wrath. Alas, we can only take it one step at a time. For now, all we can do is strive to prevent Luo Ho from securing a ranking in the Hunyuan battlefield. Hongjun contemplated, ultimately discarding the notion of confronting Luo Ho atop Kunlun Mountain. As time flew by, the registration period drew to a close. Within 100 days, more than half of the primordial cultivators had arrived at Kunlun Mountain. Notable figures such as Jane, Xuanti, the Queen Mother of the West, Hongyun, Xinyuanzi, and Kuanpeng, renowned in their past lives, also graced the summit of Kunlun Mountain. Xuanmu observed this scene, unable to contain his laughter. Invincible, truly invincible. In just 100 days, I have expanded my domain by over 2,000 square meters. Indeed, one must find the right approach. Sitting by the shore, Xuanmu gazed at his system panel, unable to suppress a chuckle. Host, Xuanmu. Invincible domain, 10,000 square meters. Congratulations, host. Your domain area has successfully exceeded 10,000. Reward, Primordial Purple Chi X1. No heavenly Dalmark. The next phase awaits your exploration. Upon scrolling down, Xuanmu discovered that this system had even more hidden treasures. Primordial Purple Chi, he mused, slightly taken aback by the reward. He had initially believed that only signing in would yield rewards. Little did he know that breaking through the area of his domain would also grant him rewards. Wait, if I hadn't scrolled down, would you have remained silent forever? With this thought, Xuanmu found himself at a loss for words regarding this peculiar system. He then turned his attention to the Primordial Purple Q, and, oh heavenly Dalmark. Is this not akin to a panacea? Xuanmu calmly cradled the primordial purple chi in his palm. Focusing his mind to examine it closely, he discerned that this primordial purple chi bore no other consciousness. Only the purest essence of the world's primordial power. The primordial purple chi was a natural manifestation born from the resonance between heaven and earth. Just a single strand could grant a mortal with no cultivation a limitless lifespan and an undying body. In essence, it represented another form of the world's primordial existence. During Hongjuan's third lecture, he had distributed the primordial purple chi. However, the primordial purple chi in his possession was of a different caliber than that which Hongjun had. The primordial purple chi held by Hong Jun contained a trace of the heavenly Tao's consciousness. Upon absorption, it would transform into a heavenly Tao puppet that, in contrast, the primordial purple chi in Xuanmu's hand was purely the essence of the world's primordial power. Could it be that the invincible domain could also be considered a realm of its own? An astonishing thought struck Xuanmu. Upon reflection, he realized that this notion was not unfounded. If one were to liken the primordial realm to a vast world, then his invincible domain would represent a smaller world. Admittedly, while this small world may lack in size, its quality was undoubtedly stronger than the primordial realm, and he, as the sovereign of this invincible domain, would be invincible within its confines, yet rendered powerless beyond its borders. Thus, was he, in essence, creating a separate reality from the primordial realm? Surely not. How could a world begin with merely 100 square meters? Moreover, this world could endlessly consume. Xuanmu pondered this notion, though he allowed his mind to wander with myriad thoughts. Ultimately, he believed this hypothesis to be the closest to reality. Regardless, he decided, it matters not. Ever since my transmigration, I have been bound to the invincible domain. What flourishes or falters here, so too shall I. Contemplating such matters only invites unnecessary troubles. Xuanmu cast aside the chaotic thoughts and embraced a tranquil and expansive state of mind. However, a sudden idea flashed through his mind that he then took out the primordial purple chi and, astonishingly, began to refine it himself. Just as I thought. Upon the completion of the refining process, Xuanmu faintly sensed an increasingly profound connection with the invincible realm. This undoubtedly solidified his inner convictions, further affirming that, even if the invincible realm were not a separate world, it was certainly akin to one that, having successfully refined this primordial purple energy, Xuanmu had officially become one with the invincible realm. At this moment, even if he were to leave the realm and inadvertently meet his demise in the outside world, he could rely on the power of this primordial purple energy to be reborn within the realm. Yet, one must ponder, if I were to perish, could the realm still exist? This seems to pose a paradox. Survive. My life is of utmost importance. Xuanmu dismissed any thoughts of venturing outside to test his abilities. Who among the sane would contemplate experimenting with their powers at the cost of their own life? On another front, the registration channel had already closed, marking the official commencement of the preliminary selection rounds. Beneath the 8 arenas on the periphery stood cultivators below the Great Luo stage, in the central arena. However, all participants were the Great Luo Realm AS for the quasi-saints, namely the Hunyuan Golden Immortals. They were exempt from the preliminary selection, given the limited number of Hunyuan beings in the current primordial world. Upon completion of the preliminaries, there would be no need for a final match. As the preliminaries themselves served as the decisive contest, I hereby declare the first martial arts tournament of the primordial world, the preliminary selection, officially commenced. The preliminary rounds would determine the victors through a challenge system, featuring both a reigning champion and challengers. A challenger must win 3 consecutive matches to advance, while a successful challenger becomes the new champion. This process would continue until there were 3,000 qualifiers across all arenas, at which point the preliminary selection would conclude. Now, the competition begins. With the proclamation of Laozi, confident contenders began to take the stage, while many others remained below, diligently gathering information on the various participants. An atmosphere of solemnity enveloped the arena, in the Great Luo battlefield. Yuan Deng confidently stepped onto the stage. As the embodiment of the first coffin of the primordial world, Yuan Deng exuded confidence. Prepared to fight to the end in this Great Luo battlefield. Who dares to battle me? Upon entering the arena, Yuan Deng directed his disdainful gaze at the crowd below. I shall. A member of the Dragon Clan, discontent with Yuan Deng's demeanor, ascended the stage to confront him. Being a primordial being, Yuan Deng, upon seeing the Dragon Clan member, immediately summoned his accompanying treasure, the spirit coffin lamp. In an instant, a wisp of ghostly fire erupted from the lamp. A manifestation of the netherworld's ghostly flame, capable of revealing the deceased and incinerating souls upon impact. The Dragon Clan member, seeing the ghostly fire rushing toward him, hastily sidestepped to evade it. Dragon roar 9 heavens. Just managing to avoid the attack, the Dragon Clan member unleashed his innate divine ability with a roar that momentarily startled Ruan Deng. However, protected by the spirit coffin lamp, Ruan Deng quickly regained his composure. Observing this, Ruan Deng resolved to directly summon the spirit coffin lamp's true form to suppress his opponent. Despite the Dragon Clan member's desperate efforts, lacking the support of treasure, he ultimately met a dismal defeat. Is there anyone else? After repelling his opponent, Ruan Deng's expression brimmed with confidence as he stepped forward, challenging the crowd below. Yet, what face did he have to boast, relying on the power of a treasure? If he had the courage, he should put down the treasure and engage in a fair fight. Although the spectators exchanged sharp words, none dared to ascend the stage. Just then, a Taoist in a yellow robe approached with steady strides. Making his way to the arena, I am Xuanmu, here to seek guidance. Upon stepping onto the stage, Xuanmu lightly flicked his whisk and clasped his hands in greeting. Perfect timing, Ruan Deng responded. And the two retreated a step before simultaneously unleashing their abilities. However, this time, the situation was not as simple as Ruan Deng had anticipated. As their abilities clashed, Ruan Deng felt an overwhelming force of attraction assail him. This force not only threatened to devour his abilities, but also caused his very form to sway slightly. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Ruan Deng quickly summoned the spirit coffin lamp in a bid to defend himself. Yet, Xuanmu had anticipated this move, wielding both the whisk and the Seven Stars whip, which he unleashed simultaneously, instantly placing Ruan Deng in a passive position. I concede, seeing the Seven Stars whip approach. And being ensnared by the sleeve of the universe divine ability, Ruan Deng hastily declared his surrender. Should that strike connect, he feared he would require a lengthy recuperation of 10 days or more. In such a case, he would be unable to advance in the preliminary rounds, which would be utterly humiliating. Upon witnessing Ruan Deng's concession, Xuanmu ceased his assault and offered a slight bow, saying, "Fellow Taoist, I thank you for your forbearance." Humph. Ruan Deng, filled with unwillingness, returned a bow and hastily exited the stage. Well done. Fellow Taoist Xuanmu is indeed formidable, a true exemplar among us. The crowd below, having witnessed Ruan Deng's inability to withstand more than 3 moves against Xuanmu, expressed their admiration for Xuanmu without reserve. After all, in comparison, Xuanmu was significantly superior to Ruan Deng. In the subsequent rounds, several cultivators confident in their abilities ascended the stage to challenge. As expected, Xuanmu successfully defended his title and advanced. Observing this, Ruan Deng's confidence surged once more, with Xuanmu having advanced. Who can stand against me? With a loud proclamation, he re-entered the arena. The previously boisterous crowd fell into a profound silence. Although Ruan Deng's personality was somewhat unlikable, his strength was indeed noteworthy. These individuals, lacking treasures or mentors, found it difficult to compete against him. Just moments ago, the Dragon Clan member's innate ability had proven inadequate. Was that not evidence enough? At that moment, a flash of blue light erupted on the stage, and a figure appeared. Ruan Deng, I am Xuanmu. Please enlighten me. As soon as Xuanmu ascended the stage, Ruan Deng was drenched in sweat. Xuanmu was at the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm, having roamed the primordial world for years, and his name was well-known. It was said that he was but a step away from becoming a quasi-saint, but had yet to discover the means to ascend. Fellow Taoist Xuanmu, we are all inhabitants of the primordial world. There is no need for bloodshed. I concede. I concede. Ruan Deng, disregarding his pride, immediately admitted defeat, as he was merely at the mid-level of the great Luo and had not made any progress in many years. The path of cultivation is like ascending layers, each realm a new sky. Although he possessed an accompanying treasure that could allow him to fight beyond his level, Xuanmu's innate abilities were anything but ordinary. For instance, when Xuanmu ascended the stage, Ruan Deng had not even glimpsed his form. The disparity in strength was glaringly apparent. Why subject oneself to further humiliation? With a sigh, Ruan Deng announced his surrender, and the crowd erupted in boos. Ignoring their jeers, he thought to himself, once Xuanmu advances, who can withstand me? As Xuanmu's name had spread throughout the primordial world, the crowd was hesitant and dared not challenge him. Ultimately, after a considerable passage of time with no challengers stepping forward, Laozi made an exception, allowing him to advance. However, the spectators bore no discontent toward this decision. Witnessing Kunpeng's advancement, Ruan Deng, emboldened, reascended the stage, this time. Before Ruan Deng could speak, a figure clad in red robes had already taken the stage. Who approaches? Ruan Deng inquired, apprehensive of encountering another formidable opponent like Kunpeng, which would truly strip him of all dignity. I am Hong Yun, here to seek your guidance, fellow Taoist Ruan Deng. Hong Yun clasped his hands in a gesture of humility. Hong Yun, I have not heard of you. You must be formidable, Ruan Deng thought to himself. Frantically searching his mind for any mention of such a figure in the primordial world. With newfound confidence, he declared, I hope you can provide me with a worthy challenge. With that, Ruan Deng stepped back and summoned the spirit coffin lamp, launching an attack toward Hong Yun. Yet the outcome was destined to leave Ruan Deng once more disappointed. Hong Yun, having transformed from the first strand of primordial cloud, possessed a cloud evasion technique that rivaled Kunpeng's own. It was one of the foremost evasion techniques in the primordial world. Even figures like Dijuan and Tai had to employ formations when contending with Hong Yun. Alone, how could Ruan Deng hope to keep pace with Hong Yun's movements? Moreover, the arena established by Xuanmu could be perceived as a miniature space. Within it, the space was indestructible and could expand infinitely. It was akin to the Buddha kingdom within one's palm, yet even more profound. After all, the creation Jade Disk contained boundless creative power and the mysteries of the universe. IT held crucial significance in mastering the generation and evolution of all things, as well as in establishing the world's structure and rules. How much more so, then, was it to merely construct a space? In the realm of the palm, the Buddha kingdom stands unparalleled. IT is precisely for this reason that one can witness the spectacle upon the arena. A crimson light darted about chaotically, closely followed by the illuminating lamp wielded by the one known as Ruan Deng, who was positioned at the center. What skill is there in mere evasion? If you possess courage, then halt and engage in battle. Ruan Deng, filled with indignation, found himself powerless against the elusive Hong Yun. Thus, he pursued while attempting to dissuade Hong Yun with words. Yet, Hong Yun appeared utterly unfazed. Turning to Ruan Deng with a tone of earnest counsel, fellow cultivator Ruan Deng, I am aware of your previous contest with fellow cultivator Kunpeng. Your words are indeed most reasonable. We are all denizens of the primordial chaos. Why must we resort to life and death struggles? Is this not contrary to our aspirations? If you manage to catch up to me, then consider this round a victory for you. Upon hearing this, Ruan Deng nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Is this intentional or merely accidental? Once was insufficient. Must you truly desecrate the fallen, having already lost face by conceding in the last match? Hong Yun's words felt like salt in an open wound. I shall see you dead, Ruan Deng declared in fury, simultaneously intensifying his magical output. He deftly maneuvered the lamp while unleashing the ghostly flames of the underworld. Attempting to corner Hong Yun. My friend, do temper your wrath. Such bitterness is detrimental to one's cultivation. I merely admire your actions. Why do you react thus? Do you not relish the praise of others? Hong Yun effortlessly evaded the attack, his words imbued with sincerity. Upon hearing this, Ruan Deng could no longer restrain himself, his anger surging, causing his magical power to falter for a moment. Blood spurted from his mouth as he collapsed into unconsciousness. Alas, I have warned you. Excessive anger is harmful to cultivation. Yet it appears you have failed to grasp this, Hong Yun observed, shaking his head at Ruan Deng's plight. Then he turned his gaze to the spectators below. Witnessing the scene, the onlookers were struck dumb, a palpable fear rendering them speechless, unwilling to meet his gaze. How terrifying! He had not even needed to strike. With mere words, he had vanquished Ruan Deng, to add insult to injury. He had even sought to destroy his spirit. Hong Yun wins. At that moment, the referee, Yuan Shi, announced, casting Ruan Deng off the stage to make room for others. Esteemed friends, Hong Yun extends his greetings to Is there anyone willing to step forward for a friendly contest? Hong Yun first bowed to the crowd below, then inquired his intention to avoid wasting anyone's time. Yet to the ears of the spectators, this bore a different connotation. Was this not akin to Ran Deng's earlier boastful proclamations? One was impolite, rushing to engage, while the other, though courteous, invited you up only to deliver a fierce blow. This was far more ruthless. Throughout history, such individuals were either cunning schemers or smiling tigers adept in political machinations. Contemplating this, the crowd bowed their heads even lower, not a single person daring to respond, in their hearts. They collectively labeled Hong Yun a master of cunning. Observing this, Hong Yun, though unaware of the reason, felt a sense of helplessness. He could only wait quietly on the stage. Ultimately, like Kuan Peng, he was advanced to the next round due to the absence of challengers. After his advancement, since Ran Deng had yet to regain consciousness, the selection process finally resumed its normal pace. By the time Ran Deng awoke, only a few spots remained before the selection concluded. In the end, as the top-tier powers had all ascended, Ran Deng, too, successfully navigated through the selection. Following this incident, Ran Deng no longer exhibited the same arrogance he once did. Who could have anticipated that the primordial chaos concealed such formidable talents? This was no coincidence. Those who contended with him would later become the elite among the 3,000 purple clouds. Although his cultivation was still quite shallow, he was no longer a worthy target for Ran Deng to provoke. Moreover, this grand competition had hastened the emergence of the 3,000 purple clouds that, in contrast, figures like Di Jun and Tai had yet to be born from the sun star. Inyua had not yet made her appearance. Still residing in some obscure corner of the primordial chaos, following the selection, the elimination rounds would gradually escalate from the celestial immortal group. Xuanmu had resolved to prolong the contest for ample time. How could he easily bring it to a close? Thus, an unusual scene unfolded that a group of celestial immortals engaged in combat on stage, while below, the spectators were either Tai golden immortals or those of the great Luo realm. Yet there were some who approached Lao Zi with a query. With 9 arenas, why could various realms not compete simultaneously? Typically, in such situations, Lao Zi would respond with, "If you wish to compete, then do so." Although they longed to protest, they were powerless, for strength was the ultimate authority. Reflecting on Xuanmu's earlier display, the crowd fell silent. They could only obediently wait, either cultivating in peace or watching the celestial immortals fight to pass the time. Just as the competition reached a fervent pitch, not far from the pavilion where Xuanmu resided, Yuan Feng and Shi Qilin were discreetly concealed in a nearby thicket. "How can you be certain that the elder would be willing to meet with us?" Shi Qilin still harbored doubts and thus inquired of Yuan Feng. Yuan Feng, raising his head with conviction, replied, "This king has conversed with Yuan Shi. This grand competition is indeed hosted by the elder, who cannot bear to see the beings of the primordial chaos suffer. The intent is to conclude the calamity through a different approach. With this in mind, is it not acceptable for us to express our gratitude and seek an audience with the elder? Moreover, who goes there? Step forth quickly." Before Yuan Feng could finish, he sensed a familiar aura emanating from the nearby grass, prompting him to launch an attack in that direction. Sure enough, as the strike landed, the figure of the ancestral dragon slowly emerged from the foliage. Are these not 2 dear friends? Upon seeing that the Phoenix and Qilin clans had allied against the Dragon clan, the ancestral dragon spoke sharply. "Why was I not informed in advance? I could have invited my kin to share in the joyous occasion." As soon as he appeared, the ancestral dragon wasted no time, delivering his words with precision. "Why, you old dragon, what is this?" The illustrious ancestral dragon disregarding his reputation to engage in such covert following. Yuan Feng shot a cold glance at the ancestral dragon, his expression stern and filled with ire. "I observed you 2 acting in secrecy, and I feared your actions might be detrimental to Kunlun Mountain. I merely followed you out of concern. Do you think I have nothing better to do?" The ancestral dragon retorted, unperturbed by Yuan Feng's words. "Let us cease this charade. To this point, our intentions are clear to one another. The pressing matter at hand is the future of our 3 clans." Shi Qilin, sensing that a quarrel was about to erupt, quickly intervened. Both were acutely aware of the urgency of the situation and refrained from further argument. Yuan Feng, with a countenance as cold as ice, shot one last glare at the ancestral dragon before striding ahead. The ancestral dragon, seeing this, snorted softly and leisurely followed behind. Xuanmu was accustomed to this dynamic. All three harbored their own agendas as they approached the pavilion. Elder, it is us, ancestral dragon, Xuanmu, and Xuanmu. Seeking an audience, the three bowed in unison, speaking in unison. Please enter, and let those trailing behind also reveal themselves, Xuanmu, holding a fishing rod and gazing at the lake, said without turning around. The three, surprised by his words, turned to look behind them. Sure enough, 5 figures gradually emerged from the shadows. The ancestral dragon felt a jolt of shock at this scene. These 5 possessed powers equal to his own. Such hidden prowess had eluded even his keen senses. Xuanmu and Xuanmu shared his astonishment. They were indeed in a dire predicament. Not only were they followed by the ancestral dragon, but they were also tailed by 5 formidable figures. Elder, we 5 merely sensed that the 3 clans were acting in secrecy, fearing it might pose a threat to Kunlun Mountain. Thus, we followed you. However, having observed your actions, we found no wrongdoing, and we humbly seek your forgiveness. Hongjun, recognizing that their concealment had been compromised, no longer sought to hide, laying bare the entire situation. The ancestral dragon, standing nearby, felt his eyes nearly bulge in fury, silently seething. What he says are my very words. In truth, the gathering of Hongjun and his companions was to ascertain the position of Xuanmu. Otherwise, a colossal mountain would loom over them, hindering their machinations within the primordial chaos. Upon hearing this, Xuanmu slowly set down his fishing rod, turned, and cast a glance over the assembly, his expression devoid of emotion, neither sorrowful nor joyful at that moment. The others profoundly realized the immense pressure Xuanmu bore. Under his gaze, Hongjun and his companions felt a chill creep up their spines, cold sweat trickling down as their hearts surged with turmoil. Particularly, Yangmei, who recalled the previous ambush vividly, feared that Xuanmu might soon demand accountability. Just as their thoughts spiraled, ready to dredge up every mistake they had ever made in their lives, Xuanmu's lips curved into a slight, ambiguous smile, and he spoke gently. Do not be anxious. I'm already aware of the purpose for your visit. I've always favored tranquility, hence I shall not partake in the affairs of the primordial chaos. However, should anyone act with malice towards it, I shall descend personally to seek retribution. Xuanmu addressed Hongjun and his 4 companions, implying that he would not leave Kunlun Mountain, so they need not worry about him unifying the primordial chaos. They were free to contend as they wished. Yet, if they were to bring the chaos to the brink of destruction, they should not blame him for intervening. Although he alone understood that he could not descend from the mountain, the others remained oblivious, shuddering at his words. Hongjun grasped the underlying meaning of Xuanmu's statement. Slightly bowing and clasping his fists in respect, he said, "Thank you, Senior, for your guidance. I shall do my utmost to protect the primordial chaos and ensure it does not fall into grave peril. I will take my leave now, troubling you no further." With that, Hongjun and the 4 swiftly departed, vanishing without a trace. Subsequently, Xuanmu turned his attention to the 3 from the Zulong clan. You wish to preserve your 3 clans? The 3 nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with earnestness. The impending calamity had already been decreed, and they need not worry. However, the boundless karma was indeed difficult for the 3 clans to withstand. Upon hearing this, the trio's expressions fell into despair. Their concern lay in how to safeguard their clans. And now, even Xuanmu spoke thus. Did it not imply the demise of the 3 clans? Just as the 3 were at a loss, Xuanmu continued. However, he stated, though karma cannot be eradicated, I possess methods to reduce it somewhat, contingent upon whether you are willing to make sacrifices that we are willing to serve you. Senior, merely seeking your guidance. The 3's eyes brightened as they solemnly bowed in unison. Seeing their earnestness, Xuanmu was inwardly elated. In truth, karma was trivial for him. He could easily obliterate it with a wave of his hand. Yet, what need had he to engage in such laborious and thankless tasks? Thus, Xuanmu devised an alternative approach, stating solemnly, "If that is the case, after the grand competition concludes, you shall establish a heavenly oath, completely severing ties with the 3 clans. Thus, The majority of the karma shall descend upon you 3 that time. Whether you live or die will depend entirely on your own fates. Upon hearing this, the three's eyes gleamed with realization. Indeed, the three clans had engaged in battle under their command. They were the masterminds. The clans could at most be considered accomplices, by declaring their severance from the clans. The remaining karma would dwindle significantly. Although it could not be entirely eliminated, it would certainly be a marked improvement from their current predicament that as for their own lives, whether they could withstand the overwhelming karma. They paid it no mind, having cast aside concern for life and death. Is this feasible, senior? Zulong inquired uncertainly. After all, the Dragon Clan differed from the other two, bearing a significant portion of their own karma, much of which was inherited through bloodlines. Yet all matters in the world have their causes. One must know that greed leads to loss. Xuanmu remained enigmatic, offering no definitive answer. I know nothing. Only by trying will we know. If it succeeds, then it succeeds. If it fails, you three will perish. And what concern is that of mine? Xuanmu silently complained to himself, giving only vague reassurances. However, the three did not perceive this, believing Xuanmu's words to be profoundly reasonable. Thank you, senior, for your enlightenment. We shall no longer intrude. Should you require anything, we would face 1,000 deaths without hesitation. Sensing Xuanmu's disinterest in further conversation, the three expressed their intention to depart. Xuanmu watched their retreating figures, his mind racing with thoughts of their last statement. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. 1,000 deaths without hesitation? Excellent. That is precisely what I desire. Xuanmu mused, stroking his chin, his eyes darting with newfound ideas. Meanwhile, after Hongjun and his companions left, they convened to discuss their next steps. Hongjun, now that it is clear that he has no interest in the primordial chaos, what are your plans? You should share them now. If this drags on any longer, I shall not accompany you in this charade. Yin Yang interjected urgently. Not rush, my friend. I'm certain Hongjun has a comprehensive plan in mind. The duo from the 5 Elements time chimed in. We can rally the ambitious from all corners of the world to jointly eliminate Luo Ho after the grand competition concludes. Hongjun explained, no longer withholding his intentions. After all, aside from the 5 Elements time duo, the remaining 2 were individuals he had cleverly persuaded to join his cause. But how can you be certain that others will assist us? Yang Mei raised an eyebrow in skepticism. Hongjun pointed to the luminous canopy above, his tone tinged with amusement. What if there are mutual benefits? Upon hearing this, Yin Yang scoffed. You old Taoist, your heart is even more treacherous than mine. Although the others had long recognized Hongjun's profound cunning and heavy scheming, this particular stratagem was indeed ruthless. Hongjun's implication was clear. Under the pretext of jointly vanquishing evil, they would seize treasures from the Demon Clan. After all, they had witnessed the Demon Clan's involvement in the grand competition, and Luo Ho was indeed present in the primordial battlefield. Once the competition concluded and Luo Ho claimed his rewards, the treasures of the Demon Clan would be beyond count, not to mention the innate treasures and the blood of demon gods. Thus, they could first seek the assistance of the 3 clans, as the true mastermind behind it all was plainly visible. Time contemplated this for a moment before proposing. Agreed. The others echoed in unison, then turned back to seek out the Zulong trio. However, this time their expectations diverged from Hongjun's anticipations. Upon hearing Xuanmu's stance, the 3 clans realized they could no longer accumulate karma within their ranks. Even with immense benefits at stake, the clans remained unmoved. After all, whether their 3 leaders would survive after the grand competition was still uncertain. Thus, they declined Hongjun's proposal. Witnessing this, Hongjun declared that Luo Ho was the mastermind instigating the conflict among the 3 clans. Is that truly the case? Zulong exclaimed in fury that Luo Ho also at the level of a mixed Yuan golden immortal? Then let him remain in Kunlun. Yuan Feng and Shikolin echoed with anger in their eyes. Gentlemen, Kunlun Mountain is the sacred place of the seniors' cultivation. We must not engage in conflict. Hongjun, seeing the situation veering off course, quickly intervened. Humph. In a contest, some scrapes and bumps are inevitable. It's quite normal. Zulong coldly retorted, dismissing Hongjun's words entirely. That Luo Ho specializes in the path of slaughter, with few equals. In my view, We should wait until the competition concludes before joining forces to eradicate him. Enough. You can inform me of this news, which pleases me greatly. Yet your tone is quite displeasing. Before Hongjun could finish speaking, he was once again interrupted by Zulong. Zulong hardly regarded the so-called Luo, who, in his eyes, even if Yuan Feng and Shiqilan joined forces, they could only barely achieve a stalemate against him. How could Luo, who possibly be stronger than the combined might of Yuan Feng and Shiqilan? He was merely a mouse lurking in the shadows, too afraid to show himself. Observing this, Hongjun took the opportunity to bid farewell to the others. How could they proceed without the assistance of the three clans? Wuxing wore a worried expression and turned to the ever-composed Hongjun, asking how they might make the three clans aware of Luo, whose formidable nature during the competition. I could see that moment. Hongjun's words were filled with confidence, as if everything lay well within his grasp. Well, at this point, we have no choice but to proceed as such. The others nodded in agreement, though only Yin Yang wore a solemn expression, lost in his thoughts. He had an inkling that Hongjun's strategy was far more intricate than it seemed. Time flew by, and the competition beneath the Daluo realm finally came to a close. After Xuanmu distributed the prizes, everyone retreated to their chambers to diligently cultivate. However, today they all halted their seclusion to witness the grand finale at the Daluo battlefield. There, on the stage, two figures stood, one clad in a crimson robe, exuding a bloodthirsty aura as if emerging from the depths of Ashura hell, and the other garbed in blue, sprouting twin wings, his demeanor as tranquil as water. Upon closer inspection, one could discern the immense energy they harbored. These were none other than Mingyi and Xuanmu, both at the pinnacle of the Daluo realm, yet neither had discovered the path to transcendence. Mingyi had not yet set foot on the Ashura path, relying solely on the paths of blood and slaughter, which were insufficient for his ascension to the mixed Yuan Golden Immortal. Conversely, Xuanmu had yet to master the path of speed, and by the natural order of things, he should have shifted his focus to the path of the three corpses after Hongjun's teachings. Esteemed friends, I am the host of this competition, Taishang Laojun, and this is the judge, Yuan Shixianzhen. Both contestants are prepared, and the match officially commences. Laojun's hosting skills had reached an unparalleled level. His voice fell. Both competitors sprang into action simultaneously. Xuanmu 9 transformations. Swallowing the heavens, Xuanmu manifested his true form, wings unfurled, unleashing his innate divine ability. The swallowing the heavens technique from the Xuanmu 9 transformations. Clearly, he aimed to conclude this battle with utmost swiftness. A massive Xuanmu, towering 100 zhong, opened its cavernous maw as if to devour the entire arena. Mingyi felt as though the very space around him was constricting, forcing him to retreat slowly while struggling to defend himself. You little fish, enjoying a feast, seeing the formidable nature of this divine ability. Mingyi realized he could not rely solely on his bare hands to withstand it and readied himself earnestly. With a swift motion, 2 treasured swords appeared in his grasp, the Yuan Tu and Abi swords. Mingyi swung the swords with great force, causing the confined space around him to gradually shatter. Yet, due to the arena's unique properties, bolstered by the creation jade dish, the torn space swiftly restored itself. Before Xuanmu could react, Mingyi unleashed another strike. A chilling sword aura, intertwined with a deep bloodlight, surged toward Xuanmu, carrying the momentum to tear through space. Xuanmu, recognizing the danger, swiftly took flight, narrowly avoiding the blow. As Mingyi found his first strike thwarted, he soared into the air, pursuing relentlessly. For a time, the roles of attacker and defender shifted. If this continued, it seemed that the ancestor Mingyi might secure victory. Such an assertion is misguided. In my view, Ancestor Xuanmu is merely biding his time, waiting for the opportune moment to seize the victory. Not at all. Even the great master Zhen Yuan could not withstand the might of Mingyi's Yuan Tu Abi swords. Once Xuanmu's power wanes, victory will surely be locked in. The spectators murmured among themselves, akin to fervently cheering for their idol. Meanwhile, on the stage, the chase between the two was lively and captivating. This moment. Xuanmu had neither acquired the river map nor participated in the division of treasures, relying solely on his divine abilities to fend off his adversary. Nevertheless, even so, Mingi found himself unable to gain the upper hand against Kunpeng. Kunpeng's evasion technique. I shall dub you the fastest beneath the mixed yuan. Mingi ceased his assault, gazing at Kunpeng with admiration. You are not without merit yourself. To force me to this extent is worthy of pride. Kunpeng responded with an unruffled countenance. Yes, that's so. Then it is time to declare this match concluded. As Mingi's words echoed, Kunpeng suddenly felt a surge of blood energy rising within him. You are deceiving me. Kunpeng immediately realized the situation, his expression shifting to one of alarm. In that instant, he stood rigid, using the majority of his remaining power to suppress the tumultuous blood energy within him. This is the art of deception. As he spoke, a sharp sword light infused with blood energy had already reached Kunpeng's front. While suppressing the blood energy, Kunpeng prepared to evade the incoming sword aura. Plop! I concede. The moment the sword aura drew near, Kunpeng sensed something amiss. The blood energy within him seemed to resonate with the sword energy, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. He hastily proclaimed his surrender. Begone! As soon as Kunpeng uttered those words, Yuan Shi summoned the Panga banner, clashing it with Mingi's sword aura. Upon impact, the sword light was torn asunder, as though made of paper. What? Kunpeng, standing closest, felt the annihilating force emanating from the Panga banner, causing a cold sweat to drench his back. You were fortunate, seeing Yuan Shi intervene. Mingi finally withdrew his weapons. He beckoned to Kunpeng, and the audience beheld a crimson lotus emerging from within Kunpeng's body. The 12th grade fiery red lotus. Those with discerning eyes among the cultivators gasped in astonishment. Now it makes sense. Kunpeng pieced together the key elements, realizing that when he performed the swallowing the heavens technique, Mingi had already laid his trap. Nonetheless, Kunpeng felt a deep sense of grievance. In his eyes, Mingi merely relied on his abundance of treasures. He resolved that he too must acquire several powerful artifacts. The rewards provided by the competition were simply insufficient. At the very least, he needed something comparable to the Panga banner in Yuan Shi's possession. I hereby declare, in this final match, Ancestor Mingi emerges victorious. Let us extend our congratulations to Mingi for successfully claiming the championship of the Daluo battlefield. Once again, it was time for the much-anticipated announcement of the rankings and the awarding of prizes. Without further ado, the standings are as follows. The top 50 of the Daluo group. Please come forth to receive your rewards. As Lao Juan's words fell, 50 broken mirror pills and 150 purple vein peaches appeared upon the stage. The remainder consisted of various innate spiritual treasures and techniques. Each individual selected a few treasures, claiming their respective pills and peaches, before hastily returning to their chambers to resume their cultivation. The remaining 50, having not ascended the stage for this honor, received their rewards privately from Lao Juan before retreating to their rooms. Such delightful moments are always fleeting. Today's competition has officially concluded. We eagerly anticipate tomorrow's battles at the mixed yuan battlefield. Lao Juan casually delivered a few closing remarks, signifying the end of the Daluo battlefield. At long last, it has come to a close. I am eager to see how much the area of the Daluo realm will expand. Xuanmu withdrew his consciousness, fixating on the system panel. Invincible domain. 0.3 square kilometers. Countless beings traversed the Kunlun Mountains, and after years of diligent effort, the area of the invincible domain had finally succeeded in acquiring a new unit of measurement. It could be considered a breakthrough, akin to the size of a medium-sized amusement park. Now, Xuanmu could leisurely stroll upon the summit of this mountain, a far cry from the days when he could barely manage a morning run, let alone host a competition that required him to stack upon the heavens. Through years of calculations, Xuanmu had discerned the patterns of breakthroughs across various realms. Below the golden immortal level, each breakthrough would only expand the domain by 10 to 50 square meters. In contrast, a breakthrough at the golden immortal level would yield an increase of 100 square meters, while the transition from golden immortal to Tai would result in an area expansion of 300 square meters. Each minor breakthrough at the Tai level would also add 300 square meters, whereas the leap from Tai to the Luo would grant an increase of 500 square meters, with each minor breakthrough at the Luo level also contributing 500 square meters. Presently, Xuanmu was keenly observing how much area would be added when Luo ascended to the quasi-saint level, known as the Hunyuan Golden Immortal. He had an inkling that this realm would significantly augment his domain. As after reaching the Hunyuan Golden Immortal level, the focus would be on the laws. The Hunyuan Golden Immortal consists of 9 heavenly tiers, each tier representing a major realm. The higher one's cultivation, the greater the suppression of realms, making it increasingly improbable to challenge those of higher tiers. For instance, certain celestial immortals could confront true immortals, yet the Luo Golden Immortals are unable to challenge quasi-saints. This is due to the fact that after reaching the quasi-saint level, one cultivates the laws. Even the later developed method of severing the 3 corpses by Hongjun requires the use of innate spiritual treasures, which embody the power of the laws. Nevertheless, even with the aid of the broken mirror pill and the purple pattern peach, it is not an easy feat for many to break through. Xuanmu felt it was inappropriate to reveal himself to assist, so he reluctantly shifted his attention to the Hunyuan competition. However, he kept a vigilant eye on the Luo individuals in the system panel, ready to be informed of any breakthroughs at the first opportunity. The following morning, the crowd arrived at the spectator stands with great enthusiasm, eager to witness the contest among the top experts of the Honghuang realm. After all, such opportunities are rare. Even some Luo figures pause their secluded cultivation to attend, hoping to glean insights from a battle. Yet, as soon as the crowd arrived at the venue, sharp-eyed individuals noticed that Xuanmu had also made an appearance in the spectator area. That esteemed figure has come as well. Just to gaze at that immortal being brought upon me a sensation of impending breakthrough. Is this indeed the pinnacle of power from the chaos era in the eyes of the immortals? Our competition might merely seem like children's play. If only we could receive a hint or two from the immortal, our lives would be without regrets. The crowd whispered among themselves, their discussions filled with reverence for Xuanmu. Xuanmu heard their murmurs, and though his expression remained calm, his heart swelled with joy. Flattery is a behavior I disdain, yet if it is directed towards me, it becomes an entirely different matter, and my efforts have not been in vain. I even donned the uncertain Dao robe for this occasion, Xuanmu mused inwardly. Initially, Xuanmu had no intention of attending. However, his mentor's earnest entreaties, insisting that this was the final competition and that if he did not make an appearance now, he might never have the chance, compelled him to reconsider. Upon hearing this, Xuanmu found the reasoning compelling. After all, what is life but a pursuit of prestige? He was hosting this competition in his name, and it would be rather unbecoming for him to remain in the shadows. Moreover, with only the 3 of them at the Hunyuan Golden Immortal level, any unforeseen mishaps would leave them unable to intervene. Ultimately, Xuanmu decided to attend the event in person. Welcome to the final round of the Honghuang competition. I am your beloved host, Taishang Laojun. This last round of contest will differ from the previous ones. With only 9 participants registered, one shall have a bye. Without further ado, let us commence the allocation of opponents. With that, Laojun took the stage, delivering an opening speech before the 9 Hunyuan Golden Immortals. Including Hongjun and Lu, made their appearances. Such a wealth of powerful beings exists within Honghuang. I had thought that only the ancestors of the 3 clans were of Hunyuan Golden Immortal caliber. Little did I expect that Honghuang conceals such formidable talents. The practitioner clad in black robes looks particularly formidable. I even harbor doubts that this might not encompass all the great powers of Honghuang. As the audience observed the appearance of the Hunyuan Golden Immortals, they began to chatter excitedly. Initially, they believed that the Hunyuan Golden Immortal contest would merely showcase the struggles among the ancestors of the 3 clans. Who could have imagined the addition of 6 more Hunyuan Golden Immortals? These 6 individuals had never before revealed themselves within the Honghuang realm. Hongjun's first appearance in Honghuang was during the Dao magic catastrophe. Prior to that, he had remained hidden. Seeing the situation unfold, Laojun decided to forego further suspense, manipulating his artifact to display a dynamic array on the luminous screen. The names of Hongjun, Luhu, and the Ancestor Dragon cycled through the screen before ultimately pairing each participant with their opponent. Hongjun versus Yinyang, Yangmei versus Ancestor Dragon, Shichun versus Yuanfeng, Wuxing versus Shikolin, and Luhu had a bye. Xuanmu, observing this matchup from the spectator stands, couldn't help but smile with intrigue. This arrangement suggests that the ancestors of the three clans are destined to be overwhelmed. I suspect foul play is at hand, Xuanmu mused. As soon as the pairings were revealed, Hong Jun shared the same sentiment. For Luohu to receive a bye was hardly good news, without a revival system in place. Luohu would have to endure at least 3 rounds of inactivity. Instinctively, he cast a glance towards Lu. Coincidentally, Luohu turned to meet his gaze at that very moment. Their eyes locked, creating an atmosphere that was neither warm nor cold. Luohu raised an eyebrow at Hong Jun, as if to say, "Luck is also a form of strength, you little weakling." Humph! Hong Jun let out a cold snort, turning his head away to avoid further eye contact with Lu. His thoughts raced as he pondered how to win the competition without revealing his trump cards. If he were to face another opponent, given his standing within this small group, he could easily voice his concerns from the sidelines. At worst, he could distribute a portion of the championess prize. Yet, fate had it that he was matched against Yin Yang, the one among the 5 who least favored him. Convincing Yin Yang to go easy on him would be more challenging than ascending to the heavens. All non-participants, please vacate the stage promptly. The first match, Hong Jun versus Yin Yang, please prepare yourselves. Lao Juan's voice broke into Hong Juan's thoughts. Yin Yang, with a fierce glint in his eyes, fixated on Hong Jun with fervor. He had long been displeased with this interloper who had tricked him into participating, leaving him with nothing beneficial, while he himself had devoured an abundance of resources. Today, he would finally have the justification to deliver a sound thrashing to Hong Jun. Competitors, please ascend the stage. The match begins. With Lao Juan's words, Yin Yang activated his powers. He summoned the Yin Yang mirror, from which 2 beams of light, one Yin and one Yang, surged forth towards Hong Jun, initiating a fierce assault right from the start. Observing the scenario, Hong Jun couldn't help but sigh, fully aware that this was to be expected. Yet, there was no time to waste as the attacks bore down upon him. Without hesitation, Hong Jun summoned the righteous Chi Whisk. With a gentle wave, a resplendent light shone forth, and the ethereal radiance clashed with the 2 opposing energies in the as the 2 forces collided, a tremendous explosion erupted, sending shockwaves that even swept the host Lao Jun, who had been narrating from the sidelines, off his feet. Cough, cough. This is indeed the battle between Hunyuan Golden Immortals. It is truly extraordinary. As Laozi rose to his feet, he employed words to mask his embarrassment, unconsciously shifting his feet a few steps towards the audience below. However, few spectators cast their attention upon him. Instead, they were entirely engrossed in the central arena, each one eager to discern any insights from the unfolding duel. The conflict between the mixed Yuan Golden Immortals was not merely a straightforward contest of power like that of the Great Luo. It captivated the audience's gaze with its intricate displays of skill. Yet, one individual stood apart from the rest. Xuanmu, seated in the observation area, stifled a yawn, feeling a sense of ennui. Although the 2 combatants on stage were formidable beings capable of shaking the primordial realm, each move they executed either shattered landscapes or shifted celestial bodies. Yet for Xuanmu, this battle felt rather juvenile, failing to ignite any spark of interest. Why was it that the higher the realm, the more monotonous the combat techniques? Clearly, the Tai and Great Luo could transform into various small creatures to engage in playful skirmishes, but once it came to mixed Yuan, it seemed all they did was exchange blows. Had he known, he would have preferred fishing. Watching this exchange was far less entertaining, especially with the lack of any significant catches. Xuanmu internally scoffed, his thoughts drifting far away as the initial excitement faded. He found himself increasingly regretting his decision to feign grandeur by placing himself in this position. Maintaining a pose in the observation area was quite exhausting. The struggle among the mixed Yuan Golden Immortals had indeed diverged from that of the Great Luo, each possessing profound magical powers and a plethora of techniques. Engaging in battle, without a year or more, it seemed impossible to reach a conclusion. Thus, Xuanmu had no choice but to exercise patience, enduring several months of watching their duel. Ultimately, Hong Jun proved superior, dispatching Yin Yang with a mere flick of his dust. Is it over? Xuanmu roused from his half-slumber, a look of delight gracing his features as he gazed at the stage. Finally, he could rest. Just as he contemplated rising, Laozi continued, "The victor of this match is Hong Jun." The next bout will feature Xuanmu versus Zulong. Contestants, please ascend to the stage. Goodness, my dear disciple, who taught you to host matches like this? Xuanmu ground his teeth, glaring at Laozi with palpable resentment, just as Laozi finished his announcement. He felt an involuntary shiver. What was this? Did Xuanmu and Zulong possess such formidable auras? It seemed prudent to keep a safe distance. With that thought in mind, Laozi retreated, ensuring he did not approach the arena. Truly, the senior was impressive. The ability to remain utterly still in the observation area for such an extended period. Could this be the legendary state of meditation? No. In my view, this showcases the senior's exquisite mastery over his own being. To remain as immovable as a mountain. That must be it. Just as Xuanmu contemplated leaving, he overheard a soft murmur from the audience below. He cast an approving glance in that direction, dismissing the urge to depart, and resumed his poised demeanor in the observation area. Meanwhile, the battle between Xuanmu and Zulong had commenced. Xuanmu, proficient in the laws of space, found Zulong utterly helpless. This clash resembled a one-sided oppression. Ultimately, after Zulong endured for over 200 days, Laozi declared Xuanmu the victor. The subsequent 2 matches concluded similarly for Zulong. Only Yuan Feng managed to hold his ground against Shichen for a brief moment, leveraging the power of flames, but once Shichen devised a countermeasure, it devolved into yet another one-sided suppression. The same applied to Shichen, who had honed the laws of the 5 elements. However, the 5 elements were inherently divine beings, and their control over the laws far surpassed that of Shichen. Thus, this conflict lacked any suspense. After the matches concluded, the ancestral elders of the 3 clans began to question their existence. They had assumed they were the pinnacle of the primordial world, only to discover, upon arriving at Kunlun, that they were outmatched. What is this? You are all so powerful, yet so cautious, leaving us 3 feeling quite embarrassed. Remarkably, the 4 matches spanned a duration of 3 years. During this time, Xuanmu had maintained his pose in the observation area for 3 long years that he hardly understood how he had managed to endure. Each time he considered leaving, someone in the audience praised him fervently. It led Xuanmu to wonder if Laozi had found his instruction manual and orchestrated this charade. Rising to stretch his limbs, Xuanmu suddenly noticed Laozi preparing to take the stage again, prompting him to swiftly vanish from the observation area. How did the master know it was time for a break? Truly, the master was remarkable. Even without my informing him, he was well aware of the match schedule. Observing Xuanmu's movement, Laozi sighed softly, contemplating this competition has officially concluded. We shall now enter the intermission phase, allowing participants to recuperate. Following the break, we will commence the revival matches, with only 1 slot available. I urge all eliminated contestants to prepare earnestly, as Laozi proclaimed this from the stage. The crowd dispersed in a rush, returning to their chambers to await the next round of eliminations at this moment. Upon returning to the pavilion, Xuanmu noticed some activity on his system panel. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that Mingi had been the first to break through to the mixed Yuan Golden Immortal realm. Good. Truly deserving of Mingi, such high comprehension that he thought, eager to see how much area could be expanded. Host, Xuanmu Invincible Domain. 1.3 square kilometers by the heavens, Xuanmu exclaimed, rubbing his eyes in disbelief, fearing he had misread. Was it truly a kilometer? System, you Haven team mistakenly measured the units, have you? Ding, due to the host's invincible domain surpassing 1 kilometer. The system is undergoing upgrade maintenance. The system can upgrade, Xuanmu mused, but quickly realized this and tested whether he could still use his invincible domain. Fortunately, all functions remained intact, alleviating his concerns about unexpected incidents during this period. After experimenting, he confirmed that he could still harness the power of his invincible domain. Allowing him to relax, he worried that if anyone noticed anything during the system's upgrade, it would spell disaster. Perhaps he should wait until the upgrade is complete to see what changes might occur. Xuanmu sent a message to Laozi, informing him that he would be entering seclusion for a while and would emerge for the finals. Although Laozi expressed some curiosity, he refrained from further questioning, understanding that his disciple must have his reasons. In the primordial realm, time held little value in the blink of an eye. 3 swift years had elapsed. The system upgrade concluded, and the Invincible System 2.0 was at your service. At long last, it was complete. Xuanmu eagerly accessed the system to discover what had been updated. Host, Xuanmu treasures, spiritual roots and materials, laws and divine powers. None invincible domain. 1. 3 square kilometers detected that the host has not checked in for 3 years. A compensation check-in is available. Laws and divine powers. Xuanmu pondered, somewhat perplexed. What use would this serve? Within his invincible domain, he was essentially invincible. This law seemed somewhat superfluous. Let us check in. Without further contemplation, Xuanmu decided to rectify his 3-year absence from check-ins. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have accumulated check-ins and acquired law and divine power. Level 8 Great Wind. Uft! Xuanmu spat out his tea, a look of incredulity crossing his face. Wait, is your system serious? Don't think I haven tea read books. Before he could finish his tirade, he felt a subtle change within himself. Xuanmu sensed that his understanding of wind had ascended to an entirely new level. He felt that even a single thought could drift away with the wind. This sensation was peculiar, entirely distinct from the previous experience when he utilized the concept of the invincible domain. Xuanmu carefully sensed the intricacies and finally grasped the key. Reflecting on the past, he murmured, "So, it means that I previously only learned the form without comprehending the essence?" With this realization, everything fell into place. The techniques and abilities conferred by the system had all been provided to him in the form of vessels. They were either inscribed on jade slips or recorded in books. To learn, one had to cultivate and explore independently. However, this reward was directly bestowed upon him, allowing Xuanmu to feel a profound understanding in an instant. Since the laws and abilities had been assimilated, it followed that the law of wind could also be easily deduced. With the law of wind at his disposal, using the power of wind within the invincible domain felt instinctive to Xuanmu. At this moment, even his unconscious actions were imbued with the essence of the law of wind. The earlier flick of his eyebrow was an instinctual response, though bolstered by the invincible domain. Its power could not compare to a deliberate action. Yet now, that flick, even if merely subconscious, could undoubtedly shatter the head of his opponent, Xuanmu, in an instant. Could this be considered an additional layer of passive buff? Invincible plus invincible equals even more invincible. No wonder it is called the Invincible System 2.0. Xuanmu had initially believed he understood the nature of this system quite well. Little did he expect that even after its upgrade, it remained as straightforward as before. 2.0 merely adds another layer of buff. Xuanmu couldn't help but wonder if it were to reach 3.0 or 4.0. Would there be multiple layers of buffs at this rate? Could it truly lead to a moment of rage where the heavens and earth would change color? Is this not a variant of the heavenly Tao? Surely, it cannot be that dramatic. Xuanmu pondered silently. If the enhancements continued to stack within the invincible domain, every word and action of his would surely carry profound truths. Moreover, it seemed that the law of wind was not the only principle at play. Since he had managed to sign in for the wind this time, who could say what he might acquire next? Xuanmu could scarcely imagine what it would be like if he were to embody all 3,000 great paths. Suddenly, a crucial thought struck him. He swiftly flickered to the edge of the invincible domain. Raising his hand, he gathered a sphere of wind and casually tossed it toward the ground outside the domain. An astonishing scene unfolded. The wind sphere, upon exiting the invincible domain, did not dissipate, but instead plummeted directly to the ground. Indeed, Xuanmu exclaimed with uncontainable joy. Having conceived this idea, he had come to test it. And to his surprise, it succeeded. As he contemplated this, a brilliant idea struck him. He thought, could he exploit a bug in the system? With this notion, Xuanmu delved into contemplation. His thoughts in motion, he harnessed the power of the invincible domain to endow himself with the force of 3,000 laws. Did it work? Xuanmu carefully sensed the changes within himself and noticed a sense of dissonance in this newfound power. Unlike the law of wind bestowed by the system, which felt instinctive and fluid, this power felt somewhat awkward. This dissonance led him to speculate it was likely similar to the previous techniques he had learned. He had grasped the form, but not the essence, that if it were to liken this power to a person, The one derived from the invincible domain required him to verbally communicate his intentions, whereas the system bestowed abilities only required a mere glance for comprehension. That it was akin to the difference between a primary partner and a mistress. Ahem. The power obtained from the invincible domain felt somewhat redundant. Xuanmu coughed lightly. Musing silently, he then conjured a fireball using the laws derived from the domain and hurled it outward, as expected, the moment it exited the domain. The fireball vanished without a trace. Clearly, it was ineffective. Items derived from the domain dissipated upon leaving it. However, the abilities granted by the system coexisted with the domain's functionality. Xuanmu shook his head, a look of confusion crossing his face. This bore a striking resemblance to the previous puppet technique. The puppet technique was given by the system, thus allowing control even beyond the domain. This time, the law and ability were also granted by the system. Once he mastered it, compressing the dense wind elements allowed him to project them outside the domain. Ultimately, it was the power he wielded that stemmed from the invincible domain, hampered by his lack of cultivation. So, should he take the risk? Xuanmu gazed at the boundary of the domain, the line only he could perceive, and muttered to himself, "Forget it! Forget it! No need to contemplate." Within a moment, he dismissed the thought. After all, it was merely a matter of time. There was no need to take such a risk. Moreover, his domain had expanded significantly compared to before, that if he could endure it then, could he not endure it now that it had grown even larger? Growth was still enjoyable. Of course, he was referring to the domain. Xuanmu suddenly felt something was amiss and silently added a clarification in his mind. Upon the arena, congratulations to Taoist Hongjun for securing a bye. The voice of Laozi echoed. At this point, the final round of competition had commenced as anticipated. In the earlier resurrection match, the three ancestral beings had been defeated by Yin Yang. The three ancestral beings were beginning to question their existence. Arriving at Kunlun Mountain, they realized just how ignorant they had been. This group of cunning old foxes possessed such formidable strength, yet they had not ventured into the primordial realms. That it was evident that they were merely waiting to watch the conflict unfold among the three clans, intending to swoop in as the fishermen reaping the benefits. With this thought, a sense of crisis simultaneously gripped the hearts of the three, amplifying their gratitude toward Xuanmu. Had it not been for Xuanmu prompting the three pure ones to descend and assist in organizing this contest, they might still have been blissfully unaware. Following that, the matchups were as follows: Hongjun versus 5 elements, Yangmei versus Yin Yang, Shichun versus Lu. The victors were Hongjun, Yangmei, and Lu. However, this resulted in yet another bye. This time, the coveted bye was claimed by Hongjun. It would merely require Yangmei and Lu to determine a single victor, who would then face Hongjun in the final championship match. At this moment, Yangmei felt a sense of indignation, realizing he was the only one among the three who had not received a bye. Yet, recalling the earlier flick from Xuanmu, Yangmei shivered involuntarily. "Yangmei and Lu, please enter the arena." At that moment, Laozi's voice rang out. Just as Yangmei was about to ascend the stage, he noticed Hongjun winking at him from the side. In an instant, Yangmei understood Hongjun's intentions. Yes, as soon as he stepped onto the stage and Laozi announced the start of the match, Yangmei swiftly retreated into the distance, cowering away. Lu coldly snorted at the sight and immediately hurled the god-slaying spear directly toward Yangmei's fleeing form. Yet being the space demon god, Yangmei was not so easily caught by the spear's velocity. Lu, left with no alternative, summoned the 12-petal annihilation Black Lotus, standing atop it just to barely keep pace with Yangmei. However, a considerable distance still remained between them. Before long, Lu noticed that Yangmei's speed had begun to wane, that a surge of joy filled his heart as he channeled his magical energy, accelerating the speed of the annihilation Black Lotus. Yet each time he neared Yangmei, the latter would inexplicably accelerate, igniting Lu's frustration. "You little brat, how dare you insult me?" At this moment, Luoho also realized the situation. His anger palpable, he immediately summoned the god-slaying spear, amplifying his magical power output, and with a swift motion, lunged forward with a fierce thrust. The spear shot forth like a dragon, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent resonating outwards, shattering the surrounding space. The entire arena seemed to be enveloped by this dense killing intent. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that Yang Mei was not faring well either. The instantaneous rupture of space had affected the area he occupied, causing him to tumble from his position. Faced with Luo Ho's strike imbued with the power of the laws, Yang Mei had no choice but to draw forth a willow branch, straining to defend himself. Yang Mei was inherently unskilled in combat, and while he could barely withstand Luo Ho's strike, the signs of defeat were already becoming apparent. Aware that he could not continue in this manner, he chose to fight while retreating, searching for an opportunity. Luo Ho seemed to perceive Yang Mei's intentions, and with a cold snort, for beams of light suddenly flashed from behind him .4 swords of extermination. Yang Mei exclaimed in alarm, realizing his oversight. How could he have forgotten this? If Luo Ho were to set up the extermination sword array, there would be no need for the battle to continue. With his mind divided, Luo Ho extended the god-slaying spear with one hand while arranging the extermination sword array with the other. Seeing the spear come at him, Yang Mei chose not to resist, instead risking injury to escape the bounds of the extermination sword array. Drip, drip, at that moment, Yang Mei's left abdomen had been pierced by the previous strike, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His brow furrowed in pain. Clearly, the malevolent energy from the god-slaying spear was taking a toll on him. Why bother? Surrender would be for the best. Luo Ho laughed heartily, addressing Yang Mei with a mocking tone. Clearly believing he had secured victory dough. Is that so? You might want to take a closer look at your surroundings. Yang Mei forced himself to suppress the discomfort from the malevolent energy, a grim smile spreading across his lips. As soon as his words fell, his figure began to gradually fade from view to that moment. On the arena, only Luo Ho's silhouette remained visible. What is happening? Where has Yang Mei gone? Judge! What does this mean? The spectators witnessing this scene were all in shock, murmuring among themselves, some even calling for the judge. Suddenly, a heavy snow began to fall in the arena, willows sprouting from the ground, swiftly covering the entire platform. This was indeed the way of formations, and Yang Mei had not violated any competition rules. Enough with your chatter, I interjected, silencing the crowd. An audience member well-versed in formations explained, this is a highly sophisticated illusion array. Even if we're not within the array, we can still visually perceive the scenes inside. Otherwise, it would be inexplicable how the arena could seemingly extend infinitely while these willows cover the entire stage. It was evident that Yang Mei's ancestor had been secretly laying out the array while moving. After this explanation, the crowd came to a sudden understanding, astonished by Yang Mei's cunning and mastery of the art of formations. To have laid such a profound illusion array at the onset of the match suggested premeditated strategy. Those who hide their true intentions can only resort to such petty tricks. Naturally, Luo Ho also caught on. On the arena, unless he chose to withdraw voluntarily, it was impossible for him to exit. After all, this arena had been crafted by Xuanmu himself, and he could not believe Yang Mei possessed such capability. If Yang Mei could truly unravel Xuanmu's methods, there would be no need for a duel. He could simply be declared the champion. As Luo Ho pondered, he noticed the willows growing at an astonishing rate, transforming into towering trees in the blink of an eye. From an outsider's perspective, the entire arena had morphed into a forest. The nearest willows extended their branches rapidly toward Luo Ho's heart. Not daring to gamble on whether this attack was an illusion, Luo Ho had no choice but to evade. In the midst of his dodge, he attempted to probe the situation as he thrust the god-slaying spear. He immediately sensed something was amiss. Is this an illusion? Luo Ho mused, taken aback by Yang Mei's tactics, which were irritating yet non-lethal. With so many branches around, he could not accurately discern which were illusions and which were real. After all, Yang Mei's true form was that of a willow tree. If, unexpectedly, his true form were to mingle with the illusions, it could certainly be troublesome, though not fatal. While Luo Ho was deep in thought, the willow branches suddenly erupted, releasing a faint purple mist. Realizing the danger, Luo Ho quickly covered his mouth and nose, but was already too late. In the next moment, he felt a wisp of smoke gradually spreading through his meridians from his mouth and nose. Helpless, he had to use immense magical power to suppress the smoke spread while simultaneously searching for a way to break the array. After all, Luo Ho himself was knowledgeable in formations, Otherwise, he would not have created the extermination sword array. He understood that breaking the array could be achieved through two means. Point one method was to use immense magical power to break the array, surpassing the array's capacity to contain spiritual energy. However, this was clearly impossible, as Yang Mei and he were of similar cultivation levels that if he attempted to break the array in this manner, it would also spell his own defeat. The other method was far simpler and less labor-intensive: to locate the array's core. Generally speaking, an illusion would have only one core. Once the core was found and destroyed, the array would naturally dissipate. Yet even so, Luo Ho searched for a long time. The primary hindrance was the willow branches that constantly obstructed his path. Moreover, the purple mist continued to waft out from within, causing the lingering mist in Luo Ho's body to react, resulting in a stagnation of his magical power. This incessant annoyance delayed his progress. I concede, just as he was about to break the array, Yang Mei declared his surrender. Seeking death, Luo Ho, intending to strike Yang Mei down without regard for the consequences, suddenly recalled where he was and could only retract his hand in frustration. He had hoped to emerge from the array and redeem himself, but to his surprise, Yang Mei surrendered as soon as he exited. This left him feeling vexed, as if he had punched a cloud. With no outlet for his frustration, he resolved to unleash his wrath upon Hong Jun later. Wait. Luo Ho suddenly seemed to come to a realization, glaring at Yang Mei with indignation and this moment. Yang Mei wore a smug smile, clearly reveling in his triumph. Very well. Yang Mei, Hong Jun, are you two conspiring against me? Luo Ho noted this down in his mind, turning to Yuan Shi and declaring, Judge, I request a timeout. Initially daydreaming, Yuan Shi snapped back to reality upon being called. Oh right, I'm the judge, aren't I? Yuan Shi pondered inwardly. Having arrived at the Hong Yuan battlefield, he had felt utterly useless as the great Luo judge. With the role of explaining the rules usurped by others, thus, he had almost forgotten his own position as the judge. Judge, I just finished a match, and my magical power has yet to recover. I request a timeout. As the Primordial one approached and listened to Lehu's explanation, he acquiesced to the request. Every participant holds the right to request a mid-match break, typically allotted a period of 3 days. After all, 3 days is ample time to restore one's magical energy. Should one suffer severe injuries, an extension to 7 days may be requested in the vast expanse of the Honghuang realm. Even the gravest of wounds could be healed with but a single elixir. However, should the duration extend beyond this, the audience would inevitably express discontent. Although Xuanmu remained indifferent to such matters, he felt compelled to adhere to a more democratic approach, given that this was a grand competition under the banner of Honghuang. This led to the establishment of the regulation. Yet, Lehu remained oblivious to the tenacity of the miasma within him, only requesting 3 days for recuperation. In his estimation, 3 days would suffice to restore his magical energy and dispel the internal fog. It was only when he attempted to expel the miasma that he realized his presumption. The fog had already permeated his meridians, rendering 3 days far from sufficient for complete expulsion. Moreover, concocting a remedy would require identifying the appropriate detoxifying herbs, a skill that Lehu did not possess, nor could he decipher the key elements necessary to reverse engineer the antidote. Thus, he was left with no choice but to forcefully expel it from his meridians. Bit by bit, in truth, had Lehu sought assistance from the organizer, namely Xuanmu. Everything could have been resolved, and the miasma eradicated within the 3-day limit. However, Lehu harbored a sense of pride. How could a formidable being of divine and demonic lineage bow to trifling matters? To seek Xuanmu's aid for such a minor inconvenience would tarnish his reputation as a mighty demon god. 3 days later, Lehu had managed to expel the miasma from his body to a significant extent. Although he still experienced a slight obstruction in his magical energy during the exertion of his abilities, it was no longer a considerable concern. At worst, certain techniques would evoke a sense of dissonance. Mere petty schemers. Lehu rose slowly, an undeniable aura of dominance radiating from him as he cast his gaze into the distance and declared in a deep voice, "The competition is imminent. Audience members, take your seats. Contestants, assume your positions." Just then, the voice of Laozi resonated. Lehu retracted his gaze and walked steadily toward the arena. Xuanmu, standing at the edge of the domain, also heard Lao Zi's proclamation, recalling that this was the final match. Xuanmu flickered and soon found himself at the spectator's seat. With Xuanmu's arrival, the competition officially commenced. Hongjun, today, I shall ensure you comprehend that in the face of absolute power, any schemes are rendered futile. Lu stood atop the platform, his expression as cold as water, his gaze fixated on Hongjun. Who shall prevail remains to be seen. Hongjun, influenced by the atmosphere of the final showdown, looked at his opponent and spoke in a deep voice. On the spectator's stand, Xuanmu focused intently on the two, feeling a surge of interest. A verbal sparring match. Let the battle commence. I shall witness the preliminary version of the Tao Demon catastrophe firsthand in the next moment. Xuanmu sensed an anomaly on the stage. He stepped forward, and in an instant he was atop the arena. This shall not be a precedent. Xuanmu extended his hand, and with a thought, the platform trembled slightly. A distinct sound echoed, as if a vision flickered before their eyes, revealing willows that appeared and vanished in an instant. Beside him, Hongjun felt an ominous sensation the moment Xuanmu ascended the stage. Beads of sweat cascading down his back. After completing his action, Xuanmu exchanged a knowing glance with the Primordial One and returned to the stands, not sparing Hongjun another glance. This allowed Hongjun to breathe a sigh of relief. However, the next moment, the Primordial One declared, Hongjun has committed a foul. 1 yellow card warning. Upon hearing the Primordial One's words, the audience quickly understood what had transpired when Xuanmu ascended the stage, although they refrained from openly condemning Hongjun due to his formidable strength. A sense of discontent brewed within them. Who, in particular, was filled with rage. His keen eye and elevated realm allowed him to discern far more. The fleeting image from earlier was unmistakably an illusion array. This indicated that in the previous match, Yang Mei had concealed a hidden array on the stage as a setup for today's encounter with Hongjun. Both were aware that remnants of miasma still lingered within them, prompting such a tactic. Should Hongjun activate the hidden array set by Yang Mei at a critical moment, drawing upon the miasma within him, it would result in a momentary lapse of concentration in the midst of battle. Even a fleeting moment of distraction could prove catastrophic at this juncture. Lahu's fury surged. Stay composed. We haven't even engaged yet. Observing this, Hongjun smirked, a look of intrigue crossing his face. Tiko Hongjun, as long as Xuanmu refrained from intervening and did not eliminate the miasma within Lu, there remained a glimmer of hope. Enough talk. Let us duel. With Laozi announcing the resumption of the match, Lahu charged forward, wielding the god-slaying spear towards Hongjun. In response, Hongjun brandished the righteousness whisk, his gaze resolute. Clearly unwilling to underestimate his opponent, the clash between demon and celestial unfolded like two meteors colliding fiercely in midair. Their strengths were initially evenly matched, yet Lahu's plethora of artifacts granted him a slight edge over Hongjun. However, due to the prior ambush by Yang Mei, Lu found some of his strength hindered, leading to a stalemate between the two. Each move was executed with utmost effort, the intensity akin to a tempest. The intertwining of demonic and celestial energies painted the sky like a grand, tumultuous masterpiece. Seeing the situation unfold, Lahu withdrew the 4 swords of slaying immortals, intending to solidify his advantage with the slaying immortals sword array. Observing this, Hongjun's lips curled into a subtle smile, clearly having anticipated this development. With a mere thought, he summoned 3 identical clones from within himself. One bore a visage of compassion, holding a willow branch, exuding an aura of celestial grace and a gaze filled with kindness. Another appeared sinister, radiating malevolence, wielding the dual energies of yin and yang, starkly contrasting with the first. The final clone produced a shard of the creation jade plate, indistinguishable from Hongjun's original self, even in aura. This was the manifestation of Hongjun's 3 corpses. In an instant, the battlefield transformed into a 4v1 scenario. Even if Lahu deployed the slaying immortal sword array, Hongjun could dismantle it in the shortest possible time. At this moment, Lahu's focus was entirely on the benevolent and malevolent corpses of Hongjun. Yang Mei's willow branch. Yin-yang diagram. Lu silently lamented the dire situation, his eyes filled with wariness. These 2 artifacts, originally belonging to Yang Mei and the Yin-Yang realm, now resided in Hong Juan's possession, that if Hong Juan had not eliminated the two, it implied a potential alliance. This was not auspicious news for Liu, especially considering Yang Mei's life-bound artifact and the residual miasma within him from the last match. Should this artifact resonate with him, it would yield a similar outcome even without the array set by Yang Mei. Moreover, this maneuver conveniently fell within the bounds of the rules. What a clever scheme! Although Liu recognized Hong Juan's machinations, he was unwilling to concede easily. Upholding the dignity of a revered demon god, he summoned the slaying immortal's sword, absolute immortal's sword, butchering immortal's sword, and trapping immortal's sword, positioning them at the four corners that in the next moment, intricate patterns emerged, rapidly extending towards the two adversaries beneath them. Slaying immortal's sword array, activate. At the moment the extermination sword array was formed, the spectators below could no longer discern the scene above. All that met their eyes was a swirling mist, through which faintly 5 figures could be discerned. However, their movements, appearances, and techniques remained indistinct at this juncture. Xuanmu also noticed the spectators' reactions and realized their inability to see clearly. He raised a hand and pointed. In an instant, a beam of light shot forth, dispersing the fog, allowing the audience to finally comprehend the spells and movements exchanged between Hong Juan and Luo Ho. The two combatants atop the arena also sensed the change. Luo Ho immediately employed his divine consciousness to inspect the extermination sword array, discovering that it was largely unharmed, save for an additional layer of illusionary array superimposed upon it. This layer enabled those outside to observe the happenings within. Luo Ho was secretly astounded by Xuanmu's prowess. The fact that this array could be layered upon the extermination sword array indicated that Xuanmu's mastery of formations far surpassed his own. The two were clearly on entirely different levels. Prior to this, Luo Ho had never heard of anyone being able to overlay their formations upon another's. However, this momentary astonishment quickly gave way to seriousness as he concentrated on his confrontation with Hong Juan. At this moment, having entered the extermination sword array, Hong Juan felt an overwhelming pressure, far exceeding his expectations. His true body and the 3 corpses struggled within the array, each step feeling as though it weighed 1,000 pounds. With no choice left, Hong Juan decided to reveal his true capabilities, synchronizing with his corpses, and immediately summoned fragments of the creation jade plate to shield himself. The pressure he felt diminished significantly, and with the power of the jade fragments, he surged toward the heart of the extermination sword. Seeing this, Luo Ho gripped the god-slaying spear and charged at Hong Juan like a tempest. Without a hint of fear, the 3 corpses flew out to engage Luo Ho in fierce combat. In an instant, beams of divine light flickered, and shadows of the spear intertwined, resulting in an extraordinarily intense battle. Luo Ho, bolstered by the array, attacked with the force of a tidal wave, though the 3 corpses had the advantage in numbers. They could barely hold their ground. The evil corpse, burning with impatience, shouted at the true body, "Hurry up, we can't hold out much longer." His brow was tightly furrowed, his face a mask of frustration. The good corpse remained calm, countering Luo Ho's fierce assaults while reassuring, "Friend, do not be anxious. This extermination sword array is exquisitely crafted. The true body must locate the remaining 3 swords, which will inevitably take some time. Moreover, even if we find them, we must strike together." The evil corpse snorted derisively and rolled his eyes, clearly dissatisfied with the good corpse's words. Frustrated and eager to vent, the evil corpse summoned the yin-yang diagram and pounced toward Luo Ho like a ferocious tiger descending a mountain. The spectators below, witnessing this scene, were incensed, their eyes nearly bulging with rage. "Hong Juan, the old rogue, did I lend you the yin-yang diagram for you to play like this?" However, the voice of yin-yang was obstructed by the array, rendering Hong Juan completely unaware. Amidst this fierce conflict, Hong Juan's 3 corpses and Luo Ho engaged in a relentless back and forth, neither side willing to yield. Each clash ignited dazzling sparks. Every strike contained boundless power. Were it not for the array's interference, the entire space might have resonated with ripples. Was this truly the combat of top-tier, mixed yuan golden immortals? Hong Juan's technique of the 3 corpses was indeed remarkable. and Luo Ho's extermination sword array was no slouch either. In my view, should these two ancient beings be granted time, they might very well become the second to take that fateful step in the primordial realm. The crowd was captivated by the battle on the arena, and discussions erupted that on the viewing platform. Xuanmu listened to the chatter with some confusion, pondering, why are they speaking of second? Should Ti Hongjun be the first to break through to mixed Yuan to Luo? After a moment of contemplation, he realized they were referring to him. Xuanmu felt a pang of bitterness. No, if I claimed to be an ordinary person, no one would believe me. The fierce battle between Hongjuan's 3 corpses and Luo Ho had persisted for several days. On this day, Hongjun finally located the 4 array eyes. The 3 corpses were now drenched in blood, their bodies marred with wounds. The evil corpse was in the direst state, with 3 ghastly holes in his chest. Blood gushing forth and staining his garments. His eyes burned with fury. Despite his severe injuries, he gritted his teeth and persevered. The good corpse was not faring much better, his arm covered in wounds of varying severity. Blood dripping from his fingertips. Though his complexion was somewhat pale, he maintained a compassionate demeanor, his willow-like branches dancing like agile serpents, occasionally launching attacks at Luo Ho. Meanwhile, the true corpse, shielded by the fragments of the creation jade plate, could only provide support from the sidelines, thus suffering the least damage among the 3. Luo Ho, despite sustaining minor injuries, appeared largely unscathed in comparison. Only a few shallow scratches marred his body, having little effect on his movements. His gaze was filled with disdain and arrogance, unmistakably revealing his identity as the demon ancestor. Return. With the sound of Hongjuan's true body commanding, the 3 corpses, previously engaged with Luo Ho, abruptly vanished, in the next moment. They re-emerged from within Hongjuan's body. Before Luo Ho could react, Hongjuan's 3 corpses surged forth once more. Although their injuries had yet to heal, they no longer engaged Luo Ho, instead rushing directly toward the locations of the 4 swords. Upon witnessing this, Luo Ho sensed the impending disaster. The 3 corpses technique created by Hongjun was exceptionally effective against his extermination sword array. With 3 corpses and the true body, they formed the perfect quartet, precisely corresponding to the 4 array eyes of the extermination sword array. Luo Ho could not shake the feeling that Hongjuan's 3 corpses technique was perhaps specifically devised to counter him. Although Luo Ho's combat intuition was exceptionally sharp, he immediately darted toward the location of Hongjuan's true body as the 3 corpses reappeared. However, Hongjun was protected by the creation jade plate fragments, and Luo Ho's attack was momentarily thwarted. It was precisely during this brief interlude that Hongjuan's 3 corpses reached the other 3 swords. As the 4 were originally one entity, their thoughts were interconnected, and they almost simultaneously drew forth the 4 swords that, in an instant, the extermination sword array was shattered by Hongjun. That moment, Luo Ho's spear strike barely managed to breach Hongjuan's protective treasure. Hongjun remained composed, slightly sidestepping as the attack approached. Despite his swift evasion, Luo Ho was no ordinary adversary. Upon witnessing this, he instantly altered his attack, transforming the thrust into a swing, the spear carrying a heavy aura of death. Crashing into Hongjuan's chest, Hongjun was struck by this blow, sent flying backward, just as the spectators below believed that Luo Ho could seize this opportunity to turn the tide of battle. An unexpected turn of events unfolded atop the arena. The 3 corpses of Hongjun swiftly returned from the array eyes at that moment. Luo Ho had just completed an attack and had not yet released his force when the good corpse seized the opportunity to unleash a willow branch. The magical fluctuations emanating from the branch resonated with the fog within Luo Ho's meridians. The very scene that Luo Ho dreaded most unfolded before him, already unprepared to release his power. The addition of the good corpse's strike caused a momentary lapse in his concentration. The evil corpse seized the moment and unleashed a spell upon him, sending Luo Ho hurtling backward in an instant. The situation on the battlefield became chaotic and elusive. While it may have appeared to take a long time, all of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Aside from a few, such as the ancestor dragon and phoenix, who possessed mixed Yuan golden immortal cultivation, The rest of the spectators only perceived the seamless cooperation of Hongjuan's three corpses and the profound nature of the good corpse's confinement technique. They remained oblivious to the momentary lapse in Luo Ho's focus and how it had come to be. Even those mixed Yuan golden immortals who discerned Hongjuan's stratagem said nothing, silently labeling him as deep in thought and skilled in calculation. After all, the rules did not explicitly state whether one could utilize another's treasures. If someone lends you a treasure, it is indeed your ability. Even Xuanmu could not argue against the legitimacy of Hongjuan's maneuver. How clever is this slippery eel, Hongjun? Can he truly find a loophole in this competition? The power of character design is terrifying beyond measure. At this moment, Xuanmu on the platform harbored a sense of perplexity. The format and process of this competition could not be said to be identical to those of his past life. However, it was evident that it had undergone no modifications whatsoever. How could Hongjun possibly identify a flaw? Were it not for the constraints of his system, Xuanmu would have gladly sought Hongjun as counsel to discover how one might exploit the system's vulnerabilities. That, of course, Xuanmu merely entertained this thought. Believing his intellect to be on par with Hongjuan's, albeit without the opportunity to engage it, as he usually preferred to remain idle. In simple terms, the realm of Hongwang had yet to present a contender capable of challenging his intellect. Most of his mental capacity was consumed with devising ways to pass the time that if he truly wished to dominate Hongwang, the prominent figures were already within his domain, allowing him to directly inquire who stood in agreement and who opposed him. For the moment, we shall set aside Xuanmu's internal musings this instant. As the dust settled, the scene atop the arena came into view. Both combatants rose from the ground, gazing at one another from a distance, standing in opposition. However, the blood oozing from the corners of their mouths made it abundantly clear to the onlookers that both had sustained significant injuries from their recent clash. Luo, who, feeling the peculiarities within his meridians, realized that the last remaining wisp of smoke within him had completely dissipated. This signified that although the previous strike had been effective, Hongjun could not wield it again. Meanwhile, Hongjun, observing the scars upon the three corpses, summoned them back. Should one fall during the fight, it would inevitably harm his essence, causing a decline in his own realm. This was merely a contest, not yet a life-or-death struggle. Their current duel could be deemed fair and just, devoid of any 4v1 advantages, formations, or hidden schemes. One wielded the god-slaying spear, standing upon the 12th grade Annihilation Black Lotus, while the other held the Righteousness Whisk, with fragments of the creation Jade Dish shielding him overhead. At this moment, their spiritual powers were nearly exhausted, and this final blow would determine the victor. Hongjun, Luo Hu, both shouted in unison. In the next instant, they simultaneously formed seals, conjuring their treasures, the god-slaying spear, imbued with a chilling demonic aura, surged directly towards Hongjun. The Righteousness Whisk, laden with dense righteousness and celestial energy, collided with the god-slaying spear in midair. Upon contact, an explosion of blinding light erupted. The spectators below were so awestruck by the spectacle that they found it difficult to open their eyes. Following a tremendous roar, the two attacks detonated in the air. Amidst the deafening sound of the explosion, dust billowed forth like a surging tide, swiftly enveloping the entire arena. A few powerful beings could vaguely discern that the space within was being violently impacted by the explosive spiritual energy. It appeared to be torn apart, with shattered fragments of space flying in all directions, reflecting a disconcerting brilliance. The spiritual energy atop the arena swirled like a furious storm, forming violent vortices. Even those below were affected by this reeling energy, the wind howling past their ears like a tempest. Thanks to the complete efficacy of the creation Jade Dish, the space on the arena was restored in an instant. Once the dust settled, all eyes were drawn to Hongjun and Luo Hu. They stood there, brows furrowed, cold sweat streaming down their foreheads. Their steps somewhat unsteadied. Hongjun's complexion was as pale as a ghost, and the depth of his eyes had lost its luster. Luo Hu was in a similarly dire state, his breath rapid and chaotic, his chest heaving violently. Gripping the god-slaying spear, he subtly grounded himself to appear unaffected, a testament to the dignity of a deity and demon. Yet, Xuanmu, observing from the stands, could discern that both were at the end of their tether. Even a casual golden immortal practitioner could easily breach their defenses. However, he chose to remain silent, eager to see how the two would conclude this encounter. The crowd below lacked Xuanmu's discerning eye. From their perspective, it seemed Luo who had the upper hand. Yet what perplexed them was that following their clash, both combatants stood as still as statues. Hong Jun stood with arms crossed, quietly observing. Luo, who leaned against his god-slaying spear, unmoving. Ahem, in my opinion, we are quite evenly matched. Continuing this battle would merely waste time. Why not call it a draw? Hong Jun stated with an air of indifference. The crowd, upon hearing this, could not suppress their disdain for Hong Jun. Was he conceding defeat? If it were me on that platform, I certainly would not agree. Very well. Let us proceed as you suggest. The astonishment of all. The merciless demon ancestor Luo, who actually acquiesced, appearing remarkably earnest. The onlookers could hardly believe it. Surely, they did not possess a grasp of the situation. Were it not for Xuanmu and the capabilities of these two combatants, they would have demanded refunds by now. I, too, had overheard their exchange and was now sweating profusely. But how would we determine the champion? Would my master provide 2 rewards? I would surely be scolded. My mind raced with countless potential solutions. Yet, regardless of the outcome, I could not escape the prospect of receiving a thrashing from Xuanmu. Reluctantly, I announced, I declare that this grand competition has officially concluded. The victors of the Honyuan battlefield are Hong Jun and Luo, who, both tied for first place. It is with great honor that I invite the esteemed organizer of this event, the dashing and charismatic, unparalleled in handsomeness, whose combat prowess is extraordinary, my master, Xuanmu, to present the awards that I extolled his virtues for a good 10 minutes. Were it not for time constraints, I could have continued for an entire day. This flattery drew scornful glances from the audience, yet they still offered respectful applause for Xuanmu. I could see this moment. Xuanmu wore a grim expression. Was there any difference between this and running naked down the street? You certainly wouldn't display such fervor in private flattery. Determined, he resolved to give his disciple a thorough lesson once the competition concluded. Ahem, since you two are tied for first place, you may divide the rewards amongst yourselves. Xuanmu handed out the prizes, contemplating for a moment before steeling himself to speak. Although it was somewhat undignified, Xuanmu reasoned that as this was the final day of the competition, everyone would soon depart Kunlun Mountain. What purpose would it serve to bestow 2 rewards upon them? They had not made any breakthroughs within their realms. It would yield him no benefit to foolishly offer them rewards. Seeing this, the two did not protest further, for they knew they were in the wrong, that if they were to dispute Xuanmu over this, he could simply command them to fight again. Without their schemes, Hong Jun would surely be no match for Luo Hu. And Luo Hu, he feared being outmaneuvered by Hong Jun once more, lacking the will to engage in another bout. After all, as the saying goes, one need not fear a thief. One must fear a thief who is scheming. In the end, Hong Jun received the law pill along with 3 supreme innate sacred treasures, while Luo Hu acquired divine demonic blood and an innate supreme treasure. Although Luo Hu yearned for the law pill, he refrained from expressing this desire, for he had already obtained the innate supreme treasure. A wish for both would appear excessively greedy, undermining the basic dignity expected of a demon god. Furthermore, even if he desired it, he would need to devise a plan after departing Kunlun Mountain. He firmly resolved to diligently cultivate upon his return, striving to break through and become the undisputed number 1 beneath Xuanmu, rather than being merely tied for first with Hong Jun. After all, can one truly call being tied for first? Beside him, Hong Jun held the elixir, a contemplative expression adorning his face. His gaze occasionally flickered towards Luo, leaving one to ponder the thoughts swirling within his mind. The audience remained oblivious to the unfolding events, only aware that the two had received their prizes. However, the specifics of those prizes remained obscured. Shielded from view by Xuanmu's back, would the matter of Xuanmu's embezzlement and withholding of rewards ever come to light? Xuanmu instructed the two to stow away their rewards and graciously stepped aside, exclaiming with a benevolent smile, "Let us extend our heartfelt congratulations to the two of you for rightfully claiming the top 2 positions in the primordial realm. Thus, we officially conclude this competition. Allow me to impart a few brief words. The first phrase, indeed the most significant, is not as paramount as the second. So, what is this first phrase? It is the phrase preceding the second, in summary. In the days to come, I hope you all strive diligently to collaboratively forge a splendid primordial realm. Xuanmu emulated the rhetoric of leaders from his past life, delivering two ostensibly professional remarks. As for what those two phrases were, even Xuanmu himself remained unaware. Such discourse felt somewhat avant-garde for the denizens of the primordial realm. The crowd found themselves in a state of confusion, akin to grasping the meaning, but simultaneously feeling lost in the words. It was reminiscent of SC Char Dinger's statements. Truly, a figure of great stature, his words were laden with profound significance. Indeed, upon hearing these two remarks, I feel as though a veil has been lifted from my mind. They have poignantly illuminated the current predicaments we face in the primordial realm. Truly a piercing insight, as is customary in corporate settings. There are often one or two individuals who feign understanding. In this instance, such behavior was mirrored in the primordial realm. After a few voices echoed this sentiment, the crowd collectively marveled, as expected of a great figure. His words are profound. What? You didn't comprehend. Clearly, your comprehension is lacking. Now, those who were previously confused found themselves compelled to understand, who would willingly admit to being less perceptive than others, just as the crowd was caught in their musings. The trio of Zulong, Yuanfeng, and Shikolin stepped forward. As the others remained bewildered, ominous clouds began to gather in the sky. What is this? Hongjun was the first to react, recognizing that this scenario indicated the conclusion of a calamity, where the heavenly Tao dispenses merits and karmic retribution. The next moment, the three spoke in unison. Heavenly Tao above, I, Zulong, Yuanfeng, Shikolin, from this day forth, renounce all ties with the Dragon Phoenix, Qilin clans. Henceforth, only Zulong remains in the primordial realm. No longer shall there be the Dragon Clan Zulong. Henceforth, only Yuanfeng remains in the primordial realm. No longer shall there be the Phoenix clans Yuanfeng. Henceforth, only Shikolin remains in the primordial realm. No longer shall there be the Qilin clans Shikolin. May the heavenly Tao bear witness. Upon uttering these words, the crowd was left in utter shock, particularly the members of the three clans present at Kunlun Mountain. What is happening? Did the ancestor just vanish? Are they truly severing ties with their clans? The heavenly Tao seemed momentarily taken aback as the storm clouds paused in their tumult. However, in the next instant, a faint voice echoed in their ears. Approved. The three were immediately filled with joy, astonished that it had truly worked. They cast a grateful glance toward Xuanmu. Naturally, Xuanmu witnessed this scene, secretly reflecting, their gratitude is premature. In truth, he was well aware that today's spectacle would undoubtedly succeed. Although the calamity obscured the heavenly secrets, rendering the heavenly Tao imperceptible, his intervention hastened its conclusion, resulting in the manifestation of the heavenly Tao at that very moment. Regardless of the existence of consciousness, any oath sworn before the heavenly Tao would be permitted. After all, when one swears an oath, they are essentially summoning the heavenly Tao to witness their vow. Signaling, heavenly Tao, I am about to swear. Just be aware that IT is more akin to a notification than a negotiation. Ultimately, whether or not the heavenly Tao exists, the individual must still swear. The heavenly Tao merely serves as a witness. As long as one does not violate their oath, there are no significant repercussions. However, should one transgress, the heavenly Tao would have the authority to enact retribution. The great Tao, on the other hand, operates differently. To dare call upon the great Tao for an oath, one must first see if they can withstand the ensuing tribulations. As the trio completed their oaths, the storm clouds above began to roil. Subsequently, the onlookers witnessed an outpouring of boundless karmic retribution descending from the heavens that, in midair, a beam of crimson light suddenly split into 6 portions. 3 of these were particularly potent, radiating with a fierce glow, suffused with malevolent energy, causing a palpable sense of dread among the gathered crowd. These 3 beams shot directly into the bodies of Zulong and the others. The remaining 3, comparatively smaller, targeted the territories of the dragon. Phoenix and Qilin clans, as karmic retribution entered their beings, The storm clouds above began to brew ominously, thunder rumbling and lightning crackling within. This was a result of excessive karmic accumulation. Karmic retribution manifests as the culmination of a person's misdeeds throughout their life. Each act of transgression incurs varying amounts of karmic weight. When the accumulation reaches a certain threshold, it begins to affect one's fortune. In severe cases, even drinking water may become a chore. Should the accumulation reach an even greater extent, it becomes intolerable to the heavens and earth. At this juncture, the heavenly Tao would intervene, unleashing a punitive tribulation against the individual. Clearly, this was the situation at hand. The brewing, destructive tribulation in the sky roared like a ferocious beast, instilling fear and unease in those present at Kunlun Mountain. The oppressive atmosphere hung over them like a dense shroud, making it difficult to breathe. The crowd's faces turned pale, their eyes betraying despair and helplessness. Who could have foreseen that attending a mere competition could result in being struck by a tribulation? Moreover, this tribulation was not even of their own making that it seemed all too effortless for it to target them. Compared to the earlier ninefold tribulation during the transformation of the three clear ones, this current tribulation appeared even more formidable. As time ticked away, the intensity of the tribulation escalated, and the expressions of the crowd grew increasingly grim. Particularly for the three ancestors, they found themselves ensnared by karmic retribution, malevolent energy coursing through their bodies. Their magical powers were rendered ineffective, let alone the ability to withstand the tribulation. Although they had anticipated this outcome, the reality of the karmic retribution was truly terrifying. It dawned upon them the magnitude of harm their past actions had inflicted upon the primordial realm. Begone! How dare you act with impunity in Kunlun? Just as the three ancestors displayed their despair, a voice filled with undeniable authority resonated. In the next moment, the brewing tribulation in the sky dissipated with a thunderous crash. Heavenly Tao, you little rascal. Last time it was Kunlun Mountain, and now you return? Thank you, esteemed elder, for saving my life. Xuanmu's exclamation left the crowd in stunned silence. Zulong was the first to regain his composure, suppressing the discomfort caused by the malevolent energy. The others soon followed suit, their expressions reflecting a complex mixture of emotions. Prior to this, the people's perception of Xuanmu had been one of reverence and awe, akin to standing before a towering mountain. However, after witnessing the recent events, their regard for him transformed into a profound veneration akin to that of a devout worshipper before a deity. After all, what he had just done was truly astounding. With a mere reprimand, even the heavenly Tao bowed in submission. What would happen if he unleashed his full power? The crowd dared not entertain such thoughts. Furthermore, from the current circumstances, it was evident that Xuanmu had not only saved the three ancestors, but also safeguarded them all. Had the tribulation truly descended, barring a select few with the means to resist or escape, the majority would have perished on the spot. As the crowd pondered these events, they witnessed yet another anomaly in the sky. Just as the tribulation had subsided, a vast amount of merit began to rain down. 0.3 portions flew directly towards Laozi, Yuanshi, and Tongtun. One portion, astonishingly, made its way towards Xuanmu. Xuanmu uttered in surprise, extending his palm and effortlessly grasping the merit that had been directed towards the three sages. Along with his OWS, the crowd recovered from their astonishment. They widened their eyes in disbelief at the sight before them. Can the merit of the heavenly Tao truly be intercepted? Only the three purities maintained their composure. In their eyes, the master had once imparted teachings to the Father God. It was inconceivable to them that seizing the merits of the heavenly way for amusement would be surprising. Even if the heavenly way were to be brought to Kunlun Mountain tomorrow, they would remain unfazed. Yet, a flicker of astonishment stirred within them. Could it be that the master was still in need of such merits? They observed Xuanmu with his eyes slightly closed, his expression focused. As he tightly grasped the power of merit in his hands, his consciousness flowed like a nimble thread, gradually permeating the essence, acutely sensing every subtle shift. Moments later, a faint smile graced Xuanmu's lips. Barely perceptible, with a gentle squeeze of his fingers, the power of merit appeared to be held firmly by an invisible giant hand, beginning to compress gradually as the power of merit continued to condense. Its volume diminished, and the radiance it emanated became increasingly dazzling. When it shrank to the size of a basketball, the rich golden light resembled a blazing sun, emitting a brilliance that was impossible to gaze upon directly. The onlookers were filled with envy. Such a concentrated force of merit had never been witnessed in the primordial world. Shortly thereafter, Xuanmu delicately lifted the basketball-sized orb of light, and with a gentle stroke of his finger, the orb divided effortlessly into 3 parts, akin to slicing through tofu. Each fragment radiated with an abundance of merit, their glowing surfaces reminiscent of 3 resplendent pearls. Xuanmu inhaled deeply and infused each of these luminous orbs into the bodies of the 3 purities. At the instant the orbs entered their forms, their bodies trembled slightly, and a glimmer of satisfaction appeared on their faces. Before the 3 purities could pose any inquiries, Xuanmu's voice resonated. As your master, I no longer require such power of merit. Thus, I have chosen to assist you 3 in refining it. Currently, this power of merit can expedite your cultivation immensely. When refining treasures, it may even yield supreme artifacts of merit. Ultimately, all is determined by your own choices. The 3 purities rejoiced beyond measure and promptly expressed their gratitude. Thank you, Master. Xuanmu waved his hand dismissively, clearly unperturbed. His actions were merely to ascertain whether any hidden manipulations of the heavenly way lingered within the merits. As anticipated, a faint thread of the heavenly will was indeed intermingled within this power of merit. Xuanmu speculated that this was likely due to the heavenly way just awakening to consciousness. Still in its infancy, should one absorb this power of merit directly, it would be akin to having a GPS implanted within them by the heavenly way, alongside a photographic record that would expose them entirely to its gaze. Thus, Xuanmu expunged the thread of the heavenly while using his domain power, AS, for compressing the essence within. That was merely a matter of convenience. However, there was no need to disclose these details in plain sight of the 3 purities. The others, witnessing this spectacle, were consumed by envy. Why were they so fortunate? The heavenly way bestowed merit. Xuanmu refined it, and the 3 purities enjoyed such extraordinary luck. Where could one find such a remarkable master? I'll take a dozen. With the grand competition now conclusively over, Xuanmu announced that everyone could descend the mountain at their leisure or continue residing at the Cloud Inn. However, as the competition had concluded, any further stay would be at their own expense. Before the crowd could react, Xuanmu added, and before they realized it, he had vanished with the 3 ancestors, after showering the 3 purities with compliments. The crowd began their descent. Meanwhile, Luo Ho pondered on the side. He was currently gravely injured, his spiritual power depleted. Descending the mountain was not a wise choice. Hong Jun remained nearby, watching closely. He had not raised an eyebrow, and the 5 Elements allies were entirely reliant on him. He could only return to the Cloud Inn to rest for a while before heading back to Shumi Mountain AS for the self-funded stay mentioned by Xuanmu. It was merely a cave dwelling. How expensive could it possibly be? What? Is this made of gold or silver? Upon arriving at the front desk of the inn, Luo Ho was greeted by Yuan Shi, who had just finished serving as a referee, now smiling broadly at him. Initially, Luo Ho thought the service industry in Kunlun Mountain was genuinely commendable, as even the front desk was managed by disciples of Xuanmu. Until he noticed the sign behind him, which read, "In stay, premium innate spiritual treasure per year." Instantly, he drew his god-slaying spear, angrily demanding an explanation. Yuan Shi chuckled awkwardly, pressing down on Luo Ho's spear. "Oh, demon ancestor, what do you mean? As the proprietor of this establishment, would I engage in false advertising?" He urged Luo Ho to think carefully. "Do you know who established this hotel?" Following Yuan Shi's cue, Luo Ho inquired, "Senior Xian, what is the matter? Isn't it obvious? Since you are aware that the Cloud Inn on Kunlun Mountain is run by my master, does that not imply that it is the safest haven in the primordial world? Here, regardless of how many enemies you have outside, would they dare to create a disturbance in the inn?" Yuan Shi stepped out from behind the desk, draping an arm around Luo Ho's shoulder. Whispering persuasively in his ear, Luo Ho scrutinized Yuan Shi, contemplating the implications for a moment. and realized. Yuan Shi was right. This was established by Xuanmu. As long as he resided within, no matter how many adversaries lurked outside, they would have to consider Xuanmu's authority, right? If someone truly dared to cause a ruckus here, they would be courting death without even knowing how it happened. Wasn't this the primordial version of a peace hotel? With this revelation, Luo Ho felt a surge of joy. This was precisely what he needed. He then declared, "Very well, since that is the case, I shall give you this spiritual treasure, and I will stay for 3 years." Luo Ho retrieved 3 pieces of innate spiritual treasure from his storage bag and handed them to Yuan Shi. Yuan Shi was overjoyed, and after registering the details, he presented the room card to Luo Ho. "What is this room card for?" Luo Ho asked, perplexed, as he examined the card in his hand. Previously during the competition, he had stayed here, but had not seen such an item. Yuan Shi, seeing Luo Ho had submitted his treasures, did not conceal the truth any longer. "It serves no purpose to—" "Oh," Luo Ho responded with a hint of skepticism, only to realize the next moment that he was glaring at Yuan Shi while holding his god-slaying spear. "You can interpret it as an identity verification card. It allows you to come and go from the hotel without hindrance." Noticing Luo Ho's expression, Yuan Shi quickly clarified. Luo Ho soon understood the practicality of this arrangement and asked, "So, does that mean there are others in the hotel?" Yuan Shi replied plainly. "No, then why all this complexity?" Luo Ho's expression darkened. If he was the only guest in the inn, why all the unnecessary embellishments? Hey, no need to get upset. This is a regulation from above." Yuan Shi deflected the blame, explaining that since Xuanmu established the hotel, it had been entrusted to the 3 brothers for management. The manager was lousy, while Yuan Shi and Tong Tian served as the inn's directors. However, due to the current shortage of staff, all 3 were also working the front desk. After undergoing a modernization training, Xuanmu had not interfered since. Thus, the pricing was determined by the 3 purities themselves. As for Xuanmu, he had no interest in those few pieces of innate spiritual treasures, but Luo Ho was unaware. Hearing Yuan Shi mention regulations from above, he assumed it was Xuanmu's requirement, thus abandoning any thoughts of punishing Yuan Shi. He simply took the room card and sought his designated chamber. "Haha, what a windfall. I told you there were bound to be rich patrons. And you didn't believe it. Look who just arrived." Yuan Shi mused to himself while playing with the 3 exquisite innate spiritual treasures he had just acquired. Meanwhile, let us set aside Yuan Shi for the moment. At this moment, Xuanmu had returned to the pavilion, followed closely by the 3 ancestors. The 3 ancestors walked cautiously, their footsteps light, as if afraid to disturb Xuanmu ahead. They bore no trace of the imposing authority they once wielded across the primordial realm. Xuanmu sat steadily upon the stone bench in the pavilion, his gaze deep and piercing, as if he could perceive all truths. The 3 ancestors stood nearby, their expressions revealing confusion and a hint of unease, akin to being called in for a private meeting after school when all other students had departed. None of them knew what Xuanmu intended to discuss with them. At the tea that moment, Xuanmu spoke leisurely. "You 3 find yourselves without a home now. What are your plans?" Upon hearing this, the 3 ancestors pondered simultaneously. Indeed, they were now ensnared by karmic ties, with no refuge in the primordial world and unable to return to their clan. Was it possible that in this vast primordial realm, they had nowhere to turn? Must one truly seek a secluded place to live in obscurity for eternity? "I earnestly beseech my esteemed predecessor to take me in. Yuan Feng is willing to toil like an ox or horse in gratitude. Yet, it is Yuan Feng who is the quickest to comprehend the ultimate objective of Xuanmu." Previously, when the 3 of them sought enlightenment from Xuanmu, he had remarked that when entangled in karmic retribution, whether one lives or dies depends on their own fate. However, when the calamity truly descended, Xuanmu intervened nonetheless. If he were genuinely concerned about harming other beings, he could effortlessly use his immense powers to protect them without resorting to dispelling the heavenly tribulations. Alternatively, he could have relocated the 3 of them to the foot of the mountain. Yet, Xuanmu deliberately chose to disperse the thunderous tribulation. This indicates that he had long harbored the intention of subduing the 3 of them. It was merely that the timing was not yet right. Yuan Feng, for his part, does not find this matter objectionable. He even feels it is a tremendous boon. After all, Xuanmu devised a plan to safeguard their kin and also intervene to save their lives. This constitutes a profound debt of gratitude. Among cultivators, such a life-saving grace is paramount, as everything is intertwined with cause and effect. Furthermore, those who cultivate the Tao place great emphasis on these principles, though certain bald-headed individuals may not count. Xuanmu, being an extraordinary powerhouse, allows them the fortune of cultivating beside him, a blessing that could not be sought in several lifetimes. Therefore, what reason does Yuan Feng have to refuse? I implore my esteemed predecessor to shelter us. The ancestral dragon is also willing to offer his humble service. The ancestral dragon echoes this sentiment. I too beseech my predecessor for refuge. Upon witnessing the duo's earnest demeanor, Shikolin also chimed in. Xuanmu, recognizing that the moment was ripe, directly addressed the matter at hand. Enough, enough. Currently, you are entangled in karmic retribution, and while you remain within Kunlun, my presence offers you protection. Once you leave Kunlun, you may face heavenly tribulations. My heart is compassionate. I cannot bear to see such a fate befall you. Therefore, I shall appoint you as the guardian divine beasts of Kunlun Mountain. After contemplating for a moment, Xuanmu resolved not to let the three leave Kunlun Mountain. After all, with him present, the three could be safeguarded from karmic entanglements here. However, once they venture beyond this invincible domain, the heavenly Tao may once again unleash boundless karma upon them. Indeed, this is a matter of great causality, not easily dispelled. Even if Xuanmu were to alleviate their burdens should the cause and effect remain unsettled, the heavenly Tao would still impose karmic retribution. Have you not seen that even by the time of the journey to the west, the Dragon Clan's karmic debts had yet to be resolved? Thank you, esteemed predecessor, for your shelter. The three knelt simultaneously, performing a deep bow, tears of gratitude welling in their eyes, eternally grateful for what Xuanmu has done. Not only did he save their kin, but he also preserved their lives and offered them refuge, a kindness that shall never be forgotten. Now, you three should seek out my eldest disciple. He will arrange accommodations for you. Observing this scene, Xuanmu, with a wave of his power, lifted the three into the air, feeling somewhat emotional as he spoke. The three responded affirmatively and went to find their master. Thus, within the invincible domain, there are now 6 individuals. Ahem, why is it that you still cannot change your ways? Once a method to help the 3 ancestors break through to sainthood is found, who knows how much this invincible domain might expand? Xuanmu inwardly rejoiced, increasingly convinced that this grand competition was not in vain, were it not for the impending demonic calamity. What then? The Tao demonic calamity, Xuanmu suddenly realized. Calculating now, due to his intervention, the dragon and phoenix calamities had concluded prematurely. Would the Tao demonic calamity still occur? It should, one would presume. The two had yet to determine a victor, thus it would be unreasonable for them not to face each other again. Xuanmu pondered uncertainly. Never mind, I shall wait patiently for the sign-in. It will remind me when the time comes, he muttered to himself, setting that matter aside. Instead, he contemplated how to enhance the strength of these younger disciples. The 3 purities, having received the refined merits from him, were certain to break through to the primordial golden immortal in the near future. However, the path for the 3 ancestors to cultivate to the level of the primordial great Luo golden immortal was still fraught with challenges. Well, I shall leave it to fate. The current area of the domain is sufficient for my activities. Moreover, having gathered these individuals, what concern is there about expanding the area? Ultimately, Xuanmu chose to abandon further deliberation and settled into a state of relaxation. Time flew swiftly. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. During these 3 years, the vast wilderness had seen little significant occurrence. Following the conclusion of the calamity, the 3 clans, burdened by karmic retribution, had retreated into obscurity. The current wilderness bore no trace of their presence. As for the current leaders of the 3 clans, they had previously sought out the 3 ancestors at Kunlun Mountain, only to be sent away. The reason being, the ties had been severed, and the development of the clan was no longer his concern. In light of this, the present leaders of the 3 clans had no choice but to determine their own paths forward. Additionally, with the 3 clans stepping back from the stage of the wilderness, The realm now witnessed a cacophony of competing factions. Clans such as the Tiger Clan, Leopard Clan, and Bear Clan began to emerge gradually in the wilderness. Yet, despite the decline of the three clans, their lingering influence still held sway. Furthermore, the current beast clans lacked a unifying leader, causing their development to progress only slowly as they cautiously probed the limits set by the three clans. As for Hongjun and the other demonic deities, they had vanished from sight following the conclusion of the competition, leaving no trace of their activities in the wilderness. Their schemes remained a mystery. One day, Rahu finally absorbed the blood essence of the demonic deity. Not only had his injuries fully healed, but he had also made some progress in strength. This moment, he prepared to leave Kunlun and return to Mount Shumi. After all, having absorbed the blood essence of a demonic deity, remaining in Kunlun was of no further use, of course. Part of the reason was that Yuanshu's demands were exorbitant. Meanwhile, Xuanmu, noting the instant Rahu departed, slightly opened his half-closed eyes, piqued with interest at he finally leaving. Xuanmu mused aloud. Over these 3 years, he had developed certain hypotheses regarding the calamities, and he continued, system sign-in. Upon successful sign-in, this time it was for the calamity. The Tao demonic calamity. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the original list of deities and domain enhancement card X1. Just as I thought. Xuanmu sat up, elated within. His conjecture proved correct. The Tao demonic calamity had not been initiated due to his presence altering the will of the heavenly Tao, but rather because Rahu had remained within his domain, preventing the heavenly Tao from directly initiating the calamity. He surmised that his domain could be considered another realm that as for the Tao demonic calamity. It indeed belonged to the calamity of the wilderness. Thus, with the main character of the Tao demonic calamity absent from the wilderness, how could the calamity of the wilderness commence? Unless a being capable of replacing Rahu were to emerge. But evidently, such a being was not yet present. Consequently, Xuanmu deliberately refrained from signing in early today to validate his hypothesis. If that is the case, the clash between Rahu and Hongjun should not be far off. After a moment of contemplation, Xuanmu redirected his attention to the system rewards. The original list of deities belonged to the will of the heavenly Tao of the wilderness, inscribing genuine spirits upon the list to ensure their souls endure, permitting the enfeefment of 365 righteous deities. Let me ponder this, Xuanmu uttered softly, somewhat perplexed. This reward carries significant implications. This means that according to the original development, what Jiangxia possessed was actually a replica. The true list of deities has always been in the hands of the heavenly Tao, or rather, in Hongjun's possession, and now the system has stealthily procured the original from the heavenly Tao. That certainly makes sense. With Hongjun's character, how could he possibly act without leaving a contingency plan? However, the fact that the system could steal such an item is quite remarkable. Xuanmu felt a sudden clarity. When he previously observed the segment concerning the list of deities, he had found it somewhat perplexing. With Hongjun's temperament, would he truly hand over the list of deities to the three purities without fearing they might conspire and alter the celestial court? If the three purities were to act in such a manner, would Hongjun truly have the audacity to confront his disciples publicly, disregarding his own dignity as the Tao ancestor? At most, he would covertly expend energy to scheme against them. Thus, why go through the trouble of directly handing the list of deities to the three purities? Until the moment this reward was bestowed, Xuanmu finally realized that Hongjun had indeed left a contingency plan at the very onset of the calamity. Showing no fear of unforeseen circumstances, regardless of how the events of the investiture of the gods unfolded, the ultimate authority over the primordial chaos rested solely with him. Truly, this is Hongjun, both self-assured and cunning. Xuanmu expressed a sentiment of admiration, offering a remarkably astute assessment. Contemplating this, he swiftly inscribed several names on the investiture list. He chuckled to himself, envisioning the amusement that would ensue when Hongjun found himself bewildered during the impending calamity. Subsequently, Xuanmu tucked away the investiture list and turned his attention to the second reward, Field Enhancement Card. This card can augment the spiritual energy within a designated area, enhancing the comprehension of individuals within that space, and facilitating their understanding of the Tao. Understanding the Tao, Xuanmu focused intently on the second function. The enhancement of spiritual energy seemed somewhat trivial. A few spirit-gathering formations could achieve similar results. However, the ability to elevate one's comprehension and deepen their grasp of the Tao was precisely what Xuanmu required at this juncture. He had been fretting over how the three ancestors might break through to the realm of Hunyuan Daoyujingxian. Unexpectedly, a solution had presented itself, akin to a pillow arriving just as one felt drowsy. Although the extent of its effectiveness remained uncertain, it was well known that the system never boasted frivolously. This was indeed the Tao system. Xuanmu, upon realizing this, promptly commanded the system to utilize the field enhancement card. As soon as Xuanmu activated the card, the three clear ones and the three ancestors within the field immediately sensed a dramatic increase in the spiritual energy of Kunlun Mountain. Moreover, they suddenly perceived a notable enhancement in their own comprehension. The once obscure and convoluted principles of the Tao that had hindered their cultivation now flowed with unprecedented clarity. What is this? The ancestor dragon, taken aback by the sudden shift, received a nonchalant look from the three clear ones, who had grown accustomed to such occurrences. Xuanmu himself, however, felt little impact from this change, merely noting that the air had become slightly fresher and his mind a tad clearer. Indeed, the system functioned as an air purifier, proving to be extraordinary. Breathing in the dense spiritual energy, Xuanmu remarked with satisfaction. Within the Zixiao Palace, Hong Jun and his entourage were engaged in cultivation, while Yang Mei remained in the primordial chaos, monitoring every move of Luo Ho. How much longer must we wait? If it were up to me, we should disband early. Luo Ho has been lingering at Kunlun Mountain. Can he still cause trouble there? Yin Yang proposed for the nth time, causing the other three to grow somewhat numb to his suggestions. Hongjuan's expression darkened. The incessant chatter of Yin Yang was detrimental to their unity, were it not for Yin Yang's considerable strength. Making him a useful pawn against Luo Ho, Hongjun would have found a pretext to eliminate him long ago. Just then, a ripple in the nearby space heralded the sudden appearance of Yang Mei. What is the situation? Upon Yang Mei's arrival, the five elements inquired eagerly. Luo Ho has emerged from Kunlun Mountain. We can act, Yang Mei succinctly stated before departing again. Follow me. Today, we purge the demons. Witnessing this, Hong Jun rose from his seat, hastily uttering a few words before vanishing alongside Yang Mei. The five elements, exchanging glances, followed closely behind Hong Jun. Are we finally taking action? But how long have I been waiting? Yin Yang grumbled as he set off towards the primordial chaos. Meanwhile, upon descending from Kunlun Mountain, Luo Ho swiftly made his way towards Mount Shumi. Just as he reached the intersection of the east and west, he sensed something amiss. Luo Ho gazed down at the forest below. Perplexed, he had distinctly flown past this grove. How had he returned? Given his Hunyuan Jingxian cultivation, even without haste, the journey from Kunlun Mountain to Mount Shumi would take mere minutes. Getting lost was an impossibility. In an instant, Luo Ho grasped the crux of the matter. Is this the same old trick? Do you possess no other formations? Luo Ho bellowed into the void. In the next moment, he summoned the god-slaying spear, channeling his formidable power as he hurled it towards a specific location. The spear shot forth at incredible speed, piercing the formation's heart before Yang Mei could react. In an instant, accompanied by a cacophony of space fracturing. The array beneath Luo Ho's feet was dismantled, revealing the original landscape. This was no longer the intersection. He had clearly reached the west, not far from Mount T that moment, as Luo Ho's voice echoed. Yang Mei materialized from the AI. It is as I suspected. I warned you not to reveal your trump cards during the competition. Seeing her prize formation so effortlessly dismantled by Luo Ho left Yang Mei feeling somewhat unsettled. However, while her secret had been exposed, what are the others? Just as Yang Mei finished speaking, a larger, more formidable ceiling formation surged around them, isolating all external sounds and rendering the internal conditions imperceptible from the outside. Luo Ho, upon noticing this, immediately employed his divine sense to probe the formation, discovering that it could even obscure the heavenly secrets, even if someone attempted to deduce his location from the outside. It was utterly impossible. This meant he was now thoroughly ensnared in a state of isolation and vulnerability. Recognizing this, Luo Ho understood that his opponents had come prepared. Instinctively, he summoned the four swords of extermination, suspending them around him in readiness for battle. "Show yourselves!" Luo Ho's brows furrowed, his face contorted with fury as he shouted. In the next instant, the remaining four figures materialized in the void. "Hong Jun, I have no quarrel with you. What is the purpose of this charade today?" Luo Ho quickly discerned the central figure of Hong Jun and immediately questioned him, eager to clarify their intentions. "No quarrel? You are a demon, and I am an immortal. The eradication of demons requires no justification in the primordial chaos. The demon path is one that all seek to extinguish." Hong Jun replied, unfazed, his words laced with disdain. Yet, those familiar with Hong Jun would notice that he remained vigilant. Despite his outward composure, Luo Ho scoffed derisively, looking down upon Hong Jun. "Hong Jun, I never imagined you to be so naive. What constitutes a demon? What defines an immortal? With a mere pretext, you can indiscriminately slaughter. Is this what it means to be an immortal? What distinguishes immortals from demons? No, you are even less straightforward than the demon path." Unperturbed by Luo Ho's rebuke, Hong Jun continued, "To wish for others to remain oblivious, one must first refrain from wrongdoing. Do you truly believe that the actions of the demon race go unnoticed? Today, I shall seek justice for the countless souls wrongfully perished on behalf of all beings." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Luo Ho understood that he was in peril, as his life was now the target of their intentions. He ceased his banter. "If you desire battle, then let us engage." With a thunderous roar, the extermination sword array took form around him. What Luo Ho had done was merely a ploy to buy time to set up the array. The five of Hong Jun were astonished. Just moments before, Luo Ho had been right under their noses. How could he have hidden the formation? It was common knowledge that formations within formations were far more challenging to execute than a standalone formation. Yet Luo Ho had managed to set up a nested formation in such a short span of time while evading their notice. How could this not leave them in shock? "Did you think I remained at Kunlun for 3 years without purpose?" A disdainful smile crept across Luo Ho's lips, as if mocking their ignorance. His eyes exuded an indescribable dominance, a pride that belonged to the demon ancestor Luo Ho. Even when trapped in a formation, what could they do? Even when betrayed, what could they achieve? Even if one stand against 5, what then? Luo Ho laughed maniacally, his laughter reverberating throughout the entire space, sending chills down the spines of all who heard it. It seemed he was declaring to everyone that he was the sovereign of this world, unmatched in power to miscalculation. Luo Ho must have delved into the formations within Kunlun. In the past, his mastery of formations was indeed more profound than mine. Yet it was never this exquisite. Yang Mei furrowed his brow in silent contemplation, observing the Zhu Xian sword formation. He discovered that it had become even more intricate than before. Through Yang Mei's words, everyone recalled the spirit-gathering formation outside the Yun Jian Hotel. They had initially investigated that formation, finding it remarkably sophisticated, and had contemplated peering into its secrets. However, upon realizing it was the work of Xuanmu, they abandoned any further thoughts. Little did they expect that during his time in Kunlun, Luo Ho would audaciously dare to explore its mysteries. Was he not afraid of incurring the wrath of his predecessors? Xuanmu? In truth, they had overthought it. Xuanmu cared not a whit for such matters. The formation he had set up was done casually, merely to expedite the cultivation of those practitioners, thereby expanding his own domain more swiftly to as for the details. He had long since forgotten them. Moreover, since Luo Ho was the sole occupant of the hotel, the three from the Yuanshe did not speak much when they saw him observing the formations. They even hoped Luo Ho would linger longer for the sake of the formation. How could they possibly hinder him? Thus, during his recovery, Luo Ho studied the formation daily, making significant progress in the art of formations. Even the Zhu Xian sword formation underwent some modifications. Yet at this moment, Luo Ho felt no need to explain anything to his adversaries. Today, I shall let you witness the might of the Zhu Xian sword formation. Luo Ho bellowed, and within the formation, a thick fog surged forth. This fog was so dense that even Hong Jun, among the strongest present, found it difficult to penetrate. "Gather!" Hong Jun decisively commanded, and the five retreated a step, clustering together and vigilantly scanning their surroundings. "Hong Jun, do you have any method to dispel this fog?" Yin Yang frowned, clearly hindered in his vision by the mist. "If my conjecture is correct, Luo Ho has integrated my Yang Lu illusion formation into this Juxian formation. This fog should not be a tangible entity." Before Hong Jun could speak, Yang Mei revealed the secret of the formation. His deduction stemmed from Luo Ho's effortless dismantling of his formation earlier. At that moment, he had wondered how Luo Ho could pinpoint the formation's focal point in an instant that, in retrospect, it could only imply that Luo Ho had deliberately studied his illusion formations over the years. And now Luo Ho could even intertwine his own Yang Lu illusion formation within the Juxian formation. "I am asking how to break it, even if aware that the mist was an illusion." "What of it?" Yin Yang's dissatisfaction with the answer was palpable, his tone urgent. This scene, where they could see nothing, left him feeling utterly vulnerable. If my conjecture is correct, there should be another focal point in Luo Ho's formation. Not merely the four swords of Juxian. Its purpose is to control the illusions within the formation. Just as Yang Mei's words fell, a rush of wind swept past their ears that a profound sense of crisis surged within Yang Mei, who hastily sidestepped, narrowly avoiding a spear thrust. "Haha, is it truly so? This only further confirms my suspicions." Yang Mei drew forth a willow branch, fiercely swinging it in retaliation. However, it bore no fruit, yet he conveyed information to the other four. Hong Jun summoned the three corpses to guard the perimeter, while the others summoned their magical treasures for protection, cautiously moving within the formation in search of a way to dispel the illusion. Illusions need not be feared. One must simply discern where the attacks are imbued with malice to evade them with ease. Hong Jun reminded solemnly, having discerned the formation's flaw in the blink of an eye. Truly, he was Hong Jun, but how would you all respond next? Within the formation, Luo Ho had heard Hong Jun's words and sighed in exasperation. Then he manifested a doppelganger, standing upon the extinguishing black lotus. In his main body, he gripped the god-slaying spear, launching an assault against the five elements Taoist. Outnumbered, the only option was to eliminate them one by one. Luo Ho's doppelganger was merely a standard duplication technique. Lacking the power of the three corpses, creating one doppelganger meant dividing his main body's power in half. Yet in this current scenario, the technique proved unexpectedly effective. Both the doppelganger and the main body zeroed in on the five elements, relentlessly attacking. After all, two fists could hardly contend with four hands, especially under the condition of not being able to see the opponent. Initially, the five elements managed to evade Luo Ho's onslaught, but it wasn't long before some could no longer withstand it. "Come help me!" The five elements cried out to those nearby, desperately fending off Luo Ho's assault. Upon hearing this, the others quickly moved in the direction of his voice. Yet just as they managed to gather, Luo Ho's attacks abruptly ceased. With this cessation, the group found it impossible to discern Luo Ho's location. Shameless, the five elements, realizing Luo Ho's intentions, growled in anger. When the enemy gathers, retreat. When the enemy scatters, disrupt. Luo Ho's ploy left the others momentarily disoriented. In this fog, they were all deprived of their divine senses, utterly unable to determine their bearings, not to mention launching a counterattack against Luo Ho. Only by dispersing and searching for the focal point could they hope to break the deadlock. Yet Luo Ho could take advantage of their scattered state to eliminate them one by one. Thus, by the time they dispelled the illusion, some among them would surely lose their combat effectiveness. Or worse, perish. This cannot continue. We are far too passive. Shi Chun voiced the group's predicament gravely. Pair up to search for the focal points, while I will work alone. Hong Jun's expression darkened as he spoke softly. After all, 5 against 1, and being beaten so soundly, even the most composed individuals would struggle to accept it. Upon hearing Hong Jun's words, everyone nodded in agreement, as for Hong Jun himself, with the three corpses technique. He had no need to fear Luo Ho's ambush. Luo Ho, of course, had taken note of their actions, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, revealing a look of disdain. "What does it matter if you pair up?" Trash gathered together remains trash. As soon as the group began to disperse, Luo Ho once again grasped the god-slaying spear, simultaneously launching an assault alongside his doppelganger towards Shi Chun and the five elements. The moment Luo Ho moved, Shi Chun and the five elements felt a sense of impending dread. They immediately realized that Luo Ho had targeted them. In response, the two activated their magical treasures, striking fiercely in the direction of the incoming attack. Yet their efforts were in vain. Luo Ho was nowhere in sight. How is this possible? Shi Chun exclaimed in shock. Ha ha! At that moment, a derisive laugh echoed from the side. And in an instant, a flash of silver light surged forth. The five elements Taoist, witnessing this, swiftly struck Shi Chun with a palm, pushing him aside just in time to narrowly escape the blow. Do not let her guard down. Luo Ho's attacks often come from two directions simultaneously. He must have employed a technique akin to a doppelganger. The five elements explained to Shi Chun solemnly. So that's it. Upon hearing the five elements explanation, Shi Chun grasped the crux of the situation. But what of it? Today, I shall ensure that you two meet your demise here. With a thunderous roar, Luo Ho materialized like a wraith. Wielding the god-slaying spear that radiated a chilling light capable of inducing heart palpitations, in an instant, he confronted the five elements Taoist, their weapons clashing in a dazzling display of light and shadow. Luo Ho's spear play resembled a tempest, each thrust infused with boundless murderous intent. The five elements Taoist countered with the quintessence of the five elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, intertwining them into a resplendent brilliance that continuously collided with Luo Ho's form. Meanwhile, Luo Ho's doppelganger engaged in a fierce confrontation with the time Taoist, who summoned a treasure glowing with enigmatic light, determined to annihilate his foe. However, Luo Ho's avatar, shielded by the world-destruction Black Lotus, deftly evaded, exhibiting no inclination to attack, but merely to evade. Observing this, the time Taoist sought to assist the five elements. Yet, Luo Ho's doppelganger obstructed him, resulting in a stalemate. It was evident that the purpose of Luo Ho's avatar was to delay for his true self. The duel between Luo Ho and the five elements Taoist was fierce and unyielding, appearing evenly matched. Yet if Xuanmu were present, he would discern at a glance that Luo Ho had the upper hand. The doppelganger seized opportunities to launch sudden assaults, causing the time Taoist considerable frustration. The battlefield was enveloped in a kaleidoscope of light, the sounds of clashing treasures and exploding spiritual energy ringing incessantly. Not far away, Yin Yang Mei heard the echoes of battle. With a grave expression, Yin Yang addressed Yang Mei. Fellow Taoist, shall we proceed to aid those two? Their exchange was more akin to that of friends rather than the formality reserved for Hongjun. No need. Yang Mei contemplated for a moment, shaking his head resolutely. The five elements and time should be able to hold their ground for a while. Our immediate priority is to dismantle this illusory formation. Yin Yang nodded, his mind racing with thoughts. Even if Luo Ho were formidable, it would be challenging for him to dispatch the two in such a short span. As for Hongjun, upon hearing the sounds of combat, he merely paused briefly to glance in their direction before dismissing it. As time slipped by, the dynamics of the battle shifted noticeably. Luo Ho moved like lightning, his god-slaying spear thrusting with relentless ferocity, each strike suffused with lethal intent. The five elements Taoist strained to respond, but struggled to withstand Luo Ho's onslaught. Suddenly, a flash of cold light from Luo Ho heralded a vicious attack aimed at the five elements Taoist's vital points. The Taoist narrowly evaded, employing the power of the five elements to counter this strike. Yet, could the might of the god-slaying spear be so easily repelled? With an escalation of spiritual energy, Luo Ho pressed closer, gradually breaking through the five elements Taoist defenses. The Taoist complexion paled, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he exerted every ounce of strength to resist. After such an extended skirmish without assistance from Hongjun and others, his heart sank, yet a glimmer of hope remained, and he solemnly declared, "Luo Ho, are you truly intent on a fight to the death? Do you not fear the retribution of our ancestors?" Luo Ho scoffed derisively. "A fight to the death? Was it not you who initiated this sordid affair? Moreover, do you overestimate yourself so? Do you truly think Hong Jun would seek vengeance for you? If that were the case, where are your esteemed allies? Just a rabble of misfits. I say, you hypocrites deserve to be sent to hell by my own hand. His tone dripped with scorn as he relentlessly advanced with the god-slaying spear. The five elements Taoist, struggling to defend, felt blood trickle from the corner of his mouth, yet rebuked. Nonsense. You demon, you must be employing some trick to obstruct our ancestors. How dare you speak so brazenly? Seeing this, Luo Ho's disdain was palpable, a mocking smile gracing his features. Is it I who hinders Hong Jun, or do you refuse to accept the truth? Five elements. Why not abandon your celestial cultivation and embrace the demonic path? In the name of the demon sovereign, I grant you. Bah! The demonic path of the primordial wilderness deserves to be exterminated. Before Luo Ho could finish, the five elements Taoist suddenly relinquished his defenses, allowing the god-slaying spear to plunge directly into his heart. Ha ha! Luo Ho exclaimed triumphantly. Today, I shall make you my burial companion. The five elements Taoist, drenched in blood, wore a maniacal grin, whether from despair or premeditation unclear. His internal spiritual energy surged, and step by step he approached Luo Ho. Madman! Luo Ho gasped in shock, cursing under his breath as he hastily retreated. With his keen perception, he realized that the five elements Taoist was intent on self-detonation. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, sending ripples through the extermination array. Countless strands of spiritual energy surged within the formation, even causing fissures to appear in the extermination array itself. Luo Ho was taken aback. The self-detonation of the five elements Taoist was enough to nearly destabilize his array. This was an outcome he had never anticipated. He had never considered that his extermination array could be breached in such a manner. After all, who among the virtuous would engage in self-detonation like a primordial golden immortal? In desperation, Luo Ho could only rely on his true self to withstand the impact of the explosion while allocating a portion of his focus to stabilize the extermination array. Awaiting the tumult to pass before restoring it, 5 elements Taoist. The time Taoist, closest to the scene, was filled with anguish. He shared a close bond with the five elements, akin to brothers, even having intentionally grouped with him earlier. Now he could only watch helplessly as the five elements Taoist was driven to self-detonation by Luo Ho. Amidst the ruptured space and the turbulent spiritual energy, Time Taoist suddenly conceived a bold idea. Rising, he discerned the direction of the battle by the sounds of their clash. His eyes glinting with resoluteness, a smile of resolution graced his lips as he declared, "Five elements Taoist. If no one else will assist you, then allow me to lend you my strength." With that, the Time Taoist surged forward, heading directly into the heart of the explosion, where Luo Ho awaited. "Are they all mad?" Luo Ho muttered under his breath. Continuing his retreat, as the architect of the formation, he was unaffected by the illusory mist, able to observe all that transpired within it. He watched the surging energy within the Time Taoist and his approach. Luo Ho realized that the Time Taoist intended to replicate the five elements Taoist's actions. In a flash, the Time Taoist closed the distance to Luo Ho, then unleashed his pent-up spiritual energy in a single explosive outburst. Boom! With yet another explosion, Luo Ho could no longer afford to be distracted, hastily forming a defensive spell around himself. "Return," he intoned the incantation, summoning his doppelganger and the world-destruction Black Lotus back into his being. There was no choice. If he continued to divide his energy, he could not guarantee his survival in the impending spiritual conflagration. After all, this was the self-detonation of two primordial golden immortals. The combined torrent of spiritual energy would, even at his current level of cultivation, be impossible to withstand unscathed. With the absence of his doppelganger stabilization, and under the dual self-detonations of the five elements and Time Taoists, the extermination array could no longer endure the overwhelming force. It began to shatter, unable to bear the strain. Crack! With a crisp sound resonating through the air, the Xuanmu sword array was shattered for the first time in such a manner, though it seemed like an event from long ago. It was, in fact, but a fleeting moment. By the time the three figures of Hong Jun in the distance registered the occurrence, They witnessed the Xuxian sword array suddenly collapse. The illusory formation, which had been layered atop the Xuxian array, vanished concurrently with its destruction. All three turned their gazes toward the center of the explosion, where dust swirled, gradually revealing a figure emerging from the haze. As the smoke cleared, they beheld Lu, his garments tattered and worn, with traces of blood at the corner of his mouth. Even the radiance emanating from the Annihilation Black Lotus had dimmed somewhat. Clearly, at the critical moment, Lu had leveraged the power of the Annihilation Black Lotus to withstand the damage inflicted by the explosion. Ha ha! What a thrill! I retract my previous words. You two are truly genuine in spirit. Without waiting for the others to respond, Lu burst into wild laughter, his eyes filled with admiration for the five elements in time. It was evident that such an act of sacrifice for the sake of brothers deeply resonated with Lu that moment. However, a spell surged toward him. Lu leaped back, effortlessly evading the attack while mockingly stating, "Allies have fallen, yet you do not even possess a trace of sorrow. Is this the nature of Hongjun? What a pity that in the final moment, the five elements still believed you would come to their rescue." Ah! Lu's face was rife with disdain for Hongjun, and he felt a twinge of pity for the two, five elements and time. Long ago, he had discerned Hongjun's true character. However, the chaotic demon gods of his era, seeing the path he had chosen, refused to believe his words. Instead, exonerating Hongjun it was not until later, after Pangu opened the heavens and he had miraculously survived, that he wandered the wilderness alone, establishing the demon clan and becoming known as the infamous demon ancestor Lu. Upon hearing Lu's words, Hongjun displayed no discernible change in expression, merely stating in a solemn tone, "To kill you would be the best consolation for the two of them." With that declaration, Hongjun, accompanied by the three corpses, advanced with inexorable might. In an instant, he and Lu clashed fiercely. Hongjun's attacks fell like a torrential downpour, each strike imbued with the power to obliterate the world. Observing this, Lu immediately summoned the god-slaying spear to confront Hongjun. His body moved like a phantom, effortlessly maneuvering through Hongjun's onslaught. Simultaneously, his counterattacks were as swift and deadly as a striking serpent, forcing Hongjun to remain vigilant. Meanwhile, Yinyang and Yangmei, witnessing the unfolding scene, stepped forward to assist Hongjun in battle. Their strikes crackled through the air like lightning, harmonizing with Hongjun's offensive. Yet, unbeknownst to all, a flicker of trepidation toward Hongjun glimmered in Yinyang and Yangmei's eyes. Their movements seemed somewhat hesitant, as if they were weighing their options. Clearly, Lu's earlier words rang like a warning bell in their hearts. Yangmei began to realize that Hongjun might not be as trustworthy as he appeared. As for Yinyang, who had always harbored disdain for Hongjun, he felt an even stronger sense of sorrow for the fallen allies. Thus, both began to feign disinterest, though numerous opportunities arose to exploit Lu's vulnerabilities. They refrained from striking as the battle intensified. Hongjun and Lu were entirely consumed by their focus on combat, oblivious to the subtle maneuvers of Yinyang and Yangmei. The battlefield transformed into a colossal vortex, drawing them into its chaotic embrace. Hongjun's assaults grew increasingly ferocious, each spell creating immense craters in the ground. Meanwhile, Lu, enveloped in an overwhelming aura of demonic energy, wielded his spear with unparalleled skill, each thrust imbued with a dense malevolence. Their exchanges of attacks intertwined like shooting stars, leaving spectators breathless. This moment, Lu evaded a strike from the good corpse's avatar and suddenly twisted his body, redirecting the spear, infused with vast demonic energy, toward the evil corpse's avatar. The evil corpse only caught a glimpse of a silvery flash before feeling a sharp pain in his chest. "Fellow Taoist, I must withdraw." The evil corpse's words fell, and he was involuntarily drawn back into Hongjun's form. There was no choice. Lu's strike was laden with such potent malevolence that it was impossible to focus on dispelling it amidst the battle. "Return," Hongjun commanded, summoning the other two avatars back, a grave expression crossing his features. Seeing this, Lu taunted, "Hongjun, what's the matter? Are you afraid I might disperse your three corpses? Ultimately, no matter how many numbers you have on your side, they are merely a means to an end." Hongjun remained silent, addressing Yinyang and Yangmei instead. This demon, while appearing unscathed, is but a spent force. I urge both of you to give your utmost." Yin Yang and Yang Mei exchanged glances, each contemplating Hongjuan's words held merit. After all, they had been engaged in a war of attrition against Lu, not to mention the earlier self-detonations of the 5 elements in time. Even if Luohu's magic was formidable, he must have begun to tire. Just as they pondered, Hongjun spoke sincerely, "My friends, I only ask you to buy me a little time. For the rest, I am prepared to sacrifice this body and life to confront Lu in a final battle. Afterward, the riches of the demon clan shall be yours to share." Hongjuan's declaration was imbued with righteous fervor, and upon seeing his sincerity, they trusted him a little more. Of course, it was not greed for the demon clan's treasures. It was primarily that Hongjun assured them they need not act as the main force, but merely to delay. This task was far simpler than facing Luohu directly. They nodded in agreement, feeling that this plan was indeed feasible to that moment. Lu, noticing the 3 engaged in hushed conversation, impatiently brandished his god-slaying spear. "Will we fight or not? If not, then open this formation and let me out." Had it not been for the presence of the 3 and his own injuries, he would have seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. "You speak so boldly. Today, you shall be buried here." With that, Hongjun stepped forward, flanked by Yin Yang and Yang Mei. Realizing their intentions, Luohu's heart raced with concern. A war of attrition. No, I must quickly identify the formation's core. Assessing his injuries, Luohu's mind raced as he sought a way to break free from this predicament. Just as he contemplated, the duo's attacks reached him. With no time to spare for contemplation, he could only fight while retreating, desperately searching for the formation's focal point. This time, it was Hongjun who lingered on the periphery. The battle grew increasingly tense. Due to Luohu's injuries from the explosion and the constant rotation of opponents, his magic began to wane, placing him at a disadvantage. Luohu thrust his spear toward Yin Yang. The speed of the spearhead astonishing, yet lacked the initial ferocity. Yin Yang, witnessing this, intended to mock, but was suddenly aware of a subtle wave of magic surging toward him. Could it be? Turning back, he caught sight of Hongjun retracting his whisk, about to unleash a reprimand when he realized that Luohu's spear was already barreling toward him. Panic gripped Yin Yang, cold sweat pouring down as the suffocating sensation of death enveloped him. Just as he attempted to evade, he discovered he could not move. In that moment, Yin Yang realized he had fallen victim to Hongjuan's machinations. The spear lunged forward. A sickening sound echoed, and Yin Yang's entire head was instantaneously pierced by the god-slaying spear. Yin Yang's gaze bore into Hongjun with a fierce intensity, as if he wished to rend him limb from limb. He then slowly collapsed, feeling an overwhelming weakness wash over him as consciousness began to fade. In the final moments of awareness, Yin Yang's thoughts remained fixated on Hongjun. Following Yin Yang's demise, the sealing formation he had set in place began to dissolve, as no one was left to maintain it. What is the meaning of this? Luohu withdrew his spear, equally perplexed. That last strike, according to his expectations, should have missed entirely. How could it have so easily struck down Yin Yang? Is this truly a chaotic demon god? Meanwhile, Yang Mei, witnessing Hongjuan's treachery from the corner of his eye, was taken aback to see that Hongjun dared to directly attack Yin Yang. This alliance had turned into nothing but backstabbing. At this moment, Yang Mei no longer wished to continue fighting. He no longer cared about Lu. Should he delay any longer, the next to perish shall undoubtedly be him. As Luo sheathed his weapon and the formation gradually dissipated, Yang Mei executed a feint before swiftly retreating, vanishing into the folds of space in the blink of an eye. This scene left both Hongjun and Luo somewhat perplexed. Hongjun was bewildered because he had believed his actions to be sufficiently discreet. How could Yang Mei have perceived them? As for Luo, his confusion stemmed from the fact that he had clearly been at a disadvantage. Why would Yang Mei choose to withdraw? Was it merely because he had slain Yin Yang? Was Yang Mei's courage truly so feeble? Though perplexed, this did not deter Luo from deriding his adversary. Hongjun, is this truly your ally? Your judgment appears quite lacking. I see that those years spent practicing that trifling 3 corpses technique have rendered you rather foolish. While Hongjun was contemplating how to outmaneuver Yang Mei, He heard Luo Ho's mocking words and merely snorted in disdain. He then coldly remarked, "At this juncture, you still fail to comprehend the situation?" Luo Ho, taken aback by the statement, could not fathom what his opponent meant, yet stubbornly retorted, "The situation? It is evident that I am 5 against 1, having slain 3 and let 1 escape. What further situation is there?" "Ah, Luo Ho, how should one assess you? Are you a fool masquerading as a sage, or truly a fool beyond comprehension? Despite everything that had transpired, you remain blissfully unaware at this moment, buoyed by the success of his schemes." Hong Jun felt elated and had no qualms about enlightening Luo Ho. Luo Ho, being an astute individual, one who had attained such heights in the primordial chaos, was not without intelligence. Upon Hong Jun's further emphasis, Luo Ho suddenly grasped the myriad inconsistencies that had eluded him before, his anger flaring as he exclaimed, "Did you use me as a pawn?" In that moment of reflection, Luo Ho recalled the earlier incident with the gun and understood Hong Jun's machinations. It was clear that Hong Jun intended to seize this opportunity to annihilate all the primordial golden immortals. Thus, aside from that reclusive powerhouse atop Kunlun Mountain, Hong Jun would hold dominion over the entirety of the primordial chaos. If Hong Jun's plans unfolded as he envisioned, it was likely that everyone, save for himself, would perish here today. Yang Mei, in this scenario, was merely a variable, yet one that posed little concern, for she was not adept in combat and would hardly stand a chance against Hong Jun in a one-on-one confrontation. The 3 ancestors, entangled in their own karmic debts due to his schemes, were likewise rendered ineffective. Suddenly, Luo Ho remembered how he had once conspired with his kin to orchestrate the slaughter of the 3 ancestors. The more he contemplated, the deeper his trepidation grew, for it seemed that Hong Jun had long ago plotted to bring about this very moment. First, he had manipulated Luo Ho into instigating the conflict among the 3 clans, burdening them with causality and trapping them in karmic entanglements, rendering them incapable of participating in the ensuing chaos. Then, he had incited other chaotic demons to join him in his pursuit of Luo Ho. Finally, he had ensnared everyone in this place, picking them off one by one. At realizing this, a flicker of wariness crossed Luo Ho's eyes as he solemnly declared, "Hong Jun, could it be that you are the true architect behind all of this?" Hong Jun raised an eyebrow, neither confirming nor denying, and mockingly replied, "It seems you are not entirely foolish, but alas, it is far too late." As his words fell, he summoned forth the good corpse and his own corpse, as well as fragments of the creation jade plate. Upon witnessing this, Luo Ho was taken aback. During their earlier confrontation, he had sensed something amiss, but it was only now, with the emergence of the creation jade plate fragments, that he comprehended the full extent of Hong Jun's restraint. Hong Jun had not been utilizing his full power. In light of this realization, Luo Ho promptly withdrew, unwilling to become further entangled, having already exhausted much of his spiritual energy through their previous exchanges. He understood that a direct confrontation with Hong Jun would yield no advantage. Moreover, with the ceiling formation now dissipated, there was no time to lose. Observing Luo Ho's intent, Hong Jun instantly discerned his thoughts and activated his escape technique. Closely pursuing Luo Ho. "Luo Ho, do not waste your efforts. Today marks your demise. Do you truly believe that you possess the same capabilities as Yang Mei?" Hong Jun shouted, attempting to provoke Luo Ho into a rash response. However, Luo Ho remained unfazed, only intent on fleeing. Yet it was futile. Before long, Hong Jun had significantly closed the gap between them. The recent collective self-destructions of the 5 elements in time had left Luo Ho, despite his formidable strength, at his wit's end, unable to evade Hong Jun any longer. That moment, an overwhelming sense of regret washed over Luo Ho. Had he only killed Hong Jun during their earlier contest, how much better would it have been? Even at this juncture, he was still unwilling to concede to Hong Jun's prowess. Realizing there was nowhere left to escape, Luo Ho abruptly halted, a glimmer of resolve flashing in his eyes as he turned to confront Hong Jun. "Hong Jun, are you truly prepared to engage in a fight to the death?" Hong Jun regarded him from a short distance, asking at this point, "Do you have any final words?" "Ha ha ha! Hong Jun, if I do not perish today, I shall surely one day launch an assault upon your purple cloud palace." Luoho's laughter echoed throughout the heavens, infused with boundless madness and defiance. His body trembled from his injuries, as if engaged in a final struggle against fate. Summoning the not yet revitalized world-extinguishing Black Lotus, Luoho stood atop it, gripping the god-slaying spear tightly. The setting sun cast a blood-red hue upon him, elongating his shadow. That shadow seemed to embody the essence of his life, lonely yet steadfast. In a moment of reverie, he envisioned once more the arrogant and untamed figure of the demon ancestor Luoho. "Come and fight!" With a thunderous roar, Luoho stepped forward atop the world-extinguishing Black Lotus. Charging ahead once more, one side was at the end of its strength, while the other remained in peak condition. The disparity in their cultivation made the outcome of this battle entirely inevitable. After only a few exchanges, Hongjun seized the opportune moment, unleashing a palm imbued with the laws of the universe, striking Luoho and sending him hurtling backward. In midair, Luoho traced an arc, blood gushing from his mouth. Ha! Slowly rising, Luoho wore a crazed smile. "Hongjun, today you may have won, but even in death, I shall ensure that the myriad beings of the primordial chaos witness your vile countenance." Without allowing Hongjun a moment to react, he continued, "By the great Tao above, I, the demon ancestor Luoho, hereby vow, may my being transform into the heavens of transcendence, establishing the outer domain, celestial demon clan. The slaughter within the primordial chaos shall never cease, and the outer domain celestial demons shall persist. May the great Tao witness my oath." Hongjun, upon hearing this, felt a surge of disdain. How dare he invoke a vow by the great Tao? It was well known that at the dawn of the primordial chaos, the great Tao was concealed and the heavenly way manifested. The beings of the primordial chaos could only hear of the heavenly way, remaining ignorant of the great Tao. Yet Luoho sought to swear by the great Tao. Was this not courting death? Observing the scene, Hongjun made no immediate effort to thwart Luoho, curious to see how the great Tao's heavenly tribulation would obliterate him. However, he failed to notice that, during Luoho's rise, his repeated battles had shaken his own bottleneck. Furthermore, having gained enlightenment through his understanding of life and death, his cultivation had reached a critical breakthrough. Now, although Luoho's spiritual energy was depleted, he had ascended to the realm of primordial great Luo, golden immortal. The primordial great Luo, golden immortal, could transcend the three realms, traversing the endless chaos of time and space, embodying an indestructible form that could endure countless tribulations, capable of surviving even within the chaos. Naturally, he had transcended the jurisdiction of the heavenly way, coming under the purview of the great Tao. Thus, at this moment, through a twist of fate, Luoho had genuinely invoked the great Tao. Just as Hongjun was dismissive, a celestial radiance suddenly illuminated the skies, accompanied by the ethereal tones of the great Tao. Soon after, a voice resonated with authority, one that all beings of the primordial chaos could hear. "Approved." Hongjun's expression stiffened unnaturally as he turned his gaze toward Luoho. Primordial great Luo, golden immortal. Upon scrutinizing further, Hongjun was struck with shock that he had never anticipated that at the final moment, Luoho would take that fateful step. Die. Seeing this, Hongjun immediately unleashed another spell, intent on utterly annihilating Luoho. "Ha! Too late." A faint smile graced Luoho's lips, one of acceptance for a life well lived. Following this, he, akin to the five elements in time, self-destructed his cultivation. Hongjun's eyelids twitched uncontrollably, and cold sweat poured forth. He had not expected Luoho to be so utterly reckless. This was the primordial chaos. This was the realm of the primordial great Luo, golden immortal. How could he dare? Hongjun could hardly fathom the magnitude of the repercussions that would follow if a Hunyuan de Luo Jinxian were to self-destruct in the primordial chaos. Nevertheless, at that moment, he found himself unable to contemplate such matters any further. Without the slightest hesitation, he turned and executed his escape technique. Hongjun swore this was the fastest he had ever run in his life. No, it was the second time. The last occasion he had moved with such swiftness was when Pangu cleaved the world with his axe. In the blink of an eye, Hong Jun had traversed thousands of miles, yet he still could not evade the explosion's reach. With no other option, he summoned fragments of the creation jade plate to shield himself. At that moment of invocation, a flicker of doubt crossed his mind, prompting him to drape the Zhongqi dust over it for added protection. As the laughter of Luo Ho gradually faded, a profound silence enveloped the universe. Then, with a deafening roar, the sky seemed to rend itself asunder, plunging the earth into an abyss of darkness. The overwhelming surge of spiritual energy erupted from Luo Ho's location, sweeping outward with the force of a cataclysm. Engulfing everything in its path, spiritual veins, roots, and materials, all were instantaneously reduced to dust, vanishing without a trace, as though they had never existed. The very fabric of space shattered under the fierce blast, revealing an endless chaos that harbored unfathomable dread and darkness. The entirety of the primordial chaos trembled in the wake of this earth-shattering explosion. Whether high mountains or deep valleys, rivers or lakes, the resounding echo of the explosion could be distinctly heard. In the primordial realm, all beings, from the mightiest cultivators to the humblest creatures, were rendered speechless by the sudden onslaught of sound. Who set off fireworks? Xuanmu stood atop Kunlun Mountain, gazing at the colossal mushroom cloud in the west, muttering to himself. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, he retrieved the Fengshen Bang to scrutinize it closely. There, in bold letters, were 4 names: Wuxing Shichun, Inyang, Luo Ho. Initially, these names had been dim and lifeless, but at that moment, they radiated a brilliant golden glow. Clearly, this signified the return of true spirits. I was wondering what that light was. I thought it was Dijia invading the primordial chaos. Turns out it was these individuals returning to the Fengshen Bang. This was the corrective power of the world's will. Even with the grand tournament in the primordial chaos that exposed Hongjuan's strength, these 4 still perished. Xuanmu retracted the Fengshen Bang, internally lamenting the situation, before promptly dismissing it from his mind. After all, the calamity of the Fengshen had yet to arrive. For now, it was best to let the 4 remain within the Fengshen Bang. When the time came for the calamity, he would devise further plans in the west. The sound of the explosion gradually faded, and the smoke began to dissipate. A disheveled figure slowly emerged from the aftermath. It was evident that the surroundings had become barren, the impact of the explosion akin to a landslide, leaving a deep chasm in its wake, with sand and stones swirling about. Only the ground beneath Hongjuan's feet, protected by his treasure, retained its original form. Cough, cough, cough. Hongjun struggled to rise from the pit, violently expelling a mouthful of blood. His gaze instinctively fell upon the Zhongqi dust, which was now shattered and devoid of luster. Clearly, this companion treasure that had been with him since birth had sustained significant damage in the explosion. The destruction of his companion treasure had also left Hongjun with considerable injuries. However, he only lamented for a brief moment before a strange smile crept across his face. After years of scheming, he had finally achieved his grand design. His calculations had ultimately succeeded. Although there had been an unexpected variable in the form of Yang Mei, it was of little consequence. Now, in the primordial chaos, with Xuanmu absent, Hongjun stood invincible. To achieve this goal, Hongjun had even inquired about Xuanmu's aspirations. Xuanmu had explicitly stated that he had no desire to contend for supremacy in the primordial chaos. While Hongjun had taken him at his word, he remained cautious. After all, no one wished to have a constant shadow looming over them. Cough, cough. The immediate priority was to recuperate and remain vigilant against Yang Mei's potential assault. After pondering for a moment, Hongjun resolved what to do next. Time flows unrecorded in the primordial chaos. Countless epochs have passed since the battle between Luo Ho and Hongjun. During this period, rumors spread throughout the primordial chaos, claiming that Yang Mei and Hongjun had clashed. As for the outcome, none knew the truth. Yet Xuanmu was aware that the course of events had unfolded without error. Yang Mei had likely chosen to wander the chaos. Over these years, Xuanmu continued his leisurely pursuits of fishing, sipping tea, and basking in the sun, embodying the essence of a carefree existence. Notably, The Sanqing had ascended to the realm of Hunyuan Jingxian during this time. Now, Laozi, the eldest brother, had reached the 4th level of Hunyuan Jingxian, entering the mid-tier ranks. Yuanshi and Tong Tian, meanwhile, had attained the 3rd level of Hunyuan Jingxian. Upon reaching Hunyuan Jingxian, the classification no longer adhered to the initial, middle, later, and peak stages of cultivation. Hunyuan Jingxian comprises 9 levels, each representing a new degree of comprehension of the laws. Each level resembles a new realm. If one were to delineate in detail, the first 3 levels would be considered early-stage Hunyuan Jingxian, while the 4th to 6th levels would be mid-stage Hunyuan Jingxian, and the 7th to 9th levels would signify late-stage Hunyuan Jingxian. Thanks to this knowledge, Xuanmu gained new insights. Previously, the ancestor of the underworld river had broken through from Deluo Jingxian to Hunyuan Jingxian within his domain, expanding by 1 square kilometer or 1 million square meters. This advancement had propelled his domain into a new unit of measurement. Initially, Xuanmu had assumed that each level of breakthrough in Hunyuan Jingxian would yield an increase of 1 square kilometer. However, it was not until the day the Sanqing broke through that Xuanmu realized his perspective had been too narrow. He had fundamentally misunderstood the value of Hunyuan Jingxian. To this point, Xuanmu's domain area was Invincible Domain, 23. 4 km the 0.1 was derived from Xuanmu's years of sign-in rewards. The remainder was entirely due to the breakthroughs of the Sanqing. This revelation also made Xuanmu aware that, from this point onward, the growth of the Invincible Domain would not be as sluggish as before. Every level would experience exponential expansion. This meant that when breaking through from the 1st to the 2nd level of Hunyuan, it would increase by 2 km from the 2nd to the 3rd level of Hunyuan. It would increase by 3 km. Xuanmu ultimately attributed this to the notion that Hunyuan Jingxian is a reflection of one's strength at each level. After this discovery, Xuanmu was eager to rush down the mountain to recruit several Hunyuan Jingxian disciples for himself. However, in the primordial chaos, finding Hunyuan Jingxian was no simple task. At that time, Hongjun had yet to impart his teachings, and the primordial techniques were exceedingly scarce. Most cultivators practiced their unique, innate techniques. Additionally, the majority of beings in the primordial chaos were postnatal entities. This realization temporarily quelled Xuanmu's aspirations, for preempting Hongjun and delivering teachings ahead of time. Xuanmu declared he would never teach in this lifetime. With willing tools at hand, why would he not utilize them? Now, he merely awaited Hongjun to impart his teachings before dispatching puppets down the mountain to recruit more disciples. Xuanmu reclined leisurely on a cool chair, gently fanning himself, while inwardly contemplating. Master! Master! At that moment, Tong Tian's boisterous voice echoed from behind. Xuanmu shot a black-line glance at him and retorted, "What is it? Have you devised another brilliant idea today?" Previously, Tong Tian had observed Xuanmu ensnared in his fishing pursuits, unable to extricate himself. Consequently, he had transformed into a 1,000-meter-long carp and submerged himself in the lake, fixated on Xuanmu's hook. Initially, Xuanmu had been elated to catch such a large fish, thinking he had hooked an old spirit from the lake. After all, this was the primordial chaos, where immense fish were not uncommon that a carp, in particular, was hardly surprising. However, after releasing it, the very next cast yielded the same fish, followed by the 3rd, 4th, and so on. The more Xuanmu pondered, the more he felt something was amiss. It was only after hooking the large carp once more that it suddenly spoke. A distinct air of audacity permeated the atmosphere, as if merely scratching the surface would unleash it. Subsequently, after receiving a sharp reprimand from Xuanmu, Tong Tian exhibited a degree of decorum for a time. However, that fateful day arrived when Xuanmu unexpectedly hooked a dragon. In an instant, he unleashed a flurry of blows upon Tong Tian. It remained a mystery how Tong Tian had managed to entice the ancestral dragon into such a predicament, willingly becoming a mere plaything. In the following days, Tong Tian occasionally devised a brilliant idea, which he grandiosely referred to as alleviating his master's fatigue. In truth, aside from cultivating, he engaged in any task that came to hand. As a benevolent teacher of the primordial era, Xuanmu was more than willing to nurture his disciples' interests and hobbies. Put it plainly, He was unable to manage and simply could not be bothered. This led to an increasingly close relationship between Tong Tian and Xuanmu. After all, Xuanmu was constantly reprimanding him. Could their bond not grow closer? Now, upon seeing Tong Tian, Xuanmu felt an ominous premonition. Ahem, master, the last time I requested my second brother to create a puppet beauty. Was that not a good idea? With a thud, as Tong Tian finished his sentence, a refreshing breeze swept through, followed by a sharp pain at the back of his head. Noticing Xuanmu was poised to continue, Tong Tian hastily interjected, Master, master, this time I assure you, it is a serious matter. Please do not strike. Upon hearing this, Xuanmu's interest was piqued. Could Tong Tian truly have a legitimate concern to present? He ceased his assault, waiting attentively for Tong Tian to elaborate. Tong Tian, cradling his head, continued, Master, I am on the verge of being sick from the monotony of Kunlun Mountain. No, master, I have recently sensed a bottleneck in my cultivation and require a journey down the mountain to seek enlightenment. Xuanmu's lips twitched at this proclamation. You focus on cultivation? That is an utterly absurd notion. It was clear that Tong Tian merely wished to escape the tedium of Kunlun Mountain and indulge in some leisure. However, after a moment's contemplation, Xuanmu nodded and said, That is acceptable. You may return and convey this news to Laozi and Yuanshi. At dawn tomorrow, the three of you shall descend the mountain together for your travels. There must always be a safety net. Yet, as you approach a breakthrough, return to Kunlun Mountain, where I shall personally safeguard you. It is prudent to avoid making breakthroughs in the outside world, for the primordial realm is fraught with peril. Returning to Kunlun is the safer course. Tong Tian, elated by this decision, nodded vigorously and hurried back to inform Laozi and Yuanshi. Xuanmu's consent stemmed from a desire for the trio to gain more experience in the primordial realm. After all, isolating oneself was ultimately a poor strategy. Furthermore, since they were nearing breakthroughs, it would not hinder his own domain's expansion. Calculating the passage of time, it was likely that Hongjun was on the verge of merging with the Tao and preparing to expound upon it. According to the natural order, the three clear ones would embark on their journeys to seek their own fortunes in this interim. Though everything one could desire was available on Kunlun Mountain, without some trials, they would merely be sheltered flowers. Moreover, when the time came, the 3,000 purple clouds would all be on his list of potential disciples. Allowing the three clear ones to venture forth, he could hardly believe that Tong Tian, with his nature, would refrain from mingling with others. If Tong Tian sought out the excitement, Laozi and Yuanshi would undoubtedly follow suit. Letting the three clear ones explore first to forge connections with those of the purple clouds would make it all the easier when he later announced his intent to take on disciples. Yet, a moment of realization struck him. Following the usual trajectory, once Hongjun completed his teachings, his three disciples would likely establish their own sects. In that case, what disciples would he still be able to take on? Wouldn't the three clear ones still be on Kunlun Mountain? Xuanmu suddenly recognized this oversight. All along, he had been fixated on personally taking disciples, failing to consider this aspect. Another reason was that time flowed too swiftly in the primordial realm. He had yet to adjust to the pace, and in the blink of an eye, the calamity of the witch and demon had nearly arrived. If one were to consider those with extraordinary potential in the primordial realm, they were all within the three teachings. Time had passed so quickly that it dawned on him that he merely needed to recruit those with exceptional talents from among the purple clouds. After all, given his current reputation among the beings of the primordial realm, he would have some difficulty gathering disciples on a large scale. Xuanmu pondered for a moment and made up his mind. As for snatching Hongjun's disciples, he hardly concerned himself with that, for Hongjun was indifferent, hadn't all, but the six saints been freely raised afterward. Moreover, knowing Hongjun's temperament, he would certainly not dare to confront him about it. The following day, just as dawn broke, Xuanmu was still lost in pleasant dreams when Tong Tian's voice rang out. Master, master, we are descending the mountain. Reluctantly, Xuanmu opened the door, his expression one of exasperation as he regarded the three. Tong Tian, seizing the opportunity, clung to Xuanmu's leg, looking pitiful as he exclaimed, Master, master, our descent this time is fraught with danger. What if? Xuanmu immediately discerned Tong Tian's intent to delve into his pockets. Without waiting for Tong Tian to finish, Xuanmu delivered a resounding slap that sent him flying. Oh, dangerous, you say? In that case, perhaps it would be best not to descend. As expected, upon hearing this, Tong Tian promptly shook his head furiously, falling silent. Master, we know not when we shall return from this journey. Please take care of yourself. Laozi spoke with respect. Upon hearing Laozi's words, Xuanmu's heart softened considerably. Be cautious on your journey, and should you encounter insurmountable difficulties, do not hesitate to send word to me. Though he inwardly added, though I may not be able to help. Laozi and Tong Tian both responded in unison, and soon the three set off down the mountain, just as the three clear ones had barely begun their descent. Xuanmu sought to catch a few more moments of sleep when he suddenly sensed an old acquaintance approaching within his invincible domain. What brings him here? According to the natural course of events, he shouldn't be coming to Kunlun Mountain, should he? Wasn't he off mingling in the chaos? Upon recognizing the visitor, Xuanmu felt a flicker of interest. At that moment, the ancestral dragon hurriedly approached, exclaiming, Elder, Yang Mei wishes to meet you outside. Xuanmu raised an eyebrow in confusion. Did he mention what he desires? It seems he is seeking refuge with you. Elder, the ancestral dragon scratched his head, uncertain. Oh, I see. Very well. You may leave. Xuanmu rubbed his eyes, preparing to retreat. Understanding Xuanmu's intent, the ancestral dragon was about to dismiss Yang Mei when Xuanmu added, Let him wait outside for now. The ancestral dragon was momentarily perplexed. Was this a matter of keeping him or sending him away? Left with no other choice, the ancestral dragon devised a compromise. Ahem. Elder is aware of your intentions. Please wait here. The elder will discuss matters once he is finished. Yang Mei's face lit up with joy upon hearing this. Please convey my gratitude to the elder that I shall await here. Meanwhile, back in his quarters, Xuanmu found himself devoid of the inclination to catch up on sleep. Instead, he weighed the pros and cons in his mind. The decision not to immediately take Yang Mei in had its reasons. While he required someone to break through within his domain to expand its territory, he was selective about who that might be. In his heart, he yearned for individuals who valued loyalty and righteousness. Akin to the three clear ones and the three ancestors, he had no desire for Kunlun Mountain to become a cauldron of intrigue. As for Yang Mei, whether in his past life or by his current assessment, the man was steeped in contradictions. If one were to assert he harbored no ambition, he had aligned with Hong Jun to vanquish Luo. Yet, to claim he was ambitious would be misleading, for he had not clashed directly with Hong Jun. Instead, he had retreated into the chaos, abandoning his mantle that, of course, it was possible that Yang Mei simply could not contend with Hong Jun. Yet, one must not forget that Yang Mei was a space demon god, that if he truly wished to confront Hong Jun directly, he need not face him head-on, that a few visits to the Purple Cloud Palace could easily disrupt Hong Jun's peace. If he could not win, could he not cause some disturbance? There was also the possibility that Yang Mei had discerned Hong Jun's schemes and sought to avenge the five elements, only to realize the futility of his efforts and succumb to despair. Retreating into chaos to avoid facing the truth. Very well. I shall observe for now that if he proves sincere, I would not mind adding another tool to my arsenal if his heart is not true. He is free to leave. After all, once the three clear ones establish their sex, I have confidence in assembling a formidable force. It is merely a matter of time. After a moment of introspection, Xuanmu resolved the matter within himself. This observation had been ongoing for quite some time. On this particular day, Xuanmu sat once more in the pavilion. Fishing beside him, Yuan Feng held a plate of grapes, standing attentively by his side. The ancestral elder of the Feng clan served tea and water, performing the tasks typically reserved for a young acolyte. Such a revelation would undoubtedly astonish many in the vast wilderness. While Xuanmu was not particularly concerned with such formalities, Yuan Feng insisted on her actions, declaring it a matter of gratitude for her predecessor's life-saving deeds. Consequently, Xuanmu chose not to voice any further objections and acquiesced to her wishes. Since the passage of time through Kunlun Mountain, there had indeed been a noticeable chill. Gazing at the tranquil surface of the lake, Xuanmu muttered to himself. Suddenly recalling something, he turned to Yuan Feng and inquired, By the way, is Yang Mei still waiting outside? Returning to your esteemed self, Yang Mei remains in waiting. Yuan Feng respectfully replied. Upon hearing this, Xuanmu was taken aback. He had completely forgotten about the matter. Nevertheless, he continued to inquire, "For how long has Yang been waiting?" "Approximately 4,900 days." Xuanfeng pondered for a moment before responding solemnly. "What? Over 4,900 days?" Xuanmu was internally astonished. He had been signing in daily, yet had not perceived the swift passage of time. Could Yang truly endure such waiting? "Very well. Let us meet." Xuanmu slowly rose, retracting his fishing rod and handing it to Xuanfeng as he made his way outside, given the length of time that had elapsed. It appeared that Yang had genuinely nowhere else to go. Simultaneously, Xuanmu harbored a quiet confusion. Should not Yang have sought refuge in the chaos? Why was he so insistent on lingering at Kunlun Mountain? Had he perhaps developed feelings from that one strike? Upon opening the courtyard gate, Xuanmu beheld Yang kneeling upon the ground, staring fixedly into the courtyard. Xuanmu mused to himself, such a grand display of reverence. Kneeling in wait? Yet he quickly rationalized this behavior with an explanation. Perhaps customs vary. Meanwhile, upon seeing Xuanmu's figure, Yang heart surged with realization. Indeed, the predecessor must be testing my character, assessing whether I harbor remorse. Initially, after the ancestral dragon concluded his words, Yang had sat foolishly waiting outside the door. However, as time dragged on, his unease grew. He believed that such a formidable being as Xuanmu must have profound intentions behind his actions. To forget a meeting? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This was a deliberate act of neglect. And why would he neglect me? Yang immediately recalled his past folly, having acted against Xuanmu in youthful ignorance. Although no harm had been inflicted upon Xuanmu, he had nonetheless been fiercely rebuffed. Yet, an offense had been committed, and thus, Yang resolved to seek amends. He would kneel daily outside the door, imploring Xuanmu for forgiveness, as fate would have it. After a few years of kneeling, Xuanmu was now willing to see him. Were Xuanmu to discern Yang true thoughts, he would surely offer a sharp critique. "You have not suffered enough." Yang pays his respect to the esteemed predecessor. "I earnestly beseech you to take me in." At this moment, Yang knelt, speaking with heartfelt sincerity. Xuanmu, intrigued by his words, inquired, "Oh, should you not be wandering in the chaos? Why have you come to Kunlun Mountain?" As soon as Xuanmu's voice fell, Yang was taken aback, reflecting, "The predecessor truly possesses insight into my innermost thoughts." A wave of reverence surged within him, and he felt genuine admiration for Xuanmu's profound depth. He had initially intended to venture into the chaos, but upon emerging, he discovered the vast and perilous expanse awaiting him. Yet, when he recalled the rumors circulating in the wilderness, a flicker of hope ignited within him. Xuanmu is a being of the chaos, who journeyed to the wilderness. Though he could not ascertain the truth of this, he still sought to consult Xuanmu, hoping to glean some guidance. However, as Yang journeyed to Kunlun Mountain, he suddenly pondered, "If I fled to the chaos to escape Hongjun, could I not also seek refuge atop Kunlun Mountain?" This thought left him conflicted. On one hand, he yearned to remain in Kunlun, yet on the other, he feared Xuanmu's disapproval. At this moment, Yang heart was a tumult of contradictions, ultimately leading him to confess, "Esteemed predecessor, to speak candidly, I initially intended to flee to the chaos to evade Hongjuan's pursuit. However, having resided in the wilderness for so long, detachment is arduous. After much contemplation, I have come to feel that apart from Kunlun, there is no place of solace within the wilderness. Hence, I dare to beseech the esteemed predecessor for protection. Should you not reject me, I would be willing to serve you faithfully." With these words, Yang laid bare his intentions, and Xuanmu immediately grasped the unfolding circumstances that it seemed that during the grand competition he had orchestrated in the wilderness, his displays of prowess had ignited a glimmer of hope in Yang. Under normal circumstances, once Hongjun achieved harmony with the Tao, the wilderness would become his dominion. Yang would undoubtedly have fled from the wilderness, seeking refuge in the chaos. However, with Xuanmu's emergence as an anomaly, Yang had rediscovered hope and returned. Yet Xuanmu harbored a lingering doubt, prompting him to ask, "Setting aside your willingness to serve, this Kunlun Mountain is not a pasture. Pray tell, why do you wish to confront Hongjun?" Upon hearing this, Yang Mei's expression grew somewhat uneasy, yet he sighed deeply and replied, "Esteemed predecessor, you may be unaware, but Hong Jun is indeed a petty individual. The calamity of the dragon and phoenix was orchestrated solely by him. Yet he placed the blame squarely on Liu. Later, during the conflict with Liu, that scoundrel had the audacity to strike at Yin and Yang. We are comrades who have fought side by side." Naturally, I sought an explanation from Hong Jun. Yet who could have anticipated that he had already attained the status of a Hunyuan Daiyuo Jingxian, sealing off the space around me, intending to ensnare me within the Zixiao Palace? In the final moment, I too broke through to the Hunyuan Daiyuo Jingxian level, narrowly escaping. Reflecting on this, Yang Mei regarded Xuanmu's expression, noting that he remained unmoved. Thus, he cautiously continued, "Esteemed predecessor, forgive my boldness, but I fear Hongjuan's next target may very well be." Though he did not complete his sentence, Xuanmu understood Yang Mei's implication. Hong Jun had already eliminated his rivals, and it was now time to target him. Internally, Xuanmu scoffed. From the moment he traversed into this realm, he had anticipated such a day. One mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. If he were Hong Jun, he would not permit any being to overshadow him in the wilderness. Yet, remaining within his domain, no matter how Hong Jun schemed, he would not be affected. It appeared that Hong Jun's next move would likely be aimed at the three pure ones, intending to use them as leverage to compel his withdrawal from the wilderness. Xuanmu's thoughts raced, swiftly formulating this possibility. Given his reputation in the outside world, should Hong Jun attempt to confront him directly, it would be tantamount to seeking death. However, by targeting the three pure ones, he was gambling on whether Xuanmu truly cared for them. Now, it remained to be seen whether Hong Jun dared to take such a gamble. Then why have you not sought vengeance for Yin and Yang and the others? Xuanmu pondered for a moment before voicing his doubts. For a brief interval, Yang Mei became restless. Just as Xuanmu assumed Yang Mei was merely a coward, he furrowed his brow and continued, "Esteemed predecessor, this matter is exceedingly peculiar, by all accounts. I stand as a Hunyuan Daiyuo Jingxian alongside Hong Jun. Even if I cannot triumph over him, I should be able to withstand several exchanges. Yet, the reality is quite the opposite. An ominous premonition plagues my heart. Should I engage him within the wilderness, I fear I would meet a dire fate. It is precisely for this reason that I resolved to flee the wilderness and return to the chaos. However, upon reaching Kunlun Mountain, that sensation abruptly vanished." Upon hearing this, Xuanmu immediately discerned the crux of the matter. It appeared that Hong Jun had already merged with the Tao, enabling him to manipulate certain aspects of the heavenly Tao within the wilderness. Yang Mei had sensed this ominous forewarning, prompting his decision to remain silent. Upon arriving at Kunlun Mountain, the protective aura rendered him impervious to the scrutiny of the heavenly Tao, thereby dispelling that foreboding feeling. With this revelation, everything fell into place. No wonder Yang Mei had not returned to the wilderness after his foray into the chaos. It seemed that during their last encounter, Yang Mei had caught a glimpse of the underlying intricacies. Xuanmu contemplated for a moment before addressing Yang Mei. "You may remain in Kunlun for the time being, but I shall not offer you assistance. When the time is ripe, we shall determine the course of action." With raised eyebrows and keen ears, he immediately felt a surge of joy. Originally, he had not contemplated asking Xuanmu to avenge him. Given their lack of kinship, it was already a considerable feat to have him remain in Kunlun. "I'm deeply grateful for your gracious hospitality, esteemed elder." "Very well. You may accompany Yuan Feng, and let her arrange a place for you to reside." Upon hearing this, Xuanmu nodded in acknowledgement and gestured towards Yuan Feng at his side. Once the two departed, Xuanmu's gaze inadvertently drifted down the mountain. According to Yang Mei, the day of Hongjuan's sermon was drawing near. Time swiftly passed. On this day, the entire primordial world trembled. The heavens and earth suddenly erupted in resplendent rays of light, causing the 8 desolations and 4 seas to quiver uncontrollably. Countless beings, sensing this extraordinary phenomenon, prostrated themselves on the ground, reverently gazing towards the horizon. Yet atop Kunlun Mountain, they remained untouched by such disturbances. Xuanmu sat within a pavilion, observing the skies, and couldn't help but murmur, has Hong Jun finally lost his patience? The inherently malevolent Hong Jun, I wonder what he is concocting now. Within his cave abode, Yang Mei sensed the aura emanating from the horizon, and disdain was etched across his face. Suddenly, a voice imbued with ancient authority resonated. I am Hong Jun. Having endured tribulations, I am now fortunate enough to attain the status of a sage of the heavenly Tao, and I wish to impart wisdom to all beings in the primordial world. Those with fate may ascend to the 33 heavens and the purple cloud palace. After 3,000 years, I shall commence my teachings. All beings in the primordial realm may listen. As the decree was proclaimed, the oppressive aura dissipated immediately. At that moment, the beings of the primordial world slowly rose from the ground, engaging in fervent discussions. A sage of the heavenly Tao? What could that possibly entail? Could he be even more formidable than the one in Kunlun? Exercise caution, for whichever figure this may be, they are not someone we, as solitary cultivators, can afford to offend. In my estimation, even if the sage of the heavenly Tao is somewhat lesser than the Kunlun figure, the difference cannot be substantial. What is the point of all this chatter? It is directed towards the entirety of the primordial world. I shall simply go and see for myself. Amidst the clamor, many had already resolved to journey to the 33 heavens. After all, with Xuanmu hosting a grand competition, the beings of the primordial realm were no longer apprehensive of potential traps. Consequently, the number of seekers heading to the Purple Cloud Palace tripled compared to normal circumstances. However, inevitably, they were all obstructed at the 33 heavens, with only a few Tai, utilizing their innate talents and secret techniques, managing to breach into the chaos. Yet, whether they could successfully reach the Purple Cloud Palace remained uncertain. As for the rest, they were merely beings of the great Luo golden immortal realm. Damn it, they claim to be addressing all beings of the primordial world. This is clearly an attempt to prevent those below the great Luo from attending the teachings. A Tai golden immortal cursed within the 33 heavens. Attending the sermon is not something just any riffraff can do. Individuals like you, Tai, should not dare to covet the realm of the sages, retorted a newly arrived great Luo, with a tone laced with sarcasm. Get lost. I've only been in this form for 9,000 years. What my ascension to Tai golden immortal? Upon hearing the Tai's words, the great Luo ceased his retort. Achieving Tai after 9,000 years was already considered exceptional. For him, having been at the initial stage of great Luo since the Dragon and Phoenix calamity, he still remained stagnant. He recalled that it had taken him several Yuan meetings just to break into Tai. The great Luo snorted coldly, casting a fierce glare at the other, before charging out of the 33 heavens. Brother, what shall we do now? In the wake of the great Luo's departure, the hundreds of followers trailing behind the Tai inquired with confusion. What else can we do but return? The Tai shook his head, displaying an expression of reluctance as he continued. Only I can barely penetrate the chaos. You are all incapable of entering. Should I abandon you? As members of the exploding heaven gang, how could I ever forsake my brothers? With these words, the hundreds of followers behind him were moved to tears. Such scenes unfolded incessantly across the primordial world. Days later, Kunlun Mountain. Due to the limitations imposed by the 33 heavens, many at the Tai realm within the primordial world grew discontented with Hongjuan's actions. Naturally, Xuanmu was also aware of this, and an immature idea began to take root in his heart. He immediately beckoned to Yuan Feng from a distance. Yuan Feng, come here. Yuan Feng approached slowly, a hint of confusion gracing her delicate features. Before she could voice her inquiry, Xuanmu continued, Go fetch Yang Mei. Yuan Feng nodded and stepped out. Shortly thereafter, Yang Mei hurriedly arrived, a look of perplexity on his face. Esteemed elder, what is your command? Xuanmu wore a mysterious expression as he gravely addressed Yang Mei. A chance to vex Hong Jun has presented itself. Would you be willing to seize it? I am willing. Please, esteemed elder, instruct me. Yang Mei's eyes sparkled with clarity upon hearing this, and he responded without hesitation. Xuanmu then shared his plan in hushed tones. And with each word, Yang Mei's eagerness grew more palpable. Once Xuanmu completed the outline, Yang Mei vanished in a flash towards the residences of the Ancestor Dragon and the beginning Qilin. Meanwhile, Xuanmu rose to his feet and casually waved his hand, causing Kunlun Mountain to tremble once more. Various stones and trees began to soar, arranging themselves in the air with purpose. One by one, buildings rose around Xuanmu's courtyard. Some shimmered with peculiar hues, as if crafted from countless precious minerals, while others boasted roofs that arched like soaring wings, evoking a sense of lightness and grace. Each edifice possessed a unique design and layout. Some were towering pavilions, others intricate courtyards, and still others magnificent palaces. They intertwined to form an intricate architectural complex, resembling a fantastical city. Throughout this process, Xuanmu's figure stood tall and imposing, as if he were the sovereign of this realm. The final structure was completed. The entire invincible domain was awash with awe at the spectacle. The once desolate expanse had transformed into a vibrant and lively grand sect, albeit still sparsely populated. Indeed, once the plaque is hung, this endeavor shall be complete. Xuanmu clapped his hands, a look of satisfaction on his face. Esteemed elder, is this to mean? Before Xuanfeng could finish her question, Yang Mei's voice resonated from the skies with steadfast authority. I am the space demon god Yang Mei, having witnessed the tribulations faced by beings in the primordial world. 3 years hence, I shall set a platform upon Kunlun Mountain to impart teachings. Those whose cultivation has not yet reached Great Luo are welcome to attend. Yang Mei's proclamation bore a striking resemblance to Hongjuan's decree, echoing throughout the primordial realm. While Hongjun allotted 3,000 years, Yang Mei offered merely 3, where Hongjuan's teachings were intended for those above Great Luo. Yang Mei's addressed those below. Hongjun expounded upon the path of the sages, while Yang Mei focused on the path of Great Lu. To be wise scheduling an earlier sermon, Yang Mei aimed to assist these Tai cultivators in breaking through to Great Luo, enabling them to attend Hongjuan's teachings. In this manner, even if the Tai listened to Hongjuan's sermon, their gratitude would be directed towards Yang Mei. You, Hongjun, set barriers preventing us Tai from ascending to the 33 heavens to hear your teachings on the path of the sages. But Yang Mei, there are no barriers. He aids us Tai in breaking through to Great Luo so that we may ascend to the 33 heavens and listen to Hongjuan's discourse on the path of the sages. It is evident who favors these solitary cultivators. To put it bluntly, this approach was akin to Yang Mei vying for disciples with Hongjun. Thus, even if the beings of the primordial realm hailed Hongjun as the Tao ancestor, a faction would arise that recognized only Yang Mei. As for why Xuanmu did not choose to impart teachings himself. On one hand, it is due to his reluctance to speak. Preaching is an exhausting endeavor, and he finds more solace in fishing under the sun. Put it bluntly, he is simply lazy. On the other hand, through the time spent together, Xuanmu has tested Yang Mei's character and integrity, confirming that he is not the type to be ungrateful. The task of preaching can be entrusted to Zulong and Shikolin, who will collaborate with Yang Mei. After all, Yang Mei is the most accomplished among them in terms of cultivation. Meanwhile, within Kunlun Mountain, Xuanfeng has been attending to his daily needs, acting as a devoted maid. Can the other 3 remain idle? Xuanmu asserts. In Kunlun Mountain, I alone may lounge and be idle, while the rest must labor. Before long, Yang Mei's voice faded into the ether. Suddenly, he appeared before Xuanmu, flanked by Zulong and Shikolin. The 3 of them gazed at Xuanmu with utmost respect, awaiting further instructions. Xuanmu, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under their scrutiny, addressed the trio. Very well, I have arranged the venue. You 3 shall temporarily occupy the main hall for your preaching. Should space be insufficient, the adjoining hall may be merged. As he spoke, Xuanmu produced 3 robes and handed them to the 3. These 3 garments are conferred upon you, facilitating swift enlightenment. Upon hearing this, Yang Mei, Zulong, and Shikolin simultaneously bowed to Xuanmu. Thank you, esteemed elder. Only Yang Mei, who had recently arrived, was still unaccustomed to Xuanmu's temperament. After a moment's hesitation, he continued, such great kindness from you, esteemed elder, is beyond repayment, and no merit, no reward. Please, I implore you to reclaim the robes. Take them, Xuanmu replied dismissively, not wishing to elaborate. Elder, no, please, do not insist. I urge you to take back the robes. His tone grew more forceful. Seeing Yang Mei continue to decline, Xuanmu feigned annoyance. As expected, Upon witnessing his demeanor, Yang Mei fell silent, refraining from further mention of the matter, fearing to provoke Xuanmu's ire. Now you understand, if you do not accept the robes. How will Zulong and Shikolin do so? If they do not take them, how will those beings progress? If those beings do not advance, how will I? Xuanmu nodded at Yang Mei's response, adopting a demeanor of a teachable child. Secretly pondering, noticing Yang Mei's lingering apprehension, Xuanmu could not help but offer further encouragement. Enough of this hesitation. This is an opportunity to preach to the Honghuang. So many covet this chance. When you three complete your teachings, all of Honghuang will sing your praises. In that moment, you shall be the masters of Honghuang. Xuanmu delivered an impassioned speech to the trio. They had never encountered such an experience before, and their eyes sparkled with newfound wisdom. You three should return and refine your techniques, seeking ways to enable those beings to break through to the Deluo realm in the shortest time possible. That I possess many elixirs. You may distribute these to the beings you favor, ultimately making your own decisions. Observing the excitement radiating from the trio, Xuanmu seized the moment, producing a bag of elixirs and handing it to Yang Mei. Caught up in the fervor, Yang Mei, his mind swirling with the thought of being the master of Honghuang, barely registered the significance of the elixirs as he accepted them in a daze. Now, you three should return, refine your techniques. The future of Honghuang rests upon your shoulders. Xuanmu clapped his hands and lightly patted their shoulders. Subsequently, the trio, clutching the elixirs, made their way homeward, giggling foolishly and murmuring, "I am the master of Honghuang. I am the future of Honghuang." Witnessing their enthusiasm, Xuanmu felt increasingly gratified. He then reclined in his chair, turning to Yuan Feng beside him, saying, "Come, knee my shoulders." Yuan Feng obediently responded, standing respectfully behind Xuanmu, her delicate hands busily massaging his shoulders. At this juncture, let us set aside Xuanmu's leisurely existence. Following Yang Mei's decree, the Honghuang erupted once more in fervor. Numerous cultivators gathered, engaging in animated discussions. How should they proceed, given that they cannot approach Hongjun? Should they venture to Kunlun Mountain instead? Excellent. I have heard that ancestor Yang Mei and Taoist Hongjun possess comparable strengths. It stands to reason that their understanding of the Tao is similarly profound. This assertion is flawed. Hongjun is currently revered as the Taoist ancestor, the progenitor of the Tao. How could the modest Yang Mei possibly compare? Yet there exists another prominent figure atop Kunlun Mountain, but that individual has not declared any intention to personally preach. Has he? In my opinion, since the timings do not overlap, it would be entirely feasible to ascend to Kunlun Mountain to break through to the Deluo realm, and then attend Hongjuan's teachings at Zhixiao Palace. Indeed. The crowd buzzed with conversation, unable to reach a consensus, yet the majority opted to journey to Kunlun Mountain to listen to Yang Mei's teachings, unbeknownst to them. Among the throng were three unremarkable young men. Once they distanced themselves from the crowd, the three shed their disguises, revealing their true identities as the three pure ones of Kunlun Mountain. Eldest brother, should we return to Kunlun Mountain? Yuan Shi inquired of Laozi upon hearing the news. Oh, second brother, what business is it of yours to meddle in the affairs of our master, if he is not sent word? It is clearly not our concern. I suggest we take a stroll around Zhixiao Palace. How can Hongjun still be referred to as the Taoist ancestor? Our master has not acknowledged him, yet he bears such audacity. Tong Tian interjected, interrupting Yuan Shi, his tone filled with indignation. Clearly, he was displeased with Hongjuan's title of Taoist ancestor. Laozi pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Tong Tian's words hold merit, since our master has yet to send communication. Returning to Kunlun would be futile. This presents an opportunity to investigate Hongjuan's true capabilities and discern whether he is worthy of such a title. Laozi paused and added, however, do not forget our master's teachings when venturing outside. Never reveal your true identity, and always remain vigilant. After Laozi's words, Yuan Shi and Tong Tian nodded in agreement. The three then simultaneously waved their sleeves, transforming back into three inconspicuous in the Zhixiao Palace. Hongjun had also heard of Yang Mei's decree. He sat cross-legged upon his mat, his brow slightly furrowed. He was aware of Yang Mei's escape to Kunlun Mountain, Upon merging with the Tao, he had immediately employed the power of the heavenly Tao to investigate. However, he received no feedback. The heavenly Tao's probing vanished without a trace upon entering Kunlun Mountain. Hongjun formed two conjectures regarding this matter. The first possibility is that Xuanmu's cultivation is exceptionally profound, and the trace of heavenly Tao power he emanates was dispersed upon entering Kunlun. The second possibility is that Xuanmu has set up formations within Kunlun Mountain that can obstruct the probing of the heavenly Tao. Hongjun was more inclined to believe the latter. After all, if Xuanmu's power truly surpassed that of the heavenly Tao, there would be no need for him to engage in such schemes, regardless of any plots or tricks. They are rendered ineffective in the face of absolute strength. Rather than belief, it felt more like self-soothing, an unwillingness to relinquish control over Hong Huang. With countless thoughts swirling in his mind, Hongjun ultimately resolved to ignore the situation. Once he fully merged with the Tao, he would devise his plans. As for Yangmei's actions at present, they posed no significant threat. The space within Zixiao Palace was more than sufficient. Furthermore, breaking through to the Deluo realm is no trivial feat. Who among them has not endured the passage of time and the accumulation of cultivation and power? Merely listening to a sermon will not guarantee a breakthrough. Is every inhabitant of Hong Huang a prodigy? If 20 can break through during this period, it would be considered a commendable achievement for Yangmei. Even if, in the end, the beings of Hong Huang harbor grievances against him, they would be unable to stir up any significant turmoil. At Kunlun Mountain, Yangmei, Zulong, and Shikolin were seated together, gazing intently at the bag of elixirs. What is this? So many elixirs. Yangmei, having just emerged from the allure of being the master of Hong Huang, discovered that he possessed a bag in his hand. Upon opening it, he was astonished to find it filled with various types of elixirs. Breaking mirror elixirs, enlightenment elixirs, and tranquil heart elixirs. Some of these elixirs could even be utilized by those at the Hunyuan Jinxian realm. Were these bestowed upon you by the elder? The ancestral dragon was equally astonished, vaguely recalling the scene from moments ago. Raising his eyebrows, he nodded and surveyed the surroundings, soon realizing that this bag was also a spatial artifact. Upon probing with his divine consciousness, he discovered it contained several 100,000 pills. The elder, expecting us to impart teachings or to feed the furnace. The primordial Qilin beside him inquired in confusion. Perhaps we should return this item to the elder. These pills are far too precious. Holding the pills, Yangmei felt an overwhelming warmth in his hands. If these were to be placed in the outside world, they could easily be used to amass a formidable army of elite warriors in an instant. Yet, Xuanmu, without a glance, had handed these pills to him. Yangmei felt a twinge of conflict within. On one hand, he was pleased by Xuanmu's trust in him, while on the other, he worried that Xuanmu might be testing him. Various speculations flooded his mind, and his thoughts drifted far away. It was the ancestral dragon who discerned Yangmei's anxiety and spoke to reassure him. Do not fret. Since the elder has entrusted these to you, you may accept them without concern. The elder is a formidable being from ancient times, and his generosity is not ordinary. Such pills would not even catch the elder's eye. The ancestral dragon had entered the mountains long before Yangmei and understood Xuanmu's character better than he did. Generally, Xuanmu was unassuming, his words gentle, and he even enjoyed bantering with others. As for how he knew this, that would require a discussion about Tong Tian. However, only Tong Tian dared to act so freely. Others naturally held a sense of reverence towards Xuanmu, not daring to behave as recklessly as Tong Tian. Upon hearing the ancestral dragon's words, Yangmei drew his thoughts back, uncertainly asking, is that truly the case? The ancestral dragon nodded affirmatively. Indeed, you need not worry. In my view, the elder's handing over of the pills signifies his quiet support for you. What do you mean by that? Yangmei asked. His face a mask of confusion. The ancestral dragon shook his head, adopting an enigmatic demeanor. Do you not recall the elder's previous words? Yangmei pondered for a moment, but could not remember. Asking in bewilderment, what words? The elder once expressed a preference for tranquility, thus unwilling to engage in the affairs of the primordial world. Therefore, upon seeing your enmity with Hongjun, he devised this method to assist you. Do you truly believe the elder would have entrusted this opportunity to you if he did not wish to impart teachings? Upon hearing this, Yangmei's mind suddenly illuminated. So, the elder had specifically given this opportunity to him? The purpose was to enable him to contend against Hong Jun autonomously. Once he completed his teachings, even if Hong Jun wished to confront him, he could not act openly. Otherwise, he would be scorned by these beings. And his ambitions to become the Tao ancestor while occupying the moral high ground would be thwarted. Moreover, if he were to share these pills with those attending his teachings, it would further deepen the karmic ties between him and them. The elder's actions not only preserved his dignity, but also adhered to the elder's previous commitments. The more Yang Mei reflected, the clearer it became how much Xuanmu had done for him. Until finally, tears welled in his eyes in this treacherous primordial world. It was the first time he felt the warmth of home. Previously, everything he did was cautious, fearful of provoking enemies and endangering his life. But now, just by mentioning his grudge with Hong Jun, Xuanmu extended such assistance without expecting anything in return. This was clearly the care of an elder for his younger kin. Understanding this pivotal point instilled in Yang Mei a newfound appreciation for Kunlun Mountain. Looking back at the pavilion in the courtyard, his gaze grew resolute. Truly, the ancestral dragon and the demon god possessed sharp minds. At that moment, the primordial Qilin clapped his hands, his eyes filled with admiration for Yang Mei and the ancestral dragon. How astute! Such a simple act of handing over the pills contained so much meaning. No wonder the Dragon Clan had always triumphed over him. Their intellects surpassed that of both him and Yuan Feng combined. The ancestral dragon nodded, relishing the gaze from his former rival. Yet he did not forget the matter at hand and spoke. All right, now that we understand the elder's profound intentions, we must not disappoint him. Let us exert our utmost effort to create a cultivation method accessible to all beings in the primordial world. Upon hearing this, both nodded, putting an even greater effort towards the subsequent refinement of the method. Xuanmu, unaware of the extent to which his laziness in imparting teachings had led the three to speculate, would surely quip. Can imagination be contagious? Can it self-PUA for the beings of the primordial world? 3 years merely passed in the blink of an in what felt like a momentary distraction. The time for Yang Mei's teachings had arrived, but on that day, Kunlun Mountain resembled a colossal anthill, with a continuous flow of people arriving from all directions. There were demon clans, devil tribes, bloodlines, and beings transformed from the myriad elements of heaven and earth from a distance. The densely packed figures surged like a tide, prompting awe at the sheer number of attendees, surpassing all imagination. They arrived either alone, in small groups, or in large gatherings, converging at the foot of Kunlun Mountain like a torrent. Some bore expressions of excitement. Others appeared solemn and dignified, while still others looked wise beyond their years. These individuals hailed from far and wide. Some were profound cultivators, while others were fledgling practitioners, and there were disciples from various clans and sections. Their identities varied, yet at this moment, they all shared a singular purpose: to listen to the teachings of the Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian. The once spacious Kunlun Mountain now felt somewhat cramped, with people jostling shoulder to shoulder, their proximity even closer than that of an ant colony. Although Kunlun Mountain had been transformed by Xuanmu, with pavilions and towers gracing its summit, at this moment, no one paused to admire the scenery. Everyone was striving to find a suitable spot to better listen to the teachings. The entire Kunlun Mountain was engulfed by the crowd, appearing from afar like a sea of humanity. The din of voices and discussions intermingled, creating a massive wave of sound that reverberated through the mountains, fostering an atmosphere of unprecedented excitement. Seeing this scene, Xuanmu could not help but smile, his heart brimming with joy. Only a few Yuanhua had passed since the last contest. Yet so many beings had gathered this time. He could hardly fathom the magnitude of this event. Though higher realms typically meant broader reach, the sheer volume this time was staggering. Small increments added up to a significant total. Compared to his daily, grueling sign-ins, this was a far swifter outcome. Xuanmu envisioned that in the future, once the 3 pure ones broke through to Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian, he would have them each hold 3 separate teachings, ensuring that the title of Primordial Master would be shared by all. After all, they were all under his care. It would be unfair to favor one over the others, Wu Tiet, while Xuanmu was elated. The 3 of them, Yang Mei included, grew increasingly tense at the sight of this spectacle. brother ancestral dragon, is the spectacle perhaps a bit too grand? Xuanmu, seated on the mat in the main hall, observed the throng of people with his divine consciousness. Wiping cold sweat from his forehead as he inquired, he aspired to be the primordial master. To surpass Hongjun, however, the number of attendees was overwhelming. What if something went awry in the midst of it all? He would instantly go from primordial master to a figure of ridicule. No wonder the elder had handed him over 100,000 pills. Was it all for this? Surely, these pills would not be sufficient. That is a misconception. This is a matter entrusted to us by the elder, and we must approach it with utmost sincerity. Can it be that imparting the teachings of Daluo could still invoke pressure? Xuanmu, hearing this, shot an incredulous look at the ancestral dragon. First, could you wipe the cold sweat from your brow before we continue? Your dragon horns are dripping with water. It undermines your credibility. Although the ancestral dragon had once enjoyed great glory and commanded millions of clansmen, those were his kin, and he bore no burdens in managing them. Everything was merely a matter of his word. If someone was disobedient, they could be dealt with decisively. Teaching, did that require his personal involvement? Yet now, the situation was different. This was an assignment from Xuanmu, and the ancestral dragon could not refuse. Moreover, delivering teachings to so many at once would indeed set a precedent in the primordial world. Should any error occur, how many would scorn him? How would he ever face Xuanmu again? Only the Shikolin beside them remained expressionless, sparking curiosity in both individuals. Isn't it so? Such a bold heart. Shikolin seemed to perceive their thoughts and casually remarked, "What is there to be nervous about? It's merely the fear of making mistakes, allowing the beings of the primordial era to criticize us. Haven't my reputation and that of the ancestor dragon already become tarnished in the primordial?" Shikolin said indifferently. Upon hearing this, the ancestor dragon felt as if he had been enlightened. "Indeed, I have long lost my reputation. This opportunity is merely for redemption, so why be anxious? The worst outcome would simply be a return to the status quo." With this realization, the ancestor dragon relaxed. He immediately pushed open the hall doors, only to be met by a throng of individuals rushing in. "Your reputation is tarnished, and yet you open the door?" "I'm the master of the primordial." Although Xuanmu currently sat in the main seat, exuding an air of authority without anger, he had already cursed the ancestor dragon countless times in his heart. This old dragon is full of malice. Yet at this moment, the die was cast, and with so many outsiders present, Xuanmu refrained from saying more. Outside, the beings settled themselves on the ground, their gazes fixed intently on Xuanmu. Each person radiated palpable excitement, and their looks towards Xuanmu were filled with utmost respect. Noticing this, Xuanmu chose to disregard the ancestor dragon's earlier actions and proceeded with the plan. He took out a storage pouch and poured out a portion of the pills, stating, "These pills were crafted by the esteemed Xuanmu. During this discourse, I shall select favored disciples to bestow them upon. I hope you all attentively listen and diligently cultivate." Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. These were the pills crafted by that revered figure. To give them away so easily, this was simply extravagant beyond belief. "Xuanmu, how can the scattered cultivators outside listen to the discourse?" At this moment, a scattered cultivator outside respectfully inquired. Clearly, the number of individuals here to attend the discourse was too great, and a single grand hall could not accommodate them all today. As soon as the words were spoken, Xuanmu slowly rose, his aura surging like a tumultuous sea, and his voice, ethereal as if from the heavens, wafted towards the outside. "Those whose cultivation does not reach the golden immortal level may proceed to the side halls to listen." As these words fell, the doors of the two side halls slowly opened. Those scattered cultivators who had failed to secure places in the main hall immediately streamed in. The speakers in these side halls were none other than the ancestor dragon and Shikolin. Though their cultivation was not as profound as Xuanmu's, they were more than capable of expounding upon the great Tao. Once all the scattered cultivators had entered, Xuanmu began the discourse, as did the ancestor dragon and Shikolin. As anticipated, they were able to accommodate everyone perfectly. Xuanmu sat in a small courtyard, observing the three grand halls, murmuring to himself. There was no need to arrange lodgings for these individuals. With his invincible domain, it was impossible to house so many. Thus, from the beginning of constructing these grand halls, Xuanmu had employed the spatial extension technique used in the previous arena. Though not as solid as the arena, it could still barely accommodate tens of thousands of beings. In the following days, Xuanmu's invincible domain continued to expand rapidly, with a Tai breaking through to Daluo that equated to an increase of 500 m. Each Tai advancing a minor realm added 300 m at this moment. Kunlun Mountain already boasted over 80,000 cultivators, not counting those below the golden immortal level. When the discourse concluded, the invincible domain would have increased by at least 30 million square meters. Yet this was not the most astonishing aspect. Point one must remember, Xuanmu had not yet distributed the pills he had given to Yangmei. If he were to bestow those hundreds of thousands of pills all at once, it could potentially add another 30 million. Contemplating this, Xuanmu promptly transmitted to Yangmei. After 100 years, immediately distribute the pills. The century timeline was not arbitrary. It was ample time for those who had just broken through to stabilize their realms. Once they had fully solidified, Yangmei could then distribute the pills to assist these cultivators in further breakthroughs. This way, even if the pills caused slight harm to their bodies, it would remain within a controllable range, requiring only a brief period of recuperation for their cultivation to solidify. Time in the Primordial is not recorded at this moment. 1,000 years had passed since Yangmei began his discourse, with another 2,000 years remaining until Hongjun would begin his teachings. Awaken, with Yangmei's authoritative voice resonating, everyone emerged from their ethereal state. Thank you, Master, for the discourse. Upon realizing that the teaching had concluded, everyone bowed in unison that in the Primordial, anyone possessing a master-disciple relationship is addressed as master, though terms like teacher or mentor are also common. However, due to Yangmei's aspiration to be the teacher of the Primordial, all the cultivators presently referred to him uniformly as master. Yangmei, having imparted the great Tao to these cultivators, was indeed deserving of the title that I hope you all will diligently cultivate and not slacken, lest you tarnish my name. Yangmei said, his spirits lifted, wearing a broad smile as he offered a few words of encouragement. At this moment, seeing that the discourse had concluded, Xuanmu also rose from his reclined position. He opened the system panel to check. Invincible domain. 8-4 an increase of over 60. Xuanmu could only smile wryly, recalling the days when he had felt disheartened over a mere few meters of range shortly after his arrival. Now, with just a few words, his invincible domain surged like a rocket. Although it still did not cover the entirety of Kunlun Mountain, it was merely a matter of time before it would. With this thought, Xuanmu felt increasingly despondent. When will this end? I have lived through 3 calamities, yet still cannot leave Kunlun Mountain. Xuanmu, feeling as wilted as a frostbitten eggplant, slumped back down. Senior. At that moment, the voices of Yangmei and the others reached him, evidently having dismissed the crowd that had come to listen. Before Xuanmu could inquire, Yangmei excitedly said, Senior, as per your instructions, I have advised them upon their departure to ensure that all golden immortals proceed to Zixiao Palace for the discourse. Hearing this, Xuanmu immediately became intrigued. How many are there approximately? Yangmei held up 3 fingers. 3,000? That seems rather few, Xuanmu pondered. Originally, there had been 3,000 Zixiao guests, and adding these 3,000 would total just over 6,000, which would hardly exert any pressure on Hongjun. No, Senior. There are actually over 30,000 golden immortals. Seeing Xuanmu furrow his brow, Yangmei promptly dispelled the suspense and revealed. Upon hearing this, Xuanmu was taken aback. 30,000 had crossed his mind, but the quantity seemed overwhelming. It was worth noting that during the Dragon and Phoenix calamity, the combined forces of the 3 clans amounted to roughly this number of Daluo. The majority were simply of the golden immortal caliber. It was essential to remember that during the function period, the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect could already intimidate the Primordial. If even one Daluo emerged, it could be said that the entire Primordial could be subdued, though the current Primordial was still rich in spiritual energy. Unlike during the function, this was still astonishing. Just for a discourse, to have so many Daluo, is this still the Primordial? Noticing Xuanmu standing dumbfounded, Yangmei felt a moment of uncertainty. Had he not met the expectations of the senior? Yet 30,000 was already considerable. Yang Mei's thoughts were tumultuous, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Finally, Xuanmu emerged from his astonishment, feigning calmness as he patted Yang Mei's shoulder, stating solemnly, "This matter is acceptable. Senior, this is all I ought to do, and I must thank you for your pills," Yang Mei replied, relieved and humble. "The pills are but external objects. Do not dwell on them," as he spoke. Xuanmu extended his hand, placing it before Yang Mei. Yang Mei was momentarily taken aback, unsure of Xuanmu's intent. Then, as if struck by a revelation, Yang Mei performed an action that left Xuanmu utterly astonished. He placed his chin upon Xuanmu's palm. Can you imagine the scene of a white-haired elder, his face lined with laughter, resting his face in your hand, gazing at you with those large, watery eyes? All this transpired in an instant, and Xuanmu, momentarily stunned, instinctively withdrew his hand. With a loud slap, Yang Mei was sent flying by Xuanmu's reflexive motion. "What are you doing?" As Xuanmu spoke, he disdainfully wiped his hands on the scales of the ancestor dragon beside him. Yang Mei raised an eyebrow and stood up, looking at Xuanmu with an expression of embarrassment. "What about the remaining elixirs?" Upon seeing this, Xuanmu could not help but remark. This time, it was Yang Mei who was left in a state of confusion. "What? The remaining elixirs? With so many people, could there possibly be any left?" Yang Mei paused for a moment, stammering, "Elder, the elixirs have all been distributed." Xuanmu was taken aback. "What? You used up all my elixirs?" Yang Mei replied uncertainly. "Elder, wasn't it you who permitted it?" Xuanmu's face darkened as he retorted, "Did I not specify that the elixirs were to be given to those beings you found worthy? Surely, you did not choose every single one of those thousands?" Xuanmu felt quite aggrieved. In his mind, he had expected Yang Mei to retain some promising candidates for personal guidance. He regarded those elixirs merely as a token of goodwill, considering they were within his own domain and among his kin. So their use was inconsequential. However, Yang Mei had indiscriminately shared them. No wonder he ended up nurturing 30,000 Luo golden immortals. The root of the problem lay here. Although Xuanmu himself had no use for these elixirs, he did not recognize those beings. What benefit would it bring him to distribute them, aside from enhancing his reputation? It would be more prudent to wait until the three clear ones established their sect, and then use the elixirs to cultivate disciples of the three teachings. After all, it would only expand the area of influence. Who would not want to contribute? No one enjoys being taken advantage of, and Xuanmu was no exception. Yang Mei, feeling somewhat shaken by Xuanmu's words, turned to Ancestor Dragon and the initial Qilin for support. His eyes filled with a plea for help. After all, the Ancestor Dragon had made solemn promises that still resonated in his mind. However, at that moment, the two merely averted their gazes, tacitly avoiding the situation. "What a day it was!" Indeed, the two babbled nonsensically, casting a look of self-preservation toward Yang Mei. Finding no hope from them, Yang Mei reluctantly explained the situation. In the end, Xuanmu chose not to pursue the matter too rigorously, allowing Yang Mei to go unscathed. After all, these elixirs had at least contributed to expanding the area of influence, though not to the maximum potential. At worst, he could challenge himself to refine more during his next retreat. Alas, my leisurely life. After the three departed, Xuanmu gazed at the empty storage bag in his hand and muttered to himself. The elixirs he had given to Yang Mei were all those he had concocted during his last retreat. A portion had already been distributed as prizes during the last great competition, leaving only the remainder. Originally, he had anticipated that these elixirs would suffice until the time of the deification. However, he had not expected that simply discussing the Tao would exhaust them all. No wonder resources are said to be perpetually insufficient. Xuanmu murmured, stowing the storage bag away and making his way to the fields where he cultivated medicinal herbs, after giving Yuanfeng some instructions. Xuanmu entered his abode, focusing intently on refining elixirs for unforeseen circumstances. This time he was determined not to concoct those lower-tier elixirs. After all, on Kunlun Mountain, even the least skilled cultivators had achieved the Hunyuan Golden Immortal Realm. Producing numerous low-level elixirs would hardly enhance their cultivation significantly. At most, they would be used by the disciples of the three teachings later on. Such elixirs could easily be produced by him in due time. Why exert himself unnecessarily? However, refining top-tier elixirs posed a considerable challenge. Although he was virtually invincible in the realm of alchemy within his domain, the limitations of medicinal materials in the primordial world were evident. While techniques like void creation could be employed, they still could not escape the constraints of the invincible domain. Only elixirs crafted from existing medicinal materials would avoid the fate of losing their potency once beyond the confines of the invincible domain. Thus, Xuanmu had no choice but to continually purify and merge the medicinal potency, barely meeting the demand. Just as Xuanmu was engrossed in his alchemical endeavors, the long-awaited day of Hongjuan's teachings had finally arrived. At that moment, within the side hall of the Zixiao Palace, a throng of figures densely packed every corner. Cultivators from the primordial world converged like a tidal wave, far exceeding the mere 3,000. Most of these cultivators were beings who had previously attended Yangmei's lectures. Having recently stabilized their cultivation after breaking through to the Deluo, they could hardly contain their eagerness to arrive. The purpose of their gathering was remarkably unified. Some hoped to gain further insights into the Tao and other techniques from Hongjuan's teachings. After all, having ascended to the Deluo, they needed a clear path to advance further. Others were drawn by Yangmei's earlier exhortations before they departed Kunlun. Most in the primordial realm were aware of the conflict between Yangmei and Hongjuan. However, since Yangmei had shown no concern and even encouraged them to attend Hongjuan's teachings, their inner conflicts naturally dissipated. Thus, it was both the command of their master and a significant boon to their cultivation journey. Overall, it was a situation where there was no detriment, only benefits. Why would they not seize the opportunity? So many people, at that moment, 3 figures huddled together in the crowd, whispering in unison. The newcomers were none other than the 3 clear ones, who had concealed their appearances. They had traversed the 33 heavens long ago. But the day of the teachings was still far off then. Thus, they had roamed the chaos for quite some time, and upon realizing that the day had finally arrived, they hurriedly made their way here. It seemed that Hongjun must possess some formidable strength. Otherwise, how could he attract such a multitude? Laozi murmured to the side. Yuanshi furrowed his brow, deep in contemplation. Observing this, Laozi patted his shoulder and inquired, "Second brother, what troubles you?" Startled by the sudden gesture, Yuanshi came to his senses and replied, "Elder brother, when did the primordial realm become populated with so many Deluo golden immortals?" As Yuanshi's words fell, Laozi and Tong Tian also registered the situation. Their divine senses swept through, discovering that every individual present was indeed at the Deluo level. Could it be that a significant event was unfolding in the primordial realm? How could Deluo golden immortals be so common? At this moment, Laozi too felt a sense of perplexity. Before the 3 could delve deeper into their thoughts, the doors of the main hall suddenly swung open. Every gaze in the vicinity was drawn to the unexpected sound of the door creaking. The entire side hall fell into a profound silence. Moments later, 2 young attendants, 1 male and 1 female, emerged from the main hall. The young boy had bright eyes and a radiant smile, exuding freshness and elegance. Though still quite young, he already exhibited a hint of heroism in his demeanor, aptly described as youthful and graceful. This boy was none other than the well-known Haoyan Jade Emperor of later generations. The young girl, on the other hand, possessed an ethereal beauty, her skin as delicate as porcelain, appearing almost translucent, although she had yet to fully mature. One could glimpse a breathtaking beauty within her. This girl was Yao Qi, commonly referred to as the Queen Mother of the West in later times. However, at this moment, the 2 were merely young disciples who had just been taken in by Hongjun. The Master's teachings are about to commence. Please, everyone, make your way into the hall, Haoyan said, bowing to the crowd and gesturing toward the interior. Having spoken, he led the way alongside Yao Qi. The gathered crowd followed suit, moving at a measured pace behind the 2. Although their cultivation level surpassed that of Haoyan and Yao Qi, none harbored any ill intentions. They simply trailed closely behind, not daring to surpass. This was all due to the formidable strength of Hongjun. After all, those who could come to Zixiao Palace for the teachings had, to some extent, heard of Hongjuan's reputation. Not to mention the scene from the great competition in the primordial realm, even the cataclysmic explosion during Hongjuan's battle with Luo, who had reverberated throughout the entire primordial world. Could they survive such devastation? Could they be the ones to bring about Luo, whose downfall? The answer is evidently negative. It is worth mentioning that due to the butterfly effect brought about by Xuanmu, the beings of the primordial chaos remain oblivious to the fact that Luohu's fall resulted from a collective assault by Hong Jun and others. They simplistically believe it to be a one-on-one duel between Hong Jun and Luohu, where Luohu was defeated. Should the beings come to know the truth, they would undoubtedly elevate Luohu's prowess to an undeserved height. The crowd had not traveled far before they found themselves within the main hall, their gazes captivated by the 6 cushions placed ahead. Although unaware of their purpose, each individual harbored various speculations, as anticipated. At that moment, Hao Qian from the Yaoqi explained, these cushions were set by the master, who once proclaimed that those with fate may obtain them. All is predestined by heaven. Though their understanding was limited, everyone comprehended the essence. They fixed their eager gazes upon the 6 cushions at first glance. These were no ordinary cushions. They were clearly a shortcut to the Great Way. Without waiting for the crowd to react, 3 seemingly ordinary cultivators had already seated themselves upon the foremost cushion. These 3 were none other than the Sanqing. They were not seeking shortcuts, but merely wished to maintain the reputation of Kunlun Mountain in their hearts. They regarded themselves as manifestations of Pangu's primordial spirit and disciples of Xuanmu. Aside from their appearances before Xuanmu, they believed it only natural to occupy the foremost position elsewhere. Following closely were 2 serpent-bodied beings from the demon race, Inhua and Fushi. However, Fushi understood that with their combined strength, they could not secure 2 cushions, so he refrained from sitting down, instead standing protectively behind Inhua. All of this seemed to unfold slowly, yet it transpired in an instant that it was only at this juncture that the crowd reacted, scrambling for the last 2 cushions. Naturally, there were also formidable cultivators who sought to displace the Sanqing, but without exception, they were swiftly sent flying by the trio's combined might. Witnessing this, the crowd recognized the trio as formidable opponents and had no choice but to relent. Ultimately, the final 2 cushions were claimed by the swiftest individuals in the primordial chaos, Hong Yun and Kuanping. The remaining cultivators, upon witnessing this scene, appeared as despondent as frostbitten eggplants. After all, these were Hong Yun and Kuanping, who had already showcased extraordinary combat prowess during the great competition, who would dare to approach and court death. Just when everyone believed the matter settled, 2 quivering voices suddenly emanated from outside the door. Soon after, 2 cultivators appeared, supporting each other as they entered. Both were covered in dirt and dust, their garments resembling torn rags. Riddled with patches, they bore the unmistakable marks of misery. Upon noticing the throng within the Zixiao Palace, they immediately began to wail. We have traveled countless miles from the west, enduring numerous hardships. It has been truly arduous. This path of seeking the Tao is indeed fraught with difficulties. The 2 harmonized their lamentations as they slowly pushed through the crowd towards the front. Upon reaching the forefront, they sensed something unusual about the 6 cushions on the ground. Although unaware of their purpose, it was evident that their placement within the Zixiao Palace indicated they were no ordinary items. Their eyes scanned the surroundings. First, they fixated on the 3 seemingly unremarkable men. Though they held no reputation in the primordial chaos, their combined aura was unmistakable. Something was amiss. Next, they turned their attention to Inhua and Fushi. Inhua was a female cultivator, and Fushi stood nearby, watchful and vigilant. This was not advisable. Finally, their gazes fell upon Hong Yun, and their eyes lit up that, this is the kind-hearted one. Hong Yun, my friend, we have journeyed from the distant west and are utterly fatigued. Please have mercy and allow us to rest upon a seat for a moment. Jane clung to Hong Yun's leg, weeping and tugging at him, leaving Hong Yun quite embarrassed, yet he nodded and graciously vacated his seat. With Jane now seated, Xuanmu set his sights on Kuanping. Kuanping, my friend, we are close to collapsing from exhaustion. Would you kindly relinquish a seat for us? Xuanmu mimicked Jane's earlier approach, grasping Kuanping's wings and incessantly lamenting. However, Kuanping was not like Hong Yun. He waved his wings and retorted, "Get lost." Xuanmu was momentarily taken aback by the force of Kuanping's wing, stunned into silence before finally regaining his composure. Observing the onlookers around him, he felt a surge of resentment and, with a glint of malice in his eyes, resolved, "Kuanping, you wretched creature born of the wet marsh, What merit do you possess to occupy the cushions of the Tao, ancestor Hongjun? What right do you have to sit at the front? You should swiftly vacate. Xuanmu, finding soft tactics ineffective, resorted to leveraging Hongjun's authority, adopting a fierce demeanor. Yet he failed to notice that his words had drastically altered the expressions of those surrounding him. Meanwhile, Xuanmu glared at Xuanmu with palpable murderous intent. How could the esteemed lord of the northern abyss have ever endured such humiliation, being insulted and pointed at, just as Xuanmu was about to retaliate and teach Xuanmu a lesson? He heard Hongyun interject, "Xuanmu, my friend, must you really take action? These two have faced countless difficulties. Why not acquiesce in the spirit of camaraderie? If everyone values harmony, would this primordial chaos not prosper?" This string of eloquent words left Xuanmu's face darkened with displeasure. This was indeed the primordial chaos, where moral coercion was a foreign concept. Otherwise, Xuanmu would have undoubtedly retorted directly at Hongyun. Just as Hongyun was about to continue, Xuanmu beside him tugged at his sleeve, shaking his head to signal him to refrain from further speech at this moment. Hongyun also noticed the peculiar looks directed at him from the crowd, expressions akin to those reserved for fools. Although Hongyun remained somewhat puzzled, he ceased speaking upon Xuanmu's intervention. Xuanmu, observing the situation, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. His dear friend was admirable in many respects, yet his overly innocent disposition left him bewildered in the complex hearts of the primordial chaos. Just as Xuanmu's focus remained on Hongyun, Jane, seated beside him, suddenly delivered a forceful kick to Xuanmu. Seizing the opportunity, Xuanmu swiftly snatched the cushion beneath Xuanmu and pressed it beneath himself. Xuanmu was about to erupt, but at that moment, Hongjun's figure gradually materialized from the center. With an air of composure, he surveyed the surroundings, his gaze sweeping over the assembly. Not bad. Approximately 30,000 individuals? Is that correct? Did the heavenly Tao not state thus? Never mind. It should not pose a problem. Although Hongjun harbored doubts, he maintained his demeanor, continuing to gaze towards the cushions. Indeed? Who are these three? Hongjun could no longer remain seated, for the heavenly Tao had made it abundantly clear that these three cushions were designated for the Sanqing. Yet, at this moment, three unfamiliar faces occupied them. Hongjun could not help but furrow his brows, discreetly calculating. Fortunately, it was indeed the Sanqing. The heavenly secrets had not been miscalculated. Hongjun's furrowed brow gradually relaxed. He did not pursue why the Sanqing had taken on such appearances. After all, as long as the individuals matched, the essence remained intact. The transformation techniques of the Sanqing were directly imparted by Xuanmu, deeply ingrained with his teachings of stacking buffs. Even Hongjun, in harmony with the Tao, could not discern the truth with mere mortal eyes. After a moment of contemplation, Hongjun finally spoke, cutting to the chase. The discourse shall commence forthwith. I am Hongjun, now one with the Tao, the foremost individual beneath the heavenly Tao of the primordial chaos. Should any of you have queries, feel free to voice them, as Hongjun's words echoed. Many began to murmur among themselves, at this juncture. Someone inquired, puzzled, Tao ancestor, I wish to know, who is stronger, you or that esteemed figure from Kunlun Mountain? As the words of the individual fell, a momentary silence enveloped the surroundings. Even the gazes of the three purities were drawn to the questioner, a promising young man indeed. Upon hearing this remark, Hongjun, his mind clouded with annoyance, pondered, whose subordinate is this? Intentionally seeking trouble. I see. His attention inevitably shifted towards the questioner. This individual had a sidelong gaze, exuding an air of contrariness. His mouth was wide and crooked, the corners of his lips perpetually curling upwards, seemingly imbued with a hint of disdain and provocation. Yet, Hongjun discerned that there was no malice in this person. His appearance was simply a matter of nature, and he was genuinely inquisitive. Moreover, given Hongjun's current status as the Tao ancestor, he refrained from losing his temper, stating, I'm the foremost being beneath the heavens. What else is there to be perplexed about? This statement was delivered with considerable finesse, neither directly answering the inquiry nor diminishing the prestige of his position as the Tao ancestor. After all, he had declared himself the foremost being, and the likes of Xuanmu exceeded even that, which was not to be counted. However, The audience, oblivious to this nuance, was taken aback by Hongjuan's words. Could it be that Hongjun was truly the paramount figure of the primordial era? While the crowd was still engaged in discussion, the questioner continued, "So, does that mean you, Tao ancestor, are superior to that individual?" Upon hearing this, Hongjun could no longer contain himself. Was this individual truly so lacking in social grace? With a furrowed brow, he prepared to respond, but then reconsidered. Given his current status, if he were to act impulsively, it might lead to dissent among the onlookers. Therefore, he feigned a gesture of contemplation, wearing a look of regret as he said, "You may depart. Your fate does not lie within this purple cloud palace." It was evident that he was dismissing the individual, and although he could not act out in public, it would be exceedingly simple for Hongjun, in harmony with the Tao, to eliminate a great Luo golden immortal unnoticed within the primordial realm. The audience, upon hearing his words, expressed their sympathy for the aforementioned cultivator. What a shame for this person. How could he have spoken so foolishly? While free speech is encouraged, this is rather excessive, isn't it? At that moment, the cultivator wore a look of contempt, his face twisted in disdain. "Tao ancestor. What kind of Tao ancestor are you? It's laughable that I specially returned to Kunlun to hear Yangmei's teachings, rushing here after breaking through to Great Luo, only to find you to be such a petty character." He then declared, "Brothers, let's leave. It matters little whether we hear this Tao or not." With that, a throng of cultivators, numbering around 2,000, rose in unison, not even casting a glance at Hongjun as they made their way towards the exit of the Purple Cloud Palace. Silence fell over the venue, as if the air had been sucked out. No one had anticipated that this cultivator would exhibit such audacity, daring to point and berate Hongjun. The crowd, in a state of stunned disbelief, turned their gazes to Hongjun, eager to witness how he would retaliate against this affront. Of course, there was an undercurrent of schadenfreude among some. Yet, contrary to their expectations, Hongjun remained seated in tranquil silence, as if the preceding incident had never occurred. Observing this, the onlookers could not help but marvel at Hongjun's magnanimity. In truth, Hongjun had reached the limit of his patience, and his restraint was not indicative of broad-mindedness. Nor was it fear of public opinion, for in this world, strength reigns supreme. Even if he were to retain all of them, what of it? This time, the situation differed from the previous inquiry. The earlier questioner had merely sought clarification, and he could not directly retaliate, lest the Tao be disregarded entirely and his name as Tao ancestor tarnished. However, at this moment, the individual had nearly accused him outright that a dignified being must not be insulted. Even if he chose to act, no one would dare speak against him. The reason for his restraint lay in the critical information he gleaned from the questioner's words. When the cultivator referred to Kunlun, he said returned, not went. This indicated that he hailed from Kunlun Mountain itself. Moreover, Kunlun was the territory of Xuanmu, and without understanding the other's background, random acts of aggression might lead to a confrontation with Xuanmu. He was not yet prepared for such an eventuality. Thus, he opted to allow the individual to depart, preserving the image befitting of his status as Tao ancestor. Ahem. Hongjun lightly cleared his throat, bringing the audience's attention back to him. He eschewed the previous informalities and directly commenced his lecture. To understand how to transcend, one must first be aware of the delineation of realms beyond Great Luo. He referred to the realm above Great Luo as the pre-saint realm, followed by the saintly realm, as anticipated. Once he began his discourse, the audience's thoughts gradually became captivated by the doctrines, and they ceased to pursue the earlier incident any further. Outside the Purple Cloud Palace, the cultivator who had been dismissed still bore a trace of ire upon his visage. "Boss, what now?" one of his subordinates inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. "What now?" We returned, of course, that I never anticipated that Hongjun would be so petty. Had I known, I wouldn't have wasted my time, boss. I meant, should Hongjun seek revenge, what shall we do? The subordinate's face was etched with concern as he elaborated. Fear not, as members of the Exploding Sky Gang. We would rather stand and die than kneel and live. The cultivator then wore a mysterious expression, adding, besides, I have a powerful backing. Boss, could it be that individual from Kunlun Mountain? Upon hearing this, the subordinates became intrigued, eagerly trailing behind to inquire further. After all, Only Xuanmu could possibly contend with Hongjun within the primordial realm. Yet the leader's expression grew complex as he awkwardly nodded. Boss, truly a hidden gem. Indeed, I have long suspected that you possess extraordinary qualities. The subordinates showered him with praise. However, they failed to notice a concealed figure nearby, wearing an expression of confusion. Wait, the exploding sky gang. Is that crooked mouth referring to me? Who is he? Could there be a time traveler in the primordial realm? Are there locals here as well? The figure was riddled with questions. Unbeknownst to them, this figure was Xuanmu, though not in his true form, but rather a puppet. He himself remained in Kunlun, refining elixirs, utilizing his invincible domain to multitask with ease. Moreover, during his visit to the primordial realm, how could he not witness Hongjuan's teachings firsthand? Fortunately, he possessed numerous magical artifacts. Otherwise, with the puppet's cultivation level, it would have been uncertain if it could reach the purple cloud palace unscathed. Having just infiltrated the main hall, he had witnessed the earlier spectacle like tea that moment. He felt a flicker of doubt. Were it not for his unfamiliarity with the individual, he might have thought this person was one of his own arrangements. Driven by curiosity, he concealed his form and followed behind. Yet he never anticipated that the individual would claim to know him. This revelation left Xuanmu utterly bewildered. After arriving in the primordial realm, he had essentially been a recluse, traversing through the world using a puppet, devoid of his own appearance. The only beings he knew were the three purities. Everyone else resided in Kunlun. How could there be any stragglers outside? Boss, how do you know that individual? Just as Xuanmu was lost in thought, he overheard one of the subordinates asking. Upon hearing this, the cultivator's eyes sparkled with remembrance, a smirk gracing his lips as he said, "Ah, that's a long story. So, I shall refrain from delving into it for now." Soon as he spoke, not only the subordinates, but even the hidden Xuanmu felt an urge to deliver a sound thrashing. Despicable, utterly despicable. Without regard for the gazes of those around him, the cultivator waved his hand dramatically, leading his followers to flee into the depths of the primordial realm. Xuanmu, now piqued with curiosity, abandoned any thoughts of lectures. For he had merely come to witness the commotion. With his form concealed, he trailed behind the throng, determined to uncover the true identity of this individual. As the crowd gradually moved farther away, Xuanmu began to realize that the speed of his puppet was somewhat inadequate. After all, this puppet only possessed the cultivation level of a golden immortal, while everyone else was, without exception, at the Great Luo level. Reluctantly, Xuanmu had to employ the law of wind to further enhance his evasion technique. Indeed, it was as he suspected, the power of the law granted by the system could also be shared with the puppet. Confirming his earlier conjecture, after utilizing the law of wind, he swiftly caught up with the others. He even had the vague impression that he could go even faster. However, since he was merely tracking them, there was no need to outpace them. Before long, Xuanmu had arrived at their stronghold alongside the group. He carefully surveyed his surroundings and discovered that this stronghold was surprisingly close to Kunlun Mountain, which piqued his curiosity. Unable to fathom the reason, he decided to dismiss the thought. Since you've delivered yourself to me, don't blame me. Xuanmu chuckled sinisterly, silently conveying, Yang Mei, come quickly. In no time, the space before him rippled, and Yang Mei's figure materialized. Senior, what brings you here? Yang Mei inquired, gazing at the puppet that bore little resemblance to Xuanmu, his expression filled with confusion. Do not concern yourself with such trivial details. Consider it a whim of mine during a period of seclusion. Sending out a clone to explore, Xuanmu waved his hand dismissively, not wishing to dwell on the subject. Yang Mei, puzzled, was filled with questions. What? Is there such a thing as a secluded state like that? Shouldn't one be entirely focused on breaking through their cultivation? Truly, the Great Ones are different. Do you recognize that person? Xuanmu pointed to a figure not far away. Yang Mei scrutinized the individual, recalling after a moment, Senior, to be honest, I do have a vague impression. During the lectures, he was seated in the front row, though his followers were not as numerous. Then it seems he mingled afterward. Xuanmu nodded, understanding dawning upon him. All right then, take him back to Kunlun Mountain. Yang Mei hesitated. Senior, why not let me eliminate him directly? Why go through all this? Before he could finish, Xuanmu shot him a sidelong glance, saying, Why are you always thinking about killing to silence others? This wilderness is not merely about violence, but also about human relations. Enough. You wouldn't comprehend even if I explained it to you. Just take him away. With a wave of his hand, Xuanmu ceased further conversation, controlling the puppet to depart towards the Zhixiao Palace, as for the matters at hand. Once Yang Mei brought the individual to Kunlun Mountain, his true self would certainly come forth to grasp the situation. Meanwhile, his puppet form had not forgotten its original purpose. Returning now should still allow him to partake in the unfolding events. Seeing Xuanmu leave, Yang Mei did not linger, casually gesturing to swap the space around the captured cultivator. The individual was ensnared within that realm. Damn, that Hongyang Mai. The cultivator suddenly felt his powers constrained, bewildered, thinking that the retribution from Hongjun had come sooner than expected. However, upon seeing Yang Mei's figure, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately, new questions arose in his mind. What does Yang Mei want with me? Then, Yang Mei nodded, tearing through the surrounding space, stepping forth to return to the peak of Kunlun Mountain. The captured cultivator in tow. Yang Mei, what business do you have with me? The cultivator stammered, observing the rapidly changing scenery around him. That moment, Xuanmu emerged from a room, his hawk-like eyes surveying the captured cultivator. Attempting to discern any peculiarities, benefactor? The cultivator's eyes lit up with excitement upon seeing Xuanmu. Huh. Benefactor, a disguise, surely a disguise of a transmigrated. Xuanmu thought to himself with confidence, testing the waters by asking, Royal Palace, Jade, liquid wine. What? Benefactor, what kind of wine do you want? The cultivator blinked, his confusion evident, and his demeanor did not seem feigned. Yet, Xuanmu still felt a twinge of uncertainty, and so he continued, which place boasts the best excavation technology? What? Benefactor, do you want to eat chicken? The responses grew increasingly absurd. What? Benefactor, do you want to eat chicken? Benefactor, that wouldn't be delicious. Xuanmu posed several questions in succession, but the cultivator's answers left him exasperated, seeing that the individual did not seem to be feigning. Xuanmu felt a sense of relief. He then brushed his sleeves and addressed the cultivator. This was merely a test. It appears you have passed. Yuan Feng, what do you think? As he spoke, Xuanmu turned to Yang Mei, keeping a watchful eye on the cultivator's expressions throughout the exchange. Senior, I am Yang Mei. Yang Mei replied, momentarily taken aback before responding, that I know you are Yang Mei from now on. You shall have an additional nickname. Yuan Feng. Xuanmu, noticing that the cultivator's expression remained unchanged, couldn't help but slap the back of Yang Mei's head in exasperation. Why are you so dull? You should be grateful for the bestowed name. Yang Mei, momentarily dazed from the slap, quickly composed himself and clasped his hands. Thank you, senior, for the name. Xuanmu, taken aback, placed a hand to his forehead. He had nearly forgotten that these individuals did not understand the concept of nicknames. It seemed Yang Mei had assumed it was a title of honor. Not wishing to elaborate further, Xuanmu waved his hand dismissively. No, your performance was lacking. The title is revoked. You shall continue to be called Yang Mei. Xuanmu did not want Yang Mei to casually introduce himself to other cultivators as I am the Taoist Yuan Feng. How awkward that would sound. Just as Yang Mei was recovering from the joy of receiving a name, he heard Xuanmu revoke it, and his emotions plummeted like a roller coaster ride. Yes, it's so. Do the great ones truly play such tricks? At this moment, Xuanmu was not concerned with the details, his gaze returning to the captured cultivator. After his earlier impromptu assessment, Xuanmu was now completely certain that this individual was not a transmigrator. If he truly understood these references, his expression during the conversation with Yang Mei would not have been so perplexed. After all, if it were true that he had initially been wary and feigned ignorance, he would not have managed to evade Xuanmu's final test. From a psychological perspective, when an individual believes a test has concluded, they often let go of the vigilance and pretense they had maintained. Entering a relatively relaxed state at this point, their subconscious may not strictly control their micro-expressions, allowing genuine reactions, emotions, or thoughts to inadvertently surface and reveal flaws. Why do you repeatedly refer to me as benefactor? Xuanmu, no longer testing, directly inquired. The cultivator immediately knelt, but Xuanmu had grown accustomed to such displays and no longer caught off guard by sudden kneeling. He simply observed, Benefactor, it's me. And then, Xuanmu nodded, signaling for him to continue. What do you mean and then? Benefactor, do you not remember me? It was I who you nurtured for a time. The cultivator's words only deepened Xuanmu's confusion. Before Xuanmu could ponder further, the cultivator continued, I was originally a catfish from the Chishui Lake. Ostracized by my kin for my unattractive appearance, it was you who fed me daily with precious materials, allowing me to reshape my foundation. I had intended to repay you, but I felt too weak at that time to be of any assistance. Thus, I remained in the lake, gazing at you daily. Later, fortunate enough to transform, I descended from the lake, establishing a force in your name within this wilderness. Originally, I planned to break through to the great Luo level before returning to meet you. But who would have thought that scoundrel Hongjun would prevent me from listening to the teachings? The monk's words flowed like a stream, yet ultimately, they were steeped in resentment towards Hongjun. After this lengthy explanation, Xuanmu was struck with sudden enlightenment. It's you? No, you still have a role to play? Xuanmu couldn't help but rub his forehead, voicing his sarcasm, and was reminded of that mischievous catfish under the setting sun. Upon further reflection, everything began to make sense. And oh wonder this monk bore such a mischievous expression and often had a crooked grin. It turned out he wasn't a time traveler at all, but simply born this way. As for the outburst against Hongjun at Zhixiao Palace, Xuanmu could only mutter, basic skills should not be lacking. After all, this individual had dared to provoke him even before taking shape. And now having reached the great Luo level, was it not entirely reasonable to curse Hongjun? Xuanmu couldn't help but inquire, so, does this exploding sky gang belong to you as well? The other party nodded, affirming this fact. Upon hearing this, Xuanmu wiped away the non-existent cold sweat on his forehead, silently thinking to himself, fortunately, I never mentioned anything about the invincible domain while fishing. Otherwise, that catfish head would truly end up in a soup today. Xuanmu dismissed these thoughts and turned to his companion. You are indeed fortunate. What is your name now? The other shook his head and hurriedly replied, Senior, you may not be aware, but for beings like me, names carry great significance. Without the blessings of esteemed elders or the insight of wise mentors to bestow a title, any name derived from my limited understanding would hardly be worthy as for someone like me. Born without knowledge of my parents and ostracized by my kin, I have never given thought to a name. However, my brothers all call me boss or elder brother. Xuanmu couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. He had an inkling that this mischievous catfish was trying to take advantage of him. Yet, without evidence, very well, henceforth you shall be called mischievous catfish. With a grand gesture, Xuanmu bestowed upon him a name. Upon hearing this, the catfish was filled with immense joy. At long last, he felt recognized by his benefactor. All those years of cultivation had not been in vain. But then he scratched his head and voiced his confusion. Benefactor, but I do not know how to wield a sword. Enough. Do not refer to me as benefactor anymore. You may call me sir, or simply senior like the others. Xuanmu pointed to Yang, Mei beside him, subtly shifting the topic without addressing the catfish's query. Soon after, as if recalling something, Xuanmu asked the catfish, You mentioned that this exploding sky gang was founded by me. How many members do you currently have? The catfish, upon hearing this, immediately displayed a confident demeanor, his mouth curving into a crooked smile as he replied, Senior, you have asked the right question since I descended the mountain. I have never forgotten your kindness, and I have made many friends. Straighten that crooked mouth. Xuanmu interrupted, feeling an inexplicable urge to scratch his hand upon seeing the catfish's mischievous expression. He couldn't help but lament inwardly. Is the feng shui of Kunlun Mountain somewhat off? It is said that the land nurtures its people, yet all I see are peculiar characters. The three pure ones have become increasingly irreverent. And even the ancestral dragon and Qilin are no exception. As for Yang Mei, he too seems to be falling into this trend. And this one before me is a heavyweight, a true native of Kunlun Mountain. The only normal ones left here are me and Yuan Feng. Xuanmu secretly assessed the two and mused to himself. With Xuanmu's interruption, the catfish suppressed his expression and stated plainly, the least number of great Luo golden immortals is currently around 2,400, while the tying number about 5,000. And as for golden immortals, the count exceeds 10,000. Xuanmu was taken aback by this revelation. At least 17,000, and they were all above the golden immortal level. Although the numbers were somewhat lacking, in terms of combat strength, they could rival some major powers. After pondering for a moment, he still asked uncertainly, "This gang indeed was founded by me, and not here to attack Kunlun?" The catfish, having a rather straightforward thought process, failed to catch the sarcasm in Xuanmu's words and was immediately drenched in cold sweat, exclaiming, "Senior, I would never dare. I cannot repay your great kindness. How could I entertain such treasonous thoughts? Without your guidance, I might still be in the lake eating shrimp." Seeing the catfish's serious expression and sincere tone, Xuanmu couldn't help but chuckle. This catfish, although seemingly arrogant, was in fact quite loyal and, dare he say, a bit stubborn. Thus, Xuanmu felt a flicker of interest and proclaimed, "Currently, I am in need of a disciple. Would you be willing to take on this role?" Upon hearing this, the catfish, who had initially felt anxious, instantly became ecstatic, replying without hesitation, "Master, I am willing. I am willing." "Very well, then gather your brothers and bring them all to Kunlun Mountain. Fortuitously, there are places for them to reside here." Xuanmu nodded slightly, acknowledging the catfish's actions. "Master." The catfish was elated but found himself at a loss for words, unable to express his joy. "Enough, go out. If you have any questions, feel free to ask Yang Mei or Yuan Feng." Xuanmu lightly patted the catfish's shoulder in encouragement. The catfish nodded vigorously, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. He understood that this time, Xuanmu genuinely recognized him and took him as a disciple, valuing his contributions. This validated that his years of effort had not been in vain. At this moment, he felt a profound sense of loyalty akin to a soldier who would die for his comrade. Thus, he suppressed the overwhelming gratitude within him, refraining from further words, and set off down the mountain. Xuanmu watched the catfish depart, contemplating that it was time for him to return to refining herbs. Just as he was about to step into his chamber, he suddenly remembered something and addressed Yang Mei. "During my period of seclusion, Kunlun Mountain will be entrusted to you. Also, keep a close eye on the catfish's gang. Do not allow any troublemakers to infiltrate Kunlun." Yang Mei nodded repeatedly in response. After giving his instructions, Xuanmu closed the door and resumed the arduous task of alchemy. Time flowed swiftly, vanishing in an instant. The prehistoric world knows no time at Tizixiao Palace. The time had come for Hongjuan's third sermon. Elevated high, Hongjun sat with closed eyes. The 6 cushions remained arranged as they had been during the first sermon. It wasn't that the other beings were unwilling to compete for them, but Hongjun had decreed beforehand that the 6 cushions were not to be contested, proclaiming that everything was predestined by heaven. Consequently, the beings, respecting Hongjuan's authority, obediently adhered to this rule. After all, the last individual to question his authority had been expelled at this moment. The beings eagerly awaited, all seated below in anticipation of Hongjuan's third sermon. Slowly, Hongjun raised his gaze, his eyes filled with divinity, his expression calm and indifferent as he regarded the gathered beings. Then, he subtly moved his fingers, his voice resonating like a mighty bell. "The law is not to be transmitted to 6 ears." This authoritative declaration echoed throughout the prehistoric realm. Subsequently, in some unknown corner of the wilderness, a monkey with 6 ears suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. After completing this, Hongjun officially began his sermon. This time, he spoke of the 3 corpse method, a path to sanctification. As Hongjuan's words fell, the assembly was wholly engrossed, seeking to glean even a hint of the path to sanctification. However, for individuals were exceptions. The puppet of Xuanmu, needless to say, paid little mind to these matters. He had come purely for the spectacle and to witness the distribution of the primordial purple energy. The other 3 were the 3 pure ones. At this moment, the 3 pure ones were exchanging glances, communicating silently. Tontian remarked, "Isn't Hongjun being a bit too stingy? We can only listen to his sermon, and yet he claims the law is not to be transmitted to 6 ears. Yuanshur added, "Indeed, he also states that all beings in the wilderness who are fated may listen. It's simply nonsense." Laozi questioned, "Is this Hongjuan's 3 corpse method reliable?" Tongtian replied, "We can just ask the master when we return." Unlike their previous demeanor, the 3 pure ones were now engaging in casual banter, showing little regard for this method of sanctification. As time gradually passed, the third sermon began to draw to a close. Awaken. As the resonant voice of Hongjun reverberated, the assembly gradually emerged from their meditative states. Subsequently, they beheld Hongjun as he slowly unveiled 7 strands of ethereal purple mist, exuding a potent aura of the laws. This purple mist, akin to smoke or fog, appeared both real and illusory, presenting itself before their eyes, yet remaining elusive in clarity. It was imbued with boundless profundity and mystery, its essence swirling in a manner that seemed to warp the surrounding space with its enigmatic power. The gaze of all present was irresistibly drawn to those 7 strands of purple mist, clearly indicative of their extraordinary nature. As anticipated, in the next moment, Hongjun's deep voice resonated. This is the primordial purple chi. Originating from the dawn of chaos, at the very inception of heaven and earth, it harbors infinite energy and the unfurling power of the laws, offering glimpses into the mysteries of the world. Only those of great wisdom, immense perseverance, and fortuitous opportunity may lay claim to it. However, I prefer to refer to it as the opportunity for sanctification. As his words fell, an immediate silence enveloped the gathering. The eyes of the multitude glimmered with fervor, akin to flames, fixated upon the 7 strands of primordial purple chi. What they beheld was not merely purple mist. It was unmistakably the very path they had long yearned for. In a flash, before anyone could react, several cultivators leapt into action, rushing towards Hongjun in a bid to seize the primordial purple chi. Observing this, Hongjun remained composed, his demeanor unruffled, merely letting out a cold snort. Instantly, a surge of power erupted before him. In the blink of an eye, those cultivators found their bodies shattered, their blood and bones splattering across the ground. This unexpected confrontation was resolved with astonishing ease. Such a display from Hongjun left the assembly in shock. Witnessing the mangled corpses of their fellow cultivators, the crowd swiftly abandoned any impractical notions. After all, Hongjun had refrained from taking lethal action even when insulted. Why was this instance different? Was he truly willing to strike? The assembly pondered in confusion, yet none dared to harbor covetous thoughts toward the primordial purple chi. Meanwhile, the puppet of Xuanmu stifled a chuckle from the sidelines. He recognized that those cultivators had previously attended Yangmei's teachings at Kunlun Mountain. How audacious they had become, daring to covet the primordial purple chi. He could easily envision the indignation brewing within Hongjun at this moment. Indeed, though Hongjun maintained a placid exterior, internally he felt as though he had swallowed a fly. Yangmei, once again Yangmei. In his mind, he had envisioned delivering teachings to the assembly, solidifying his reputation as the Tao ancestor. Henceforth, he would naturally wield dominion over the primordial chaos. Yet, now, an interloper named Yangmei had emerged. These cultivators even dared to contest the primordial purple chi in his possession. How could he still claim the mantle of Tao ancestor? When needed, he was regarded as the Tao ancestor. Yet when unnecessary, he was scarcely worth a fraction of Yangmei's significance. What sort of enchanting potion had Yangmei administered to them? Hongjun ceased his reflections and directed his gaze towards the 3 purities. His eyes filled with disdain for Xuanmu. Did they think that by employing transformation techniques, he could not perceive through them? How presumptuous of Pangu's disciple to send their apprentice to his palace of purple clouds. They should prepare to serve as mere puppets. With this thought, the frustration that had accumulated within him dissipated entirely. He then spoke calmly. Today, I shall distribute the primordial purple chi to establish the opportunities of the heavenly way. I observe the myriad cultivators of the world, selecting those with exceptional root and understanding, those who harbor the great Tao, to bestow upon them the primordial purple chi, that I hope they may seize this opportunity to contribute to the development of heaven and earth, and the welfare of all beings. Saying this, he placed 3 strands of purple chi before the 3 purities. However, the anticipated expressions of gratitude did not materialize. The 3 purities exchanged glances, uncertain whether to accept. Tan Tian remarked, "Brother, this item surely cannot be toxic, can it?" You answer your question, can Hongjun truly possess such altruism? Perhaps we should decline this primordial purple chi. Laozi countered, That is a misguided thought. Our master has taught us that failing to seize an opportunity is akin to being a fool. Let us take this back to show our master. The three exchanged knowing looks and swiftly reached a consensus regarding the ownership of the primordial purple chi. They then feigned joy, bowing respectfully to Hongjun. "Thank you, Tao ancestor." Following this, they collected the 3 strands of primordial purple chi into their possession. Seeing the 3 purities so readily convinced brought Hongjun immense joy, secretly reveling in the thought. The 3 purities in Xuanmu are indeed foolish and dim-witted. Subsequently, Hongjun distributed the remaining strands of purple chi, bestowing them upon Yuhua and Xuanti and Hongyun. Observing this spectacle, while many in the assembly harbored resentment, they found no grounds for reproach, particularly for Xuanpeng. Witnessing the 6 individuals upon the mat, each adorned with primordial purple chi, only intensified his bitterness towards Hongyun. Yet confined within the palace of purple clouds, even the most fervent ire found no outlet. Just as the assembly believed the teachings had concluded, Hongjun continued, "I am Hongjun, and today I shall distribute treasures at the treasure distribution cliff. This is a measure in accordance with the heavenly way. The world is replete with treasures, yet only the capable may obtain them to unleash their fullest potential. I observe the myriad cultivators, each with differing natures and needs. This distribution aims to ensure that each cultivator has their respective tools and strengths, enabling them to make significant contributions in their future endeavors and humanitarian pursuits. During the distribution, impartiality must be upheld, granting treasures according to each cultivator's abilities and fates, that I hope they will use them wisely, not to betray my expectations, nor the profound grace of heaven and earth." Upon finishing this address, Hongjun summoned the treasure distribution cliff, placing it outside the palace of purple clouds for all to select from. After completing this task, he vanished from the main hall in a flash. As the assembly witnessed Hongjun's departure, they rushed towards the treasure distribution cliff, eager to seize the treasures. However, most cultivators could only procure a single postnatal spiritual treasure. Nevertheless, this act garnered Hongjun considerable goodwill. For in the primordial realm, innate spiritual treasures were scarce. The art of artifact crafting was exceedingly intricate, and for an ordinary wandering cultivator to acquire a single quality postnatal spiritual treasure was a remarkable feat. Did one not observe during the journey to the West era? Even the tools used by the fabled figures were all postnatal treasures. Even the Rui Jingu Bang wielded by Sun Wukong was merely a postnatal treasure of merit. Was it not said that Hongjun sought to win hearts with the treasures of the demon clan? The puppet of Xuanmu stood silently by, observing this scene while contemplating how to maximize his benefits. Surely he could not leave without reaping some reward. Could he? He blended into the throng, scrutinizing the treasure distribution cliff. Coincidentally, it was now the turn of the 6 individuals on the mat to select their treasures. As they approached, the cliff erupted in a blaze of light, revealing countless treasures radiating layers of golden brilliance, as if beckoning for anyone to take their pick. The assembly stood agape at this spectacle. "Why is this?" they thought. "When we approached, we were offered at most a single postnatal treasure to choose from. Yet these 6, it appears they are selecting freely, and surely not just one." They grumbled, "What a farce. All mere trifles." As the remaining 3 completed their selections, Nuwa acquired the red embroidery ball, the map of mountains and rivers, and the banners for summoning spirits. Jane obtained the 12-petal golden lotus of merit and the azure lotus flag. Xuanti claimed the god-enhancing pestle, the 7-treasure wonderful tree, and the 6 roots of purity bamboo. Overall, the acquisitions mirrored prior developments closely, consisting of familiar treasures without any discrepancies. Yet with each item taken, the assembly felt an increasing sense of injustice toward Hongjun's actions. Why were they limited to 1 treasure while these individuals feasted as if at a buffet? The notion of those with great fortune shall receive was met with skepticism. Were not all present here exceptional talents capable of such feats? This clearly indicated that Hongjun had discreetly favored these 6 individuals. Though the assembly harbored dissatisfaction, none dared to voice their grievances. For those who had not attended Yang Mei's teachings, their discontent was tempered by the understanding that fairness was not the essence of the primordial realm, especially since Hongjun had imparted wisdom upon them, creating a debt of gratitude. However, Those who had listened to Yang Mei's teachings could not help but draw comparisons, leading to immediate conclusions regarding the disparities. A person whose words and actions are in perfect harmony produces the elixir and shares it equally among all beings. In contrast, another speaks of meritocratic principles while covertly employing underhanded tactics. It is evident to any discerning observer which of the two aligns more closely with their interests. Yet, having accepted the treasures bestowed by Hong Jun, they engage in acts that defame him, resembling the folly of biting the hand that feeds. Nevertheless, they secretly elevate their own status even higher. At this moment, the three pure ones remain oblivious to the thoughts of the other beings, whispering amongst themselves near the Finchigia. Tong Tian gazes at the Finchigia and, with an odd tone, inquires, "Elder brother, second brother, does this treasure not resemble the utensil master uses to fetch water in the kitchen?" Laozi and Yuanshi, upon hearing this, scrutinize it closely and affirm with certainty. It is identical. Could it be that this treasure indeed has a distinction of male and female? Tong Tian scratches his head, puzzled. Previously, when he witnessed Luo who wielding the four swords of Zhixian, he had asked Xuanmu. Xuanmu cryptically informed him that treasures are divided into male and female, with Luo who possessing the female and himself the male. At the time, Tong Tian grasped only a fragment of this notion. But now, upon encountering it again, he is fully convinced of its truth. How else could one explain it? Clearly, there exists a Finchigia within the realm of clouds, and yet Hong Jun possesses another. Did Xuanmu bestow it upon Hong Jun? Or did Hong Jun seize it by force? Such thoughts seem utterly absurd. Thus, eliminating all impossibilities, it must be that the remaining explanation, no matter how fantastical, is indeed the truth. While Tong Tian is still pondering, he notices that Laozi and Yuanshi have finished selecting their treasures and are waving their hands before his eyes. Third brother, what troubles your mind? Choose your treasure quickly. We must return to Kunlun Mountain. Coming back to his senses, Tong Tian gazes intently at the Finchigia and makes a remarkably bold decision. He places his hands gently upon the Finchigia and then exerts a sudden force, lifting the entire structure effortlessly. The onlookers are taken aback, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. Only Xuanmu's puppet reveals unrestrained joy, exclaiming, as expected of Tong Tian, "He truly understands my intentions." As Xuanmu's words fade, Tong Tian hoists the Finchigia above his head, and with it, the treasures resting upon it are swiftly gathered into his own possession. Run. After completing this audacious act, Tong Tian observes his two brothers still in a daze, and without hesitation, he seizes their hands and bolts toward the vast wilderness. All of this transpires in the blink of an eye. By the time the crowd regains their composure, the three pure ones have already vanished beyond the borders of the primordial chaos. What are we waiting for? Are we stunned? A voice cries out, and the multitude suddenly springs into action, especially those who had yet to step forward to claim their treasures, each straining to hasten their pace as if to grow additional legs. Yet their efforts prove futile. The three pure ones, at the very least, possess the cultivation of the third realm of Hunyuan Jingxian, far beyond what these Deluo could contend with. Even the swiftest of them, Kuanpeng, can only trail behind, enveloped in dust. Witnessing this, the crowd can only turn to seek out Hong Jun. Upon hearing the words of the gathered beings, Hong Jun finds himself perplexed. Is it true? Has someone truly smashed the pot? I mentioned they could choose freely, but this is rather too free. Hong Jun had not anticipated such audacity, that someone would dare to take all the treasures for themselves. However, the matter is simple enough. He could always intercept the three pure ones. The crux lies in his earlier declaration that these treasures belong to those with merit. The fact that Tong Tian could lift the Finchigia is testament to his own capabilities. Is the Finchigia not a treasure in its own right? Should he attempt to stop the three now, he might find himself at the receiving end of their sharp retorts. Moreover, he fears Xuanmu may take issue with this incident. After all, if one were to trace the origins, the phrase "to each their own" was uttered from his own lips. Tong Tian merely interpreted the meaning of his words. Well then, when the three of you refine the primordial purple gas, you will ultimately be at my command. Reflecting on this, Hong Jun regains his composure. I have seen through this matter. There is nothing amiss. Treasures are always obtained by those with destiny and capability. You three should depart swiftly. With a casual wave of his hand, he dismisses them. What a jest! Those treasures were originally taken from the demon clan's treasury. If they are gone, then they are gone. After all, I have not refined them and have no use for them. Yet now that the treasures are lost, this group of cultivators wishes to delve into my pockets. How could that be? As the crowd hears this, their dissatisfaction with Hong Jun intensifies. Of course, the greatest ire is directed at the cultivator who snatched away the Finchigia. Since the three pure ones concealed their appearances, the crowd remains unaware that the three are the illustrious three pure ones. Them. The three pure ones already belong to a sect, personally guided by Xuanmu. The treasures and techniques are merely chosen at will. Why would they need to come to Zixiao Palace and compete with them? They fail to connect the three cultivators with the three pure ones. At this moment, the three pure ones have returned to the foot of Kunlun Mountain, gradually slowing their pace and resuming their original appearances. Haha! The methods taught by our master are indeed effective. That Hong Jun speaks only of empty theories. Tong Tian cannot help but burst into laughter. Laozi and Yuanshi exchange knowing nods, for who among them has not felt the thrill of disguising oneself and committing misdeeds? Third brother, about those treasures. Laozi and Yuanshi pat Tong Tian on the shoulder, their expressions tinged with a meaningful smile. Tong Tian, initially taken aback, soon seems to comprehend, clearing his throat, raising an eyebrow, and crossing his arms in a teasing manner. Still calling me third brother? What should I be called now? Speak up. Upon hearing this, Laozi and Yuanshi's expressions darken as they exchange glances. In the next moment, they exclaim, "Elder brother, second brother, let's not get carried away. No hitting. No. That's off limits." Ultimately, amidst their playful banter, they return to the peak of Kunlun Mountain. Tong Tian, sporting a few bumps on his head, takes a deep breath and declares, "Ah, this is the true essence of Kunlun." Laozi and Yuanshi silently lament in their hearts. After wandering for several years, it is indeed Kunlun Mountain that evokes the strongest sense of home. They feel a profound sense of nostalgia akin to that of a wayward traveler returning home. However, as they venture further in, an uncanny feeling washes over them. Where did all these buildings and pavilions come from? What are all these cultivators doing here? Is this still Kunlun Mountain? Did they not merely take a stroll? How could Kunlun have transformed so drastically? The trio, disregarding their bewilderment, hastens their steps toward the residence in the clouds. Fortunately, the residence in the clouds remains unchanged, just as it was when they departed. Laozi lets out a gentle sigh, relieved to finally feel at ease. Yet he secretly wonders why there are so many beings now residing in Kunlun Mountain. Could it be that the master is planning to take action in the primordial chaos? The three gently push open the wooden door and stroll toward the serene pavilion by the lake. That moment. All of Kunlun is aware that Xuanmu's abode, though seemingly located at the heart of the residence in the clouds, is actually situated by the lakeside pavilion. Sure enough, as the three pure ones approach the pavilion, they catch sight of Xuanmu. This moment, Xuanmu has just concluded his closed-door cultivation and is preparing to indulge himself when he sees the three pure ones return, his expression darkening instantly. The other two remain relatively unfazed, but the crucial question is, why has Tong Tian returned? Disciples pay their respects to master. As he ponders, he sees the three have already arrived and are bowing in greeting. Are you on the verge of a breakthrough? Xuanmu inquires, puzzled. Laozi hesitates for a moment before responding, "Not quite, master. Our return is not due to an impending breakthrough, but rather for another reason that I hope master will allow me to explain in detail." Please elaborate. Xuanmu's interest is piqued at this. He recalls telling the three pure ones to return when they're close to a breakthrough. Could it be that Tong Tian has come back specifically to honor his master with the Finchigia? However, I find it of little use. Just as Xuanmu was deep in thought, he heard Laozi continue. "This time we descended the mountain. We ventured into the chaos, where we had a fierce competition with Enhua and others over some treasures. Afterward, we proceeded to the Zixiao Palace." Laozi regaled them with tales of how the three of them encountered fortuitous events in the chaos and acquired their respective magical artifacts. He also recounted an incident on a mountain where they vied with Enhua and others for a gourd vine. Before heading to the Zixiao Palace to listen to the teachings, Xuanmu nodded silently, realizing that it aligned closely with what he already knew. It seemed that the will of the world indeed possessed a power of correction. Even though he had taken the three purities as disciples, their original opportunities would still manifest in another form. This what is meant by causality. This is the chance to attain sainthood. One can only wonder if it truly holds any significance. Upon finishing his account of the experiences over the years, Laozi produced the primordial purple energy. Yuan Shi and Tong Tian also placed their primordial purple energy before Xuanmu. Xuanmu scrutinized Laozi, and upon confirming there was no further elaboration, he gazed at the three purities with a bemused expression, realizing that none of them had brought back any good news. At least he had sent a puppet out and returned with a catfish. Never mind, it was merely an outing for them. Xuanmu shook his head, retracting his thoughts and focusing on the three strands of primordial purple energy. He was aware that the primordial purple energy bore the mark of the heavenly Tao, which was akin to the fallen Saint Pill after the canonization. After the canonization concluded, Hongjun had the 6 saints each swallow a fallen Saint Pill, claiming it was to prevent the saints from excessive conflict that would disrupt the primordial order. In truth, the pill was of little use. The fundamental reason lay in the mark of the heavenly Tao left on the primordial purple energy, as long as the primordial purple energy remained within the bodies of the 6 saints. Regardless of the existence of the fallen Saint Pill, their lives were ultimately in the hands of Hongjun. The fallen Saint Pill was merely a bait set by Hongjun to conceal the mark of the heavenly Tao. Xuanmu held the primordial purple energy in his hand and examined it closely. Sure enough, he discovered a deeply concealed aura of the heavenly Tao within it. For some reason, Xuanmu felt an innate aversion to this aura of the heavenly Tao. Frowning, he concentrated and dispersed that aura directly. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Using his invincible domain, he refined the primordial purple energy once more in no time. The primordial purple energy underwent another transformation, changed from a tangible form into an intangible one. Yet its aura became even more potent. Xuanmu was all too familiar with this. This was not the 10 full nourishing pill. No, was this not the primordial purple energy he had absorbed earlier? Pure and natural, 100% essence of the world as primal power. So, the further refinement of the primordial purple energy is akin to the rewards from a system. Xuanmu contemplated inwardly, while simultaneously a new doubt arose within him. If that were the case, could this primordial purple energy be considered a product of his invincible domain, or is it a product of the primordial land? Never mind. This is another paradox I cannot fathom. Xuanmu did not dwell on it further, proceeding to replicate the process with the other 2 strands of primordial purple energy, cleansing and refining them. After completing this task, Xuanmu addressed the 3 purities. All right. This primordial purple energy has now been purified and transformed entirely into the essence of the world as primal power. The 3 purities were overjoyed at his words and were about to take the primordial purple energy when Xuanmu retracted his hand and continued. However, your cultivation levels are too low at present. You are not yet qualified to absorb it. Xuanmu suddenly recalled that should the 3 purities absorb this primordial purple energy, what if they became heavenly Tao saints? After all, he had witnessed the corrective power of the world as will. Only when you 3 cultivate to the level of Hunyuan Duo Jingxian can I grant you this primordial purple energy. For now, do not descend the mountain to wander. Focus on your closed-door cultivation. He added, if you have any uncertainties regarding the path of Hunyuan Duo Jingxian, you may seek Yang Mei in the front courtyard. By the way, you seem unaware that Yang Mei is currently serving as a guard under my command. As Xuanmu spoke, he recalled that when the 3 purities descended the mountain, Yang Mei happened to be ascending, and the 4 had yet to meet. Thus, he provided this clarification. However, this information took on a different significance in the ears of the 3 purities. Yang Mei is a guard? A guard for the Hunyuan Duo Jingxian? Excellent, excellent. The master truly intends to take action in the primordial realm. Although it was peculiar for a Hunyuan Duo Jingxian to serve as a guard, the 3 purities felt no shock upon realizing it was Xuanmu's doing. Thank you, master. Your disciples will surely heed your teachings. The three purities simultaneously bowed in gratitude before making their way outside. Why must our master insist on our breakthrough to Xuanmu Daoyou Jingxian? Could it be that the primordial purple energy indeed has some restrictions? It must be so. A petty person like Hong Jun had already revealed his character during the great competition. How could he engage in such a thankless endeavor? Let us not dwell on this matter any longer. Eldest brother, do you have any insights? Along the way, Laozi and Yuan Shi pondered the profound meanings hidden within Xuanmu's words, completely unaware that Tong Tian had stealthily turned back after following them for a while. Meanwhile, Xuanmu, having sent off the three purities, was cheerfully preparing to cast his rod once more. However, just as he cast, he saw Tong Tian emerge from the lake, revealing a face bruised and battered. Xuanmu was startled, momentarily thinking he had landed a grand prize. But upon seeing his appearance, Xuanmu could no longer contain himself, swinging his rod and striking Tong Tian on the head. Come on, can you act normally for once? Fortunately, Xuanmu did not strike too forcefully. Tong Tian merely received another lump on his head. Unlike when Yang Mei was sent flying from Kunlun, Tong Tian, clutching his head as he came ashore, wore a pitiful expression. Master, I was merely trying to amuse you. Xuanmu replied, I appreciate your effort. After Tong Tian made it to shore, he quietly pulled Xuanmu aside and produced the split treasure cliff, saying, Master, this is a treasure I stole from the Zhixiao Palace. Please see if there is anything you require. Initially, Xuanmu felt some anger, but seeing the situation, he found himself unexpectedly moved. He began to understand why teachers often enjoyed engaging with mischievous students during the school days. Mischief is genuine, but kindness is also real. Xuanmu slowly pushed the split treasure cliff back and, observing Tong Tian's scarred face, softened his tone. Master possesses numerous treasures and does not lack these. Keep it for yourself. In the future, when you establish your own sect, you will surely find it useful. Moreover, Master cannot protect you forever. One day, you will have to carve out your own path in the primordial realm. Upon hearing Xuanmu's words, Tong Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. Master, are you saying you're going to die? Slap. Xuanmu's face darkened, veins bulging, and he delivered another punch to Tong Tian's face. After a while, Tong Tian slowly rose from the ground, looking at Xuanmu with an innocent expression, murmuring, That tone, how could it not make one think? I thought you had been possessed. Xuanmu was exasperated, inwardly reflecting. I take back my earlier sentiment. Those bruises on your face truly were not for nothing. He had come to understand that Tong Tian could not be given even a hint of kindness. It would only lead to arrogance. If he had been given just a bit more kindness, he would not recognize his place. His heart was still kind, but his way of expressing it was lacking. Xuanmu could only think that if Tong Tian were mute, he would still feel moved. All right, return to your cultivation. Once you reach Xuanmu Daoyou Jingxian, Master will have arrangements for you. Tong Tian, seeing the situation, could only respond affirmatively before heading back to his residence. Xuanmu let out a long sigh, inadvertently lamenting. I was just enjoying a few peaceful days, and it seems Kunlun Mountain is about to become lively once more. In the chaos at the Zhixiao Palace. The cultivators had just emerged from Hongjuan's presence, each one seething with indignation. How infuriating! Let me encounter any treasure thief in the primordial realm, and I shall strike them down each time I see them. Stop boasting. Those three were able to lift the split treasure cliff, so their strength must be formidable. And so what? Apart from the three purities, who else in the primordial realm do I fear? A multitude of voices echoed around, each laced with indignation towards the one who had pilfered the treasures. Meanwhile, not far from Zhixiao Palace, Kunpeng found himself in a state of discontent. He, too, was not without his own treasures. Initially, he had intended to select a few suitable artifacts of the treasure division cliff before seeking out Hongyun, Jin, and Zhuanti to exact revenge for the grudge over the stolen seed. However, who could have anticipated that the treasure division cliff would be uprooted entirely, leaving nothing behind? This was precisely why he pursued so fervently. He cared not for the ownership of the cliff, but merely wished to acquire a few artifacts. Furthermore, the method of corpse severing as recounted by Hong Jun required innate spiritual treasures as a medium. Given his current predicament, it seemed he might be left behind by Hong Yun and the others. As Xuanmu sighed inwardly, 12 demon cultivators appeared beside him. Although their strength was slightly inferior to his own, having once reached the pinnacle of Deluo, he had now ascended to the first level of Hunyuan after receiving rewards from a grand competition. There were enough of them that in a confrontation he could not be certain of prevailing. Observing the situation, Xuanmu became alert. "What brings you here?" Among the 12, one demon stood out with an extraordinary appearance. His eyes gleamed with intensity, exuding an air of authority and dominance, as if he could perceive all. As soon as Xuanmu's words fell, this demon cultivator began to elucidate. "Xuanmu, my friend, I am Dejuan. I am currently establishing the demon court, seeking to unify the demon clan's forces. Today, I hope you can lend a hand to our kin." Xuanmu, upon hearing this, felt a sense of disdain. Another Na'vi youth unacquainted with the harsh realities of the world. Yet, due to the numerical advantage of the others, he refrained from expressing his irritation and instead inquired with curiosity. "What are your plans, if I may ask?" Dejuan, perceiving that Xuanmu remained unmoved by his words, spoke with unwavering confidence. "In my view, all beings that emerge from water and possess the ability to lay eggs, as well as all flying and terrestrial creatures, are demons. If we can unite the demon clan and consolidate the strength of all demon cultivators, surely there will be a place for our kind in the vast wilderness. Thus, the cultivation resources within this realm will continuously flow into the demon clan, leading to our eventual ascendance." His final statement was delivered with utmost seriousness, leaving Xuanmu internally astonished. The former glory of the demon clan, that could only refer to the era of the beast calamity or the dragon and phoenix calamity. In either case, the protagonists were the demon clan, the white tiger and the azure dragon of the beast calamity, alongside the ferocious beasts like Taotai, Qiongqi, and Tuo, the dragon and phoenix clans during their calamity. According to Dejuan's words, were they not all demons? Although they did not survive from that time, tales of the calamities were certainly passed down through generations. While they might not be fully aware of the details of the beast calamity, they knew that several powerful demon clans dominated the wilderness. The dragon and phoenix calamity, however, had occurred not long ago, and all present were beings who had lived through that time. Each of the three clans had been formidable, unyielding in their might. Did Dejuan now aspire to seize the wilderness for himself? In an instant, Xuanmu grasped Dejuan's ambition that by unifying the demon clan and establishing the demon court, he might indeed achieve dominance over the wilderness. This approach was vastly superior to previous methods, for during the beast calamity, the demon clan fought amongst themselves, leading to their annihilation. In the dragon and phoenix calamity, the three clans attacked one another, resulting in failure as well. Yet, Dejuan sought to unify the demon clan from the outset. Who in the wilderness could rival him? Reflecting on this, Xuanmu spoke. "Dejuan, your noble intentions are commendable. I am willing to lend you my support." There was no alternative before him. This was the only path he could take. He had discerned Dejuan's core strategy, and to walk away now could lead to his downfall today. Dejuan, upon hearing this, beamed with joy and clapped Xuanmu lightly on the shoulder. "Xuanmu, my friend, I hope you will offer your guidance in the days to come." After exchanging pleasantries, Dejuan began to introduce Xuanmu to the current members of the demon court, his brother, Dongwang Tai, and the 10 great demon generals, Jimeng, Ingzhao, Bei's, Failian, Jiuying, City, Shangyang, Qinyuan, Goiche, and Bifeng. Counting Dejuan and Xuanmu, the demon court now boasted 13 members. While it might appear modest, the pinnacle forces of the wilderness were never judged by mere numbers. It was well known that the cultivation world recognized only 3 realms: Ant, Fellow Taoist, and Elder. Based on their current strength, the majority of beings in the wilderness were categorized as ants. However, my friend Dejuan, I have a request that I wish to express, if you would permit me. After the pleasantries, Xuanmu finally revealed his intentions, feigning hesitation. Seeing this, Dejuan adopted a demeanor of humility. "Xuanmu, if you have any grievances, please do not hesitate to speak." He was still basking in the joy of having secured a capable ally. Not taking Xuanmu's words to heart, it seemed Xuanmu merely wished to garner some benefits once the demon court grew stronger. After all, it was only natural. If one were to venture forth to carve out a realm, who would follow without a vision of prosperity? Xuanmu continued. "Since that is the case, I shall no longer conceal my intentions. I trust that all of you have participated in the teachings of the Tao ancestor and are likely aware of the dispute over the mat between Jin and Xuanmu. And as for the Taoist Hongyun, this matter should have concluded here. Yet, my heart harbors resentment, which is detrimental to my cultivation. Kunpeng lowered his posture, addressing Dijuan as my friend repeatedly. Although he did not state his intention outright, it was clear to all present that Kunpeng aimed to take action against Hongyun. Jin and Xuanmu. Most crucially, Dijuan was already ensnared by Kunpeng's rhetoric and could not decline. You call me friend, and I shall reciprocate. Now, when my friend encounters a minor predicament, should you not, as the elder brother, show some support? Furthermore, the other demon cultivators were watching intently. Should Dijuan refuse today, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions among them, potentially leading them to intertwine their fates with Kunpeng's. Today it was Kunpeng. Tomorrow it could be any one of them. Would Dijuan assist or not? To assist would mean he, as the leader of the demon court, would be preoccupied with such matters daily. To withhold assistance might suggest disingenuousness, and who would be willing to follow him thereafter? Such a person must be handled with caution. He could be utilized but not trusted. Dijuan's expression remained unchanged, still wearing a slight smile. But internally, he had already labeled Kunpeng. It must be said that Kunpeng's art of manipulation was already second nature to him. He had only been slightly carried away by joy when Kunpeng seized the opportunity. Moreover, he had not anticipated that Kunpeng would be so audacious, taking such actions immediately after joining a faction. He harbored a vague sense that Kunpeng was even more enigmatic than his astute subordinate, Baze. Before Dijuan lay only two paths. One was to abandon Kunpeng and become adversaries. The other was to take action against Hongyun, and the other two. Allowing Kunpeng to join the demon court without offering assistance was simply not an option. They had gathered due to mutual interests, and prior to this, he and Kunpeng were strangers. If he did not assist Kunpeng today, it was inevitable that even if Kunpeng were to join the demon court in the future, there would remain a lingering distrust. Yet, at the inception of the demon court, they were in dire need of manpower. After a moment of contemplation, Dijuan resolved his course of action. He displayed a look of astonishment and said, "My friend, is this truly the case? Had you revealed this to me sooner, such matters would have been easily resolved. Alas, Hongyun and the others have already departed. Even if we were to pursue them now, it would be of no avail." With a clap of his hands, Dijuan's face flushed with urgency as he paced back and forth, appearing genuinely anxious for Kunpeng. Just as Kunpeng prepared to take further action, compelling Dijuan to act, he witnessed Dijuan sigh heavily, reluctantly speaking, "My friend, upon further consideration, such a hasty action may indeed be unwise. Should word of this leak and the three unite against us, given our current strength, it would be challenging to achieve victory. Moreover, as far as I know, the Red Cloud shares a profound connection with Xuanmu, making it temporarily impossible to disturb him." As Dijuan spoke, he exchanged a knowing glance with Tai, signaling him to continue the conversation. However, upon witnessing this, Donghuang Tai appeared somewhat perplexed and could not help but inquire, "Elder brother, are your eyes unwell?" Cough, cough, cough. Dijuan was caught off guard by Donghuang's sudden remark and shook his head inwardly to know. It was not that he was desperate, but he was all too aware of his brother's intellect. All he ever did was cling to that broken bell, striking it incessantly. With a sense of helplessness, Dijuan shifted his gaze toward Baze. Upon noticing this, Baze immediately understood and wore a pleading expression, saying, "Your Majesty, the Demon Emperor, this matter requires careful deliberation." Seeing this, Dijuan could not help but silently commend Baze in his heart. Truly, he was his most astute general. A mere glance was enough for him to grasp his intentions. Although Dijuan felt a private sense of delight, his words were laced with anger. "Baze, do not speak excessively. Our establishment of the demon court is precisely to sacrifice ourselves for the entire demon race. Does my brother Kunpeng not belong to the demon race? How could one sweep the world clean if they could not even tidy their own house?" Baze, realizing that he had fulfilled his role, retreated behind the other demons as the opportunity presented itself. Dijuan's true intentions began to surface as he feigned a benevolent demeanor, saying, "Kunpeng, how about once the demon court is established, I grant you the position of general. allowing you to build your own power with the strength of our battle formations. Even Hung Yun and others could be easily vanquished. This way, you could personally avenge your grievances. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. It was only at this moment that Xuanmu realized that the two demons were performing a well-rehearsed act. The implications behind Dijuan's words were manifold. First, he made it clear that it was not that he was unwilling to assist, but rather that Xuanmu had been too late in his appeal. There was no way to pursue it now, and he could not be blamed for that. Then, seeing that Xuanmu wished to continue speaking, he preemptively seized the conversational reins, indicating the overwhelming strength of the opposing forces, making it clear that with the current might of the demon court, they could not possibly take them down. Following this, he and Baze cooperated seamlessly, playing the part of the fierce adversary, positioning themselves firmly on their side. The suggestion of building a force of his own allowed Dijuan to extricate himself from the matter at hand. Furthermore, the promise of personal vengeance silenced all of Xuanmu's subsequent words. This made Xuanmu inwardly marvel. Indeed, it was clear why Dijuan had risen to the position of Demon Court Sovereign. He was no ordinary opponent. "Your Majesty, how clever! How clever!" Xuanmu exclaimed, instantly adopting an expression of admiration and joy. Those unaware might truly believe he was captivated by this scheme. "Ha, Xuanmu, my dear brother, splendid, splendid!" Dijuan laughed heartily, clapping Xuanmu on the shoulder. The two exchanged compliments, leaving Dong Huang Tai momentarily stunned. What does this mean? Are they praising the elder brother's strategy, or is it an acknowledgement of Xuanmu's height? After pondering for a moment, Dong Huang recalled the rumors circulating in the wilderness, which stated, in the North Sea, there's a fish known as Xuan. The size of Xuan is such that it cannot be contained in a single pot. Upon reflecting on this, Dong Huang finally grasped the situation, and he spoke up. Elder brother speaks the truth. Indeed, Xuanmu is of a truly grand stature. It is said that the span of Xuanmu's wing can obscure the sun. Upon hearing this, the other demons fell into a momentary silence. "Ha, ha!" Only Ziddy, revealing a broad grin, cackled loudly, but sensing the shift in atmosphere, he quickly ceased his laughter. "Ha! Dong Huang is known for his sense of humor," Shangyang remarked, attempting to ease the tension. The other demons nodded in agreement, saying, "Yes, yes, indeed. Your Majesty, this cold joke is truly frosty." Following this interlude, the demons relaxed entirely, and the previously tense atmosphere dissipated like smoke. Time flew by, and several Yuan meetings had passed since Hongjuan's sermon. During this interval, as Dijuan traveled through the wilderness, he discovered the location of the heavenly court atop the 9 heavens of Mount Buzhou. To a mere glance, he was captivated by the opulent decorations, the magnificent palaces, and the abundant spiritual energy. Thus, he commanded the demons to establish the demon court at this site and formally notified all beings in the wilderness in a timeless realm. The demon court was officially founded. Upon its establishment, the myriad demon races in the wilderness responded eagerly to, of course. There were also some foolish frogs at the bottom of the well who sought to seize Dijuan's hard-earned triumph. Yet, none could withstand even 3 exchanges against Dijuan. Furthermore, should Dijuan reveal his true form, they would be incinerated by the searing flames of the Golden Crow. As the balance shifted, Dijuan's reputation soared throughout the wilderness, and the demon court began to flourish. That on this day, atop Mount Buzhou, the 12 ancestral witches gathered together. "Brothers, the power of the demon court is steadily growing. What should our witch clan do?" The space ancestral witch, Daijang, asked with a furrowed brow. "Elder brother, the demon race is far too arrogant. That so-called demon court dares to establish itself atop our father god's spine. In my opinion, we should eradicate the demon race at the earliest opportunity." The fire ancestral witch Zhiyun exclaimed with great irritation. Upon hearing this, the water ancestral witch Gonggong unusually agreed, saying, "Indeed, elder brother, that demon race is becoming increasingly unreasonable. Just the other day, I killed several thousand demons, and they actually sought to kill me." Daijang, hearing this, could only give a wry smile and scratch his head. He was well aware of his 2 brothers' temperaments and did not expect them to propose any extraordinary strategies. Subsequently, Daijang turned his attention to Zijian and Hutu. Among the 12 ancestral witches, it was the 8th, Xujian, and the youngest sister, Hutu, who were the most astute. After pondering for a moment, Xujian suggested, given the current circumstances, we must engage in battle with the demon race. For the spine of our Father God cannot be allowed to be overshadowed by others that know. In my view, we should first send envoys to negotiate with the demon race that if no agreement can be reached, then we may discuss the matter of war. Hutu countered. How can that be? We, the witch clan, are formed from the flesh of our Father God. How can we stoop to such shamelessness? It is unwise to hastily declare war. The witch clan would surely sustain severe losses. Is it not the case that wars claim lives? Our witch clan warriors are not the type to fear for their lives. With that, Xujian and Hutu began to argue over this topic. Seeing this scene, Daijang was unsure how to mediate. What should be done? The two great strategists are at odds. I need assistance, and it is quite urgent, as the 12 ancestral witches were forged from the essence of evil energy. They possessed no primordial spirits. Thus, they were incredibly powerful in physical form, having inherited the physical strength of Pangu. However, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that the primordial spirit embodies the spiritual power of a being, encompassing its consciousness, thoughts, memories, and spiritual essence that, in modern terms, these elements are typically referred to as the brain and cerebellum. Hence, the 12 ancestral witches could be described as having fully developed physical bodies, but lacking in mental faculties. Even in Daijang's eyes, the supposedly wise Xujian and Hutu were merely tall figures among the short. The 12 ancestral witches had entirely forgotten why they had convened this meeting in the first place, or why they were targeting the demon race. After an indeterminate number of days spent in debate, Hutu and Xujian finally fell silent. That it was not that they had devised a strategy. Rather, they had forgotten what they were even arguing about. Elder brother, do not sleep. What was the purpose of our meeting? Xujian shook Daijang, who had dozed off during their quarrel, and asked in confusion. It seems to be about the demon race. Daijang replied groggily after a moment's reflection. The demon race? Indeed. It seems we were discussing sending troops against them. Xujian suddenly realized. With this reminder, the other ancestral witches nodded in agreement. Especially Gonggong and Jiyun, the two battle enthusiasts, exclaimed, "Send troops against the demon race." Even Hutu appeared somewhat puzzled. Wait, is this the topic we were discussing? Though doubts lingered in her heart, the consensus among the other 11 ancestral shamans compelled her to comply with their decision to mobilize. Thus, Hutu had no choice but to acquiesce, setting aside matters concerning the ancestral shamans for the moment. Within the palace of Nuwa, she found herself in a perplexing quandary. Despite having refined the primordial purple chi to its utmost limit, she felt as though something vital was still missing. It seemed that a visit to the Zishao Palace was in order, for the Tao ancestor would surely understand the reason behind her unease. Contemplating this, Nuwa rose and made her way toward the Zishao Palace. Before long, she arrived at the entrance of the palace. Without waiting for formalities, she heard the voice of Hongjun emanating from within. I am already aware of your intention. The time has not yet come. Depart for now and await further news. Upon hearing this, Nuwa felt a surge of confusion. Was this not mere platitude? Such words were essentially void of meaning. Yet, respecting the authority of the Tao ancestor, she refrained from lingering any longer, offering a bow before departing with a sense of embarrassment. Yes, she retraced her steps toward the palace of Nuwa. Memories of the grand competition during the primordial era flooded her mind. Although she had not participated, she had certainly heard whispers of it. She was also aware of the formidable pressure exerted by Xuanmu during that event. Given this context, she pondered the possibility of seeking an audience with that venerable elder. If the three pure ones could facilitate an introduction, she might gain some valuable insights. Nuwa quickly formulated a plan. She recalled their previous encounter over the gourd vine, where she had engaged in pleasant conversation with the three pure ones, who had retained their original appearances at that time. Thus, when Hongjun delivered his teachings, she had harbored suspicions about the identities of those three cultivators occupying the seats of honor. After all, in the vast expanses of the primordial realm, individuals of great destiny were scarce, particularly those whose strength rivaled her own. If there were only one, it could indeed be a coincidence, considering the boundless expanse of the primordial realm. However, the simultaneous presence of three was rather intriguing, especially when, at the conclusion of the teachings, Tong Tian uprooted the treasure cliff. Her suspicions were further confirmed. In this primordial realm, how many dared challenge the authority of Hongjun? The only remaining lineage capable of such audacity was that of Kunlun. Nonetheless, since she had enjoyed a pleasant conversation with the three pure ones previously, even if she could not gain their guidance, it would not result in any misstep if her judgment proved erroneous. It would simply signify that fate had not granted her this opportunity. The feeling of being on the brink of a breakthrough while lacking a clear target was indeed unbearable. With this resolution in mind, Nuwa set off toward Kunlun Mountain. Upon her entrance into the realm of invincibility, Xuanmu sensed her presence. He remarked, clearly intrigued by Nuwa's sudden visit. "What brings you here, esteemed elder?" inquired Yuan Feng, standing nearby. "Oh worries, I shall fish for a while. I will return shortly," Xuanmu replied, handing over the fishing rod to Yuan Feng before disappearing from the pavilion. Since Nuwa had not employed any magical powers, Yuan Feng, due to her cultivation level, was unaware of Nuwa's arrival. After all, with Xuanmu present in Kunlun, the others had laid aside their previous wariness. Who would dare to cause trouble in Kunlun Mountain? This was Nuwa's first visit, and she found herself fascinated by the scenery along the way. Before she knew it, she stood at the mountain gate. Upon entering, she was met by two cultivators who approached and inquired, "Who goes there?" Coincidentally, both cultivators had recently achieved breakthroughs and had not yet attended the teachings at Zhixiao Palace. Thus they bore no recognition of Nuwa. Attracted by their inquiry, Nuwa paused to observe them closely. Both were at the great Luo golden immortal level, and no wonder this place was a residence for the illustrious. Even the guards possessed such formidable strength. Though only at the initial stage, their prowess was sufficient to address most issues in the primordial realm. Suppressing her thoughts, Nuwa took a deep breath and spoke slowly. "I am not what you think." She hesitated for a moment, struggling to find an appropriate self-reference. Throughout her existence, she had always referred to herself as this palace, for apart from Hongjun, she had never bowed to anyone. Yet today, in her impromptu visit to Kunlun, she momentarily forgot this custom. Her mind raced with thoughts. Would continuing to refer to herself as this palace seem too arrogant? After all, these were subordinates of that esteemed elder. What if, but then again, they were merely two subordinates, not overly formidable? Referring to herself as this humble servant felt too demeaning. Just as Nuwa pondered this, the two cultivators exchanged glances and communicated telepathically. Does this female cultivator seem a bit unhinged? Before they could continue their exchange, Xuanmu's figure suddenly appeared. "Greetings, esteemed elder." The two cultivators immediately knelt in respect upon seeing Xuanmu. Enough with the formalities, Xuanmu waved his hand casually, and they felt a powerful energy gently lifting them. Nuwa, observing this scene, couldn't help but feel an increased sense of reverence for Xuanmu's capabilities. She had witnessed Hongjun's prowess before. While his methods were indeed extraordinary, they traversed chaos directly into the primordial realm. However, in comparison to Xuanmu, there was a slight disparity. When Hongjun acted, she could still perceive some fluctuations of magical power, whereas Xuanmu emitted no such energy, making it impossible for her to discern his actions. Nuwa found it hard to believe that someone could act without any magical fluctuations. She simply felt that the gap between her and Xuanmu was too great for her to perceive clearly. "I am Nuwa, here to pay my respects. Esteemed elder," she said, bowing deeply with sincere tone. "Very well. Follow me," Xuanmu nodded. Though he was unaware of Nuwa's intentions, he believed in extending kindness to those who approached with goodwill. Moreover, within the realm of invincibility, he felt no fear, regardless of her motives. Accordingly, Xuanmu turned and walked toward the rear courtyard, where the original cloud dwelling was located. Nuwa promptly followed suit. Coincidentally, Yang Mei was meditating in the main hall at that moment. Upon seeing Xuanmu enter, a hint of confusion crossed her face. "Isn't Hongjun supposed to be coming from the west today? Why is the elder not fishing?" Yang Mei thought to herself, instinctively bowing as she inquired. "Esteemed elder, what are your instructions?" "Not much, just a visitor has arrived," Xuanmu replied, casually. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Mei saw Nuwa step out from behind Xuanmu. The moment Nuwa laid eyes on Yang Mei, alarm bells rang in her mind. This individual is immensely powerful. With just a glance, Nuwa had formed a judgment. While Nuwa praised Yang Mei, the latter was also scrutinizing her. However, Yang Mei was somewhat taken aback. She had expected that a visitor worthy of the elder's attention would at least be at the level of a Hunyuan Great Luo. Yet, the aura emanating from Yuhua clearly indicated that she was only at the late stage of Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Let us speak of business. What brings you here today? At that moment, Xuanmu had already seated himself, pouring himself a cup of tea as he spoke. Speak candidly, esteemed elder. Nuwa began, redirecting her gaze as she laid bare her intentions. She did not believe that Xuanmu was genuinely unaware. Rather, she suspected he was testing her sincerity. After all, she had had no previous interactions with Xuanmu. The only connection she had was with the three pure ones, whom she had not encountered on her way here. Even now, seeking their favorable words proved futile. She could only lament that she had not anticipated that such a formidable being as Xuanmu could appear so leisurely. Were not others required to wait for millennia for their turn to seek enlightenment? How was it that upon her arrival at the mountain gate, she encountered the very person she sought? As Nuwa recounted her tale, Xuanmu gradually grasped the situation. It was indeed the eve of Nuwa's creation of humanity. Gazing at his own corporeal form, a flicker of nostalgia danced in Xuanmu's eyes. Just then, Nuwa concluded her narrative. Observing Xuanmu deep in contemplation, sipping his tea, she feared she might have erred in her discourse and dared not speak further. Xuanmu gently set down his teacup and, in a calm yet measured tone, inquired, "If that is the case, did Hongjun fail to impart his teachings to you, prompting your visit to Kunlun? Then what place do I occupy in your heart?" Although his tone was even, Nuwa was struck with a chill from Xuanmu's words. She had pondered this matter prior to her arrival, fearing that Xuanmu might harbor resentment, leaving her with nothing to gain. To her astonishment, Xuanmu had directly brought the issue to light, leaving her at a loss for a rebuttal. The implication in Xuanmu's words was starkly clear. Though Nuwa was unaware of the intricacies between Xuanmu and Hongjun, the very act of stating it so plainly was an implicit demand for her allegiance that if she sought guidance from Xuanmu, she could no longer associate with Hongjun. Noticing Nuwa lost in thought, Xuanmu remained patient, quietly awaiting her response. After a brief pause, Nuwa exhaled softly and stated, "I have come to a clear understanding in my heart. Hongjun's role here is merely that of a teacher in the art of transmission. He has provided no other instruction, and I refer to him as master solely to express my gratitude for his teachings." She realized that by uttering these words, she would sever all ties with Hongjun. Once she had repaid her debt of gratitude for his teachings, this karmic bond would be conclusively resolved. In fact, she need not take action herself. If Xuanmu was willing, he could effortlessly sever the connection. However, the choice had been laid before her. Nuwa found herself ensnared in a predicament from which she could not easily break free, fearing that prolonging the wait would breed obsession, further hindering her cultivation. Indeed, as Nuwa's words fell, Xuanmu revealed a hint of a smile. He had intentionally spoken thus after hearing Nuwa's account, seeking to discern whether she might attain some enlightenment. If she could delineate her boundaries with Hongjun, he would be most pleased. After all, as a member of the human race himself, he recalled the legends of his past life. He had never held Nuwa in particularly high regard. Having created humanity, she nevertheless leaned towards the demon race, allowing them to slaughter humans without discernment of priorities. Moreover, Hongjun had the audacity to bestow the primordial purple energy, imbued with the will of the Tao, upon the three pure ones, who were, after all, his own disciples. Xuanmu was acutely aware that although this technique could obstruct others from probing, it could not prevent them from deducing. Hongjun, with his profound mastery over divination, was not to be underestimated, especially after merging with the Tao. He could not believe that Hongjun, in his capacity as a teacher, would fail to discern the identities of the three pure ones. Since Hongjun had chosen to act in such a manner, it could only imply one thing. He was testing Xuanmu's stance and boundaries that, if Hongjun sought to probe, then Xuanmu felt it necessary to teach him a lesson. With this thought in mind, Xuanmu spoke up. You are indeed quite decisive that I in that case. Take your time to discern what manner of being I am. As he spoke, Xuanmu slowly rose, gesturing for Nuwa to observe him closely. Meanwhile, Mei, who had been preparing to retreat for cultivation, upon hearing Xuanmu's words, became intrigued and stealthily hid nearby, trying to blend into the background. Although he understood that eavesdropping was rather impolite, he was not a paragon of virtue. So he thought little of it. After all, as long as the elder did not dismiss him, it indicated that his presence was not a problem. Nuwa, on the other hand, appeared somewhat shy, a hint of bashfulness coloring her cheeks. Could it be that the elder wished to engage in an honest exchange? Nuwa's mind raced with possibilities, uncertain of Xuanmu's intentions. After all, in the primordial world, no one had ever witnessed Xuanmu's true form, nor did anyone know what manner of being he had become. When Nuwa first encountered Xuanmu, he had invited her to closely observe his true self, which certainly left her with much to ponder. Suppressing her trepidation, Nuwa fixed her gaze on Xuanmu, carefully scrutinizing him. After a moment, she let out a heavy sigh and said, "Elder, forgive me, for my cultivation is shallow, and I have been unable to discern anything." Xuanmu, however, was not taken aback. That assertion is misguided. It is not due to your lack of cultivation. Hearing this, Nuwa's face displayed a look of confusion. Before she could voice her thoughts, Xuanmu continued, "It is not that you have failed to perceive the signs. Rather, I am inherently human." "Human?" Nuwa echoed, her voice barely above a whisper, as she sensed she had grasped a glimmer of insight. Xuanmu nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, I am human, which means that this current form is my true essence." Nuwa's heart raced with astonishment, her expression one of disbelief. After all, in the worldview of the primordial beings, all forms of human were the result of profound cultivation and transformation. The higher the cultivation, the more complete the transformation into human form. Even among the demon race, those transformed into human would still bear traces of their beastly nature. For instance, the three pure ones were widely recognized as manifestations of Pangu's primordial spirit, achieving their human form through successful transformation. Hongjun, as a chaotic deity, was also a being transformed from the primordial chaos, ultimately taking on a human form. Generally speaking, beings of cultivation were referred to as deities, and the concept of human had yet to emerge in the primordial realm. But why was transformation necessary? They could not quite articulate it. If one were to reason, it would be that the human form facilitated a deeper understanding of the Tao, allowing for swifter breakthroughs and aiding in the elevation of their cultivation. Thus, when Nuwa heard Xuanmu declare that his true essence was human, her shock was entirely understandable. Upon reflection, beings like her, after countless years of cultivation, had only just managed to assume the human form. What then of those who were born as human? Nuwa dared not ponder deeply, fearing the implications of such beings' profound comprehension of the Tao. Yet at this moment, Nuwa still did not fully grasp Xuanmu's intentions, prompting her to humbly inquire, "Elder, I am but a simpleton. Please elucidate your meaning." Upon further contemplation, she realized that if she could create a race akin to Xuanmu's in the primordial realm, the merit would be immense. As Xuanmu spoke, seemingly indifferent, he gestured towards Nuwa. In an instant, clarity dawned upon her. Yes, why was there no such being in the primordial realm? Clearly, every being ultimately transformed into human form. Why then was there no birth of human? Was it not the case that in a complete world, the existence of human was inevitable? There had been rumors in the primordial realm that the elder was a being from beyond chaos, but in truth he must have emerged from a complete world to wander as a human. Nuwa's mind raced with thoughts, and the questions that had previously eluded her suddenly crystallized into understanding. In that fleeting moment, she recognized the potential inherent in beings of human essence. Xuanmu, witnessing this epiphany, nodded to himself. Truly, the elder was worthy of the title, as with just a few words he had led this young lady into a state of enlightenment. Mei, finally emerging from the shadows, offered a few flattering remarks. "Get lost? I am indeed human." Xuanmu, seeing Mei's incredulous expression, promptly gave him a light tap on the head. Mei, momentarily stunned by the unexpected gesture, found himself replaying Xuanmu's words in his mind. Then incredulously, he exclaimed, "Wait, are there really beings of such essence in this world?" Xuanmu, observing the stark contrast between Yangmei and Nuwa, could not help but sigh inwardly. Indeed, no wonder only Nuwa could create humanity in the primordial realm. Even with my words laid bare, Yangmei still struggles to believe. He remained convinced that beings of human essence should not exist and that one could only cultivate to achieve transformation. After a brief moment, Nuwa emerged from her contemplative state, bowing to Xuanmu with gratitude. "Thank you for your guidance, Elder." However, after the bow, she hesitated, her demeanor somewhat bashful, and asked, "But Elder, do you truly intend to use yourself as the model to create a race?" Xuanmu had yet to grasp the essence of Nuwa's intentions, and habitually nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I am inherently part of the human race, and those who were created based on my essence must be of pure lineage." Upon hearing this, Nuwa's face flushed with a delicate shyness. Her voice barely above a whisper. "In that case, does it not imply that you are the father of humanity? As for me," although her voice was faint, Xuanmu heard her clearly, "Ahem, do not entertain notions of romantic entanglement with me," he exclaimed, inadvertently spraying tea onto Yangmei as he pointed a warning finger at Nuwa. "Women are not mere enchantresses. They merely influence the speed of my endeavors, mere skeletal figures adorned in beauty. Moreover, Nuwa possesses a serpent's body with a human head." "What does that signify?" Nuwa's delicate countenance displayed a hint of confusion, unable to comprehend Xuanmu's words. Enough of this discussion. Xuanmu waved his hand, hastily diverting the conversation. He could not fathom Nuwa's thoughts. Could it be that she was tempted by his form? Or perhaps she admired his formidable cultivation? Or could it be a combination of both? Why, on their first meeting, was she already contemplating a romantic alliance? Alas, the burden of my irresistible charm. Xuanmu mused narcissistically. Regardless, he had no immediate intentions of seeking a partner. Even if he did, it should not be the case. "You shall reside here in Kunlun for the time being. When the moment is ripe, we can set forth with the creation of humanity," Xuanmu advised, wishing to have Nuwa create humans in Kunlun. After all, she was a being of saintly cultivation that he could scarcely imagine the expanse that could be achieved. Just as Nuwa was about to gracefully step out, Xuanmu suddenly recalled something and continued, "Ah, do bring forth the primordial purple energy so that I may help you eliminate the hidden machinations left by Hongjun." With that, Xuanmu beckoned, and Nuwa felt the primordial purple energy within her being drawn uncontrollably towards him. Upon hearing Xuanmu's words, Nuwa's pupils constricted, her eyes filled with astonishment. "Hidden machinations?" Xuanmu nodded, seemingly unconcerned. "Do you truly believe that Hongjuan's teachings were for the development of the wilderness? That the primordial purple energy was a gift bestowed upon you? It was merely a means to strengthen the heavenly Tao after merging with it." Although Nuwa found some truth in Xuanmu's words, she remained unconvinced. After all, she had spent time in Hongjuan's company, and mere words were insufficient to foster distrust. Xuanmu paid no heed to Nuwa's sentiments, focusing instead on refining the primordial purple energy in his grasp. His revelation was not intended to compel Nuwa's absolute belief. Doubts had already taken root, and guilt had been established. Xuanmu was not in a hurry. After all, he had already secured Nuwa's allegiance. Now, she had no choice but to trust him. Time would inevitably unveil the truth, and Xuanmu's words were merely to hasten Nuwa's recognition of Hongjuan's nature. In truth, Xuanmu speculated that by the latter stages of the Fengshen era, Nuwa had already discerned Hongjuan's character. Thus, she secluded herself within the Hua Huang Palace, claiming to wholeheartedly guard humanity while diligently contemplating the Tao. Who would believe such a tale? During the journey to the West, humanity had become mere tools for the Western deities to accumulate merit. Nuwa had never intervened to assist. He had already traversed into the wilderness. If humanity were to continue along its original path, under the dominion of the celestial powers, manipulated by the deities, then what purpose did his journey to the wilderness serve? Returning to meticulously prepare, once humanity was created, his path to cultivation would be smooth and unobstructed. As Xuanmu spoke, he returned the purified primordial purple energy back to Nuwa's body. Nuwa felt the primordial purple energy within her. now exuding a more refined and potent essence than before. Yet, before she could revel in the joy of this discovery, Xuanmu continued, "However, remember this. Once humanity is created, you shall be intricately bound to its fate, sharing in its glory and disgrace, intertwined in fortune and misfortune. In other words, what benefits humanity benefits you. What harms humanity harms you. I trust Hongjun elucidated the pitfalls of attaining sainthood through merit during his teachings." Nua's face was clouded with confusion. Clearly, Hongjun had not articulated this aspect during his discourse. Yet, this was not the time for such contemplations. Nua buried her uncertainties deep within, intending to draw conclusions after successfully creating humanity. She gracefully bowed to Xuanmu, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you for your guidance, esteemed elder. I shall take my leave now." Xuanmu nodded, directing his gaze towards Yangmei, signaling her to find a suitable dwelling for Nua. Upon observing this, Yangmei followed Nua out the door. Once the two had departed, Xuanmu rubbed his temples, sighing, "Having hinted at so much, I hope Nua makes the right choice." Time slipped away swiftly, and before long, Nua was prepared to create humanity. Xuanmu, working discreetly, provided some assistance, such as exchanging the 9-heaven soil Nua had initially prepared for the more potent chaos soil, the chaos soil, originating from the primordial chaos. It harbors boundless chaotic power and the essence of creation, far surpassing the 9-heaven soil in its ability to nurture and develop all things. Additionally, Xuanmu infused the 3 light divine waters with some ethereal wood essence and purple star essence. Ethereal wood essence. Imbued with the vitality of ethereal wood, it significantly aids in healing injuries and nurturing spiritual plants. Purple star essence. A single drop can awaken sentient beings' intelligence and enhance their cultivation potential. These selections were the result of Xuanmu's careful consideration. Although he had amassed many treasures over the years, not all could be incorporated. The treasures he chose were notably gentle in nature. Thus, the humanity created would merely see a slight enhancement in their foundation. Without any adverse repercussions. One day, Nua resided in the cave dwelling Xuanmu had prepared, gazing at the materials before her, already resolute in her decision. Subsequently, she concentrated her energy, summoning the chaos soil, which she began to merge with the enriched 3 light divine waters. As she worked, a blend of yellow and black energies emanated from her hands. Before long, the 2 substances successfully coalesced into mounds of yellow earth, enveloped in a radiant aura. This earth exuded a rich and vibrant life force. As if an extraordinary power was gestating within. It worked. Nua exclaimed joyfully, her delicate hands lifting, fingers gently curling as she cautiously placed the mounds of yellow earth before her, without the time to wipe away the beads of sweat trickling down her forehead. She continued to channel the yellow and black energies as Nua meticulously shaped the materials. The yellow earth gradually took on the form of humans, complete with internal organs, skeletal structures, muscles, and limbs. Soon, Nua bestowed upon these clay figures keen eyes, allowing them to witness the myriad wonders of the world. She granted them sensitive ears to hear the harmonious melodies of nature, sculpted proud noses to savor the fragrant scents of the seasons, and shaped articulate mouths to convey emotions and thoughts. Under her skilled hands, the clay figures' bodies became robust and vibrant. Nua beamed with joy and anticipation at the sight of the lives she had created, especially as she thought of Xuanmu, who belonged to the same lineage. The joy within her heart deepened. As time ticked away, beads of sweat adorned Nua's forehead, as the continuous output of yellow and black energies was quite taxing for her current cultivation level. At last, the first batch of clay figures was complete. Nua paused her actions, gently blowing a breath. The potent force of creation enveloped the clay figures. Before long, the first batch of creations came to life. The clay figures slowly opened their eyes, gazing around in confusion. Upon seeing Nua, they broke into innocent, bewildered smiles. Nua, witnessing this scene, could not help but smile in return. Yet soon her brows furrowed slightly. If this continued, she would likely exhaust her powers, resulting in only one additional batch of humanity, if one were to transform all this yellow earth into humans. Nuwa regained her composure and began to ponder internally. In her helplessness, she could only produce the gourd vine that she had fortuitously acquired earlier. The gourd vine possessed the power of creation and should be able to assist me, as Nuwa spoke. She summoned forth the gourd vine, allowing it to absorb the yellow earth of creation. Her magical energy surged, and with a gentle flick, the yellow earth fell to the ground, transforming into one human after another. Indeed, with the gourd vine's blessing, Nuwa felt an immediate sense of relief. Furthermore, these newly created humans bore a striking resemblance to the originals, albeit with some indescribable differences in appearance. Before long, all beings of the primordial world could hear a voice emanating from Kunlun Mountain. I am Nuwa, and today upon the summit of Kunlun, I have created humanity from yellow earth, and I have finally succeeded. From this moment on, a new spirit emerged in the primordial world, named the human race. I am the mother of humanity. As the beings listened intently, Nuwa's voice suddenly ceased. After a brief interval, her voice resounded once more. I beseech all of you to witness this, and may the heavenly Tao bear witness. For some unknown reason, the beings detected a hint of awkwardness in Nuwa's voice this time, as if she were feeling aggrieved or even choked with emotion. However, no one paid it much mind, assuming they had merely misheard. After all, a practitioner of Nuwa's caliber would never display such vulnerability. Subsequently, the beings of the primordial world witnessed a sudden descent of profound merit from the heavens, directed straight toward Nuwa. Most of it landed upon her, while a portion settled upon the gourd vine she had utilized. Just as the beings thought this was the conclusion, they observed Nuwa's cultivation level soaring continuously. From the peak of quasi-saint to the first layer of saint, then the second, until she finally came to a halt at the third layer of saint. Soon after, Nuwa's voice echoed again. I am Nuwa. In this day, I have successfully attained the realm of saint. While the beings were still in a state of shock, they beheld yet another wave of dense merit descending from the heavens, even more substantial than what Nuwa had just received. Yet this merit did not shine as brilliantly as before. Rather, it resembled a form of fortuitous blessing. It then sped directly toward the newly created humans. This series of events left the beings of the primordial world utterly astounded. When did the heavenly Tao's merit become so easily attainable? In such a short span of time, 2 waves have fallen. Can the heavenly Tao produce such abundance? Once the dust settled, the beings remained immersed in the spectacle they had just witnessed. After all, since the inception of the primordial world, there had been no precedent of a newly formed race receiving merit from the heavenly Tao so swiftly. The occurrence could only signify one thing. Humanity was the protagonist of the primordial realm, destined to enjoy the blessings of fortune. In the demon court, the demon race was seething with rage upon witnessing this scene. How could it be that the human race, just birthed, was granted such favor? Surely the demon race, with the largest population in the primordial realm, should be the true protagonists. Moreover, was it not the witch race they had been preparing to confront? How could it fall to a race that had only just come into being? Yet, the reality was that the heavenly Tao had conferred its blessings upon humanity. This was simply intolerable. Each one of them felt an overwhelming urge to rush into the primordial realm and annihilate the human race. Dijun, seeing his subordinates with furrowed brows and gloomy faces, knew he had to step forth to stabilize their morale. Clearing his throat, he spoke with composure. My friends, the human race is but a trifling jester, newly born and devoid of cultivation. There is no need for concern. Our true rivals remain the witch race. Let us not forget that Nuwa, the saint, is one of our kind. Indeed, upon hearing his words, the demons began to realize the significance. Nuwa was not only the mother of humanity, but also a member of their demon race. Moreover, she had become the second saint of the primordial realm. In this expanse, who could rival Nuwa as long as Hongjun did not intervene? What could that insignificant human race possibly achieve? If it came to a contest for dominion over the primordial realm, they could simply inform Nuwa and then proceed to eradicate the humans. It was worth noting that Nuwa's brother, Fushi, was still working within the demon court. Why would Nuwa not stand with her kin? In simpler terms, the sentiment among the demons was that they were eager for battle, questioning why their sovereign had conceded first. With these thoughts, the demon spirits were immediately calmed. Dijun, observing the restored morale, felt a profound disdain for the human race. In his view, the humans, though newly birthed and lacking cultivation, would find no benefit in the heavenly Tao's merit. Furthermore, with Nuwa hailing from the demon race, it was impossible for her to favor humanity. After all, the higher one's cultivation, the more one cherishes life. The more one cherishes life, the more one prioritizes oneself. That Dijun understood this all too well. The human race, they were merely a tool to garner merit. Present. The demon race's formidable adversary remained the witch race. He could not fathom why the 12 ancestral witches relentlessly slaughtered his kin, especially the likes of Gonggong and Zhu Rong, who were simply intolerable. It was clear that the demon race's territory was still quite distant from the witch race. Could it be that these two witches had foreseen this? Dijun rubbed his temples, perplexed by the witch race's reckless aggression towards the demon race. The demon race had always sought to coexist peacefully with the witches, yet they had initiated hostilities. This conundrum had been a source of great distress for Dju Nt. Kunlun Mountain. Nuwa, rubbing her backside, addressed the recently arrived Xuanmu with a face full of indignation. Senior, why do you not accept the human race's blessings? Just as she was about to proclaim Xuanmu as the father of humanity, he had suddenly appeared before her. She was taken by surprise, and before she could react, he had kicked her rear, sending her flying. Without allowing her to speak, he shot her a fierce glare and remained beside her, fixated on her as she spoke. This led to a hint of grievance creeping into her tone. For despite her profound cultivation and serene disposition, she was still a woman. How could anyone kick her without a word? Such a humiliating incident had never occurred in her life. I do not require the human race's blessings. After all, I am inherently one of them, and these blessings hold no value for me. Nuwa asserted. Xuanmu, seeing that the matter had settled, waved his hand dismissively, not taking it to heart. There was one point he had not articulated. In his mind, he had already made a decision regarding the fate of the human race's blessings. However, Nuwa was unaware of this and held Xuanmu in great reverence, even choosing to conveniently forget the kick he had just delivered. Very well, since you have now attained sainthood, you should possess some understanding of my previous words. Xuanmu interjected as he noticed Nuwa lost in thought. Upon hearing this, Nuwa's expression turned somewhat awkward. When she ascended to sainthood, she had meticulously analyzed the causal relationship between herself and humanity. Indeed, as Xuanmu had previously stated, the human race's fortune was bound to her. However, the distinction lay in the fact that her strength was enhanced by the human race's fortune. Yet she herself did not impact them. In other words, even if she were to perish, the human race would remain unaffected. Yet, should humanity be annihilated and their fortune dissipate, her power would plummet drastically. Contemplating this, Nuwa gazed at Xuanmu with hope and inquired, Senior, is there no other way? Xuanmu was momentarily taken aback, realizing what Nuwa was implying. Her intent was clear. She wished to simultaneously wield the human race's fortune to bolster her own strength while avoiding the associated risks. But such a windfall was not commonplace. Considering this, Xuanmu rebuked her. Know this. Greed leads to self-destruction. The human race is the master of the world. Even without assistance, they will flourish. Yet you, who are receiving the human race's fortune, dare to wish to abandon it. Upon witnessing Xuanmu's sudden outburst of anger, Nuwa felt compelled to remain silent. After a while, as Xuanmu regained his composure, he spoke again. If you truly seek a solution, why not assist the human race in its development? What compels you to sever ties with them? Your cultivation is intrinsically linked to the fate of humanity, as long as the human race flourishes. How could you fear for the stagnation of your own progress? Nuwa, chastised by Xuanmu's words, realized her own greed. After a moment's reflection, she nodded slightly and responded with utmost sincerity. Thank you for your guidance. Esteemed elder, I shall not betray the human race. Observing the authenticity in Nuwa's tone, Xuanmu felt a sense of satisfaction, deeming his efforts in mentoring her worthwhile. Very well, focus on solidifying your own cultivation. Should you encounter any uncertainties or wish to practice with others, seek out Yang Mei in the front courtyard. He instructed, Waving his hand as he swiftly departed, he could hardly contain his impatience. Just moments ago, as Niwa broke through, the long-dormant system within him had stirred once more. System, how I have missed you. Upon returning to the pavilion, Xuanmu eagerly dismissed Yuan Feng and hastily opened the system panel to review the recent notifications. After all, this was the foundation of his existence. Caution was paramount. Ding! Congratulations, host! The area of your invincible domain now encompasses the entirety of Kunlun Mountain. You have received an Invincible Cultivation Experience card X1. Note, this card's effects last for 30 minutes and can also be utilized outside the domain. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have broken through to the status of a sage within your invincible domain, and the anchor point for the invincible domain has been established. After such a long wait, apart from the daily sign-in announcements, he finally heard the system's voice again. Xuanmu was on the verge of tears. Since his arrival in the Primordial era, the system had only uttered a few words on the first day, followed by monotonous notifications of sign-in rewards. The entire Kunlun Mountain is now covered. I have finally emerged victorious. Ha! Overwhelmed with joy, Xuanmu couldn't help but laugh aloud, silently marveling at the sage's prowess, which equaled the natural growth of hundreds of Yuanhui before him. Next, his gaze shifted downward, fixating on the Invincible Cultivation Experience card. As the name suggests, it should only grant invincible cultivation, but it can also be used outside the domain. This is advantageous, providing him with additional leverage. Should the need arise, he could always descend upon Hongjun in the Zixiao Palace for a lesson. Contemplating this, Xuanmu's attention turned to the final message. Anchor point settings. You may select any region within the Primordial era as your next domain. Current domain of the host, Kunlun Mountain. Current number of anchor points available for placement. 1. Xuanmu lingered on this interface for a considerable time, eventually grasping the function's purpose. Rebirth. I carve out my territory in the Primordial era? He mused, yet he felt immense delight at this feature. After all, this meant he could progress on two fronts simultaneously. Presently, the only races worth developing were the Witch and Lich tribes. However, with war imminent between the two, he needed to choose the race that would yield the greatest benefits in the conflict. After a moment's contemplation, Xuanmu commanded the system. Set anchor point at the ancestral land of the human race. His reasoning was profound. First, the human race had only just been established and was in its developmental stage. Second, the materials for creating humanity had been refined by him. The foundation of the human race was far superior to its previous state. Thus, he merely needed to bestow upon them suitable cultivation methods. The Tao of the Great Luo, he thought, that would sprout like bamboo shoots after rain. Why worry about the domain's growth? Ding! Host successfully set anchor point at the ancestral land of the human race. Located near Buzhou Mountain. Near Buzhou Mountain, Xuanmu recalled that the initial human tribes had indeed been established in that vicinity. Thus, once the domain expanded again, Buzhou Mountain would be encompassed as well. As he pondered this, he suddenly noticed the scenery around him shifting rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he found himself in an unfamiliar environment. What is this place? Xuanmu gasped, cautiously surveying his surroundings. He clutched the recently awarded Invincible Cultivation Experience card tightly for safety. Peering ahead, he spotted a familiar translucent line on the ground. After testing his abilities and confirming that everything remained unchanged, he finally felt at ease. Is this truly the ancestral land of the human race? Why is it so desolate? Gazing around, he beheld a barren landscape, devoid of life save for a patch of overgrown weeds that, of course, he thought, the human race has only just been established. Everything is still in its nascent stage. So desolation is to be expected. With this realization, Xuanmu found solace. Soon after, he stood still, his figure flickering, and in the next instant, he ascended to an altitude of 10,000 miles. Surveying the surroundings, he noted the desolation enveloping the domain, with only a few wild beasts lacking sentience inhabiting the area. Not far off, a lake sparkled like a mirror, reflecting the sky and the surrounding scenery. The water was crystal clear, and a gentle breeze created rippling waves. Further in the distance, a towering mountain stood majestically, its peak shrouded in mist, evoking an aura of mystery and grandeur. The tranquil and beautiful landscape resembled a natural painting, captivating anyone who beheld it. No wonder the human race had chosen this place as their homeland. It was undoubtedly a hidden paradise. Surely, that mountain must be Buzhou Mountain. However, the distance was too great. System, is this what you call nearby? Xuanmu mused, re-evaluating his previous assumptions. The saying goes, a distant mountain seems near, but now, standing in the sky, he could barely glimpse a mere fraction of Buzhou Mountain, and it was evident that waiting for the domain to naturally expand to encompass Buzhou Mountain would take an unfathomable number of years. As Xuanmu pondered, a sudden gust of wind rushed by him. In the next moment, a familiar voice called out, "Esteemed elder, is this the dwelling place you have sought for the human race?" Turning to look, Xuanmu saw a serpent-bodied figure from the demon clan standing before him. "What brings you here?" he blurted out, and only after the words left his lips did he realize that Nuwa had come to find a habitat for the human race. Realizing this, Xuanmu nodded and replied, "Yes, place the human race here. The environment is excellent for their development." Nuwa acknowledged his words with a nod, and with a wave of her hand, the newly created humans descended to the ground. Upon landing, they immediately prostrated before Nuwa and Xuanmu in reverence. Observing this, Xuanmu felt an instinctive urge to leave. "System, how do I return to Kunlun Mountain?" he inquired mentally. However, after waiting for what felt like an eternity, the system remained silent. "Surely, you can't leave me here unattended?" he inwardly scolded. That moment, Nuwa asked, "Esteemed elder, would you like to return to Kunlun with me?" Snapped back to reality, Xuanmu felt a bit awkward but still waved his hand to decline. "You return first. I wish to observe the development of the human race here." Nuwa, perplexed, inquired, "Esteemed elder, is it not more convenient to probe with divine consciousness?" Xuanmu felt a vain throb on his forehead. "Why do you have so many questions?" But he refrained from expressing his frustration, instead fabricating an explanation. "That is a fallacy. Hearing is illusory, while seeing is real. Yet even seeing may not always be the truth. In summary, only what is witnessed firsthand is the best course of action." As he spoke, Nuwa appeared momentarily bewildered. It seemed he had said something significant, but upon closer inspection, it amounted to little. After contemplating for a moment, a spark of understanding flickered in her eyes. Subsequently, she regarded Xuanmu with even greater reverence, exclaiming, "I see now. Thank you for your enlightening guidance. Esteemed elder, I understand." "Understand what?" Xuanmu responded, utterly dumbfounded as he gazed at Nuwa. "What did I say that you understood? I have no idea what I just said. What is it that you grasped?"